Western Military Region Command. Report. Enter. A straight-backed, non-commissioned officer pushed open the heavy doors and strode in. A folder was clamped under his left arm as he snapped a crisp salute to the Supreme Commander of the Western Military Region seated before him. Sir, the cause of this beast tide has been fully ascertained. The assault on Qinglong Fortress was carried out by Dark Knight Cat Demons and Wind Demon Wolves. Their overall combat strength averages at bronze level with the strongest reaching gold level. They have already been repelled by Colonel Huangming. This beast tide is already the third wave of assault launched by exotic beasts within 3 months. The attacks of these creatures are becoming more and more frequent. We must implement corresponding countermeasures at once. Here is what we will do: immediately draft a document lowering the admission threshold for warrior universities. Any combat type esper or martial artist who awakens a talent of rank or above may apply to warrior university with exemption from the standard entrance examinations. At this moment, the adjutant looked utterly taken aback. Sir, if we lower the standards like this, won't it be hard to explain ourselves to the Ministry of Education? The commander immediately blew out his mustache and glared. Explain what to the Ministry of Education? Warrior universities are not under their jurisdiction. Can you drive back a beast tide by acing literature exams? Just do as I say. Yes, sir. The adjutant saluted and backed out of the command room. Yeah, the battlefront is growing more strained by the day. The commander's brows knitted tightly. Shanqing Grade 12, Class 5 of Shanqing No. 1 High School. The end of class bell rang. Lin Hao stretched lazily and stared blankly out of the window. Idiot, tomorrow is awakening day. Do you want to become a martial artist or an esper? Without even turning his head, Lin Hao could tell from the voice that it was Fang Yao speaking to him. Sai, what we awaken isn't something we get to decide. If I end up awakening nothing at all, little lass, will you support me, eh? Lin Hao was rather depressed at this moment. He had already been a transmigrator in this world for 16 years, yet he still had not obtained any decent cheat-like power. Sure, no problem. Fang Yao's faint smile bloomed like a lily in full blossom. The entire class was dumbfounded by their exchange. Who was Fang Yao? She was the goddess in all their hearts. Throughout 3 years of high school, countless boys had confessed to Fang Yao, and she had not spared a glance for any of them. Lin Hao paid no attention to the murderous gazes of all the male comrades in the class. After 3 years, he was already used to it. Fang Yao was his only friend in his entire high school life, and the same was true for her. Before long, the class bell rang again. A man in his 40s with a noticeably receding hairline walked in holding a stack of documents. He was Gao Wenhai, the homeroom teacher of Grade 12, Class 5. Students, I have good news for you. The military department has just issued a red-headed directive. This year's qualification threshold for warrior universities has been lowered. Any combat type esper or martial artist who awakens a rank talent or above may apply to warrior university without sitting for the entrance exam. Tomorrow is awakening day. You must all make proper preparations and seize this hard-won opportunity. Before the teacher could finish, the classroom erupted into an uproar, students howling like wolves in excitement. What did this signify? It meant that as long as they awakened a halfway decent combat profession, they could enter a warrior university without exams. It meant they would receive superior cultivation in university and have the chance to rise above the masses. At this moment, Lin Hao was the only one in the class not joining in the cheering. His brows were tightly furrowed. For the military to lower the admission standards, the situation at the front must be extremely dire. Tomorrow I have to awaken at least a decent profession. Otherwise, I won't even be able to protect my own family. Having lived 2 lives, he immediately grasped the severity of the situation. Among all the students in the class, only Lin Hao perceived this. After school in the afternoon, Lin Hao parted ways with Fang Yao and went home. As soon as he stepped through the door, the aroma of cooked dishes wafted into his nose. Grandma, I'm back. Just arriving home, Lin Hao called out a greeting to his grandmother busy in the kitchen. Good timing, the meal is almost ready. Her voice floated out from the kitchen. Ah, Xiao Hao, you're finally back. A young woman around 25 with a graceful figure walked out of a room. When your little sister heard that you awaken tomorrow, she insisted I bring her over to see you, the young woman said with a face full of mock resentment. This was Lin Hao's younger aunt Lin Yaya. Back in university, she had been the dream girl of many male students. She had awakened a painting type skill. After graduating, she stayed at home painting every day, using her artistic talent to help support the family. At this moment, a cute little girl with a bun hairstyle and a princess dress, having heard the voices, dashed out of another room. The instant she saw Lin Hao, she flung herself into his arms. This little girl was Lin Hao's younger sister Lin Xiao, 6 years old, and just in primary school. Big brother, you're going to awaken tomorrow. Do you want to become a martial artist or an esper? Lin Hao scooped her up more securely. I don't know either. What if I end up awakening a life skill profession like your little aunt? At that moment, his grandmother emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of soup. A life skill profession is just fine. Then you won't have to be out there fighting and killing, and I won't have to send another child to an early grave like your parents. The food is ready, hurry and wash your hands. All 3 obeyed and queued up at the bathroom sink to wash. Lin Hao's parents had fallen in battle 6 years ago while resisting a beast tide. At the time, Lin Hao was 10 and Lin Xiaoro was not yet 1. In Lin Hao's memory, his parents had rarely been home. After giving birth to Xiaoro, they had hurried back to the front lines once more. He and his sister had been raised by their grandmother. During dinner, Lin Yi, speaking from experience, patiently explained all sorts of things to watch out for during awakening. Lin Hao took note of each one. The next day, Lin Hao arrived at school early. Lin Hao over here. Just as he reached the school gate, he saw Fang Yao, who had been waiting there in advance, waving to him. The teacher just told us, since it's awakening day, we don't need to go to the classroom. We're to assemble directly on the school field. Seeing him arrive, Fang Yao hurried up to meet him. The two of them arrived at the field where many students were already lined up and waiting. At the very center of the field stood a stone over 3 meters tall. This was the awakening stone. As long as a person had turned 16, they could awaken their talent by touching the stone. Awakened talents were ranked from highest to lowest as SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F9 grades in total. Of course, awakeners were a minority, and most people would fail to awaken anything. Those who failed would continue with their academic studies and take the college entrance exam to enroll in a regular academic university. Even among those who did awaken, everything still depended on talent, grade, and profession. As long as you awakened a combat-type profession and your talent was not too poor, warrior universities would accept you. After all, martial artists or espers with combat-type talents were exceedingly rare. Just then, Principal Duan Cheng and a group of school leaders arrived at the rostrum. Under their teacher's direction, the students below had already formed orderly lines. Students, today is awakening day. On behalf of the school and all the teachers, I wish each of you may awaken an excellent talent. Of course, those who fail to awaken should not lose heart. I hope you can gain admission to a good academic university. In the future, you can still contribute your brilliance and heat to the motherland. Listening to the principal's long-winded speech on stage, Lin Hao could not help sighing inwardly. No matter what world it is, a leader's speech is always unbearably long and tedious. Half an hour later, the awakening ceremony officially began. Lin Hao's class was class 5, so they still had to wait a while. No talent, awakening failed. No talent, awakening failed. No talent, awakening failed. No talent, awakening failed. 10 students in a row stepped up, and every single one failed. Lin Hao was dumbstruck. Is the awakening probability really this low? On the rostrum, the principal and the other school leaders also shook their heads slightly. This cohort of students isn't looking very promising. 10 in a row and not a single one awakens. A teacher sighed helplessly. Let's keep watching. Didn't a student awaken in strength talent at the very end last year? You mean that Wind-type Esper who awakened strength talent last year? I heard he's already advanced to silver level this year. The principal and teachers discussed on the rostrum while the awakenings continued below. Rank talent Esper fire type. The examiner's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. After presiding over dozens of awakenings, he finally got a pretty good one. Grade 12, Class 5 Fang Yao. Before long, it was Class 5's turn. Hearing her name, Fang Yao flashed a smile at Lin Hao. Idiot, wait for me to come back. Lin Hao's heart was full of anticipation. Come on. Guided by the teacher, Fang Yao placed her slender fair hand upon the awakening stone. In an instant, the awakening stone began to tremble violently, then burst forth with dazzling golden light. Not only the examiner, but even the principal and all the students and teachers below were stunned speechless. Everyone's mouths hung open, words failing them. After a long moment, the examiner stammered, Fang Yao, S-rank talent martial artist, martial god. At that moment, Fang Yao's entire bearing transformed. Golden radiance wrapped around her figure and refused to fade for a long time. Once Fang Yao's awakening ended, the principal was the first to react. He shot to his feet and instantly appeared at her side, his deeply wrinkled old face blooming like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Student Fang Yao, congratulations. You've brought immense honor to Shanxingno. One high school. Can you tell teacher what profession you awakened? The more the principal looked at her, the more satisfied he became. At last, we've got a truly outstanding one. Otherwise, next year our school's resources would have been heavily slashed. Lin Hao was genuinely happy for Fang Yao. When she came back, he gave her a thumbs up. Not bad at all. From now on, I'll be counting on Fang Martial God to take care of me. Hearing him call her that, Fang Yao's pretty face flushed bright red. What, Fang Martial God? That sounds awful. But I can still look out for you. Grade 12, Class 5 Lin Hao. The examiner called out. Girl, I'm going to awaken, Lin Hao said, then walked toward the awakening stone. As a transmigrator, giving me an SS-rank talent wouldn't be too much to ask, right? With that thought, Lin Hao placed his hand on the awakening stone. But after a long wait, the stone showed no reaction. Lin Hao's face twitched. No way. Don't tell me I'm a complete waste. Heaven, are you trying to toy me to death? Just as the teacher was about to make the announcement, a faint blue light suddenly flickered across the surface of the awakening stone. At that same instant, Lin Hao felt something abruptly appear within his body. With a mere thought, crackling sounds burst from his hand. The examiner hurriedly announced, Lin Hao, rank talent Esper lightning type. Black lines seemed to cover Lin Hao's face as he returned to Fang Yao's side. Damn it, just in rank lightning talent. A stun baton would probably be more useful. But all of a sudden a prompting chime rang out in Lin Hao's mind. Ding. A rank lightning-type talent detected in host. Binding Invincible System. Hearing that voice, Lin Hao froze for a moment, then burst into ecstasy. It's here, it's finally here. I knew it. How could someone as unbelievably handsome and outrageously awesome as me not have a system? At this moment, the system notification chime continued to ring. Binding Invincible System. 10, 30, 50, 80, 90, 100. System binding complete. A level lightning-type ability detected in host. System preparing to forcibly modify. Does the host wish to proceed with modification now? After hearing this, Lin Hao hurriedly recited in his mind, System, do not modify for now. If he changed it here, he might be discovered, so Lin Hao planned to find a secluded place before proceeding. Idiot, are you alright? Seeing Lin Hao spacing out one moment and grinning foolishly the next, Feng Yao grew extremely worried. Only then did Lin Hao snap back to himself. Ahaha, I'm fine. Don't worry, girl. At that moment, Lin Hao was forcefully suppressing the laughter on his face, yet the corners of his mouth were as hard to hold down as the trigger of an assault rifle. I've awakened an ability too, haven't I? My future won't be bad at all. Lin Hao comforted Feng Yao. Seeing that he was still trying to console her, Feng Yao finally relaxed. This idiot. How can his heart be so big? He's actually comforting me instead. When the awakening ceremony ended, the principal announced the end of school. After parting ways with Feng Yao, Lin Hao hurriedly found an empty grove where no one went and plunged straight into it. System, we can modify now. After finding a spot and sitting down cross-legged, Lin Hao could no longer hold back his eagerness and silently chanted the command. Ding. Preparing to modify host talent. 1020. At this moment, the system's voice resounded. As the broadcast echoed, Lin Hao felt as if his body were being blown apart, and then countless bolts of black lightning flickered over the surface of his skin. He seemed to be completely immersed in a sea of lightning. The grove around him was being blasted into a pitted, ravaged mess by the black thunder. 50, 60. The system's broadcast continued to sound as Lin Hao felt endless power flooding into his body. 90, 100. When the system broadcast ended, the surrounding thunder quietly dissipated. Lin Hao let out a long breath. That talent modification was really something else. Ding. Talent modification complete. Opening character attribute panel for host. Host Lin Hao. Talent SS level. Ability Shura Annihilation Divine Thunder unique. Rank novice ability user. Strength 300 points. Agility 300 points. Constitution 300 points. Spiritual power 700 points. Now distributing novice gift pack. Novice gift pack distributed successfully. Does the host wish to open it now? As the system broadcast sounded, Lin Hao saw a new gift pack icon appear in the system space. Open it. Lin Hao did not hesitate in the slightest. Only an idiot would waste even a second hesitating. Novice gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level warrior talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword Lord class unique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 silver grade beast cores. In this world, both ability users and warriors must absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, and the beast cores dropped after a monster's death are the very essence of its cultivation. Humans can absorb the essence within beast cores to enhance their own cultivation. The ranks of ability users and warriors from low to high are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord, demigod, god, and legend. There are 9 major realms, and each is subdivided into 3 minor stages: lower, middle, and upper. The ranks of exotic beasts follow the same pattern. A system, you really are generous. So you want me to cultivate both as an ability user and as a warrior? Lin Hao muttered inwardly. Ding. This system is the Invincible Pretender system. How could having only one power possibly allow the host to show off happily? The system's voice rang out again. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth twitched. Alright then, thank you for the generous gift, mighty system. Fuse the warrior talent and fuse the sword lord class. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Hao silently chanted in his heart. Ding. Preparing to fuse SS level warrior talent for host. Preparing to fuse sword lord class for host. 1020. A fierce, slaughterous sword aura instantly poured into Lin Hao's body. Then that aura formed a swirling vortex around him. The surrounding trees snapped and fell one after another under the assault of the sword chi. Lin Hao's transformation was even more dramatic. His formerly gentle expression vanished, replaced by icy, murderous indifference. His originally jet black short hair lengthened past his waist in an instant and turned snow white. 50, 60. Along with the system's voice, yet another vast surge of power flooded into Lin Hao's body. Not only that, but a pitch-black sword case suddenly appeared before the cross-legged Lin Hao. The case was more than half a man's height, metallic in texture, with 2 ferocious dragon heads on its top facing each other. 70, 80. The sword case suddenly opened and 9 flying swords shot out. Each had a different design. One of them gently sliced Lin Hao's palm, leaving a cut about 1 centimeter long, and 9 drops of fresh blood flew from the wound to fall onto the 9 swords. The 9 flying swords quivered the instant they received Lin Hao's blood, emitting a dazzling crimson radiance before returning to the sword case. The sword case then closed with a heavy finality. 90-100. As the system's broadcast concluded, the sword chi around Lin Hao gradually withdrew, sinking back into his body. Lin Hao opened his eyes. They were no longer black, but a blood-red hue, filled with chilling sharpness and killing intent. So this is the Sword Lord I. After sensing his body for a moment, Lin Hao cast an indifferent glance at the black sword case, then exited his snow-white long hair slowly faded away, turning back into short jet-black locks, and his strange blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal. The pitch-black sword case also vanished without a trace. System opened the character attribute panel. Lin Hao recited silently. Host Lin Hao. Talent dual SS level. Ability Shura Annihilation Divine Thunder unique. Warrior class Sword Lord unique. Rank Novice Warrior Novice Ability User. Strength 800 points. Agility 600 points. Constitution 600 points. Spiritual power 1000 points. After fusing the Sword Lord, all my attributes have made yet another tremendous leap, Lin Hao observed. Ordinary warriors or ability users have base attributes that do not exceed 30 points. My stats are completely off the charts, already comparable to an early-stage silver warrior. Truly worthy of being an invincible pretender system. If the host can reach bronze rank as soon as possible, the system will issue a large number of rewards. Lin Hao had just been praising how impressive the system was when it immediately delivered yet another surprise. Damn, there are even more rewards. System, you're even dearer to me than my own mother, Lin Hao exclaimed in delight, secretly praising the system once again. Looking at the grove laid waste by his awakening, Lin Hao silently observed a minute of mourning for the pitiful little forest. Hey, my precious daughter, what made you think of calling your father today? By now it was already dusk. In the main command room of the Eastern Military Region, a straight-backed officer was standing in a corner on the phone. His expression, however, was fawning and ingratiating, utterly devoid of the majesty befitting the head of a military district. Old Fong, I've awakened an S-level talent. I'm a warrior now too. A melodious voice came through from the other end of the line. The man was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Huh, as expected of my daughter. She really brings glory to my name. Huh. Those old fogies are always bragging about how outstanding their sons are. I'd like to see how they dare to boast in front of me now. Fong Wei's booming laughter echoed through the entire command room, leaving his colleagues dumbfounded. What's going on today? Has the sun risen in the west? Is that really our usually stone-faced chief? It seems so, but he doesn't look like himself. The chief is supposed to be a god of slaughter. When has he ever laughed like that? One by one his colleagues unconsciously stopped their work. Fong Wei also sensed the odd looks and hurriedly ran off to a deserted spot to continue his call with his precious little cotton-padded jacket of a daughter. At that moment, Fong Yao was lazily sprawled on her pink, oversized bed, her 2 cute little feet swinging in the air. Old Fong, I have something to tell you. I have a friend named Lin Hao. He's my classmate, and he's awakened an ability too. See if you can help him get into a good warrior university, okay? Lin Hao. Who is Lin Hao? Sounds like a boy's name. Fong Wei's laughter stopped, and his right eyelid began to twitch. Drawing on his many years of combat experience, a bad premonition surged into his heart. It seemed that his adorable little cotton-padded jacket of a daughter might possibly, have sprung a leak. Lin Hao is my classmate. Lao Fong, just give me a straight answer, yes or no. He has a level talent and possesses lightning ability. At this moment, Fong Yao also felt a bit embarrassed about helping Lin Hao, her voice getting softer. Upon hearing that the one getting special treatment has a level talent, Fong Wei was stunned. What? What did you say? A level talent? Lightning ability. With such talent, you're putting me in a difficult position. I'm not boasting, but your friend's abilities are less impressive than the electric baton held by the guard at the security department. I think the electric baton is even more effective. Yawn. At this moment, Lin Hao was on his way home. It's not even cold today. Why am I catching a cold? Lin Hao rubbed his nose and continued on his way. On the other side, oh Lao Fong, I beg you. Fong Yao, seeing that Fong Wei disagreed, resorted to her ultimate move, acting cute and charming. My little ancestor Wuda is not your father's school. You can't just go wherever you please. At this moment, Fong Wei, seeing his daughter's tactics, began to soothe her. If my old buddies find out I helped a level talent fool get through, they'd laugh themselves to death. No way, this absolutely. Seeing that her cute act wasn't working, Fong Yao decided to throw caution to the wind. All right, Lao Fong, if you disagree, then from now on I won't talk to you anymore, never again. Seeing that his daughter was genuinely angry, Fong Wei had to settle for less. Well, how about this? I truly can't do anything about Wuda, but I have a former comrade who is the principal at Shanxing Wuda, and I have some connections. Although Shanxing Wuda is just an ordinary school now, it used to be among the top. How about this? Upon hearing this, Fong Yao instantly brightened up. An ordinary Wuda is still better than nothing, and thinking that Lin Hao could get by there a bit easier, she agreed. All right, thank you, Dad. Daughter loves you the most, MUA by Dad. With that, Fong Yao hung up the phone. Oh, Yao Yao? Fong Wei had wanted to chat with his daughter a bit longer, but was surprised to find the call already disconnected. Helpless Fong Wei returned to the command room. Adjutant. Yes. Help me check if there's a Lin Hao in Class 5 of Year 3 at Shanqingno. 1 high school. I want all his information. Fong Wei was now brimming with killing intent. How dare this Lin Hao kid compete with him for his most beloved little cotton-padded jacket? Understood. The adjutant hurriedly replied, wondering why the commander, who had just been smiling like a blooming flower, was suddenly so angry. On the other side, Lin Hao, just arriving home, was completely unaware that he was being watched by the infamous god of death of the entire Xia country. As soon as he entered, he saw a pair of adorable big eyes staring at him. Xiaoro, what's wrong? Looking at Lin's iris expectant eyes, Lin Hao felt a bit confused. Brother, hurry up and tell me, did you become a martial artist or an ability user? Xiaoro, why do you seem even more? Lin Hao held his sister's small hand as they walked to the living room where their grandmother and little aunt were seemingly waiting for Lin Hao. Grandma, little aunt. Lin Hao greeted them. You little rascal, hurry up and say it, you're making us both anxious. Lin Yaya said irritably. I awakened a lightning ability. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's grandmother suddenly trembled all over, but the talent is not high, only a level. Lin Hao didn't tell the full truth, mainly because he was afraid his family couldn't handle it and might get scared. Hearing this, his grandmother felt a bit relieved. So are you planning to apply to Wuda or a regular university? I think I'll apply to Wuda. Although my talent isn't enough, graduating and doing some logistics work in the military should be fine. It'll be safe at the rear, right? Lin Hao understood his grandmother's worries and then lied. Lin Xiaoro didn't know any of this, as she only knew her brother was an ability user now, and she had an ability user for a brother. In the future, she could boast to her friends at school how impressive. Brother, what is lightning ability like? Little Ro was like a curious baby pestering Lin Hao. Lin Hao snapped his fingers, and a faint current appeared at his fingertips. This is it. Lin Hao casually picked up Xiaoro again. Wow, brother is so powerful. Alright, the performance is over now, we should wash our hands and eat. He then carried Xiaoro towards the bathroom. At this moment, Grandma felt a bit relieved. She didn't care about anything else, as long as Xiaoro didn't go to the front lines, that was enough. After dinner, Lin Hao lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. Suddenly the phone rang. Picking up the phone, he found it was Fong Yao calling, and he answered right away. Idiot, what are— A melodious voice like a celestial song came from the other end of the line. Just finished eating, preparing to cultivate. Lin Hao replied. By the way, which Wuda are you planning to apply to? Upon hearing this question, Fong Yao on the other end was silent for a while. Idiot, I awakened an S-level talent. My father said I should train directly with him. Only by being with him can I receive the best training. I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the same university as you anymore. Hearing the disappointed voice from the phone, that's a good thing. In the future, I'll still need you to cover for me. Lin Hao chuckled. But I told my father to guarantee your admission to Shanqing Wuda. Although it's not a top-tier Wuda, Shanqing Wuda is still a decent school and used to be ranked among the best. After hearing this, Lin Hao was moved and replied after a long pause, thanks girl. Hey, it's nothing. I was just afraid you'd think I was being presumptuous. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Looks like this girl comes from an extraordinary background, and a level talent can get a guaranteed admission just like that. Lin Hao thought, no, I need to hurry up and cultivate you. I can't embarrass this girl. With that in mind, Lin Hao took out a silver-grade beast core from the system space. The beast core was about the size of a tennis ball, round and smooth. A faint spiritual power emanated from the beast core. I wonder how much improvement a silver-grade beast core can bring me. Lin Hao then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. One night passed without incident, and Lin Hao spent his time in cultivation. The next morning, Lin Hao woke up from his cultivation. The beast core that had originally been in the palm of his hand was now half its size. It seems that the spiritual energy needed for my upgrade is several times more than others. Normally, a silver-grade beast core is enough for an ordinary martial artist to break through to the bronze intermediate level. Yet I absorbed half of it and still haven't broken through to the bronze level. The absorption speed is fast and the amount absorbed is large. It seems that the beast core provided by the system can only support me to the bronze intermediate level. Lin Hao felt very gloomy. His body felt like a bottomless pit, as if no matter how much he filled it, it wouldn't be enough. The next day, at Shanqingno, one high school, the homeroom teacher Gao Wenhai walked into the classroom with great excitement, his demeanor as if he had been rejuvenated. Stepping onto the podium, Gao Wenhai said, first, let's congratulate the students who successfully awakened. At this moment, old Gao's gaze was fixed on Fong Yao, as if admiring a precious treasure. Especially our class's Fong Yao, who successfully awakened S-level talent. Not only me, but even the principal feels very proud of this. Furthermore, those who haven't awakened shouldn't lose heart, strive to get into a good regular university. In the future, there will still be opportunities to rise. Then he looked strangely at Lin Hao. Additionally, Lin Hao, please go to the principal's office after class. The principal seems to have something to discuss with you. Lin Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. Why does the principal want to see me? He then noticed Fong Yao, who was secretly— It must be that the news of the guaranteed admission from Shanqing University reached the principal. After class, Lin Hao hurriedly said goodbye to Fong Yao and rushed to the principal's office. Knocking on the door and entering, he saw an elderly man with gray hair sitting at the desk. "Hello, Principal. I'm Lin Hao from Class 5 of Year 3. I heard from the homeroom teacher that you were looking for me." At this moment, the principal put down the documents in his hand and glanced at Lin Hao, not having a strong impression of him. "Oh, it's Lin Hao. I called you here because I received news from Shanqing Wuda this morning saying they are preparing to admit you without examination." As he spoke, the principal took out a letter from the drawer and handed it to Lin Hao. "This is the introduction letter for special students from Shanqing Wuda. You can attend Shanqing Wuda with this letter." Lin Hao took the envelope and saw the words "Special Invitation from Shanqing Warrior University" written on it. Lin Hao gave a salute to the principal and said, "Thank you, Principal." Seeing that Lin Hao had a good attitude towards him, the principal smiled. "I don't know how you managed to get the special invitation from Shanqing Wuda, but regardless, you are a student of Shanqing No. 1 High School, and I hope you can have a bright future." "I understand, Principal. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Hearing Lin Hao say this, the principal, "Go ahead, time is tight. You should report to Shanqing Wuda the day after tomorrow." Lin Hao was stunned upon hearing this. "What? So soon?" The principal, seeing Lin Hao's confusion, said with a smile, "This year is special. All combat type ability users and martial artists who have awakened level or above are exempt from examinations, so you don't need to waste time in high school anymore. The day after tomorrow, they will all report to various martial universities, just like you." After school in the afternoon, Lin Hao greeted his family, saying he had something to attend to and would not be having dinner with them. He then wandered around the playground with Fang Yao. Seeing the girl hesitating to speak, Lin Hao smiled and asked, "Are you leaving?" Fang Yao nodded gently. "I'm leaving tomorrow, and it looks like it will be a long time before we see each other again. I heard from the principal when I visited the office today that the enrollment for Wu University has been moved up this year. Moreover, a government document has been issued stating that more resources will be allocated to Wu University to rapidly cultivate new students. I am also supposed to report to Wu University in Shanqing the day after tomorrow. I have to thank you, or else I wouldn't have made it into Wu University. We can call each other when we have time, and if you need anything, I will come find you." Lin Hao consoled her. "Well, you better work hard, I'm waiting for your good news." Lin Hao straightened up, looking serious. "Understood, Fang Wuxian." The sound was remarkably loud. Hearing this, Fang Yao smiled, and the sadness of parting was considerably lessened. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Wu University in Shanqing, a tall woman with skin as white as snow was sitting at her desk looking troubled. This person was Jiang Weiwei, the acting principal of Wu University in Shanqing. Before long, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in." The woman's voice sounded somewhat fatigued. "Weiwei, have you been burning the midnight oil again?" The one who entered was also a woman dressed in a striking red long dress, her skin clear and bright, radiating. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Weiwei rarely displayed a smile on her beautiful face. "Xiao Rui, you've seen the government document issued this year. All the Wu universities are enrolling students. Are there any decent students this year?" The woman who entered was Su Xiaorui, Jiang Weiwei's subordinate. Su Xiaorui was somewhat helpless at this moment. There are only 1 or 2 decent ones. Most of the good seeds have been picked by those top Wu universities. We can only pick up the leftovers every year. Remember, we were the champions of the 100 Schools League. Since Principal Mo went missing, our school's appeal has diminished year by year. I wonder where Mo Lao has gone. He doesn't even care that our school is on the verge of closing. Xiao Rui, don't say such things in the future. Mo Lao must have important matters to attend to. Don't forget, he is a powerful being at the Lord level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned the school. Besides, since I have assumed the position of acting principal, I must take responsibility for it. But you can't take on everything. You're only 22, the prime age for cultivation. And you are still..." Xiao Rui, enough said. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei interrupted. "Su Xiaorui, please bring me the information on this year's promising students." Seeing that her friend did not want to discuss the matter further, Su Xiaorui obediently took out a file from her storage space and handed it to Jiang Weiwei. It contained information on 10 students who were still worth considering this year. However, when Jiang Weiwei saw the last page, her expression clearly froze. Lin Hao, a senior from Shanqing No. 1 High School, awakened to grade lightning abilities. Jiang Weiwei casually pulled out Lin Hao's file. "Xiao Rui, did you take the wrong one?" Su Xiaorui glanced at the file handed over and said, "This doesn't count as a good seed. He's just someone who got in through connections. I heard it's an order from above, and the enrollment department has already sent him an invitation letter as a special candidate. We haven't seen any good seeds for ourselves. They're just dumping this second-generation kid on us. If this continues, I fear our school will be closing soon." Su Xiaorui was furious, as if Lin Hao had dug up her ancestral grave. Jiang Weiwei pondered for a moment. "Classes start the day after tomorrow. Let's see what kind of person this Lin Hao is then." At this moment, Lin Hao was already in training, completely unaware that he had been targeted by the principal of Wu University in Shanqing and her close friend. The next day, Lin Hao did not go to school, but instead went to Fang Yao's home to bid her farewell. Seeing Fang Yao's reluctant expression, Lin Hao consoled her. "It's not like we won't see each other again. You should focus on your training with your uncle. When it's time for the 100 Schools League in college, I will give you a surprise." Upon hearing this, Fang Yao's eyes lit up, and she eagerly pulled Lin Hao's arm, asking in a spoiled manner, "Silly, what surprise is it?" This scene left the old butler, who was preparing to send Fang Yao off, dumbfounded. When did his young lady become like this? I must be getting old and my eyesight is failing. The old butler fell into deep self-doubt. Girl, why call it a surprise? Just train well, and we will meet at the 100 Schools League. Okay, silly, I believe in you. On the way to the airport to send Fang Yao off, the old butler rarely became curious. "Miss, if I'm not mistaken, the one who sent you off is Lin Hao, right?" "Yes, Li Bo," Fang Yao replied. He seems like a good young man. I wonder what abilities he has that can make my young lady," Li Bo teased with a smile. He had watched Fang Yao grow up, treating her like his own granddaughter. "Oh dear, what are you talking?" Fang Yao blushed instantly upon hearing this. All right, Li Bo said nothing. Seeing Fang Yao shy, Li Bo also dropped the topic. After seeing Fang Yao off, Lin Hao returned home. Only Lin Yaya was at home. Lin Hao silently began to pack his things. If that little girl knew you were leaving tomorrow, she would probably make a fuss all night. Lin Yaya heard the noise and walked out of her room. "I was specially recruited by Wu University in Shanxing. The school is local, so I can come back anytime." Lin Hao felt somewhat helpless at this moment. Thinking about how clingy his sister was, he felt a bit unadapted to suddenly parting. "You'll have to take care of Grandma. Don't worry, the old lady is in good health. You don't need to worry. But you remember to find some pretty girls when you get to college. Let the old Lin family hurry up and branch out. Only then will Grandma be happy." Lin Hao twitched his lips. "And I'm going to study not to chase girls." "Chase several. It's you who needs to find a boyfriend already. I see the way Grandma looks at you, but it's not right. Cut it out. Studying doesn't stop you from chasing girls. Back in the day, your aunt was a school beauty." As Lin Hao saw his aunt starting to boast about her heroic deeds, he quickly interrupted. After dinner, Lin Hao was in training. While suddenly a loud, crying voice reached Lin Hao's ears, followed by a series of knocks on the door. Lin Hao stopped practicing and hurriedly opened the door. There stood a cute little girl with teary eyes, her little mouth pouting upwards. Without saying a word, the little girl directly hugged Lin Hao and wouldn't let go. "Brother, are you not going to want Xiao anymore? Aunt said you're leaving tomorrow and won't be coming back." After saying this, the little girl burst into tears again. Lin Hao, seeing this, had a dark expression and quickly picked up Xiao, handing her a tissue to wipe her tears. Then he glanced at Lin Yaya behind him, who only looked awkward. "And I'm just going to college, not going to die. Why are we making it seem like I won't come back?" Lin Hao silently complained. "Xiao, aunt is just joking. Your brother is only going to college. You will also grow up and go to college one day. In the future, during your breaks, you can come find your brother at college." Lin Hao hurriedly comforted Lin Xiao. Hearing her brother say this, Lin Xiao stopped crying. Really? Brother wouldn't lie to Xiao. However, her big eyes were still filled with tears. Lin Hao wiped Zyra's tears again. "How could I lie to you? Let's make a pinky promise, all right?" Upon hearing the pinky promise, Xiao instantly brightened up. "Okay, pinky swear 100 years without changing." After finishing the pinky promise with Xiao, Lin Hao reminded her, "During the time your brother isn't home, you must listen to Grandma and Aunt. No mischief, understood?" "Okay." Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. At night, Lin Hao held a silver-level beast core and continued his training. In his spiritual space, an ancient black sword box slowly appeared. Drawn by the energy, the box opened slowly, and 9 long swords emerged frantically, seizing the energy from the beast core that Lin Hao was absorbing. The next morning, Lin Hao finally broke through to the early stage of bronze. Looking at the solitary beast core remaining in the system space, Lin Hao felt helpless. Cultivating truly costs a fortune. You should know that a silver-grade beast core costs hundreds of thousands in the market. In just 2 days, Lin Hao absorbed 2 of them, which amounts to over 1 million. Ding detected that the host has advanced to the early stage of bronze. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, the host has obtained the celestial level movement technique, Thunder Prison Instant Flash. Congratulations, the host has obtained the celestial level movement technique, Wind and Thunder Dual Wings. Congratulations, the host has obtained the celestial level technique, Endless Thunder Prison. Congratulations, the host has obtained the celestial level technique, Thunder Prison, Shaking the 8 Desolates. Congratulations, the host has obtained the celestial level combat technique, Sword Control Technique. Congratulations, the host has obtained the celestial level combat technique, A Sword Breaking 10,000 Laws. Congratulations, the host has obtained the celestial level combat technique, A Sword Opening the Heavens. Congratulations, the host has obtained the celestial level combat technique, Shadow Hunt in the Sky. Hearing the system's continuous announcements, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist or ability user awakens only 1 skill per major realm. But he had 4 skills totaling 8. However, the system announcements were far from over. Congratulations, the host has obtained the supreme celestial level battle armor, Thunder Prison Battle Armor. Congratulations, the host has obtained the supreme celestial level weapon, Thunder Prison Rending Gun. Congratulations, the host has obtained the mind technique, Sword Heart Clarity. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Sword Intent. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Sword Momentum. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Sword Domain. The next reward will be issued at the silver stage. Please do not be negligent and level up quickly. At this moment, Lin Hao felt numb. He merely listened dumbfounded to the system's broadcasts, not even knowing what was announced afterward because his brain had crashed. What kind of system is this? Is it directly giving me a max-level character and full equipment? After a days, Lin Hao quietly began to explore the large array of skills, techniques, and treasures he had obtained. At this moment, Lin Hao had drool flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face resembling a flower. "System, I love you the most," he said, looking like a sycophant. At that moment, a complex and obscure memory surged into Lin Hao's mind, and he seamlessly integrated all the combat skills and techniques. Both techniques and combat skills are divided into 4 levels: Yellow, Xian, Earth, and Celestial. Yellow is the lowest, while Celestial is the highest. After calming down for a while, Lin Hao called out the system again. "System, open the character attribute panel." Host: Lin Hao, talent double SS level, ability Asura, Annihilation, Divine Thunder unique, martial profession Lord of Swords unique, level early stage Bronze Warrior, early stage Bronze, ability user, strength 1300 points, agility 1100 points, physique 1100 points, mental power 1500 points. Seeing that all his attributes had increased by 500 points, Lin Hao was even happier. Now it shouldn't be a dream to eliminate early-stage silver opponents. If he unleashed his full power, he could even compete with mid to latest-stage gold. With his pentagonal warrior attributes, he could now defeat opponents just by throwing punches without using techniques. Amid the reluctant gazes of his family, Lin Hao boarded the bus to Mountain City Martial University. However, before leaving, upon seeing Xiao Rao's pouting lips, Lin Hao comforted her for quite a while. 2 hours later, Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of Mountain City Martial University. Looking at the heavy black gates and the banners welcoming new students, Lin Hao smacked his lips. Martial University truly lives up to its name. They are really wealthy. Not far away, a group of students about Lin Hao's age were busy registering new students. Lin Hao stepped forward and said to a beautiful senior sister in a red long dress, "Hello, I am a new student here to register for enrollment." The senior sister looked at Lin Hao with a puzzled expression. "Please show me your admission notice, then fill out the enrollment form." Lin Hao then remembered he did not have an admission notice, so he took out an envelope. "Senior sister, I do not have an admission notice. Can you check if this is acceptable?" The senior sister took the envelope with a strange look, and the words "Special Invitation from Mountain City Martial University" immediately caught her eye. Upon opening the envelope, she saw the writing, "Special Invitation for Lin Hao from Mountain City No. 1 High School to attend our university." The senior sister's eyes widened in surprise. "Good heavens, I finally caught you. I've been waiting for you here for a whole day, and I actually ran into you." This senior sister was none other than Jiang Weiwei's close friend Su Xiaorui. Looking at the astonished expression on the senior sister's face, Lin Hao thought there was something wrong with his letter. "Senior sister, is something wrong? This was given to me by our high school principal. You won't deny it, will you? Just to clarify, I am not a fraud." Su Xiaorui regained her composure and then revealed a mischievous expression. "Lin Hao, right? Follow me." Lin Hao was puzzled. "Isn't I supposed to fill out the form? Where is she taking me? Could it be that she wants to throw me into a small dark room because I'm handsome?" At this moment, Lin Hao was wildly overthinking, unaware that he was already in absolute danger. Who is that guy? Why is Teacher Su personally receiving him? So handsome. What a looker, didn't you see the smile Teacher Su showed? That guy is probably in trouble now. Su Xiaorui led Lin Hao to a secluded area of the school. The further they walked, the more Lin Hao felt something was off. What the heck, how did I end up in a small forest? Are the senior sisters at Mountain City Martial University this enthusiastic? Is it really appropriate to be in a small forest with such a beautiful senior sister on the first day of school? This senior sister is indeed beautiful. Should I take the initiative, or should she? Seeing that the senior sister in red had stopped walking, Lin Hao, adhering to the dignity of a man, forced himself to speak. "Ahem, senior sister, I know I'm handsome, but isn't this a bit too fast? I'm not ready yet." Su Xiaorui was stunned. "What are you talking about? I'm here to teach you a lesson, all right? As expected, there's no good in the second generation, just wait and see how I deal with you. I have to avenge my dear Weiwei." On the surface, Su Xiaorui showed a shy expression. "Junior, what do you mean by fast or slow? What do you want, faster or slower?" As Su Xiaorui spoke, she walked towards Lin Hao. Just as she finished speaking, her right hand suddenly curled into a claw and lunged towards Lin Hao's neck. If caught, the consequences would be either disfigurement or worse. But Lin Hao reacted swiftly, tilting his head to evade the attack. He had already anticipated that no matter how handsome he was, no one would suddenly want to take him into a small forest upon first meeting. Moreover, his martial artist talent, trained in the sword of slaughter, made him particularly sensitive to murderous intent. When the senior sister in red brought him along, she had revealed a hint of killing intent. This slight killing intent was precisely captured by Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao calmly evade her attack, Su Xiaorui's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had thought she was hiding it well, and that the other party was merely a fresh high school graduate with low talent. Su Xiaorui intended to give Lin Hao a simple lesson to relieve her friend's grievances. Who would have thought Lin Hao would react so quickly, dodging her attack in an instant? Especially since she was a low-tier gold warrior. Lin Hao's face turned serious. "Who are you?" Why did you attack me? He realized that this woman was not simple. Her cultivation was likely above gold. This made him cautious. Who am I? Defeat me, and I'll tell you, Su Xiaowei said as she stepped forward, a powerful aura bursting forth from her. The red dress fluttered without wind. Before Lin Hao could respond, she unleashed a punch aimed directly at his face. Lin Hao was already prepared. He didn't release any aura or evade, just lifted his hand slightly and grasped the incoming pink fist. He even moved his fingers slightly to feel. The senior sister's hand is very fair and delicate. At this moment, Su Xiaowei was greatly shocked. Even though she hadn't used her full strength, her moves were not something a recently graduated high school rookie could withstand. After all, she was a low-tier gold warrior. Lin Hao's grip was as strong as a vice, firmly holding onto Su Xiaowei's delicate hand, making it impossible for her to break free. You playboy! Su Xiaowei exclaimed, unable to pull her hand away, and immediately countered with a sweeping kick. However, at that moment, Lin Hao had already disappeared from his original position. Senior sister, your legs are so fair. Lin Hao didn't forget to throw some trash talk. But Su Xiaowei couldn't find Lin Hao's figure, which made her break into a cold sweat. You should know the most dangerous situation is when the enemy is in the dark and you are in the light, and she was currently in that situation. Suddenly, Lin Hao's voice floated from behind her. Senior sister smells so nice. Before Su Xiaowei could react, a small bolt of black lightning gathered in Lin Hao's hand. With a gentle flick of his finger, the bolt of lightning exploded behind Su Xiaowei, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Su Xiaowei's previously straight long hair had turned into large waves. Lin Hao was looking at her with an indifferent expression. At this moment, Su Xiaowei was dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Am I still alive? Just now, the moment Lin Hao unleashed the lightning, Su Xiaowei clearly felt the danger of death. I don't believe we know each other. Why did you attack me out of nowhere? Lin Hao asked, bewilderment written across his face. He had no enemies, so why would anyone ambush him? And she was such an attractive senior. Su Xiaowei countered, are you Lin Hao from Shanqing? No. 1 high senior, 3 class 5. The Lin Hao who awakened in a level innate talent of the lightning type. Yes, that's me. Lin Hao answered. God, are a level talents really this formidable now? That wasn't how the books did. The books lie to me. Su Xiaowei began to doubt her understanding of the world. She then introduced herself and carefully recounted the whole affair to Lin Hao. Lin Hao listened, feeling a headache forming. What? I'm a second generation. How would I know? I haven't read much. Don't pull my leg. Unable to resolve it on the spot, Lin Hao decided first to see the principal and set matters straight so no one would think it acceptable to sneak attack him in the future. Su Xiaowei led Lin Hao to the principal's office. Along the way, she kept stealing glances at him. Each furtive look made the corner of Lin Hao's mouth twitch. Suddenly, he offered a mischievous smile. Senior Su, you don't actually love me, do you? Caught, Su Xiaowei was unembarrassed and shot back, then little brother, do you want to court Senior Su in a passionate romance? Lin Hao's face darkened. What a ridiculous suggestion. Having been bested, Su Xiaowei felt delighted. This kid was still far from seasoned enough to spar with her. Soon they arrived at the principal's office door. After a knock, and without waiting for a reply, Su Xiaowei strode. Wait, I brought Lin Hao, she said, and stepped aside. Lin Hao entered and saw a woman in a white dress standing by the window with her back turned. When the woman turned, Lin Hao was stunned. She looked about 20, her figure delicate and refined, and an ethereal grace softened her elegant features. That backward glance nearly stole Lin Hao's soul. He found himself asking inwardly, who am I, where am I, and why am I even here? Do all principals at Wuda look like this? Are the principals at Wuda always this young? Even novels wouldn't dare depict such an image. Fortune, it seemed, smiled upon him. Catching Lin Hao staring, Jiang Weiwei's pretty brows drew together, and she spoke coolly, so you are Lin Hao. Only then did Lin Hao recover. Dumbfounded, he blurted, you're the principal. Both Su Xiaowei and Jiang Weiwei were taken aback by his bluntness. Am I the principal? Jiang Weiwei's mind raced. No, she was only acting principal, yet she could still claim the authority of a principal. Her thoughts spun rapidly. Ahem, I mean principal, good day. Lin Hao quickly corrected himself, feeling his earlier words had been crass and eager to smooth things over. Jiang Weiwei, seeing his attempt at courtesy, let it pass for the moment, and said coldly, Lin Hao, your placement at Shanqing Wuda was ordered from above, not a decision made by our school. Do you understand? Lin Hao met her tone without subservience. I understand. Still, Jiang Weiwei's manner left him distinctly uncomfortable. Indeed, he had used connections to enter. If they refused to accept him, they could have said so outright. If they chose to take him, there was no need for frosty remarks. What was Shanqing Wuda so untouchable? The principal's beauty did not make her above reproach. If pressed, he would not be cowed. Let them see whose loss it would be. Lin Hao continued, measured but firm. It seems the principal means she was compelled to accept an unworthy student like me. Fine. I have self-knowledge and will not force anything. Since the recommendation letter remains in my possession and has not been handed to any school authority, then my enrollment is not finalized. Consider I never arrived. That would be best for everyone. Jiang Weiwei had been irritable these past days over recruitment matters. She had intended to give Lin Hao a warning so he would keep out of trouble, not to be met with such insolence. She opened her mouth to reply, but Su Xiaorui, beside her eyes frantic, waved urgently to restrain her. Lin Hao, seeing Jiang Weiwei unable to respond casually, took the invitation from his pocket and laid it on the principal's desk. Then I shall take my leave, no need to see me out. With that he turned and left the office without looking back. Jiang Weiwei's chest heaved with fury and her face had gone pale. Su Xiaorui stood beside her frantic. Weiwei, today is not your holiday. Why flare up so quickly? My Weiwei used to be different. Those watching fretted that she had not been herself. This boy is not ordinary, you've chased away a top-tier talent. Su Xiaorui complained bitterly, wringing her hands. Jiang Weiwei had not calmed. A second-generation brat who doesn't hold the principal in any regard. Let him go. If he leaves, all the better. It will spare me the trouble later. Su Xiaorui faltered at a loss. Could it be that her great curls had been styled by Lin Hao himself? The thought rendered her speechless. Seeing her friend stumble for words, Jiang Weiwei frowned and asked Ray what happened. Did he bully you? Unable to keep the matter from her, Su Xiaorui recounted the skirmish with Lin Hao in full. After hearing Su Zui's story, Jiang Weiwei's eyes widened. Rui, why didn't you tell me earlier about something so important? I didn't have the chance. You didn't give me one, Su Xiaorui protested, feeling aggrieved. Jiang Weiwei found herself at a loss for a solution. If the roles were reversed, if it had been her facing Lin Hao, she might have left as well. What else can we do but go fetch him? We can't just let a top genius walk away, Su Xiaorui declared and rushed out to chase after Lin Hao. Lin Hao had reached the school gates and looked up at the blue sky and the drifting clouds. Couldn't believe my first act as a freshman was to take the principal down a peg in her own office. How impressive am I? He laughed inwardly, but then wondered what consequences such boldness might bring. Of vanity exacts a price after all. After indulging in his own swagger for a moment, Lin Hao decided to head to the forest outside the city to hunt beasts. His system space now contained only a single silver-grade beast core. He needed to replenish cores quickly to sustain his cultivation rate. More pressingly, he was nearly out of money. Lower-grade beast cores should still fetch a decent price. I can sell them at an exchange later. With that plan, he set off toward the outskirts. Lin Hao, wait. Don't go, wait for me. Just as he stepped out of the gate, someone called. Turning, he saw, of course, Su Xiaorui. Why had she returned? Was she coming to elope? He ignored her and kept walking. Seeing Lin Hao deliberately snub her, Su Xiaorui stamped her foot in frustration. With no other recourse, she hurried forward and grabbed Lin Hao. He regarded her coolly. Senior Su, is there some? Breathless and chest-heaving, Su Xiaorui tried to steady herself. Lin Hao found his gaze involuntarily drawn. Lin, how could you stay? She asked. Stay? Stay to keep taking the principal's insults? He replied. No, the principal isn't truly that sort of person. She's been overburdened and irritable lately, having just returned from a break. That's why. Su Xiaorui, without hesitation, sacrificed her friend's dignity to smooth things over. Lin Hao widened his eyes. Could this be heard for free? Was there no VIP fee required? He suppressed, come back with us. The principal is actually quite reasonable. If you have any requests, state them. Within reason, we'll grant them. Su Xiaorui tried to placate him. Offer whatever you like. Could he really ask for anything? Lin Hao scoffed inwardly. Senior Shanxing Wuda is a martial university. Oh, surely it does not lack talent. Why must you insist that I remain? Lin Hao was no fool. Benefits come from the value one offers. He understood that the favors on offer must be commensurate with the value he could provide. He suspected Su Xiaorui had already told the principal about their earlier altercation, prompting the chase. Can we talk back at the office? It's hard to explain in just a sentence or two out here, Su Xiaorui urged, eager to keep him from fleeing again. Sighing, Lin Hao agreed to return. After all, he had not decided where he truly wanted to study, and this place had been arranged for him by Feng Yao, who likely had called in many favors. For the sake of that connection, he would humor them. Fine, but I warn you, if the principal still holds that same attitude when we return. She won't, Su Xiaorui interjected before he could finish, her voice earnest as she promised. Convinced by her sincerity, Lin Hao followed her back to the principal's office. Upon entering the principal's office, Jiang Weiwei's eyes brightened at the sight of Su Xiaorui returning with Lin Hao, yet Lin Hao did not give her a pleasant expression. He plopped down on the nearby sofa, staring fixedly at Jiang Weiwei. Seeing Lin Hao's attitude, Jiang Weiwei suppressed the anger rising within her. Noticing that Jiang Weiwei was about to lose her temper, Su Xiaorui quickly interjected. Lin Hao, I was too hasty earlier and didn't get a chance to introduce you. This is Jiang Weiwei, the principal of Shanxing Martial University. What? You want me to greet her? Dream on. Just being good-looking doesn't mean much. Oh, Weiwei, I was about to leave, but I heard from senior sister Su that you're on break. Whoa. Before Lin Hao could finish his sentence, Su Xiaorui quickly covered his mouth. Jiang Weiwei paid no attention to their antics. I am the principal of Shanxing Martial University. You should address me as Principal or Principal Jiang. At that moment, Su Xiaorui still had her hand over Lin Hao's mouth, preventing him from speaking. With no choice left, Lin Hao could only pucker his lips and gently peck Su Zui's hand. Feeling the touch from her palms, Su Xiaowei instinctively let go and shouted while Lin Hao disregarded her murderous glare and continued, "All right, Wei Wei. I'm not one to beat around the bush. Let's discuss the terms. What do you need me to do?" Jiang Weiwei knew Lin Hao was doing this deliberately and fought to suppress her urge to kill. "All right, since you're so straightforward, I'll get straight to the point. I hope you can join Shanqing Martial University. I heard from Xiaowei that your talent is quite impressive. However, I'm puzzled because your information states that you have a level talent with lightning abilities. How come you are so strong?" "Weiwei, this involves some of my secrets and I can't disclose them. Besides, you went through so much trouble to find me, it can't just be to have me join Shanqing Martial University, right? If you think you can get information from me without offering any benefits, dream on." Seeing that Lin Hao remained tight-lipped, Jiang Weiwei had no choice but to say, "After the new students start school for half a year, there will be 100-school competition, a league jointly held by over 100 martial universities across Xia country. With your current level, you can definitely join the competition team. I hope you can help Shanqing Martial University achieve good results. Let's discuss the rewards." Lin Hao didn't waste words. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Weiwei now. Not to mention, he didn't want to stay at Shanqing Martial University, but given his current abilities, various martial universities would be fighting to recruit him. Seeing Lin Hao's straightforwardness, Jiang Weiwei also got to the point. "I need you to help us secure a top 16 finish in the 100-school competition. As a reward, I can provide you with all the resources you need for your training. The school's training rooms and practice fields are at your disposal. As for the beast cores needed to enhance your cultivation, I can guarantee you 3 bronze-level beast cores each month." Lin Hao was dumbfounded. 3 bronze-level beast cores each month? Were you kidding? I need to absorb a silver-level beast core each day, and you want to give me just 3 bronze-level cores for a month? Seeing Lin Hao staring wide-eyed at her, Jiang Weiwei thought her offer was quite tempting. To be honest, for a normal awakened martial artist or ability user, 3 bronze-level beast cores a month would be enough for training. But was Lin Hao a normal person? He was a freak. Just after becoming a martial artist, he needed to absorb a silver-level beast core daily. Moreover, Lin Hao, as a newly ascended martial artist, had no idea how much energy a normal martial artist could absorb from beast cores. If Jiang Weiwei knew about his terrifying absorption rate and spiritual energy storage, she would probably question her own life. Weiwei offering just 3 bronze-level beast cores for a month seems a bit stingy, don't you think? Lin Hao looked at Jiang Weiwei in disbelief. Jiang Weiwei frowned slightly. To be honest, she had already offered quite a lot, and the school didn't have many resources available at the moment, so it was impossible to cater solely to Lin Hao. 5 bronze-level beast cores, no more than that. Jiang Weiwei extended 5 slender jade-like fingers. Lin Hao stood up, wanting to leave. "This was insincere. You want the horse to run, but don't want to feed it grass. What do you think, I'm a laborer?" Seeing Lin Hao get up to leave, Jiang Weiwei hurriedly grabbed him. "The value of 5 bronze-level beast cores is already worth hundreds of thousands. If you think it's insufficient, we can negotiate further." Lin Hao halted his steps. "Weiwei, 5 bronze-level beast cores is simply too little. It's not even enough for me to absorb in 2 days. After hearing this, Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei looked at Lin Hao as if he were a fool. Even Jiang Weiwei gradually loosened her grip on Lin Hao. Su Xiaowei stared at Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, how many beast cores can you absorb in a day?" 5 bronze-level beast cores. If you train day and night, you wouldn't be able to finish them in a month." "Huh, not able to finish 5 in a month." Lin Hao suddenly realized that perhaps his absorption speed was. "How much energy can an average person absorb in a month for training?" Su Xiaowei replied, "For someone like you who has just ascended to an ability user, you can absorb about 10 ordinary beast cores in a month. Converted to bronze-level cores, that's less than 1. Weiwei, giving you 5 is indeed a lot already. If you want to advance, a normal martial artist would need 3 bronze-level beast cores to go from ordinary to bronze, and even with round-the-clock absorption, it would still take 3 months. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment after hearing this. So it seems Jiang Weiwei wasn't deceiving him, or rather he was indeed a bit of a freak. Lin Hao then helplessly said, "To be honest with you, I can absorb a silver-level beast core in a day. That's why I thought 5 bronze-level beast cores were too little." "What? What did you say?" The two stood up in shock, staring at Lin Hao incredulously. Seeing their expressions, Lin Hao felt quite helpless. What could he do? After all, he was a freak with double SS. After a moment, they finally snapped out of their shock. "Lin Hao, what kind of talent do you have? Even with S-level talent, it's impossible to absorb a silver-level beast core a day. Are you made of food? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Su Xiaowei still looked at Lin Hao in shock. Lin Hao was left speechless. "You're the one made of food. Your whole family is made of food." "I'm a freak." "No, a genius, don't you understand? Hey, if you don't believe me, look." Lin Hao casually pulled out the last remaining silver-level beast core from his space. Looking at the pure white beast core, the two exchanged glances, and it was indeed a silver-level core. Lin Hao didn't care about them and immediately began to cultivate with the beast core in hand. As Lin Hao began his cultivation, the silver-level beast core trembled slightly before a large amount of energy surged into his body. Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged as he quietly absorbed the raging energy pouring out. After a while he slowly opened his eyes, and the beast core in his hand had shrunk a size. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei were both stunned at that moment. At this absorption speed, if it were a bronze-level beast core, it would have probably been completely absorbed by now. Lin Hao casually tucked the beast core into his pocket. Now do you believe me? Jiang Weiwei snapped out of her shock and immediately wore a bitter expression. Lin Hao was right. Given his talent, 5 bronze-level beast cores would likely not be enough for him for 2 days. However, as the principal of Shanxing Martial University, she knew that currently there were too few resources available for Lin Hao's training. Even those top martial universities wouldn't be able to satisfy Lin Hao's needs. A genius like him was beyond what Shanxing Martial University could afford. Helplessness, bitterness, and despair flooded Jiang Weiwei's mind. Su Xiaowei had also realized this. Are there geniuses? Yes, and they were right in front of them. But could they afford him? No. Wei. At that moment, Su Xiaowei wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Jiang Weiwei's determined expression, it ultimately turned into a sigh. Ahem, it's not impossible for me to stay behind. Lin Hao spoke at this moment. Jiang Weiwei was right. No matter which martial university he attended, he would be in high demand, and the resources for cultivation would be even greater. What changed Lin Hao's mind was still Jiang Weiwei's attitude. It was not only her attitude towards him, but also her attitude towards talent and the nation. It was not about hastily judging newcomers based on assumptions. As a leader, every decision you make concerns the life and death of the entire team. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei finally had the demeanor of a principal. Additionally, he had promised Fang Yao to give him a surprise to lead a team that couldn't even make it to the top 16 directly to first place in the competition, which was the surprise Lin Hao intended for Fang Yao. Upon hearing Lin Hao's voice, Jiang Weiwei turned around looking at him in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Hao extended his right hand. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Lin Hao, an SS grade talent with lightning-type abilities currently at the bronze initial level. I hope to receive guidance from Principal Jiang in the future. Looking at Lin Hao's outstretched hand, Jiang Weiwei was momentarily at a loss for words. Her mind had gone blank as she mechanically extended her slender hand to shake Lin Hao's large hand. Are you kidding me? SS grade talent. Already at the bronze initial level. If I remember correctly, you just awakened 3 days ago. Wait, how did you defeat a low-level golden talent with just a bronze initial level? Wait. Is this the terrifying aspect of an SS grade ability user? At this moment, Suzuri's mouth was slightly agape. No wonder he was able to defeat me. An SS grade talent occurs once in a century, no once in a millennium. Even the one from 100 years ago was only an SS grade talent. Upon seeing Jiang Weiwei's dazed expression, Lin Hao helplessly said, Weiwei, can we let go of hands now? Hearing Lin Hao's voice, Jiang Weiwei finally came back to her senses, her face flushed red as she hurriedly released Lin Hao's hand. She then realized Lin Hao's cultivation issue. But coming to our martial university will delay your cultivation. That's the issue I want to discuss next. First, I hope the school can provide me with a quiet environment for cultivation. Secondly, I may not be able to participate in the school's practical or theoretical classes at times. Just giving me a name is enough. Thirdly, I will be going to the ferocious beast forest outside the city for training, and the academy must not interfere. Fourthly, although I will participate in the new student military training, I will not train with the new students. I need stronger combat power for my training. Fifth, I haven't thought of the fifth point yet. They'll mention it later. After hearing Lin Hao's 4 points, Jiang Weiwei did not hesitate and quickly agreed. Jiang Weiwei took a key from the drawer and handed it to Su Xiaowei. Xiaowei, dormitory number 1 will belong to Lin Hao from now on. Please take him to his class for check-in. Additionally, I will inform the teachers to handle Lin Hao's enrollment procedures. Regarding Lin Hao's talent, only the 3 of us know, so do not disclose it. At this point, Jiang Weiwei paused and said, Lin Hao, you can still call me principal from now on. Lin Hao was taken aback. It turned out she cared so much about this title. All right, Weiwei. After saying that, Lin Hao dashed out of the principal's office. Seeing Lin Hao run away, Jiang Weiwei felt quite vexed. As a principal, she couldn't hold her authoritative stance in front of Lin Hao. Su Xiaowei gave a helpless smile and then greeted Jiang Weiwei before hurriedly chasing after Lin Hao. On the way to the dormitory, Su Xiaowei had a mischievous grin. Lin Hao, why did you choose to stay? You wouldn't have fallen for our Weiwei, would you? If so, it's no problem. I can help you out. Hearing Suzuri's words, Lin Hao showed an evil grin. Miss Su, why are you so lacking in confidence? Could it not be that I stayed because of you? As he said this, Lin Hao leaned in close to Suzuri's ear. Miss Su's hand smells quite nice. Feeling the man's breath as he spoke close to her ear, Su Xiaowei was stunned, her face turning crimson. By the time she came back to her senses, Lin Hao had already walked far away. Damn it, daring to tease me. Su Xiaowei realized she had been played and instantly exploded with anger. The two playfully fought their way to dormitory number 1. Dormitory number 1 was located in the southeast of the academy, a small 2-story building surrounded by streams and rockeries. In the small yard, lush plants were planted. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this dormitory. Su Xiaowei unlocked the door, and the first floor consisted of a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a guest room. The second floor had 3 bedrooms. To Lin Hao's surprise, there was even a basement. The basement was an activity area with a training room of about 40 square meters on the southern side. However, the decoration of dormitory number 1 felt a bit feminine. This was previously Weiwei's dormitory. Su Xiaowei spoke up. Weiwei is indeed generous to give you this dormitory. I had asked her many times before, but she never parted with it for me. Since you want to live here so much, how about moving in with me? Lin Hao revealed a charming expression. At this moment, Su Xiaowei had figured out that Lin Hao was the type who only talked big. Alright, since Lin Hao wants his sister to move in, then I will move in to keep you company, so that you won't be lonely by yourself. Okay, then it's settled. Whoever doesn't move in is a little dog. Su Xiaowei had Lin Hao all figured out, and Lin Hao was no different. Hearing Lin Hao say this, Su Xiaowei scoffed. In your dreams, this princess would never let you smelly. Alright, Lin Hao, my dear brother, I should be going now. You tidy up well. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, so don't be late. After saying this, Su Xiaowei left with a light step. Vixen, Lin Hao muttered, shaking his head. He then began to tidy up the room. The entire place was very tidy with no dust. It was evident that someone usually cleaned it. Lin Hao put away his daily necessities and clothes, then turned and went to the training room to cultivate. The next morning, Lin Hao arrived at the playground. Today was the opening ceremony, as well as the Martial University's oath-taking ceremony. Joining the Martial University meant you were heading to the front lines to fight, representing the sacrifice for the nation. Unlike the liberal arts college, students at the Martial University generally had no vacations and had to obey the military's dispatch. Students at the Martial University might be called to the front lines to fight ferocious beasts at any moment, and it was very likely they would never return. Therefore, every year the Martial University held an oath-taking ceremony at the beginning of the school year. Those unprepared to sacrifice would not be admitted. Lin Hao was assigned to class 1 of the first year. Upon arriving at the designated area, he did not attract anyone's attention, quietly standing at the back of the line. Before long, Zhang Weiwei and a group of school leaders stepped onto the platform, accompanied by a middle-aged man in military uniform. A large 5-point star was prominently displayed on the epaulets of that middle-aged man. Zhang Weiwei was dressed in formal attire today, still exuding an ethereal quality. However, unlike yesterday, today Zhang Weiwei lacked the fragility and instead showed more strength and determination. Before long, the opening ceremony began. Zhang Weiwei was the first to speak. Firstly, welcome everyone to join the Mountain City Warrior University. When you step into this campus, it signifies that you are no longer a protected child, no longer a student residing in the classroom every day, and no longer a prince or princess who has everything handed to them. Instead, you are martial artists who dare to sacrifice and devote themselves for this country and its people. Students, when you step into this campus, have you ever thought about what it means to be a martial artist? A martial artist is not a reckless brute who seeks to prove their bravery, nor a robber who bullies the weak. A martial artist is one who strikes with the force of a mountain and possesses a heart as calm as still water, a great hero who shoulders the responsibility for the country and its people. They are weapons that make ferocious beasts tremble at the sight, beyond the fortress the sharp blades that aim to achieve everlasting peace. Next, let us invite General Jiang Tianhai, the commander of the Western Military District, to lead us in the oath. General Jiang Tianhai is the protector of our Western Military District and one of the 4 great military gods praised by the people. He has single-handedly resisted beast tides multiple times, buying precious time for the Summer Kingdom's counterattack against the ferocious beasts, and has protected important state resources on numerous occasions. He is a military god who strikes fear in the hearts of ferocious beasts and the backbone of the Summer Kingdom. Students, I know that you enrolled in the Martial University to become strong, but what does it mean to be strong? It means having the courage to fight alone like General Jiang and the determination to protect home and country, shedding the last drop of blood. That is the true meaning of strength. Students, can you achieve that? At this moment, the students on the playground were moved by Zhang Weiwei's profound speech, each one shouting at the top of their lungs. Yes, with our blood we forged the glory of Huaxia. Jiang Tianhai looked at the youthful faces in the audience, sighed quietly, and then took the microphone from Jiang Wei. Students, I am not as great as your principal claims. I am merely a soldier doing what is expected of me as a... Looking at your innocent faces reminds me of my classmates. They were just like you, filled with passionate blood and heartfelt emotions. However, I must say that the path of a warrior is fraught with difficulties. Once you embark on this journey, you will face endless ferocious beasts, unceasing battles, and bloodshed. I can tell you now that the survival rate of students graduating from various martial arts universities in the past 5 years is only about 30. You may soon face separation from your family and friends and confront death. In the face of the overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts, I do not wish to deceive you. The Martial Arts University has relaxed its admission policies because the situation at the front lines is dire. You may need to go to the front lines at any moment to sacrifice yourselves. If you feel frightened now and choose to withdraw, I do not blame you. You have that right and opportunity. But once you become a student of the martial arts university and step onto the battlefield, if you cowardly try to escape, then I will tell you that I will be the first to kill you. With that, Jiang Tianhai paused for a full 2 minutes, giving the students ample time to contemplate. Very well, I see your bravery and determination. Now please follow me in taking an oath. I swear. The students raised their right hands into fists and shouted in unison with Jiang Tianhai. I swear as a warrior, I shall defend our homeland with my flesh and blood, using my body as a shield and my bones as a blade to protect our mountains and rivers intact. If I fight, I will stain the battlefield with my blood. If I die, I will forge the Great Wall with my bones. At this moment, the roar of the crowd shook the heavens, and the passionate oath struck the soul of everyone present. At this moment, all the students stood up straight, holding their heads high. The shouts soared to the skies, shaking the earth. After the opening ceremony, each class homeroom teacher led their students back to the classroom. Lin Hao also returned to the classroom with his class. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 was Han Lingling, a seemingly delicate girl who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with fair skin and ear-length black hair. Once the students settled down, Han Lingling said, "Students, welcome once again to be students of Shanxing Martial Arts University. My name is Han Lingling, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years." Saying this, Han Lingling wrote her name on the blackboard and then added her contact information. Today there are no specific classes because starting tomorrow you will face a 3-month military training process. Everyone must participate. Upon hearing this, the students all turned gloomy, contrasting sharply with their earlier spirited demeanor during the oath. After all, they were still children. Seeing the distressed students below, Han Lingling was not angry, but smiled gently. Starting tomorrow, instructors sent by the Western Military District Headquarters will lead your military training, and I will follow along with the team. I won't introduce myself today, the instructors will guide you tomorrow. Gather on the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that, Han Lingling ended the class. Before leaving, she suddenly asked, "Which one of you is Lin Hao?" The students present were momentarily stunned, and even Lin Hao himself was slightly taken aback. He quickly raised his hand. "Teacher Han, that's me. Come with me for a moment." With that, she walked out of the classroom, and Lin Hao hurriedly followed. What the hell is the teacher going to give him special treatment? I smell an opportunity. The students in the classroom began to discuss among themselves. Lin Hao quickly caught up to the homeroom teacher. "Teacher Han, did you call for me?" Han Lingling smiled. "I'm not looking for you. Our principal is looking for you." "Oh, what does Wei Wei want with me?" Lin Hao spoke without thinking, likely used to calling her Wei Wei. He didn't pay attention to the title, while Han Lingling regarded him with a strange look. "Are you quite familiar with our principal?" "I suppose so." Lin Hao chuckled nervously. "Are you his friend?" Han Lingling asked curiously. "No, I'm his enemy." Lin Hao's expression darkened. At this moment, Han Lingling had already brought Lin Hao to the principal's office. She knocked on the door, and after receiving a response from inside, she opened the door and entered. "Principal Jiang, I've brought Lin Hao here." Han Lingling bowed slightly. At this time in the principal's office, besides Jiang Weiwei, there was also a tall, middle-aged man in military uniform. This man was none other than Jiang Tianhai, who had just led the students in taking the oath. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Jiang Weiwei smiled and said, "Teacher Han, Lin Hao will not participate in military training with the class. Additionally, you can simply list Lin Hao's name for your classes. He may be absent at times." Han Lingling was somewhat surprised by this, but did not argue. She merely bowed slightly. "I understand, principal." She then stepped back. After Han Lingling left, Jiang Tianhai approached Lin Hao. "You are Lin Hao?" Lin Hao, surprised, instinctively replied yes. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure bore down on Lin Hao. He felt as if he were carrying several mountains on his back, unable to move. But in an instant, dark thunderclouds enveloped Lin Hao, the black lightning forming a protective armor around him. The thunder crackled around him. The walls and vases in the room shattered. Lin Hao straightened his back, fearlessly meeting Jiang Tianhai's gaze. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai was deeply astonished. Who is he? He is a divine general, a god-level. Although the released pressure was minimal, it was still beyond what a mere bronze stage Lin Hao could withstand. Yet Lin Hao not only endured this pressure successfully, but also showed signs of counterattacking. Meanwhile, Jiang Weiwei was also dumbfounded. Is Lin Hao really that formidable? He stands undaunted before a god-level figure. After a moment, Jiang Tianhai withdrew his pressure. Very good. I heard Weiwei say you will undergo more intense military training. At first I thought you were just a hot-headed fool, but you've truly impressed me. Jiang Tianhai smiled slightly, and Lin Hao replied, General Jiang, you jest. My little abilities are still insufficient in your presence. Seeing Lin Hao's attitude, Jiang Tianhai was quite pleased. Weiwei, tomorrow I will arrange for several good instructors to provide him with Annihilation training. Annihilation? Dad, can Lin Hao handle that? Daddy. Lin Hao was deeply astonished, blurting out his surprise. What the heck? Jiang Weiwei's dad, is Jiang Tianhai a top figure? She wouldn't want to take revenge on me for what happened yesterday, would she? No way, she's not that petty. I thought today you were so braggadocios on stage. Turns out he's your dad. Hearing Lin Hao's exclamation, Jiang Tianhai looked at Lin Hao oddly, then at Jiang Weiwei. Seeing Jiang Tianhai slowly reaching into his pocket, Lin Hao immediately broke into a cold sweat. General Jiang, let me explain. I only met Principal Jiang yesterday. Hey Principal, say something. I don't want to die this early. Now the little brat knows him, the principal. Jiang Weiwei was in high spirits at this moment. She finally got her revenge. Dad, don't scare him. I really only met him yesterday. Hearing his daughter say this, Jiang Tianhai's expression softened, and he burst into hearty laughter, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. Seeing Jiang Tianhai take out cigarettes and a lighter, Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought he was pulling out a gun or something that scared me to death. Wait, just wait. We've settled this score. Not bad, young man. Your earlier aura really impressed Eve. Jiang Tianhai lit a cigarette and took a puff. Instantly the room was filled with swirling smoke. Dad, you can't smoke here, Jiang Weiwei said with a hint of melancholy. Seeing his daughter object, Jiang Tianhai had no choice but to reluctantly extinguish the cigarette. Starting tomorrow, I will provide you with specialized training for 3 months. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Lin Hao straightened his back, immediately shouting loudly, as though he feared Jiang Tianhai wouldn't hear him. Good. You can go back now, but be here early tomorrow. Jiang Tianhai nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, General Jiang. Goodbye, Principal Jiang. With that, Lin Hao dashed out of the principal's office. Once outside the principal's office, Lin Hao let out a deep breath. Phew, why do I feel like I've just walked through the gates of death? Wei, why didn't you tell me your dad was so amazing? Back in the dormitory, Lin Hao unusually skipped his training and dove into his bed, needing to calm his nerves. Wei, that Lin Hao kid is not bad. If you like him, just tell your dad, and he'll keep an eye on him, Jiang Tianhai said, also in a good mood. Oh, Dad, what are you talking about? He's just a kid who just entered school. I'm already 22, Jiang Weiwei. What's wrong with being 22? There's no law in the country that says you can't marry a younger guy, Jiang Tianhai said earnestly. Oh, come on, Mary. I don't even want to marry yet. I still want to spend more time with you and Mom. Hearing this, Jiang Tianhai sighed. How can that be? I'm still waiting to hold my grandchild. Alright, if you really like him, just let your dad know. Now tell me about his talents. Jiang Weiwei then recounted everything she knew about Lin Hao's talents to Jiang Tianhai. What did you say? He can defeat Xiaorui. I remember Xiaorui just advanced to gold level recently. How could he, a newly promoted bronze, defeat a gold? Jiang Tianhai widened his eyes as he looked at Jiang Weiwei. It's not exactly a defeat, besides Xiaorui didn't exert her full strength. But I estimate Lin Hao should have no problem defeating a silver. Is this kid really that talented? By the way, I noticed his lightning abilities are quite extraordinary. Even I feel a sense of dread from his thunder power. Jiang Tianhai was curious. What kind of talent does he have? Jiang Weiwei hesitated. First, she promised Lin Hao not to disclose his talent, and second, if her dad found out he had an SS level talent, he would definitely go crazy and try to take him away. Then her college competition would be ruined. Seeing Jiang Weiwei hesitate to speak, Jiang Tianhai was also very curious. What's wrong? Can't you say? With that kid's earlier aura, I guess he must at least have an A-level talent. Otherwise you wouldn't act like this. Are you afraid he'll take him away? Your dad hasn't reached the point of stealing his daughter's things yet. Jiang Weiwei's eyes lit up at this. Then Dad, you promised not to compete with me. Jiang Weiwei began to set a trap for her father. Oh, I want compete. But if you two have nothing going on, why do I feel like you're protecting him so much? You haven't even married yet, and you're already leaning outward. Seeing her dad digress again, Jiang Weiwei hurriedly said, you promised no competing. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. You are a military god, you cannot go back on your promise. If I said I want compete, then I want compete, Jiang Tianhai said as he took a sip from the cup on the table. Lin Hao has an SS level talent. What did you say? Say that again. Jiang Tianhai sprayed his tea, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Hey Dad, don't get too excited. Seeing her father's reaction, Jiang Weiwei quickly went over to rub his back. This old man won't go back on his word, right? He won't try to take him away, will he? What did you say? What talent? After a while, Jiang Tianhai glared at Jiang Weiwei and asked. SS level talent. But Dad, you mustn't tell anyone. I promised Lin Hao not to say anything. Now besides me and Xiaorui, you're the only one who knows. Jiang Weiwei looked at her father anxiously. SS level talent, SS level talent. Jiang Tianhai kept repeating, and suddenly he burst into wild laughter. Ha ha, truly blessed by the heavens for our Xiagua. It's been nearly 200 years since the invasion of the fierce beasts, and finally, there's an awakener with SS level talent. Even that great figure from 100 years ago only had S level talent. Xiagua can finally see the light of. Seeing Jiang Tianhai ignoring her completely, Jiang Weiwei pouted. Dad, you just said you wouldn't compete with me for Lin. Looking at his daughter's pout, Jiang Tianhai began to play the emotional card. Weiwei, if Lin Hao really has SS level talent, it would be of great significance to the entire country. Jiang Tianhai felt a little embarrassed. He had just promised his daughter not to compete with her for Lin Hao, and now he was about to go back on his word in less than half a minute, which indeed felt a bit shameless. Dad, just stop with that. I know what you're thinking. I'll tell you I discussed this with Lin Hao before, but he still chose to stay at Shanxing Martial University. Don't think about taking him away from me. He doesn't know anything. How can a martial arts university compare to the entire country? He's really short-sighted. Just as Zhang Tianhai was about to scold Lin Hao for being too narrow-minded, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Weiwei, why did he choose to stay? How would I know? Zhang Weiwei had also lost her temper. Weiwei, you see you're not too young anymore. It's time to find a partner. I think that Lin Hao kid is pretty good. He looks handsome, is polite, and has a sense of patriotism. Before Zhang Tianhai could finish, Zhang Weiwei grabbed an apple from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. What are you talking about? I just met him yesterday. Besides, what's so good about Lin Hao? Thinking of how Lin Hao had made her so angry yesterday, Zhang Weiwei gritted her teeth. Hearing his daughter's words, Zhang Tianhai sighed. How about this tomorrow? I'll test Lin Hao. If he really is the top genius you say he is, I can provide him with training resources. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiwei's eyes lit up. With her dad's help, Lin Hao could grow even faster. Thinking of Lin Hao's terrifying speed in absorbing beast cores, Zhang Weiwei showed an expression like a little fox. Dad, you have to support me a bit more. We'll talk about this after you test Lin Hao. Zhang Tianhai didn't notice his daughter's expression and casually agreed. Leave it to your dad. On the other side, Lin Hao lay in his blanket for a whole half-hour before getting up to prepare for training. Taking out the partially absorbed silver-level beast core from the system space, Lin Hao sighed. Soon he'll be at my wit's end. Then he began his cultivation. The next day at the martial arts training ground. The 3-month military training for new students has officially begun. Instructors dispatched from the Western Military District are dividing the new students into groups. Even as martial artists, the students must start their training from the most basic courses. The first week of training is dedicated to fostering team awareness and obedience among the newcomers. The curriculum consists of basic postures and marching drills. These activities are relatively easy for the newly initiated martial artists. Meanwhile, in a smaller training area, Zhang Tianhai has recruited 5 golden-level instructors for Lin Hao who have lived up to expectations by formulating various training plans for him overnight. Even though Lin Hao possesses SS-level talent as an ability user, he too must start from the most basic courses. Like the newcomers, he needs to develop discipline and a sense of obedience. The first phase of the training lasts a full week. Every day, Lin Hao must wake up before dawn to complete a 10-kilometer weighted run and navigate jungle obstacles. Additionally, he must practice standing in formation and response drills, which are essential for building endurance and reaction time. By the end of the week, Lin Hao is already exhausted. Whether it's mealtime or sleep time, someone would always throw smoke bombs into the dormitory. The worst moment was when Lin Hao was in the restroom and a flashbang was thrown in. Is this even military training? A dog's life is better than mine, Lin Hao lamented. He had completely lost the initial determination to improve himself. At the same time, Zhang Weiwei discreetly provided Lin Hao with extra support in terms of food and training. She managed to get 10 silver-level beast cores from Zhang Tianhai for him. Lin Hao was incredibly moved. If Zhang Weiwei weren't a girl, he would have definitely hugged her and kissed her. After a week, Lin Hao entered the second phase of training. This phase focuses on close combat, and he is not allowed to use his abilities. According to the instructors, an ability user like Lin Hao with lightning-type talent becomes useless when engaged in close combat with martial artists or fierce beasts lacking even the strength for self-defense. Initially, Lin Hao couldn't even last a minute against one instructor's attacks, suffering a bruised face. The key point was that the instructors could ambush him at any time. Indeed, it was an ambush. This was to train Lin Hao's alertness. Whether he was eating, sleeping, or using the restroom, he had to remain vigilant. 2 weeks passed, and Lin Hao was now able to spar with 3 instructors. Facing the 3 golden-level instructors' joint attacks, he remained calm and composed. Blocking, counterattacking, sweeping kicks. These basic techniques had already melded in Lin Hao's mind. He even grew fond of the exhilarating feeling of physical combat. This is youth. This is the passionate spirit that a man should possess. Throughout these weeks of training, Lin Hao returned to the dormitory with bruises every day. Zhang Tianhai and Zhang Weiwei watched Lin Hao's growth with keen eyes. Zhang Tianhai looked at Lin Hao with growing satisfaction. Dad, are you sure you won't ruin Lin Hao with your training? Not at all, Zhang Weiwei said with concern. She knew how tough her father was on Lin Hao. Zhang Tianhai was unfazed. Being a god-level powerhouse, he could see Lin Hao's potential. This is just the beginning. It's only been a month, and the next 2 months will be even tougher. What's wrong? Are you worried? Zhang Weiwei chose to remain silent, seeing her father divert the topic. Under the high-intensity sparring, another week passed. Lin Hao was now able to spar with 5 instructors. On this day, 6 people stood on a small competition stage with 5 surrounding a young man in the middle. That young man was Lin Hao, and the 5 surrounding him were his instructors. Today marks the beginning of a new training course teaching Lin Hao how to control his abilities. This is also Lin Hao's first time showcasing his power in front of others. Although they didn't know what kind of talent Lin Hao's black lightning represented, their instincts honed by years of life and death battles told them that Lin Hao's lightning was extraordinary. Hao with caution. Although they didn't know what kind of talent Lin Hao's black lightning represented, their instincts honed by years of life and death battles told them that Lin Hao's lightning was extraordinary. At that moment, the lightning surrounding Lin Hao suddenly surged, expanding to double its original range. The technique Instant Thunder Prison Flash was activated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao appeared before one of the instructors. His right fist, enveloped in raging black lightning, struck the instructor. With a loud bang, that instructor was sent flying for dozens of meters. Jiang Tianhai, quick on his feet, rushed to catch the instructor who had been thrown off the training stage. Not that I was careless. The remaining 4 instructors reacted swiftly upon seeing their teammate being knocked away. The 4 golden-level warriors unleashed their power and charged at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, was already prepared. He activated Instant Thunder Prison Flash, once more evading the 4 instructors' assault. The 4 were astonished. What incredible speed. This speed is comparable to platinum level. What technique is this? At the same time, Jiang Tianhai and Zhang Weiwei widened their eyes, and Zhang Tianhai's expression turned serious. This technique's speed has increased more than tenfold. It must be at least an Earth-level technique. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai gained a new understanding of Lin Hao. After evading the ambush, Lin Hao formed hand seals, and a terrifying aura of lightning erupted from him. The previously small black lightning surrounding him transformed into dozens of thick bolts, rapidly spreading outward from Lin Hao. Technique Endless Thunder Prison. The instructors did not dare to be careless and began to use their combat skills to defend. Combat skill Sky-Splitting Slash. Combat skill Dominating Blade Decision. For blazing blades clashed with the black lightning with unmatched force, causing a tremendous explosion in the center of the training ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. At this moment, the 4 instructors stood back to back in a swastika formation, maintaining a vigilant stance. As the dust settled, Lin Hao's figure had already vanished. The 4 were left stunned. Only Jiang Tianhai gazed seriously at the sky. Where's Lin Hao? He couldn't have been sliced in half, right? One instructor remarked. No way. Suddenly, the 4 felt a warning in their hearts and looked up at the sky together. They saw Lin Hao soaring above, wings of wind and thunder enveloping him. In his hand, he condensed an enormous black lightning sphere, diving straight down towards the 4. Not good. Jiang Tianhai could no longer sit still. He instantly appeared before the 4 instructors and lightly tapped the terrifying black lightning sphere, which then exploded. Jiang Tianhai formed a sword with his fingers, slicing through the air twice. The furious lightning aura was eerily contained within a space until it dissipated. Such terrifying destructive power. The 5 instructors, along with Zhang Weiwei, were all left dumbfounded. Lin Hao stood in the center of the training ground, leaning on his knees, breathing heavily. Having unleashed 4 heavenly-level techniques in succession, he had exhausted more than half of his spiritual energy. Jiang Tianhai quickly approached him. Lin Hao, how did you awaken so many techniques? Normally, martial artists or ability users can only awaken 1 skill at each stage, yet you have awakened 4. At this moment, Lin Hao straightened up and smiled faintly. General Jiang, I don't know. When I advanced to the initial bronze stage, all these techniques just appeared in my mind. Jiang Tianhai's expression turned extremely serious as he waved his hand, enveloping the competition stage in a massive energy shield. What happened today must be kept secret. Anyone who dares to leak it will face military law. Understood, General Jiang. The 5 instructors, along with Zhang Weiwei, stood tall and saluted. Today's training is suspended. You 5 take a day off. Weiwei, Lin Hao, come with me. With that, Jiang Tianhai headed towards Zhang Weiwei's office. Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "Oh, finally I can take a day off. After instantly casting 4 sky-level skills, my spiritual power is almost drained. I need to get a good night's sleep tonight." With this thought, Lin Hao quickly caught up with Jiang Tianhai and Zhang Weiwei. Lin Hao, I know you have your own secrets, and I want to ask, what do you feel about today's practical training? Jiang Tianhai took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao. General Jiang, to be honest, I don't have much to say except that I'm tired, Lin Hao replied with a hint of frustration. Ha! After hearing Lin Hao's response, Jiang Tianhai burst into laughter. You brat, casting 4 techniques in a row, it's no wonder you're exhausted. You must understand that typically a golden level warrior has 3 techniques, while those from prominent families might have 4 at the golden stage, and one of those is often a family heirloom. You at the bronze level already possess 4 techniques, and from my observation, the quality of each is quite high. You only feel tired if others heard you say that they would likely faint from envy. Because even a golden level warrior would have their spiritual power completely drained if they cast 4 techniques like you did. Jiang Tianhai chuckled. You can drop the General Jiang title from now on. Oh, just call me Uncle Jiang. Lin Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Uncle Jiang, he exclaimed joyously. Oh, it's foolish not to attach oneself to someone powerful. From now on, I can walk through the school with confidence. Oh wait, I can walk through the entire western region with confidence. Jiang Tianhai nodded in satisfaction. Since you call me uncle, I'll gift you something. Saying this, Jiang Tianhai took out a very old book from his storage ring. Zhang Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. What was that? It was the secret technique of the Jiang family. The concentration technique. This technique's strength lies not in its power, but in the accumulation during cultivation. By solidifying spiritual energy through the concentration technique, one can double their spiritual reserves. In other words, if two individuals are at the golden level, the one practicing the concentration technique will have double the spiritual energy reserves compared to one who does not. Additionally, the power of the skills they release will also increase. Dad. Jiang Weiwei wanted to intervene, but was silenced by a glare from Jiang Tianhai. Uncle Jiang, this gift is too precious, oh I can't accept it. Lin Hao hurriedly declined. He wasn't foolish, he understood the principle of not receiving unearned rewards. I'll just take it. This is an order. With no choice, Lin Hao accepted the technique and sincerely thanked him. This is a handwritten copy. Remember to burn it after you fully comprehend it. With no choice, Lin Hao accepted the technique and sincerely thanked him. This is a handwritten copy. Remember to burn it after you fully comprehend it. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai's expression was cunning like an old fox while Lin Hao remained oblivious. What would you like to ask Uncle Jiang? How many people are there in your family? What do they do? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this question from Jiang Tianhai. However, he brushed it off as casual conversation. There's my grandmother and my little aunt. I also have a younger sister who just started elementary school this year. Oh, what about your parents? Jiang Tianhai inquired further. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes dimmed for a moment. My parents are rarely home, my sister, and I hardly see them. Grandma told me that my parents sacrificed themselves during a beast tide. Hearing this, both Jiang Tianhai and Jiang Weiwei were momentarily taken aback, and then comforted him, saying, Poor child, from now on Weiwei, and I will be your family. Lin Hao felt quite moved upon hearing this, and didn't think anything was amiss. He nodded gratefully, thank you. However, these words sounded different to Jiang Weiwei, who was blushing. She looked like she wanted to say something, but dared not. Her father had given the family heirloom technique to Lin Hao and had inquired about his family situation. It was evident to anyone that Jiang Tianhai had intentions. Only Lin Hao, the oblivious one, remained unaware. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Hao took his leave. Jiang Tianhai granted Lin Hao a 3-day break, instructing him to return to the training ground in 3 days for the 4th phase of training. Once Lin Hao left, Jiang Weiwei could no longer hold back. Dad, the concentration technique is the Jiang family's secret technique. How could you so hastily give it to Lin Hao? Jiang Weiwei pouted, clearly upset. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianhai said something shocking. Who says I gave it to Lin Hao hastily? I think that kid Lin Hao is quite good, he suits my taste. I've decided he will be my son-in-law. Jiang Weiwei was incredulous. Dad, what are you saying? Am I still your daughter? At this moment, her face was as, of course you're my daughter. Feelings can be cultivated slowly, right? Do you dare tell me you have no feelings for Lin Hao at all? As Jiang Weiwei's father, how could Jiang Tianhai not understand his daughter? Did you think those 10 silver-level beast cores were easy to obtain? His own daughter had even gone to the school cafeteria to serve food to Jiang Tianhai and Lin Hao. Jiang Tianhai may not have said anything, but he noticed everything. Why hadn't he received such treatment before? Instead, he was now benefiting from Lin Hao. Jiang Weiwei felt as if the whole world had abandoned her. Alright, after assigning the final training task to Lin Hao, Dad should head back. I've been out for a month already. If I don't go back, your mom will probably punish me when I get home. Let her punish you. They'll go report to Mom that you're messing around outside. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei's face puffed up like a bun, showing her unwillingness. On the other hand, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory and eagerly began to study the technique Jiang Tianhai had given him. He wanted to master it as quickly as possible before proceeding with his cultivation. 3 days later, Lin Hao arrived at the training ground with breakfast, but the place was empty. Suddenly, a sense of crisis rapidly surged in Lin Hao's heart. Without hesitation, Lin Hao activated the Thunder Prison Instant Flash. Just as he stood there, a pit over a meter deep appeared at his previous location. Soon Jiang Tianhai, Jiang Weiwei, and 5 instructors stepped out from the shadows. Jiang Tianhai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Old Jiang, that's not fair. I brought you breakfast, and you actually tried to ambush me. General Jiang. Lin Hao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He knew to address him as general in front of outsiders. He handled this well. Jiang Tianhai nodded, pleased with Lin Hao's address. For the next 2 months, your training will no longer take place here, but in the beast-infested forest outside the fortress. I give you 2 months. You must bring back 20 silver-level beast cores and 5 golden-level beast cores. During this time, you'll not only face the beast's attacks, but these 5 instructors will also periodically attack you. If you fail to complete the task in 2 months, it signifies failure in your military training project, and the school will penalize you with a year's worth of academic credits. If you succeed, the school will grant you an additional 500 credits outside of military training. Do you understand? Lin Hao replied, General Jiang, what are credits? Credits are a point system at the Martial University. In the Martial University, you need credits for everything, including meals, cultivation, and borrowing training facilities. Students must earn credits by completing various tasks. Money is the least useful thing at the Martial University. At this point, Jiang Weiwei explained to Lin Hao. Lin Hao scratched his head. Is 500 credits a lot? Jiang Weiwei responded, her lips twitching. 500 credits would be enough for you to eat in the cafeteria for 10 years. Lin Hao's face darkened. Weiwei, I'm not a foodie. Don't compare everything to food. The forest outside the city is a zone of ferocious beasts. These past 2 months have probably been quite a trial, Lin Hao muttered as he walked deep into the dense forest. His mission had been issued unexpectedly by Jiang Tianhai that morning, leaving him unprepared. I should find a suitable place to rest first. I have no idea what the highest level beasts in this ferocious beast forest are like. Lin Hao walked for an afternoon and faced several attacks from ordinary level beasts, which he easily repelled with a couple of punches. Finally, as evening approached, Lin Hao discovered a cave with a small stream nearby. He immediately decided to use this location as his base. However, just as Lin Hao arrived at the cave entrance, he suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, the long-absent system suddenly spoke up and automatically displayed the system panel. Ding, warning, warning, host is about to face danger. Ding, 10 silver-level ghost leopards detected near. Ding, danger level 3. Lin Hao was taken aback. This was the first warning the system had issued since he acquired. Without hesitation, black lightning surrounded Lin Hao, and at the same time, 10 leopards the size of cars appeared before him from the darkness. Their fur was as black as ink, resembling demons from the darkness, with claws over a dozen centimeters long like the scythes of death, and 2 eyes like yellow gemstones staring intently at Lin Hao. The system then sent another message. Ding, ghost leopard silver level initial stage skills, shadow ghost step, rending claw. Lin Hao did not act rashly. This was his first encounter with a life and death crisis, making him cautious. Suddenly, a strong wind rushed at Lin Hao from behind. Without turning his head, he activated the Thunder Prison Instant Flash. Just as the ghost leopard launched its sneak attack, he dodged its strike. At the same time, the black lightning in the palm of his right hand struck the side of the ghost leopard. The leopard's body was sent flying nearly 10 meters, as if struck by a hammer. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the other ghost leopards chose to launch a frontal assault. Lin Hao, having assessed the ghost leopard's speed during the previous battle, used the Thunder Prison Instant Flash repeatedly to knock the stone ghost leopards to the ground solely with his physical strength. The ghost leopards, in pain, dared not attack lightly, but did not retreat either. Lin Hao would not give them a chance to breathe. He unleashed endless Thunder Prison, summoning a torrential rain of lightning that instantly killed the 10 ghost leopards. Seeing the ghost leopards dead, Lin Hao cautiously took out his dagger and ensured each one received a finishing blow. He also collected their beast cores. Phew, it seems I have dinner sorted for tonight. Did I stumble upon a leopard den? After collecting the ghost leopards' bodies, Lin Hao entered the cave. The cave was not large, but it was enough for Lin Hao to sleep in. He chuckled, thinking that the assessment required 20 silver-level beast cores, and he had already collected 10 on the first night. Lin Hao was very satisfied with his results. Meanwhile, in a tree 100 meters outside the cave, someone commented, "Isn't the task given to Lin Hao too easy?" It's not that it's too easy, but rather that Lin Hao is too monstrous. He effortlessly killed 10 silver-level ghost leopards in an instant. Indeed, this is just the first day of the assessment. I can't imagine what hell be like 2 months from now. Thus began Lin Hao's joyful journey in the ferocious beast forest. Every day, besides dealing with ferocious beasts, Lin Hao had to guard against ambushes from the instructors. Meanwhile, the beast cores in his space kept increasing day by day. Eventually, Lin Hao became too lazy to count how many there were. The 5 instructors were even more astonished. They had witnessed firsthand how Lin Hao killed beasts to obtain cores. Not to mention the silver-level ferocious beast tasks. Lin Hao completed even the golden-level tasks on the 15th day of entering the forest. Thus, Lin Hao spent 2 joyful months in the ferocious beast forest. On the last day, he even took a nice long nap right in front of the 5 instructors. The sight made the 5 instructors' veins bulge. Over these 2 months, they had no idea how many times they had fallen for Lin Hao's tricks, ending up surrounded by him. Phew, I finally made it out. There wasn't even one I could fight. Lin Hao sighed with relief as he stepped out of the forest. These 2 months had been exhausting, but the gains were tremendous. In the darkness afar, someone asked, "Are we still going to fight?" "Fight my foot. Do you think he doesn't know we're following?" Silver-level ghost leopards, silver-level hellhounds, golden-level armored rhinoceroses, and golden-level Kunping giant eagles. Lin Hao had dealt with every creature that flew in the sky or crawled on the ground. I even suspect Lin Hao has wiped out all the beasts in the ferocious beast forest. We should report to the superior quickly. We've truly struck gold this time. Lin Hao did not return directly to the academy, but instead went to the trading post in the mountain city. The trading post was a place for hunting teams to trade their kills. At the trading post, one could buy desired beast cores, herbs, ferocious beast meat, etc. And the trading post also purchased these items. When Lin Hao piled up a mountain of ferocious beast corpses in the trading hall, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Just in terms of silver-level ferocious beasts, Lin Hao had killed 732. He did not sell the golden-level ones, planning to take them back to school. Finally, amid the astonished gazes of everyone in the trading post, Lin Hao happily received nearly 30 million Huaxia coins. Ah, the young master finally has money. In high spirits, Lin Hao quickly returned to school, took a hot shower, and enjoyed a good sleep before heading to Jiang Wei. As he arrived at the office door, Lin Hao heard someone speaking inside. Wei Wei, do you think that brat Lin Hao has suffered greatly in the ferocious beast forest? He bullied me, and this time thanks to Uncle Jiang, I really gave Lin Hao a good lesson. You have no idea, just hearing you talk about it made me laugh in my sleep for days. Lin Hao's face darkened upon hearing this. Even without thinking, he knew the speaker was Su Xiaowei. She had been in charge of the new student military training recently and hadn't shown up in front of Lin Hao. Now that the new student military training had just ended, she was back to bouncing around. After undergoing Jiang Tianhai's life and death trials, Lin Hao found dealing with golden-level beasts to be a piece of cake. He didn't even knock and directly entered Jiang Weiwei's office. Beautiful Su, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I've had a very comfortable 2 months. Lin Hao teased Su Xiaowei. Upon seeing him, both women's eyes lit up. Lin Hao, you're back. After 2 months apart, Jiang Weiwei felt a bit unaccustomed. A little brother, Lin Hao is back. I heard you were sent to the ferocious beast forest by Uncle Jiang. You must have suffered a lot these past 2 months, Su Xiaowei said with tear-filled eyes, abandoning her earlier gloating demeanor. Little brother Lin Hao, you have no idea. I was so worried when I heard from Wei Wei that you went to the ferocious beast forest. It kept me from eating or sleeping peacefully. Lin Hao's lips twitched. Aren't you the one who laughed yourself awake from your dreams? He didn't continue to banter with Su Xiaowei and walked over to Jiang Weiwei's side. Wei Wei, I really suffered a lot these past 2 months. You must make it up to me. With that, Lin Hao imitated Su Xiaowei and squeezed out a couple of tears from his eyes. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei both twitched their lips. Your acting skills are really terrible. Seeing Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei's disbelief, Lin Hao decided to drop the pretense. I'm here to submit my task, and Uncle Lin promised me that if I completed it, I would get an extra 500 points. With that, Lin Hao took out 20 silver-grade beast cores and 5 gold-grade beast cores from his storage space. Upon seeing that Lin Hao had truly completed the task, Jiang Weiwei let out a sigh of relief. Just then, our beautiful Su spoke up again. Lin Hao, you didn't buy these beast cores, did you? Her expression was one of disbelief. Lin Hao cast a teasing glance at Su Xiaowei. Then, without a hint of hesitation, he began to pull out beast cores from his storage space. Of course not, I bought a ton of them. Would you like a few, beautiful Su? Looking at the mountain of silver-grade beast cores, Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei were left stunned. After a moment, Su Xiaowei stammered. Lin, how did you wipe out the beast forest? How many are there? Not many, just over 700. If I hadn't come back to submit the task, I could have collected even more. Over 700. At this point, Su Xiaowei was rendered speechless. Did you liberate the beast forest? Then Su Xiaowei's eyes lit up. Lin Hao, since you have so many beast cores that you want use up, why not share a few with your sister? I don't need much, just 200 cores. Lin Hao stared at Su Xiaowei with wide eyes, his expression incredulous. I mean, Su, how can you just say 200 cores like that? Things aren't that easy. Seeing Lin Hao's refusal, Su Xiaowei quickly added, don't be like that. I can let you in on a little secret about Wei Wei. This deal should work right. Xiaowei. Jiang Weiwei immediately exploded like a cat, whose tail had been stepped on. Lin Hao, hearing this, couldn't help but smirk slyly. Ahem, deal. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, both of them were momentarily stunned. Jiang Weiwei's face turned so red, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Su Xiaowei was even happier, saying, I told you Lin Hao has feelings for my Wei Wei. She then burst into laughter. Lin Hao ignored her self-directed performance and began to gather the beast cores. I'll give them to you whenever you tell me. After saying that, he winked at Su Xiaowei and dashed out of the office. Coming back to her senses, Su Xiaowei realized she had been played by Lin Hao again, instantly fuming with rage. Back at his dorm, Lin Hao was just about to enter his training state when his phone rang. Looking closely, he saw it was a call. He answered the call, and the moment it connected, a celestial voice came through. Idiot, it's been over 2 months since we last met. Did you miss me? Hearing Fang Yao's voice warmed Lin Hao's heart. Of course I missed you. How have you been these past 2 months? Fang Yao felt her heart warm upon hearing Lin Hao's voice and replied with a hint of sadness. My dad has been giving me special training every day. I'm either training or in seclusion. It's exhausting. I've been the same. Our school's military training just ended. Fang Yao added, Idiot, I have a week off now. Oh, great. I was planning to take a few days off too, and I want to go home. Why don't you come with me? Hearing that she was going to Lin Hao's home, Fang Yao's face turned crimson. Was she going to meet his parents so soon? She felt unprepared. Seeing that Fang Yao was silent, Lin Hao hurriedly replied, If you don't want to go, then don't worry. I'll go with you. You haven't seen your family in a long time. Upon hearing Fang Yao agree, Lin Hao was very pleased. After they finalized their meeting for the day after tomorrow, they hung up the phone. Early the next morning, Lin Hao arrived at Jiang Weiwei's office. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Weiwei already bent over her desk correcting documents. Lin Hao didn't disturb her and waited for a while until she finished correcting the documents. He then told Jiang Weiwei about wanting to take leave to go home tomorrow. Jiang Weiwei approved it immediately. In the end, Lin Hao still left 100 beast cores for both Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei enough for a year of their training. Jiang Weiwei felt quite embarrassed. As the principal, she had not provided Lin Hao with enough training resources, instead letting him bear the burden of his own. The next morning, Lin Hao packed his things. Fang Yao's flight would arrive in the afternoon, so he wasn't in a hurry. Just as he was about to leave, he ran into the female demon, Su Xiaowei. Lin Hao, I heard from Weiwei that you're going home today. I'm here to see you off. Also, thanks for the Beast Core's little brother. I mean, Su, why do I feel like you have so much free time? Don't you have classes to attend? Now that I have Lin Hao's Beast Cores, why would I need to attend classes? Then you should hurry up and go into seclusion to train. Lin Hao said with a dark expression. I just wanted to see you off since you're going home. I'm just being nice and you're not appreciating it. It really hurts my feeling. How about this? Why don't you come home with me? As Lin Hao found it difficult to shake her off, he suddenly had an idea. Upon hearing this, Su Rui's eyes brightened. Sure. Should I call Weiwei too? Then go call her. Oh, I'll wait for you here. Su Xiaowei had already been tricked by Lin Hao once or twice. This time, she was more cautious. Hurry and pack, little brother. Once you're done, we'll go find Weiwei. Lin Hao immediately twitched at the corner of his mouth. This female demon was not easy to fool. With no choice since the words were already out, Lin Hao had to follow Su Xiaowei back to Jiang Weiwei's office. Jiang Weiwei was very surprised to see Su Xiaowei and Lin Hao together. Why are both of you here together? Lin Hao, didn't you say you were going home today? Jiang Weiwei asked in confusion. Before Lin Hao could speak, Su Xiaowei jumped ahead. Lin Hao is going home and he invited us to his house as guests. Are you coming? Off. Jiang Weiwei's mind was momentarily blank. Then she saw Su Xiaowei giving her frantic signals and understood it was another one of Su Xiaowei's tricks. What are we going to do at Lin Hao's home? Besides, I have a mountain of things to deal with here. Xiaowei stopped messing around. Seeing Jiang Weiwei refuse, Su Xiaowei had no choice but to back down. In the war conference room of the Summer Country's military district headquarters, there were 13 people present, each of whom was at least at demigod level. At the forefront was a tall, handsome man dressed in a specially made overcoat. He was the strongest in the Summer Country, the legendary powerhouse Han Feng. The other 12 individuals seated were the commanders of the 4 military districts and the 8 major fortresses who were listening to a report from their subordinates. Report: the supplies from Qingsong Fortress have arrived at the front line and can be used to launch an attack. After the meeting, Han Feng invited the generals present to dine in a private room at the restaurant. During the meal, he said, Old Feng, I heard your daughter has awakened S-level talent as a warrior. Sai, my unremarkable daughter is nothing to speak of, nothing at all. Feng Wei said this, even as a smile bloomed on his face like a chrysanthemum. My boy just turned 16 this year and has recently awakened S-level talent as an extraordinary ability. How about we match them up? What do you mean by match up? That little girl probably already has someone in her heart. If I force a match, she would definitely come after me. Sai, Old Yuan, my daughter has someone in her heart already. If I were to matchmake her here, that little ancestor would surely turn the house upside down. Just the other day, I gave her a few days off, and she couldn't wait to go to Shancheng. The person called Old Yuan is the commander of the Southern Military District, the godly powerhouse, Yuan Feihong. Oh, the person your girl likes must have impressive talent as well. Upon hearing Old Yuan's words, Feng Wei's face instantly darkened. He thought of the boy his daughter had asked him to pull strings for, and Feng Wei felt a headache coming on. The person called Old Yuan is the commander of the Southern Military District, the godly powerhouse, Yuan Feihong. Oh, the person your girl likes must have impressive talent. Sai, what nonsense. That kid was only admitted because I asked the director of the personnel department at Shancheng Martial University to pull some strings. I don't know what kind of spell that kid Lin Hao cast on my daughter. An A-level talent with lightning abilities. How much potential could he possibly have? A-level talent. Yuan Feihong looked at Feng Wei incredulously and then said seriously, Old Feng, you can't joke about your daughter's future. A-level talent is abundant in our military district. How can a fool with A-level talent be worthy of your daughter? Feng Wei forced a bitter smile. Sai, you know me well enough. Oh, I can't help it. Everyone in the military district knows that Feng Wei is a well-known daughter slave. A-level talent, lightning abilities, Lin Hao Shancheng. Could it be? At this moment, Jiang Tianhai, who had been listening for a while, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Could the Lin Hao they were talking about be the one from Shancheng Martial University? If Lin Hao got in through Old Feng's connections, does that mean Old Feng's daughter has known Lin Hao for a long time? No, if that's the case, my little Weiwei is in danger. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai's mind was racing. Old Feng, you can't let your daughter run wild. This is no small matter. This concerns the reputation of your Feng family. A dignified S-level warrior marrying an A-level fool would not sound good if it got out. Jiang Tianhai quickly chimed in. Isn't that right? Old Feng, you can't indulge your daughter in major matters. Yuan Feihong added. Feng Wei suddenly had a bright idea. Old Jiang, I remember your daughter is the principal at Shancheng Martial University, right? Could you have her keep an eye on that Lin Hao for me? No problem, I'll call my daughter right away. Jiang Tianhai quickly replied. Unbeknownst to them, the two protagonists they were discussing were currently shopping in a mall, happily enjoying ice cream. Silly, do you think Grandma would like this sweater? Silly, what about this set of cosmetics? It should be perfect for your little aunt. Silly, this little princess dress is so cute. Your sister would look beautiful in it. At this moment Lin Hao felt quite embarrassed. Yao Yao, it's just a visit to my home. Do we really need to buy so many things? At this moment Lin Hao was loaded with shopping bags. That won't do, it's not nice to visit your home empty-handed for the first time. Lin Hao had a face full of black lines as he looked at the bags hanging all over him. Yao Yao, you call this empty-handed? If you keep buying, the mall might just be emptied out. The two continued shopping until the sun was about to set before finally arriving at Lin Hao's home. Gently knocking on the door, it was Lin Hao's little aunt Lin Yaya who opened it. Little aunt, I'm back. Upon seeing Lin Hao, who was bundled up in bags, Lin Yaya was momentarily astonished. You little rascal, how come you're back? After asking, she then noticed the stunning girl following Lin Hao. Lin Yaya was instantly rendered speechless. That little rascal just went to college for over 2 months and has already brought back such a beautiful girl. Little aunt, this is my friend Fong Yao. I came to visit today. Fong Yao quickly stepped forward. Hello little aunt, I'm Fong Yao, Lin Hao's friend. Seeing her little aunt still in shock, Lin Hao coughed lightly. Ahem, little aunt, are you not going to let us in? It was only then that Lin Yaya regained her senses. Oh, Fong Yao, right. Come in quickly. She then shot Lin Hao a glare. Little aunt, why are you glaring at me? Lin Hao looked confused. He then followed her inside. You little rascal, why didn't you inform the family beforehand that you were bringing your girlfriend home? Lin Yaya whispered in Lin Hao's ear. Lin Hao shrugged. I was too busy and forgot. This left Lin Yaya quite speechless. At this moment Grandma, who was cooking in the kitchen, also heard the commotion. Yaya, who has come? Mom, it's Xiao Hao, who is back, and he brought a friend. Lin Yaya called out to the kitchen. Shortly after, Grandma came out from the kitchen. Just as Lin Hao was about to speak, her gaze landed on Fong Yao. Oh my, this girl is truly beautiful. This little rascal doesn't study properly in school and already brings home a potential granddaughter-in-law after just 2 months. At this moment Grandma was feeling extremely pleased. The old Lin family could finally branch out. Hello Grandma, I'm Fong Yao, Lin Hao's friend. Alright, sit down quickly. I'm still busy in the kitchen. Yaya, keep Fong Yao company. They'll finish cooking soon and we'll eat together. They weren't nervous. Alright, sit down quickly. I'm still busy in the kitchen. Yaya, keep Fong Yao company. They'll finish cooking soon and we'll eat together. At this moment Grandma was in an exceptionally good mood. Lin Hao and the others sat on the sofa in the living room. Little aunt, where's Xiao Rou? Lin Hao looked around surprised not to see Lin Xiao Rou. She didn't have classes today, she's sleeping in her room. She should be waking up soon, you can go wake her up. Lin Hao quietly made his way to Lin Xiao Rou's room and saw her hugging a cute teddy bear fast asleep. Suddenly Lin Hao felt playful and pinched Lin Xiao Rou's chubby cheeks. Xiao Rou, wake up. Your brother is back. Brother. Lin Xiao Rou mumbled as she slowly opened her sleep. Brother, you're back. At this moment Lin Xiao Rou was clearly still half asleep, mumbling softly. But in an instant she opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. Brother. She immediately leaped into Lin Hao's arms, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. Brother is back. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Xiao Rou's hair. Let's go, it's time to eat. He then picked up Lin Xiao Rou and headed to. When Lin Hao entered the living room, he saw Fong Yao chatting with Lin Yaya, while Fong Yao's cheeks remained flushed. Xiao Rou, with her curious big eyes, wondered who this beautiful sister was that had come to their home. Xiao Rou slid off Lin Hao and took cute little steps towards Fong Yao, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sister, I'm Lin Xiao Rou, you're so pretty. Fong Yao immediately took a liking to Xiao Rou. Hello Xiao Rou, you're very pretty too. Are you my brother's girlfriend? Xiao Rou's unexpected question left the 3 people present momentarily stunned. Fong Yao was caught off guard by Xiao Rou's question, and her face instantly turned red. Lin Yaya silently gave her adorable niece a big thumbs up. Xiao Rou, your little aunt didn't spoil you for nothing. You really came through at a critical moment. At that moment Lin Hao was blushing furiously as he scooped up Xiao Rou, saying, this is my brother's friend, not a girl. However, Xiao Rou mercilessly sold Lin Yaya out, saying, but my aunt said that when my brother brings back a beautiful elder sister, that sister will be my brother's girlfriend. Lin Hao's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. Aunt, what on earth do you usually teach Xiao Rou at home? At that moment Lin Yaya also felt quite embarrassed. It was Fong Yao who broke the awkward atmosphere. Because things happened rather suddenly, I didn't know what you all liked, so I hurriedly bought some things at the mall. As she spoke, Fong Yao took out the items she had bought earlier. Upon hearing there were gifts, Xiao Rou joyfully hugged Fong Yao and gave her a kiss on the cheek. You're the best sister. At that moment Grandma also came out of the kitchen. Dinner is ready. The few of them quickly lined up to wash their hands and eat. During the meal Grandma kept serving dishes to Fong Yao while Lin Hao completely ignored her. Lin Yaya silently mourned for her nephew for a minute. After dinner Grandma and Fong Yao chatted about family matters. Lin Hao was then dispatched to wash the dishes. Xiao Yao, how many people are there in your family and what do they do? Grandma looked increasingly satisfied with Fong Yao. Grandma, my father is in the Eastern Military District and my mother left when I was very young. Upon hearing this Grandma sighed, what an unfortunate child. In the evening Fong Yao stayed at Lin Hao's house. Although it wasn't very big, there was an empty guest room just right for her. Fong Yao did not decline. Thus Lin Hao rare opportunity to spend 7 days with his family, and Lin Xiao Rou remarkably managed to get permission from Grandma to take a leave. Every day she followed Lin Hao and Feng Yao to play outside, which made the little girl extremely happy. Before leaving, Lin Hao secretly transferred 1 million to Lin Ye, not daring to transfer more for fear of raising suspicions. He only mentioned that it was payment for the corpses of fierce beasts hunted with the help of the instructors during military training. 7 days later, Feng Yao boarded the plane back to the Eastern Military District while Lin Hao returned to Shanqing Wuda. He immediately went to Jiang Weiwei's office, and seeing that she was the only one there, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness that female demon isn't here. From chatting with Jiang Weiwei, he learned that after military training there would be outdoor training tasks. Su Xiaorui was currently training outdoors with the freshmen. The training content was quite simple: to form teams and hunt ordinary fierce beasts. During the 3 months of military training, the students at Wuda also learned many combat skills. Currently, the instructors and homeroom teachers were leading the students to the wild for training against fierce beasts, a trial every Wuda student had to face. Only those with the courage to face death could defend their country. In the area where the freshmen were training, there usually wouldn't even be bronze-level fierce beasts. Each team was led by golden-level instructors, ensuring the safety of the students. Today happens to be the last day of training. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Jiang Weiwei thought of inviting Lin Hao to walk around, especially since she had to give a speech representing the school after training for him. Today happens to be the last day of training. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Jiang Weiwei thought of inviting Lin Hao to walk around, especially since she had to give a speech representing the school after training. Having not seen Lin Hao for a few days, Jiang Weiwei was somewhat unaccustomed. Lin Hao did not decline, saying, "Then let's go take a look." Coincidentally, he also wanted to see if there were any talented geniuses among the freshmen. Previously, Jiang Weiwei had mentioned to him that it was difficult for Shanqing Wuda to recruit students. Moreover, in 3 months, there would be a 100-school competition. Lin Hao also wanted to see if there were any suitable teammates. After having lunch, Jiang Weiwei drove them to the fierce beast forest outside the fortress. This fierce beast forest was not the same one Lin Hao had visited before. It only contained ordinary-level fierce beasts. After having lunch, Jiang Weiwei drove them to the fierce beast forest outside the fortress. This fierce beast forest was not the same one Lin Hao had visited before. It only contained for the 100-school competition 3 months later. You won't just let me go alone, right? There are talented students, but not many. This year we only recruited 3 students with decent talents. They are all martial artists and their talents are all level A. Lin Hao's expression froze upon hearing this. Weiwei, only 3 with level A talent. Are there no level S ones? Do you think level S talents are as common as cabbages in the market? This year is already considered good. In previous years, there were only 1 or 2. Jiang Weiwei shot Lin Hao an annoyed glance. At that moment, both Lin Hao and Jiang Weiwei were hidden, not disturbing the students' training. Lin Hao followed Jiang Weiwei's finger and saw 3 students, each challenging an ordinary fierce beast. The battle ended in less than a minute. These 3 are all at the bronze beginner level. Jiang Weiwei pointed to a sturdy little fat boy, saying, "His name is Wang Ming, and a level talent martial artist, and his weapon is the flame blade. His family, the Wang family, is also a well-known family in Shanqing. The Wang family has a family heritage sword technique called the soul-cutting 9 styles. This student has already practiced up to the 3rd style and has been recognized as a genius by the Wang family for decades." Jiang Weiwei then pointed to another tall, thin boy, saying, "His name is Lei Yunfan, and a level talent martial artist. His weapon is the Tianlin halberd, and he has awakened the battle skill illusion dance 6 styles. His halberd techniques are also extraordinary." Lastly, Jiang Weiwei pointed at an adorable little girl and said her name is Xia Qiuling. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She is also a level talent martial artist, and her weapon is the thunder axe, which is disproportionately large for her size. She is the apple of her family's eye. The Xia family has a family heritage combat technique called the 36 axes of Tiangang. It is said that those who can unleash 36 axes can split mountains and break cliffs. Lin Hao curiously sized up the not-so-tall little girl, saying, "That axe is taller than she is. It must be quite a challenge." A total of 10 people will participate in the 100-school competition, 5 main candidates and 5 substitutes. Among the main candidates, there will be 3 first-year students, 1 second-year student, and 1 third-year student. I plan to have all 3 of them participate, with 2 as main candidates and 1 as a substitute. Lin Hao nodded upon hearing this, saying, "All right, let's settle on that. In 3 months, whoever among them has the weakest cultivation will be the substitute." Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding, warning, warning, detecting that the host is about to face danger. Ding, detecting that there are 268 hellhounds approaching the host nearby. Ding, detecting that the hellhounds will encounter the host in half an hour. Ding, danger level 5. Extremely dangerous. Ding, danger level 5. Extremely dangerous. Ding, danger level 5. Extremely dangerous. Ding, danger level 5. Extremely dangerous." The system's highest danger level is 5, currently reflecting the most perilous situation. This was the first time the system had issued a level 5 warning. He had never encountered this, even when he was battling in the fierce beast forest. It was impossible to run away. Lin Hao could never abandon so many students and teachers as cowards. Taking the students with him was even less possible as their speed was inherently slow. Given how far this was from the fortress defensive zone, it would be better to conserve their strength for a desperate fight against the fierce beasts rather than wasting it on fleeing. Furthermore, fighting in this forest would be extremely disadvantageous for the students, as this fierce beast forest was like the home ground of the fierce beasts. Fighting them here would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. At this moment, Lin Hao's mind was racing, contemplating the best strategy. Wei. Lin Hao's expression was extremely grave at this moment. You must listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly turn serious, Jiang Wei was very curious. I sense a large number of ferocious beasts advancing towards us. Based on my estimation, they should be hellhounds numbering around 260. The first thing Lin Hao could do at this moment was to issue a warning. Fortunately, he had come with Jiang Wei, who otherwise the students would likely have perished here. What? Jiang Wei looked at Lin Hao with a face full of shock. She had no doubt about Lin Hao's abilities, but the sudden attack by so many ferocious beasts left her feeling extremely startled. Wei immediately sent a distress signal to the fortress. The hellhounds are still nearly half an hour away from us, and we won't have time to escape. However, the battlefield should not be chosen here. Fortunately, we are not far from the edge of the forest, only a 10-minute journey. We need to move to an open area and prepare for the confrontation. At this moment, Jiang Wei did not dare to delay. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she immediately sent a distress signal to the fortress headquarters. She then began organizing everyone to quickly move towards the forest's edge. 15 minutes later, everyone stopped in an open area. Why have we stopped? Aren't we continuing to run? I don't want to die yet. Why are we so unlucky to encounter a beast tide? The students were in a state of panic. After all, they had not yet experienced a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, the instructors were gathered around Jiang Wei discussing countermeasures, while the teachers were organizing the students to keep them calm. Another 10 minutes passed, and even the instructors began to sense the impending danger. Students, we have detected a large number of hellhounds approaching us. If we run, we will only find a dead end. If we fight, we might still have a slim chance of survival. The principal has sent a distress signal to the fortress, and there is still half an hour until help arrives, meaning we need to hold out for 20 minutes. Hearing this, the last glimmer of hope for the students was extinguished. Damn it, it's only 20 minutes, right? Running means death, but if we stand and fight, we might have a chance to survive. I want to see just how strong these ferocious beasts are. Yes, let's kill these beasts. My big knife is already itching for action. In the midst of despair, the fighting spirit of the students was ignited. Everyone formed defensive formations in groups of 5. The instructor was rapidly issuing commands. Once all the commands were given, everyone stood at the ready, a heavy sense of impending death filling each student's heart. At this moment, Jiang Wei stood beside Su Xiaorui. The teachers and instructors were at the front, preparing to withstand the first wave of the attack. Lin Hao asked at this moment, Wei, what is our combat strength? Jiang Wei's expression was grave. Excluding the 3 of us, there are 10 teachers who are high-level silver and 10 instructors who are at the initial stage of gold. Western Military District Command Center. Report. An officer rushed in with a document in hand. Sir, a distress signal has been received 80 kilometers outside Zhuke Fortress, originating from Jiang Wei, the principal of Shanqing Wuda. According to Principal Jiang's report, a large number of hellhounds have been detected 50 kilometers from Shanqing Wuda, advancing towards them. It is estimated that there are 260 ferocious beasts. Currently, over 500 freshmen from Shanqing Wuda are conducting beast combat training at the forest's edge. They are expected to come into contact with the ferocious beasts in half an hour. Additionally, Principal Jiang stated that she will fight alongside the students. Jiang Tianhai stood up sharply. Jiang Wei is his daughter. Now issue my orders. Instruct Jiang Hanhua, the commander of Zhuke Fortress, to lead the Zhuke Legion to swiftly launch a rescue operation. We must ensure the safety of the students from Shanqing Wuda. No mistakes are permitted. Those who disobey will be dealt with according to military law. Yes. The officer saluted and left. Wei Lin Hao Xiaorui, you must hold on. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai was extremely grave. If it weren't for the ongoing counteroffensive against the ferocious beasts, he wished he could immediately be by Jiang Wei's side, but he could not. If he left, the advanced combat strength of the ferocious beasts would take advantage of the situation, and the casualties would be unimaginable. At that moment in Zhuke Fortress, a stunning woman was assessing the casualties from the recent battle. She was Jiang Hanhua, the supreme commander of Zhuke Fortress and a demigod-level powerhouse. Report. The Western Military District Command has issued orders. A pack of hellhounds is approaching our fortress from 80 kilometers away, estimated to be around 260. The enemy's combat strength is unknown. Currently, 500 freshmen from Shanqing Wuda are conducting outdoor training, expected to engage with the hellhounds in 20 minutes. I hereby order the commander of Zhuke Fortress, Jiang Hanhua, to lead the Zhuke Legion to swiftly launch a rescue operation. We must ensure the safety of the students and teachers of Shanqing Wuda. After listening to the officer's report, Jiang Hanhua frowned, and then issued the command gather all Zhuke Legion within 1 minute. Immediately proceed to assist the students and teachers of Shanqing Wuda. Meanwhile, the students and teachers of Shanqing Wuda stood in formation quietly awaiting the arrival of the ferocious beasts. 5 minutes later, numerous beast roars erupted from the former forest, sending chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes and said, Wei Wei, I will try to hold off the enemy's advanced combat strength. Xiaowei, you stay here and protect Wei Wei. Don't underestimate me, I am the principal of Shanqing Wuda and a gold-level ability user. Jiang Weiwei smiled like a blooming flower. Weiwei, no. At this moment, Su Xiaowei spoke up. Your ability is supportive, it's not suitable for close combat. Hearing this, Lin Hao said softly, then let's proceed according to the original plan. Xiaowei, your task is to protect Weiwei and not let a single ferocious beast approach her. Just then a sudden gust of wind rushed forward, making it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. After the wind passed, a hellhound the size of a Tibetan mastiff covered in black fur appeared before them. Its ferocious face resembled that of a demon from hell, with a foul stench emanating from its gaping maw drooling continuously. Everyone stood in silence, staring down the hellhound. Before long, 210, 100, 200 the sight made everyone's scalp tingle, and a heavy sense of death pressed down on each person's heart. Every student from Shanqing Wuda formed teams of 5, gripping their shields tightly. This is the moment to decide life and death. Students, show your warrior spirit. The instructors and teachers rallied the students behind them. With over 200 hellhounds, just a few of them could not hold back so many ferocious beasts. At this moment, the first wave of hellhounds began their assault. The instructors and teachers of Shanqing Wuda, relying on their gold and silver combat strength, could only stop a few dozen. Over 100 hellhounds charged towards the students of Shanqing Wuda from behind them. In just the first wave of the charge, dozens of students were sent flying. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei was surrounded by a halo of golden light. The technique protection of light. At this time, both the instructors and the students had their defensive capabilities enhanced by 100. Technique ring of radiance. Everyone's strength attributes increased by 100. Su Xiaowei was not to be outdone. Gone was her usual confidence and charm. Instead, she transformed into a cold embodiment of slaughter. Technique shadow of the underworld activated. A black sphere of light appeared in the palm of her right hand, rapidly expanding, emanating a powerful suction force. In an instant, dozens of hellhounds were sucked into the black sphere and vanished. At this moment, the martial arts university students had also gone berserk, witnessing their teachers and instructors rampaging through the pack of hellhounds, greatly boosting their morale. Wang Ming wielded a blazing long knife, engaged in an unknown battle against a bronze-level hellhound. He swung his large blade with vigor, shouting, Beast, take a strike from me, Meng Ge. The bronze-level hellhound could not dodge in time and was cleaved in two by Wang Ming. Meanwhile, a cute little loli wielding a thunder axe taller than herself chopped off the head of another bronze-level hellhound. Lei Yunfan was also unwilling to be outdone, wielding his Tianlin halberd with extraordinary skill, and soon pierced through a bronze-level hellhound. Is this what we call the 3 great prodigies of our cohort? Lei Yunfan is so cool. Wow, how can such a little loli wield an axe taller than herself? At this point, Lin Hao had already charged into the pack of hellhounds. He was surrounded by surging lightning, and with a flash of the thunder prison, every beast that got hit by his punch would collapse to the ground. Damn it, who is this guy? How is he so fierce? I don't know, I've never seen him before, but he seems to have always been with the principal. I know he's a freshman like us named Lin Hao from our class, but I heard he's someone who got in through a back door. He didn't even participate in military training. Damn, with that power, you call him a freshman. With that kind of strength, does he really need a back door? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. At this moment, the instructors and teachers of the martial arts university were also slightly shocked by Lin Hao's performance. What terrifying strength! Could it be that he awakened as a martial artist? On the side of the beast, the first wave of assaults consisted merely of ordinary and bronze-level combatants. The battle had only lasted 5 minutes, yet nearly 30 students from the martial arts university had already fallen. A bronze-level hellhound clamped down fiercely on a martial arts university student's body. Just before dying, the student used his last ounce of strength to smash his shield hard against the hellhound's head. A martial arts teacher was besieged by 10 bronze-level hellhounds. Despite having numerous wounds on his body, he continued to fight against them. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in. A martial arts teacher was caught off guard and had his head bitten off, blood spraying everywhere in an instant. Everyone focused their eyes, revealing a hellhound the size of a car. Unlike other hellhounds, it had a tuft of golden fur on its back. The teachers and instructors of the martial arts university widened their eyes in shock. A golden-level hellhound. Soon after, 26 massive hellhounds emerged from the nearby forest. 7 were golden level and 20 were silver level. The students of the martial arts university were left dumbfounded. The last glimmer of hope for survival was about to vanish. Light of faith. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei activated her third technique. All fear and despair dissipated at this instant. Classmates, hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. The instructors and teachers of the martial arts university were now matched against the higher-level beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Hao single-handedly held back 3 golden-level hellhounds. This greatly reduced their pressure. Hee 3 golden beasts. Let me show you what I've got. Lin Hao was now facing the 3 golden-level beasts. He didn't retreat, but instead counterattacked. The Thunder Prison was used to its fullest. After evading an attack from a hellhound, a black lightning ball suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's hand, with terrifying black lightning swirling within. Technique Thunder Prison that shakes the 8 regions activated. The black lightning ball rapidly expanded and smashed towards the 3 golden-level hellhounds. At this moment, fear appeared in the eyes of the 3 golden-level hellhounds, almost human-like. However, they did not sit idly by. The 3 hellhounds were instantly enveloped in black light, spitting out 3 streams of black energy. This was the hellhound's attack skill Hell Roar. The 3 streams of black light collided head-on with the incoming black lightning ball. Just as the hellhounds and the black lightning ball were at a standstill, Lin Hao had already vanished from his original position, appearing in the blink of an eye behind the hellhounds, activating the technique Endless Thunder Prison. Countless bolts of black lightning struck the hellhounds. The 3 hellhounds let out a mournful howl, unable to move due to the electrocution. Meanwhile, the black lightning ball lost its restraint and promptly smashed into the 3 hellhounds. A thunderous explosion echoed, causing the entire area to tremble. Even the fighting paused at this moment, as everyone stared in horror at the direction of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, a cheeky voice emerged. Damn, that stinks. What the hell is that smell on this hellhound? Everyone stared blankly at Lin Hao, who had instantly killed 3 golden-level beasts. Suddenly, someone began to cheer. Damn, this guy is a freak. Has he already reached the platinum level? Nonsense, I just said he's also a freshman. Is your 16-year-old platinum level? It's not that outrageous to train from the womb, right? Lin Hao, you're so cool. I've decided I want to marry him. A shameless vixen, have you looked at yourself? Do you think you're worthy of my Lin Hao? Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Weiwei, Lin Hao is too much of a freak. He instantly killed 3 golden hellhounds at the bronze initial stage. If I told others about this, they would send me to a mental hospital. Su Xiaowei pouted. Lin Hao's instant kill of 3 golden-level beasts boosted everyone's morale, from instructors and teachers to students. They all charged towards the beasts fearlessly, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They saw hope. The hope. Lin Hao did not stop. In an instant, he joined the battles of other higher-level fighters. At this moment, the higher-level forces regained balance, and the instructors and teachers of the martial arts university were rapidly eliminating the ordinary beasts. 10 minutes later, when the last hellhound had its head severed, everyone began to cheer in unison. Some started celebrating, while others laughed maniacally. As they laughed, it turned into cries. They had survived. They resisted the onslaught of the beasts, overcame their inner fears, and dared to face death. From this moment on, the mindset of all the students present changed. They became stronger, no longer afraid. They had trustworthy teammates and teachers who protected them in times of danger. They had a principal who shared life and death with them. This is something I can brag about for a lifetime. Tomorrow I will confess to my goddess. Damn, I almost missed my chance. Everyone gather immediately. The instructors called out. They needed to count the number of people in the team immediately and quickly take the students back to school. The students quickly stood in formation. Report to Principal Jiang. Our martial arts university students encountered an attack from hellhounds, killing a total of 267 beasts, including 200 ordinary beasts, 40 bronze-level beasts, 20 silver-level beasts, and 7 golden-level beasts. We lost 2 teachers and 58 students. Jiang Weiwei nodded. She had activated all 3 of her techniques and was now extremely fatigued. Return to the academy quickly. Lin Hao frowned slightly upon hearing the instructor's report. Just moments ago, the system had clearly indicated that there were 268 beasts with a danger level of 5. Although he had consumed most of his spiritual power in battle, it was far from reaching a 5-level danger. Just as the students were about to return to the academy, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. Everyone present, including Lin Hao, found themselves unable to move. I said the system wouldn't make a mistake. It turns out there was still a beast hiding behind. Damn, I was careless and did. At this moment, a sinister voice echoed in everyone's ears, sounding like a roar from the depths of hell. You humans are truly arrogant, getting so excited after eliminating only a few cannon fodder. After the sound, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, the force of the tremor striking at everyone's hearts. Countless trees in the forest ahead snapped and flocks of birds fled in panic. In no time, a monster the size of a house appeared before everyone. Its fur was as dark as ink, and its long claws gleamed like the cold light of hell. 3 hideous heads, 6 eyes the size of lanterns, fixed their gaze on all those present. This is the platinum level 3-headed earth demon hound. Jiang Weiwei, the most powerful among those present, could only barely lift her head under the oppressive force. A deathly aura enveloped the entire sky. Except for the 3 golden-level instructors, and Zhang Weiwei, everyone else, including the teachers, was forced to spew blood under this overwhelming pressure. Once a fierce beast reaches platinum level, it can speak human language and possesses innate pressure abilities. Lin Hao sighed at this moment. Damn, is this the power of platinum level? It's difficult for me to even move now. You humans are truly weak, unable to withstand even a fraction of my pressure. The 3-headed earth demon hound looked down disdainfully at the humans cowering at its feet. Who among you should I start with? You all look quite delicious. At this moment, all 3 heads turned their attention to Zhang Weiwei standing at the front of the line. Just a little girl with slightly higher cultivation, just to my taste. Then let's start with you. Weiwei. At this moment, Su Xiaowei wanted to protect Zhang Weiwei, but she couldn't even move herself. A sense of despair and powerlessness filled Su Zuri's entire body. Lin Hao shook his head, or it seemed he couldn't afford to hold back any longer. He wondered if his remaining spiritual energy would be enough. With that thought, Lin Hao raised his head and said, "Little lion dog, what are you babbling about in front of me?" Hearing someone still mocking him, the 3-headed earth demon hound turned its gaze toward the source of the voice. "Human, I must admit you have courage. Let's start with you. You probably won't even be enough to fill my teeth." Little lion dog, do you think you can eat me? You should weigh your own worth." Seeing Lin Hao continue to mock him, the 3-headed earth demon hound stopped wasting words and opened its huge mouth to swallow Lin Hao whole. "No, Lin Hao." At this moment, Zhang Weiwei's eyes turned red, tears falling like pearls from a... Recalling her initial conflict with Lin Hao and the fact that Lin Hao stayed in the Mountain City Martial University, because of her, Zhang Weiwei once again felt her own smallness and powerlessness. She clearly possessed S-level talent, and she clearly had 2 abilities, light and life, yet in the end, she could only watch helplessly as Lin Hao died before her. Su Xiaowei was also frozen in place. The Lin Hao who had always clashed with her, who could defeat anything in an instant, the Lin Hao who often played tricks on her, was now being eaten by this beast right before her eyes. At that moment, a powerful killing intent suddenly erupted from the mouth of the 3-headed earth demon hound. The 3 massive heads tilted back as if trying to shatter that pressure. At the same time, the pressure exerted by the 3-headed earth demon hound vanished. Seizing the opportunity, the crowd hurriedly retreated to a safe area. Zhang Weiwei still wanted to rush forward to save Lin Hao, but she was pulled away by Su Xiaowei, who dragged her out of the combat zone. "This beast is acting strangely," a teacher said with a serious expression. "The aura in its mouth doesn't seem to belong to it." This is an opportunity. All teachers quickly evacuate with the students. Golden-level warriors stay behind to cover our retreat. The instructors swiftly issued the command. At this moment, the 6 eyes of the 3-headed earth demon hound widened simultaneously, and black light suddenly surrounded its body, forcing that aura out of itself. A powerful aura swept up, clouds of dust enveloping the entire area. When the dust settled, a man dressed in a black robe carrying a dark sword box on his back hovered in front of the 3-headed earth demon hound. He stood tall, his expression indifferent, exuding an aura untouched by worldly affairs. His long flowing white hair danced in the wind, and his crimson eyes looked down disdainfully at the 3-headed earth demon hound as if nothing in the world mattered to him. The man's body was no longer surrounded by tiny black lightning. Instead, it transformed into a sword energy filled with killing intent. At this moment, the man spoke indifferently, his voice echoing like a hollow well in everyone's ears. "Little lion dog, didn't you want to eat me? Why aren't you eating now?" At this moment, the 3-headed earth demon hound looked utterly astonished. Its 6 lantern-sized eyes were fixed on Lin Hao. "Who exactly are you? Why do I feel a familiar oppressive force from you? Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are about to die." Lin Hao's voice pierced the heart of the 3-headed earth demon hound like an ice-cold blade. "Ha ha ha, a mere bronze-level ant thinks it can shake a great tree. This is truly laughable. Today, I will see what you are capable of." At this moment, all 3 heads of the 3-headed earth demon hound laughed simultaneously. "You can try." Lin Hao remained indifferent, unhurried. "Arrogant." At that moment, the 3-headed earth demon hound could no longer contain itself, and energy began to gather above its 3 massive heads. In the next instant, the energy transformed into a beam of light that shot directly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not dodge or evade. The beam completely engulfed him. After a long while, as the dust settled, Lin Hao remained standing in place, unmoving. "Is that all you've got? To be mocked by an ant like you? Then how about you try this move?" With that, an immensely large black energy ball gathered above the 3 heads. "Die!" The terrifying energy ball, filled with overwhelming might, slammed down towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao still did not dodge or evade. A slight smirk appeared on his indifferent face. At that moment, the sword box behind him suddenly opened, and with a wave of his hand, the first flying sword from the box fell into Lin Hao's hand. This was a long, slender sword with a purple blade named Zixiao. It was the first of the 9 flying swords in the sword box. "What is this?" Zhang Weiwei and the others were already frozen in place. "That white-haired handsome guy is Lin Hao. How did he transform like this? Isn't he an ability user?" At this moment, many questions arose in Jiang Weiwei's mind, and they also surfaced in the minds of everyone. Seeing the energy ball growing larger before his eyes, Lin Hao simply closed his eyes and whispered, "Under the sword master, all laws are broken." He then suddenly opened his crimson eyes wide, wielding Zixiao and swinging it. Break! A beam of sword energy slashed against the black energy ball, and the moment the sword energy made contact with the energy ball, it exploded. At this moment, the three-headed earth demon hound stared blankly at Lin Hao. Its strongest attack had been effortlessly shattered by the person before it. "I don't believe it. How can a mere ant contend with me?" The three-headed earth demon hound roared skyward, gathering countless energy blasts in its mouth and firing them at Lin Hao. Yet Lin Hao still did not dodge or evade. As soon as the energy blasts entered within a 10-meter radius of Lin Hao, they were repelled. After a round of bombardment, Lin Hao still stood in place, not a speck of dust on him. At this moment, the three-headed earth demon hound was drenched in cold sweat, having lost its initial momentum. "Who exactly are you? I see you've had enough, now it's my turn." Lin Hao's indifferent voice rang out. The sky was overcast and countless purple lightning bolts rolled in the clouds. On the other side, Zhang Hanhui led the Phoenix Legion swiftly towards their destination. "Stop!" At this moment, Zhang Hanhui halted, her expression grave as she looked at the rolling purple lightning in the distant sky. What a terrifying aura. Could it be that a diamond-level fierce beast has invaded the rear of the battlefield? At that moment, a dense crowd appeared in the distance, rushing towards them. It was the instructors and students from Mountain City Martial University. Zhang Hanhui did not dare to delay, quickly merging with the martial instructors and students. One of the teachers, gasping for breath, recounted the events that had just occurred. After hearing the teacher's account, Zhang Hanhui's figure flickered, and a pair of fiery red wings appeared on her back. "Phoenix Legion, listen up. Everyone escort the instructors and students from Mountain City Martial University back to the Phoenix Fortress." Meanwhile, she herself flew at the fastest speed towards the overcast sky. On the battlefield, countless purple lightning bolts rolled in the clouds, and the booming thunder sounded like the roar of a beast, illuminating the small region at that moment as if it were the apocalypse. Lin Hao raised the purple Zixiao, sword high, murmuring, "Under Zixiao there is no survival. Martial skill 1, sword opens heaven." At this moment, the Zixiao sword suddenly began to tremble in Lin Hao's hand, and a vast sword energy surged into the body of the Zixiao sword. Not only that, the purple lightning flashing in the sky seemed to respond to the call, merging into the Zixiao sword. Moments later, Lin Hao swung the Zixiao sword down. Lin Hao had taken only a few steps when suddenly a searing pain pierced his chest. He collapsed to one knee, clutching his heart as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His sword's sovereign state flickered and dissolved, reverting him to his ordinary form. As he assessed his body, Lin Hao let out a bitter smile. His last strike had drained every last trace of spiritual energy within him. His vision blurred, fading into darkness. Just before losing consciousness, he felt himself sink into a warm embrace. "Lin Hao! Lin Hao!" Jiang Weiwei's composure shattered, tears surged forth like a breached dam. "Weiwei, let's first examine Lin Hao's condition," Su Xiaorui whispered gently. Jiang Weiwei stifled her sobs, carefully lowering Lin Hao onto the ground. Ignoring her own exhaustion, she emanated a soft, emerald glow. Her cultivation technique, withered wood meets spring, activated. A luminous green aura enveloped Lin Hao, and within moments his external wounds healed remarkably. Seeing this, Jiang Weiwei intensified her spiritual energy output, though she herself was nearly depleted. A thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. "Weiwei, stop!" Su Xiaorui rushed to intervene, but Jiang Weiwei paid no heed, ruthlessly expending her final reserves of spiritual energy. "Lin Hao, I won't let anything happen to you." Yet fate mocked her resolve. Jiang Weiwei's spiritual energy was all but exhausted. She could not save him. "Weiwei, you must cease using your technique. Otherwise your foundation will be irreparably damaged." Su Xiaorui cried out urgently. Before Jiang Weiwei could reply, dizziness overwhelmed her, and she too slumped into unconsciousness. At that very moment, a crimson figure streaked across the sky, radiating overwhelming, indomitable might. She halted midair above Su Xiaorui and her companions, then descended gracefully beside them. The newcomer was Jiang Henin, commander-in-chief of the Vermilion Sparrow Fortress. Surveying the battlefield, the scattered corpses of ferocious beasts, the deep craters gouged into the earth, Jiang Henin fell silent. The battle had ended. She had arrived too late. She paused beside the carcass of the three-headed earth demon, hound brow lightly furrowed. Could someone have arrived before me? Then she turned to Su Xiaorui, declaring her purpose. Su Xiaorui exchanged a glance with the other instructors, then recounted the events, omitting Lin Hao entirely. She claimed only that an unknown powerhouse had slain the platinum-tier beast in a single strike and vanished without a trace. Jiang Henin accepted the account without suspicion. Her own assessment confirmed that the killing blow bore the hallmark of a diamond-tier expert. She then escorted the group safely back to the Vermilion Sparrow Fortress. Upon returning, Jiang Henin immediately reported to her superiors. Hearing that his daughter and Lin Hao had both fallen unconscious, Jiang Tianhai grew deeply anxious, until Jiang Henin assured him their injuries were superficial and their condition stemmed solely from spiritual exhaustion. Only then did Jiang Tianhai breathe easy. 3 days later, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying in his dormitory bed. Attempting to rise, he realized he could move only his eyes and mouth. The rest of his body remained utterly numb. Damn it. I'm not paralyzed from the neck down, am I? He probed his body, cautiously relieved to confirm his limbs remained intact. He then turned inward, inspecting his internal state. Spiritual energy utterly depleted, multiple bone fractures scattered across his frame. A profound bitterness welled within him. The immense power of the sword sovereign demanded colossal reserves of spiritual energy, and without them the technique would turn upon its wielder. The fractures, too, were born of his spiritual depletion, the uncontrolled backlash of sword chi shattering his bones. Sigh, looks like I'll need a long convalescence, Lin Hao muttered glumly, staring blankly at the ceiling. Just then the door swung open. A young woman in a white dress entered carrying a wash basin. Seeing Lin Hao awake, she gasped with joy, dropped the basin, and rushed forward, flinging herself onto him. Lin Hao, you're finally awake. Tears streamed down her face like spring rain, oblivious to the sheer bewilderment etched across Lin Hao's expression. At the sound, Su Xiaowei hurried into the room. The moment she stepped inside, she found Jiang Weiwei clinging to Lin Hao in tearful embrace, while Lin Hao's face contorted into an expression of pure wide-eyed panic. Hey, Weiwei, could you please get off me? You're crushing me. Only then did Jiang Weiwei notice his pained grimace, and hastily scrambled off. At the doorway, Su Xiaowei stood watching with amused theatrical delight. Realizing someone was there, Jiang Weiwei's already tear-streaked cheeks flushed even deeper. Su Xiaowei strolled to Lin Hao's bedside, grinning playfully. Little brother Lin Hao, you're awake at last. Do you know you've been unconscious for 3 whole days? For 3 days, my dear Weiwei hasn't closed her eyes. Not once. Tending to you day and night. I'm utterly envious. Every day, she fed you, gave you water, changed your MMPH. Jiang Weiwei lunged forward, clamping a hand over Su Xiaowei's mouth before she could finish. Lin Hao, too weary for banter, simply gazed gratefully at Jiang Weiwei. Thank you. That simple phrase warmed her heart. It's nothing. Just glad you're awake. A week later, under Jiang Weiwei's and Su Xiaowei's devoted care, Lin Hao fully recovered. His first act upon recovery was relentless cultivation. He immediately entered seclusion, knowing his body craved spiritual nourishment. Descending to the basement cultivation chamber of his dormitory, he gripped a silver-rank beast core and settled into deep meditation. A torrent of spiritual energy flooded into Lin Hao's body, and his frame parched as a desert wanderer encountering water absorbed it ravenously. Simultaneously, the black sword coffer embedded within his body slowly unfurled, drawing in the surging energy alongside him. Within an hour, the silver-rank beast core was utterly depleted. Stunned by his own absorption rate, Lin Hao finally understood part of the spiritual energy he drew in was being siphoned away by the black sword coffer. Humph, I refuse to be bested. Let's see just how vast your appetite truly is. And so he resumed his furious absorption, consuming 10 silver-rank beast cores in a single day. As his body swelled with vitality, the sword coffer ceased its competition for energy. Finally restored to peak condition, Lin Hao mused inwardly. Time to break through. He withdrew a gold-rank beast core and resumed cultivation. 5 days passed in silence, until on the 5th evening, a low, resonant boom echoed from the dormitory's basement. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes and rose, stretching luxuriously. At last, I've broken through to, indeed, bronze high rank. His brutal clash with the platinum-tier beast had granted profound insight, propelling him 2 minor realms forward in a single leap. System, open my character attribute panel. Host Lin Hao, innate talent, dual SSS-rank and special ability, Asura, Annihilation, Divine Thunder, unique in martial profession, Sword Sovereign, unique in rank, bronze high rank martial artist, bronze high rank ability, user in strength 1900 in agility, 1700 in constitution, 1700 in spiritual power, 2100. Lin Hao burst into hearty laughter. His current stats meant he could now fight a platinum-tier beast to a standstill even without activating the Sword Sovereign. At this moment, Lin Hao's stomach let out a rumble. After 5 days of seclusion, his belly had long since gone. After a whirlwind dash to the school cafeteria, Lin Hao did not seek out Jiang Weiwei, but instead returned to his dormitory for a nap. This nap was exceptionally refreshing for Lin Hao, wiping away the fatigue from 5 days of seclusion, and he did not wake until the afternoon of the next day. After stretching lazily and washing up, Lin Hao made his way to Jiang Weiwei's office. On the way, he noticed that people were pointing and whispering about him. Some young girls gazed at him with starry eyes. Hey, did you see? That person is Lin Deshun from Class 1. That day, he single-handedly took down 3 golden-tier beasts during the beast tide with us. Wow, when did our school get such a freak? Lin Deshun is so handsome, I wish I could be his girlfriend. At this moment, some bold girls had already run up to Lin Hao's side saying, Lin Deshun, please sign for me. Lin Hao scratched his head in confusion, saying, Beautiful girl, what did you call me? The girl asking for an autograph was a freshman, not tall, but reasonably attractive, barely qualifying as a beauty. Linda, you don't know? Your deeds have been spreading like wildfire at school these days, defeating 3 golden tier beasts single-handedly in a ranked battle. Many people want your autograph. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, thinking, wow, am I a celebrity now? He immediately changed to a warm and approachable expression. In that case, beautiful girl, where should I sign? The girl looked excited as she took out a small notebook and a pen, handing them. After signing, the girl proudly showed off to her friends nearby. It was Lin Hao's first time having someone ask for his autograph in 2 lifetimes, which felt quite novel. Upon reaching Jiang Weiwei's office, Lin Hao saw her discussing something with Su Xiaowei over a stack of documents. Both of them showed delight upon seeing Lin Hao, saying, Lin Hao, you've come out of seclusion. Yes, I've broken through to the high bronze rank. What are you two up to? Lin Hao asked curiously. With the inter-school competition starting in just over 2 months, Rui and I are selecting the main and reserve team members. Jiang Weiwei waved the stack of documents in front of Lin Hao. You are just in time. Do you want to see who we plan to recruit as your teammates? Not interested, just go with your decision, Weiwei. I'll cover for you anyway. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei exchanged glances, and then recalling Lin Hao's terrifying strength, felt reassured. For the first year, we have 6 participants, 3 main members, and 3 reserves. For the second year, there will be 2 participants, 1 main member, and 1 reserve. For the third year, there will also be 2 1 main member, and 1 reserve. In total, there are 10 participants, 5 main members, and 5 reserves. As Jiang Weiwei flipped through the documents, she introduced them to Lin Hao. Hey Weiwei, do you have any information on other schools? Lin Hao was quite interested in the geniuses from other institutions. Various martial arts universities are currently in the process of selecting their team members. We don't have that information yet, but after the preliminaries we should receive the list of those who make it to the top 16. Jiang Weiwei said as she handed Lin Hao the selected members list. My plan is to have your 10 members undergo a 2-month special training starting next week until the preliminaries begin. Lin Hao took a glance at the list and noticed the 3 bronze-tier geniuses from the first-year newcomers were indeed included. However, there were no members who surpassed the silver tier among the 10, and Lin Hao shook his head slightly. Looks like Shanqing Martial University hasn't been doing well in recent years, Lin Hao sighed quietly. The university holds the inter-school competition once every 5 years, and it's not just about ranking. It's also about reputation and resources. A university that ranks high will naturally attract many talented students to enroll. The availability of cultivation resources determines how quickly the talents from each school can grow. This leads to a situation where the better-ranked universities receive more resources and talents while those that rank lower gradually fade away. Shanqing Martial University is the best example of this. Even the principal is merely at the golden tier, which reflects poorly on the academy's overall quality. Weiwei, I won't participate in the training for the competitors. I plan to break through to the silver tier as quickly as possible in these 2 months. Also, I'm working on a new combat technique. Lin Hao returned the list to Jiang Weiwei. Lin Hao did not intend to reveal the Sword Lord identity during the competition. Without the Sword Lord's enhancement, he could only match a platinum tier opponent at best. As long as there were no super freaks in the inter-school competition, Lin Hao was confident he could secure the championship. The new combat technique he mentioned was the Thunder Prison Rending Spear, which he had never revealed in the system space. He did not yet understand how to use spear techniques, and he planned to develop a set of spear techniques during these 2 months. This way, even without the Sword Lord, he could ensure his close combat remained lethal. Additionally, he had another plan to attend classes. Having been at Shanqing Martial University for 3 months, he had yet to attend a single class since he only reported to Class 1 at the start. Despite having terrifying talent and freak-level strength, his theoretical knowledge remained a shortcoming. If he encountered powerful beasts and couldn't even recognize them, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, he currently had over 700 points on his student card, making daily visits to the library a worthwhile option. After listening to Lin Hao's suggestion, Jiang Weiwei thought for a moment and agreed. Having him train with the school students would indeed waste his time. With Lin Hao's strength, battling a group of students would yield little growth and could even be seen as bullying. Right now, the most important thing for Lin Hao was to enhance his power. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei did not inquire about Lin Hao's second martial artist talent. Everyone has their own secrets, and asking would not yield any additional insight. If he wanted them to know, he would naturally tell them. After chatting with Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei for a while longer, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory. He first went back to the training room to check on the system space. Inside, 2 treasures lay quietly: the Thunder Prison Rending Spear and the Thunder Prison Battle Armor. Both were heavenly tier artifacts. Lin Hao had not used the Thunder Prison Rending Spear because he simply did not know how, and he had completely forgotten about the Thunder Prison Battle Armor. System, please provide an introduction for the Thunder Prison Rending Spear and the Thunder Prison Battle Armor, Lin Hao silently instructed. Ding. Thunder Prison Rending Spear, a heavenly tier weapon, grants the hosts every attack the power of the Asura, Annihilation, Divine Lightning, and contains the 9 spears of Thunder Prison technique. When the host cultivates to the 9th spear, they can achieve the destructive power to move mountains and fill seas. Ding Thunder Prison Battle Armor, a heavenly tier armor, enhances the host's defense by 300 and provides a 50 damage reduction effect. Lin Hao was dumbfounded after hearing the introduction. System, why didn't you say this earlier? If he had known, he would have used these 2 weapons while facing platinum tier beasts, and he wouldn't have had to suffer for nearly half a month in bed. Ding host, you didn't ask, the system replied, causing Lin Hao to twitch his mouth. Lin Hao then took out the Thunder Prison Split Sky Spear and the Thunder Prison Battle Armor from the system space. The length of the Thunder Prison Split Sky Spear is 2.3 meters. Its body is pitch black and crafted from an unknown metal with small thunder patterns engraved upon it, as if it had been tempered by lightning. Lin Hao gripped the Split Sky Spear in his hand and weighed it was roughly over 100 pounds. The Thunder Prison Battle Armor was also black, made of the same material as the Split Sky Spear, with 2 unknown fierce beast skulls on its shoulders and a menacing demon totem on the chest plate. Wearing the armor did not make Lin Hao feel any significant weight. Instead, his body felt surprisingly light. He carefully infused some thunder power into the Thunder Prison Split Sky Spear and the Thunder Prison Battle Armor. The moment the thunder power touched the armor and the spear, both weapons suddenly erupted with black light, and an obscure memory surged into Lin Hao's mind along with the black light. Lin Hao felt his head grow heavy and soon fell into a deep sleep. During Lin Hao's unconsciousness, a completely black long spear and a heavy black armor appeared in his spiritual space, quietly floating alongside the black sword box. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hao slowly awakened. Damn, how long have I been asleep? He rubbed his head and checked his body. The Thunder Prison 9 spears had successfully fused with Lin Hao, and what he needed to do now was to quickly master the usage of the Thunder Prison 9 spears. When Lin Hao inspected his spiritual space, he was taken aback. His spiritual space now had 2 more guests, the Thunder Prison Split Sky Spear and the Thunder Prison Battle Armor, both floating within. Lin Hao's face darkened. Now there were 2 more competitors for his resources. It seemed his cultivation would slow down again. With a thought, the Thunder Prison Split Sky Spear appeared in Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao began the most basic practice according to the instructions of the Thunder Prison 9 spears. Thrusting, hooking, sweeping, and slashing, Lin Hao practiced vigorously in the training room, drenched in sweat. Thus, Lin Hao entered a routine of learning and cultivation. During the day, he attended classes with his classmates, and after dinner, he practiced the Thunder Prison 9 spears. At night, Lin Hao would enter a cultivation state. His schedule was fully packed. Even visiting Jiang Weiwei's office had become a rare occurrence. Weiwei, why haven't I seen that freak Lin Hao lately? Su Xiaowei inquired about Jiang Weiwei during dinner. Why? Are you not used to it since no one has been arguing with you? Jiang Weiwei teased. I heard he is currently studying a combat technique. I'm not sure of the details either. So why does it have to be this competitive? He's already so abnormal, yet he works so hard. How can we ordinary humans survive? Su Xiaowei complained. Thinking back to when Lin Hao first arrived at school and had bested her, Su Xiaowei felt a wave of despair. Then you should practice hard. If you know you can't beat him and he's working harder, you'll be left far behind by Lin Hao in no time. At that moment, Lin Hao was sitting cross-legged on the ground in the dormitory's training room, eyes closed, with the Thunder Prison Split Sky Spear resting on his legs and a surge of momentum enveloping him as black lightning continually emanated. After a moment, Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and gently waved the spear, sending a beam of spear light accompanied by black lightning crashing into the training room's wall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the first level of spear intent. The system's voice sounded. Is this spear intent? Truly an enigmatic concept. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the training room. After taking a shower, he headed to the school cafeteria. Yo, isn't this our busy Lin Hao? What brings you to the cafeteria today? Su Xiaowei and Jiang Weiwei had just finished their meal and were walking out when they spotted Lin Hao entering. Lin Hao's expression darkened. I say, beauty Su, don't you need to eat? I just noticed you haven't been coming to see Weiwei lately, as she's been missing you. Su Xiaowei began her usual banter with Lin Hao. Hearing this, Jiang Weiwei shot Su Xiaowei a glare, having become immune to her teasing. Oh, only Weiwei misses me. Don't you miss me? Lin Hao's eyes glinted, as it had been a while since he made this little girl suffer. It seemed she was itching for trouble. No way, why would I miss you? Su Zui's face involuntarily reddened at Lin Hao's words. How about you come over tonight, and we can discuss life together? Lin Hao continued with a mischievous grin. Hearing his words, Su Zui's face turned even redder. Fletcher. She shot Lin Hao a glare. Little did they know Lin Hao was already humming a tune as he bounced into the cafeteria. Ruerue, why do you keep picking on Lin Hao? Jiang Weiwei sighed, supporting her forehead. Ever since her friend met Lin Hao, it seemed she had transformed into a different person, always thinking of ways to tease him only to end up being teased back. Repeated battles and defeats, yet she persevered. Weiwei, ever since Lin Hao arrived, you don't team up with me anymore. When you see me getting bullied, you don't help me at all. Su Zui's eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiable. Jiang Weiwei replied with annoyance, because I can't beat him either. With that, she turned and walked away. Thus, Lin Hao spent 2 fulfilling months in rigorous training. During these 2 months, he successfully cultivated the Thunder Prison 9 spears to the 3rd spear and comprehended the 3rd level of spear intent. However, he still had not broken through to the silver level. Watching the beast cores in his hand decrease bit by bit, Lin Hao's mood was far from pleasant. 2 whole months had passed, and the beast cores were nearly depleted. Why was it so difficult to break through to silver? Lin Hao felt extremely frustrated. At that moment, Lin Hao's phone rang. He took it out to see it was a call from Jiang Weiwei, so he answered it. Jiang Weiwei did not elaborate. Lin Hao heard voices in the background, so he didn't ask further and left the room. Upon arriving at Jiang Weiwei's office, he found about a dozen people inside. Lin Hao was taken aback, unsure of what was going on. Jiang Weiwei did not engage in small talk as usual, but said to him, "These are the participants preparing for the inter-school competition." Lin Hao glanced at the crowd and spotted Wang Meng, Lei Yunfan, and Xia Qiuling among them. He did not recognize. "Now I will announce the list of participants for this year's inter-school competition." Jiang Weiwei held a list of. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly lined up and Lin Hao stood at the back of the line. 3rd year, Mo Zixuan, Lian Qinyang. 2nd year, Xiao Xiao Lu Jincheng. 1st year, Lin Hao, Wang Meng, Lei Yunfan, Xia Qiuling, Yi Juanshuan, Gong Xinyan. Among them, Mo Zixuan, Xiao Xiao, Lin Hao, Wang Meng, and Lei Yunfan are the main team members, while Lian Qinyang, Lu Jincheng, Xia Qiuling, Yi Juanshuan, and Gong Xinyan are reserve members, with Lin Hao serving as the captain. Hearing this, the first-year students showed no reaction. Lin Deshin's fame had long spread throughout the entire grade, and they had all witnessed Lin Hao instantly defeating 3 golden grade fierce beasts. The 2nd and 3rd-year students frowned. "Principal, why is a first-year junior appointed as the captain?" Mo Zixuan asked with a frown. Jiang Weiwei glanced at him indifferently. "No reason, it's an order." Mo Zixuan and the others frowned even deeper. The 2nd and 3rd years did not participate in military training, but they had heard of the encounters in the beast forest. Even Lin Hao's performance has become a hot topic at school. However, Mo Zixuan and the others scoffed, thinking that it must have been the help of an instructor that allowed Lin Hao to miraculously kill a golden-level beast. As for the rumors about him defeating 3 beasts in seconds, Mo Zixuan paid no attention. He had been engrossed in breaking through his realm these past few months, hoping to advance to the silver level before the competition to secure a position as captain. Now the principal unceremoniously awarded the captain position to Lin Hao, which left him feeling quite displeased. "Oh, why is there a little grasshopper jumping around in front of me? Well, as the captain, I should take good care of my team members. Since you love to jump around so much, I must cherish you." Lin Hao remained outwardly calm, secretly labeling this little grasshopper named Mo Zixuan as someone deserving of affection. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei continued. "The preliminary round of the 100 Schools League is about to begin, and our Mountain City Martial University has the honor of being chosen as the competition venue. This means we will save travel time. I hope you all can bring your best state and level to welcome this 100 schools." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. Additionally, all arrangements during the competition must follow the captain's commands. "I won't interfere too much." At this moment, Lin Hao quickly stood up. "I will take good care of my team members. Please rest assured, Principal Jiang." Lin Hao spoke with great righteousness. Jiang Weiwei nodded. "Everyone should take good rest these days. Next Monday is the competition day. I hope everyone can face their challenges with full energy." "All right," Lin Hao stayed behind. The rest can disperse. After a few left, only Jiang Weiwei and Lin Hao remained in the office. "Weiwei, is there any reward for good results in this 100 Schools League?" Lin Hao looked distressed at this moment. The rewards for the top 10 in the 100 Schools League are quite substantial, including cash prizes, cultivation resources, techniques, and combat skills. This year's rewards are richer than in previous years. According to the officials, the rewards seem to have doubled. Jiang Weiwei noticed Lin Hao's worried expression and was puzzled. "Sai, I really need to earn first place. My cultivation resources are running low." Recently, Lin Hao had been obsessed with cultivation, and the number of beast cores had been rapidly decreasing. He initially thought that having a few hundred silver-level beast cores would suffice for cultivation resources. Who knew that the 3 entities in his spiritual space were constantly competing with him for them? This led to him not absorbing much spiritual energy for his own advancement. "You still lack cultivation resources." Jiang Weiwei's eyes widened at this moment. "Sai, I've been too engrossed in my cultivation lately, and the beast cores in my hand are about to run out." "Have you finished absorbing 500 silver-level beast cores already?" Jiang Weiwei's beautiful eyes widened. Absorbing 500 silver-level beast cores in 2 months is something even the top martial universities couldn't afford to support Lin Hao. The key is that he is still at the bronze high level. A normal person could have reached the golden high level by now. Jiang Weiwei fell into deep self-doubt at this moment. "By the way, Weiwei, why did you ask me to stay?" Lin Hao noticed Jiang Weiwei lost in thought and quickly changed. If the previous topic continued, Jiang Weiwei would probably be banging her head against the wall. Hearing Lin Hao's question, Jiang Weiwei finally came out of her self-doubt. "You've seen the few people from today. The first-year students are not a problem, as they know your strength. but the four from the second and third years may have opinions about you. The student named Mo Zishuan is the most outstanding genius in the third year. He has been working hard these past 2 months to break through to the initial silver level. Now that you have taken his position, he will likely try to trip you up. Lin Hao, after hearing this, was indifferent. A little grasshopper can't jump very far. I didn't expect him to win the championship in this competition. I have plenty of means to teach him a lesson. Just be careful yourself, don't end up capsizing in the gutter. Seeing Lin Hao's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Weiwei reminded him again. Xiangu, what is the background of that, Lin? On the way back, Lian Qinyang was indignant. Why should a first-year student be made captain? Exactly why should we second and third years listen to his orders? The one with the highest cultivation here is Zishuan. If Zishuan were captain, we would accept it, but what qualifications does a newbie have to lead us? Xiao Xiao was also indignant. Haven't you heard the recent buzz about Lin Deshun at school? I suspect it's this Lin Hao. He even killed 3 golden-level beasts in an instant. Why doesn't he ascend to the heavens? Lu Jinsheng also felt frustrated. If he truly had that strength, I would respect him. But if not, dreaming of commanding me is just that, a dream. Mo Zishuan said when the competition starts, let him go first and test his limits. Haha, Lin Deshun's abilities are not something you short-sighted people can comment on. Wang Meng and a few first-year students secretly mocked. They didn't speak up for Lin Hao. Honestly, they didn't need to. Even if they did, those seniors and juniors wouldn't listen to him. Let Lin Deshun deal with them. 3 days later, the 100 Schools League of the Summer Country Martial University officially commenced. The 100 Schools League is a national event held every 5 years in the summer country. Not only do various schools take it seriously, but even the citizens across the nation pay great attention to the 100 Schools League. Many talents will emerge from here, and the burden of fighting against the beasts to liberate humanity will eventually fall on their shoulders. During the preliminary rounds, there will be no official live broadcasts. Only during the finals, after the top 16 are determined, will the officials broadcast the event. Ordinary citizens can also attend the competition in person. Early on, banners welcoming other Martial University students were hung outside the Mountain City Martial University. Jiang Weiwei, Su Xiaowei, and other school leaders, along with the participating team members, were already waiting at the school gate for the arrival of other Martial University students. The 100 Schools League is divided into 8 major competition zones, with 16 Martial Universities participating in the preliminary rounds, and the top 2 from each zone advancing to the finals. The preliminary rounds do not have an elimination system, but a points system requiring each Martial University to compete in 15 matches, with the top 2 with the most points qualifying for the finals. The top 16 in the finals will be an elimination system, with a single match determining the victor until the championship is decided. Soon, large buses began to stop at the school gate of Mountain City Martial University. Students and teachers from each Martial University disembarked from the buses. Jiang Weiwei, along with the school's leaders and participating team members, welcomed them. Principal Jiang, long time no see. An old man with a head full of white hair laughed heartily as he approached. Oh, are these the students participating this year? They look quite impressive. Oldly, please don't tease me. Just call me Weiwei. They are just some underachieving students. The person Jiang Weiwei referred to as Old Li is the principal of Nan City Martial University and a golden level warrior. Back then you were the rare genius of Mountain City Martial University in a century. If it weren't for Old Mo's disappearance, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Old Li sighed deeply. As it is the preliminary round, the schedule is quite packed, making it impossible to finish in a single day. Jiang Weiwei reminisced with the other school principals for a while before instructing the other teachers to accompany the martial arts students to arrange their accommodations. At that moment, a military jeep stopped at the school gate. The door opened, and 2 middle-aged men in military uniforms got out. The newcomers were the judges for this competition, both holding the rank of colonel. One of them was named Li Guolong, tall and imposing, nearly 2 meters in height, with mid-level golden strength. From a distance, they emanated a sense of pressure. The other was named Sun Yuan, with a resolute expression, his muscles nearly bursting through his military uniform, possessing initial-level golden strength. The fact that the military sent 2 golden-level martial artists for just a preliminary match reflects their importance placed on the competition. By 10 o'clock in the morning, all 16 martial arts universities participants and judges had arrived. The competition venue was the school's martial arts arena, which was as large as a football field. The entire arena was constructed from diamonds, surrounded by spectator stands. Many spectators had also arrived at the stands, mostly locals from Shanxing, along with members of prominent families like the Wang, Li, and Zhao clans. Everyone was discussing the Martial Arts University League. Meanwhile, the military judges sat at the judging table, accompanied by several university leaders from Shanxing who were responsible for explaining the competition to the judges. Around the competition stage were the resting and preparation areas for the participating martial arts students. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei, Lin Hao, and the other contestants were seated in the preparation area waiting for the draw ceremony. At that moment, a young woman in military uniform walked into the arena. Lin Hao stared in disbelief. Wasn't this the beauty from Su University? Isn't she a student? He glanced at Jiang Weiwei, who, noticing Lin Hao's embarrassment, smiled slightly. and said, Ruiwei is a teacher at Shanxing Martial University, not a student. Moreover, she is affiliated with the military. She is responsible for hosting the draw ceremony and the competition process for this preliminary round. Lin Hao smacked his lips. I really didn't expect the beauty from Su University to look so serious in military attire. Jiang Weiwei was also speechless. Dear judges and participants from the schools, first of all, welcome your arrival. At this moment, Su Xiaowei had already started her opening speech on stage. Meanwhile, the participants from Shanxing Martial University were already beginning to request to compete. Principal Jiang, I request to be the first to fight. I can take on 5 of them by myself. Imo Zishuan volunteered. The order of participation will be fully managed by Captain Lin Hao. I will not interfere, Jiang Weiwei replied. Lin Hao ignored Imo Zishuan, who was still dazed, and asked Jiang Weiwei, Principal Jiang, is there a more significant distribution of benefits for the participants in this competition? According to the competition rules, the participating team members will receive 80 of the rewards for the competition, while those who do not participate will receive 20. Jiang Weiwei looked at Lin Hao strangely, noticing the gleam in his eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. This guy wouldn't be planning to take the entire competition by himself, would he? Sure enough, Lin Hao declared with righteous fervor, as the captain, I must lead by example and set a good example for my fellow team members. Then he addressed his teammates. I will be the first to compete in all the matches these few days. You can manage the rest of the order among yourselves. Jiang Weiwei facepalmed. If Lin Hao genuinely participated, it seems that even those who could fight in the finals wouldn't have a chance to compete. Mo Zishuan stood there dumbfounded. What the hell? Lin Hao, just you wait. After cursing Lin Hao 180 times in his heart, Mo Zishuan returned to the preparation area. I want to see what skills you have. When the time comes, if you can't handle it, you will have to rely on us seniors. The draw ceremony had already begun. Su Xiaowei stood in front of a large draw barrel containing 16 small balls, with each martial university determining their opponents based on the drawn number. Standing beside Su Xiaowei were the 2 military judges from earlier tasked with overseeing the fairness of the draw. Jiang Weiwei signaled to Lin Hao, you go draw. Lin Hao slowly got up, making a face at Su Xiaowei while drawing the lot. He drew number 6, saying, number 6 is good, it's a sign of good fortune. Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction, then handed the ball to the judge. After the judge recorded it, Lin Hao returned to the preparation area. I drew number 6 and will compete in the 3rd match. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Hao reported to Jiang Weiwei. Jiang Weiwei nodded. In the upcoming matches, follow Lin Hao's arrangements. Jiang Weiwei emphasized once again. The first-year students in the preparation area like Wang Ming and Lei Yunfan wore pained expressions. With Lin Hao, there seemed to be no chance for them to compete. Meanwhile, Mo Zishuan, Xiao and several other upperclassmen were indifferent, waiting for Lin Hao to embarrass himself before stepping in to save the competition. The first match had already begun with Jiangchuan Martial University facing Fuzhou Martial University, and the competition was intense. Even the spectators were cheering in unison. Lin Hao, watching from below, was nearly falling asleep. There are 5 matches today, the sooner we finish the better. Lin Hao yawned. Jiang Weiwei, seeing Lin Hao nearly asleep, felt quite helpless. In the 3rd match, Shanxing Martial University will face Jiangzhou Martial University. Please have the competitors enter the arena, Su Xiaowei announced on stage. Lin Hao yawned again and said, they'll go first, the rest of you can handle it. With that, he leaped onto the martial arts stage. On the stage stood a short, chubby boy, the competitor from Jiangzhou Martial University, with initial level bronze strength. The chubby boy clasped his fists towards Lin Hao, saying, my name is Hao Shuai, an initial level bronze ability user. Please teach me. Hearing Hao Shuai introduce himself, Lin Hao remarked, your parents sure know how to give names. Then he returned the salute. Shanxing Martial University, Lin Hao. Please guide me. Su Xiaowei, watching Lin Hao's nonchalant demeanor, felt helpless and shouted, the match begins. As soon as Su Xiaowei finished speaking, Lin Hao had already vanished from his spot, appearing behind Hao Shuai in the blink of an eye, and delivered a chop to the back of Hao Shuai's neck. Hao Shuai didn't even understand what was happening before everything went dark and he fainted. The audience fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. They hadn't even realized what had happened when the chubby boy was already down. The 2 judges were equally astonished. This kid is incredibly strong. Even I couldn't see how he got behind, Li Guolong exclaimed. The competitors in the preparation area were also stunned. It seemed that none of them could keep up with Lin Hao's speed. All the martial arts teachers were resigned. It appears that Shanxing has finally produced a genius. This year's competition likely won't have their share. They should aim for 2nd place at best. The first-year competitors in the preparation area like Wang Ming and Xia Qiuling were the first to speak up. Well done, Lin Hao, you truly are our idol. Meanwhile, Mo Zishuan and the other upperclassmen were sweating profusely. They hadn't even seen how Lin Hao made his move. Deep down they knew they didn't have that kind of strength. Jiang Weiwei had long anticipated this scene, merely smiling slightly without speaking. Lin Hao yawned neck. He didn't want to waste time on these little buddies. Su Xiaowei, after a moment of shock, hurriedly called for the school's doctor to check on Hao Shuai's condition, secretly relieved to find that he was merely unconscious. The next competitor, Lin Hao, basically ended the fight with a single move. By this time, the audience was numb. In less than 5 minutes, 5 participants had fallen one after another. The most pitiful were the teachers from Jiangzhou Martial University, staring at the 5 main competitors lying motionless on the ground, their faces filled with despair. It seemed they wouldn't be entering the top 16 this year. At this time, Lin Hao had returned to his preparation seat. Principal Zhang, you promised that the participating contestants would receive 80 of the rewards, and you must not go back on your word. Just as Lin Hao sat down, he spoke to Zhang Weiwei. Hearing this, Mo Zixuan and the others instantly felt that something was amiss. Could it be true that Lin Hao had annihilated 3 golden-ranked beasts in an instant? But his profile showed only the strength of a high bronze rank. If the rumors were true, did they still have a chance to participate? That is natural, Zhang Weiwei smiled. Meanwhile, the competitions of other schools had already begun, while Lin Hao simply closed his eyes to rest. Mo Zixuan and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. After one day of competition, Shanqing Martial University stood at the top of the leaderboard with a perfect record of 5 wins. Lin Hao also fully exemplified the commendable virtue of a captain caring for his teammates, directly achieving 5 wins in a row. This left the audience, judges, and all the teachers at Martial University in utter astonishment. After 5 matches, his teammates had become numb, and Mo Zixuan and the others had completely reversed their attitude towards Lin Hao. Brother Lin, you seem quite tired today. Let us treat you to dinner tonight. Mo Zixuan, Lian Qinyang, and Xiao Xiao began to cozy up to him. According to the profile, Lin Hao was a high bronze rank, but now they didn't believe a word of that. If they said Lin Hao was a high gold rank, they might believe it a bit. Seeing the change in attitude of a few people, Lin Hao didn't put on airs. He went with Wang Ming, Xia Qiuling, and the others to the famous Shanqing Grand Hotel for a grand feast. During the meal, Lin Hao expressed that they would have their chance to participate. He wouldn't let them just sit idle. Hearing this, the others were overjoyed. If they spent the entire competition sitting on the preparation seat, putting aside the distribution of resources, it wouldn't look good for them in their own school. In the following 2 days, Lin Hao kept his promise, allowing Mo Zixuan and the others to perform well on stage while he took on the safety net role. Seeing that Lin Hao hadn't monopolized all the matches, Zhang Weiwei felt a deep sense of relief. If Lin Hao were to dominate the entire competition alone, the others would surely be at odds with him, the principal. 3 days later, Shanqing Martial University seized the first place in the preliminaries with a flawless record, and they would join the second place Guiyang Martial University from the same group in the top 16 finals. This was the first time in nearly 20 years that Shanqing Martial University had reached the top 16. At the same time, external promotions reached their peak. 5 days later, the top 16 finals would take place at Modu Martial University. Longqing Martial University, Modu Martial University, Huadu Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and Xinjiang Martial University are currently the 5 top martial arts universities in Xia country. However, Shanqing Martial University had fallen into decline, struggling with talent supply and insufficient resources, and had long since been excluded from the ranks of top martial arts universities. That day, Lin Hao had just finished breakfast when Zhang Weiwei called him to the school's conference room. When Lin Hao arrived at the conference room, he found that besides Zhang Weiwei, there were also Su Xiaorui and several participating students. Zhang Weiwei asked Lin Hao to sit down and handed out the materials she had in her hands to everyone present. Lin Hao took the materials and saw the words, "List of contestants for the top 16 of the 100 Schools League." Zhang Weiwei spoke first. "I called you all here today to inform you that the top 16 of the 100 Schools League has been finalized. What you have in your hands are the details of the competing academies. The finals of this 100 Schools League will be held at Modu Martial University. None of the schools that made it to the top 16 are to be underestimated. I hope you are mentally prepared. I will briefly go over the materials with you. Longqing Martial University and Modu Martial University are both established top martial arts universities. They have dominated the top 5 rankings since before the decline of Shanqing Martial University. For nearly 20 years, they have maintained the first and second positions." Lin Hao also opened the materials in his hand, listening while flipping through. Longqing Martial University's top genius Duan Yue is a golden-ranked martial artist wielding the Broken Army Spear. The following team members are also silver-ranked martial artists. Modu Martial University's top genius Mou is a golden-ranked martial artist wielding the Bihoi Yuming staff. The following team members are also silver-ranked martial artists. Qingzhou Martial University's top genius Yi Shuang is a golden-ranked ability user specializing in water abilities. The following team members are also silver-ranked martial artists. Jiangnan Martial University's top genius Lu Qingming is a golden-ranked ability user. The following team members are also silver-ranked martial artists. Lin Hao sighed softly. Excluding his abnormal strength, the highest cultivation at Shanqing Martial University was Mo Zixuan, a silver-ranked martial artist. The gap is not small at all. Lin Hao continued to look down and frowned slightly when he saw Jiangnan Martial University casually asking, "Principal Zhang, why is there no information on Lu Qingming from Jiangnan Martial University?" Upon hearing Lin Hao's question, Zhang Weiwei immediately replied, Because she has never made a move, during the preliminaries, she solely relied on her teammates to sweep through the entire round. It is said that she didn't even go to the competition site. Lin Hao understood, so she was hiding her strength. Seeing the information on himself at Shanxing Martial University, Lin Hao chuckled. It read, Shanxing Martial University's top genius Mo Zixuan, a silver-ranked martial artist wielding the Chuan Yun Bao. In contrast, his section read, regular team member Lin Hao, a high bronze-ranked ability user specializing in lightning abilities. Lin Hao then gave Jiang Weiwei a big thumbs up. Compared to hiding strength, this introduction was truly a form of concealed power. At this point, Jiang Weiwei continued, we have achieved our initial goal for this 100 Schools League. Gratefully looking at Lin Hao, she continued, but we must also pursue higher goals for the upcoming matches. You only need to relax and do your best. Remember, do not push yourselves too hard on stage. Your lives are to be spent fighting ferocious beasts, serving the country, and protecting the people. It is not for you to show off as heroes in the competition. For this competition, Su and I will lead the team as before. All matters concerning the competition will be entirely under the responsibility of Captain Lin Hao. Su and I will not interfere. Everyone agreed in unison. Compared to the preliminaries, Lin Hao had already established an unshakable position in the hearts of the team members. After the meeting ended, Jiang Weiwei kept Lin Hao behind. What are your thoughts? Jiang Weiwei asked with a smile, while Lin Hao looked helpless. Weiwei, the gap between the team members is too great. They might just be cannon fodder if they go up there. Jiang Weiwei sighed deeply upon hearing this. Aside from those with great talent, every top martial arts university possesses training resources that we simply cannot compete with. Just like back then, when I didn't want you to stay at Shanxing Martial University. If your strength weren't so abnormal, I would have certainly sent you to a top martial university. There you would receive better training. Mo Zixuan is already our highest combat power at Shanxing Martial University. Without you, we would likely have lost our chance in this round of preliminaries. Thank you, Lin Hao. Jiang Weiwei expressed her gratitude. She truly appreciated Lin Hao, not to mention that he once saved her life by defeating a platinum-ranked beast, as she hadn't expected him to be willing to stay at the beginning. Hey, we don't need to say these things between us. Oh dear, Weiwei, your eyes are almost sparkling. Su Xiaorui spoke up at just the right moment. Lin Hao helped you into the top 16, you should be satisfied. Then Su Xiaorui looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you might not know, but Weiwei was quite worried about this matter back then. Now that you've resolved it so easily, she should thank you properly. Xiaorui, you're at it again. Jiang Weiwei felt embarrassed by Su Xiaorui's words. That night, Lin Hao called Fang Yao. Upon hearing that Shanxing Martial University had advanced to the top 16 and that Lin Hao was participating, Fang Yao was very happy. They agreed to meet in Modu and she promised to come watch his match. After hanging up, Lin Hao called his aunt to inform her about going to Modu for the competition. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiaoro insisted on going to Modu to cheer for Lin Hao upon hearing that her brother was competing there. In the end, Lin Yeye had no choice but to agree. Lin Hao's grandmother was surprised to hear this and expressed that her old limbs couldn't withstand the hustle and bustle, asking Lin Yeye to take good care of Xiaoro when they went to Modu. Lin Hao felt helpless. He had intended for his family to watch the competition on television, but unexpectedly, both his aunt and sister wanted to go to Modu. With no other choice, Lin Hao called Fang Yao again to request 2 VIP tickets for the competition. Fang Yao assured him it wouldn't be a problem. She would be responsible for picking up his aunt and Xiaoro. Finally, Lin Hao felt relieved. 4 days later, the participants from Shanxing Martial University, led by Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui, boarded a plane to Modu. After a long flight of 3 hours, the 12 of them finally arrived in Modu. The students and teachers responsible for receiving them in Modu were already waiting outside the airport. Upon seeing Jiang Weiwei and the others emerge from the airport, the teachers from Modu Martial University greeted them with great enthusiasm. They quickly arranged for Lin Hao and the others to board a bus heading to Modu Martial University. An hour later, they arrived at Modu Martial University, gazing at the imposing entrance and magnificent buildings. Lin Hao smacked his lips, sighing. The top martial universities are indeed wealthy. A few seniors from Modu Martial University led them to their accommodation. Jiang Weiwei reminded them not to wander around and to conserve their energy for tomorrow's competition. Fool, just as Lin Hao and the others were about to leave the dormitory for dinner, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Hao abruptly stopped and turned around. The others following him also looked over at the source of his gaze. At that moment, a girl in a yellow dress was leading a cute little girl in a princess dress, while a slightly older girl, brother. The little girl rushed into Lin Hao's arms with her tiny steps. Lin Hao quickly caught her. The newcomers were none other than Fang Yao, Lin Xiaoro, and Lin Yeye. What, you little brat? Surprised to see us? Lin Yeye began to tease him. He not at all. I just didn't expect you to come to school to see me. Lin Hao scratched his head. It was Xiaoro who insisted on finding you. Both Yao and I couldn't refuse her, so we came to school to try our luck. Lin Yeye tried to take Xiaoro, but Xiaoro clung to Lin Hao's neck and refused to let go. Oh, does Xiaoro miss her? Lin Hao kissed Zaira's chubby little face, making her giggle. Xiaoro really misses her brother. Not just Xiaoro, but even sister Yao misses her brother. Xiaoro whispered in Lin Hao's ear, but her voice was clear enough for everyone present to hear. The team members following Lin Hao were all stunned in place. What did you see that? 3 beauties, 2 big ones, and a little one, all here looking for Lin Deshun. Wang Ming, no wonder they call him Lin Deshun. Lei Yunfan said, his eyes wide open, mumbling softly. You can say his strength is abnormal, but he's also handsome and surrounded by so many beauties. Isn't that unfair? Mo Zishuan looked despondent. The most shocked were Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei. Has my Weiwei been stolen away? Su Xiaorui's vigilance heightened. She understood, clearly not paying attention to the slightly older girl, but she heard Lin Hao refer to her as aunt. The girl in the yellow dress was equally as beautiful as her and Jiang Weiwei. Jiang Weiwei's mouth was slightly agape. So these are Lin Hao's family. At this moment, Lin Hao, holding Lin Xiaoro, looked at Fang Yao. Thank you for taking care of her. Xiaoro hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? Fang Yao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked at Lin Hao. Not at all. Xiaoro has been very well behaved. Upon hearing this, Xiaoro pouted her little face. Brother, please don't flirt with Sister Yao while I'm here. Lin Hao coughed a couple of times at her blunt words. At this moment, Su Xiaowei could no longer contain herself. If she didn't step in it, seemed Weiwei's home would be completely stolen. Hey Lin, how are these your family? While speaking to Lin Hao, Su Xiaowei kept her eyes fixed on Fang Yao. Lin Hao, regaining his composure, said to everyone, by the way, let me introduce you. These two are my aunt Lin Yaya and my sister Lin Xiaoro. This is my friend Fang Yao. The students immediately straightened their backs with solemn expressions. Hello, aunt. Hello, sister Xiaoro. Hello, sister-in-law. Upon hearing so many people call her sister-in-law, Fang Yao's face flushed instantly, and she softly replied hello. Lin Yaya looked at Lin Hao with a teasing expression. Oh, little brat, it seems you're doing well at school. Upon hearing her subordinates address Fang Yao this way, Su Xiaowei was stunned. Her move had sent her teammates straight into the pit. She then glared at her subordinates, thinking I'll deal with you when we get back. Lin Hao then introduced Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei to Fang Yao and Lin Yaya. This is our principal Jiang Weiwei from Shanxing Martial University, and this is our team leader for this competition, Su Xiaowei. Fang Yao and Lin Yaya were momentarily shocked upon hearing that Jiang Weiwei was the principal. Is the principal of Shanxing Martial University really this young and beautiful? Jiang Weiwei politely greeted Lin Yaya and Fang Yao. Brother, this principal's sister is also very pretty. Xiaoro whispered to Lin Hao, but her whispers were clearly audible to everyone present. Upon hearing his sister starting to speak without a filter, Lin Hao hurriedly covered her mouth. Jiang Weiwei appeared very calm as she took the initiative to greet Lin Xiaoro. Sister Xiaoro is also... At this moment, Lin Yaya seemed to have realized something. Oh, this little brat is quite lucky. It appears that the principal and teachers from Shanxing Martial University have an unusual relationship with him. This matter needs to be reported to Mom when I get back. She might gain 1 or 2 more daughters-in-law. Xiao, how are you going to eat? How about we go together? Lin Yaya spoke up. Jiang Weiwei quickly responded, Lin, how go eat with your family? We won't join you. Remember not to be too late. There's a competition tomorrow. Lin Hao thought for a moment. All right, Principal Jiang, I'll head off with my family first. See you tomorrow morning. Goodbye, Principal Sister. Lin Xiaoro waved her cute little hand to bid farewell to Jiang Weiwei, who also smiled and waved back. On the way to dinner, my ancestors, don't you have any sense of crisis? Su Xiaowei whispered to Jiang Weiwei. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Today's events were quite unfavorable, extremely unfavorable. Her best friend seemed far too calm, joking with Lin Hao's family. Jiang Weiwei merely smiled faintly after hearing this. If he has a girlfriend, then so be it. I'm not his girlfriend. Su Xiaowei was momentarily stunned. Weiwei, are you serious? Even a blind person can tell you have feelings for Lin Hao. You're just one step away from writing I like Lin Hao on your face. Hey, are you still my Weiwei? What if he has a girlfriend? It's not like they're married. If they're not married, there's still competition. Su Xiaowei was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Rui, let's not talk about this anymore, Jiang Weiwei said earnestly, looking at her friend. She understood that Su Xiaowei meant well, but first, she hadn't expressed her feelings to Lin Hao, and she wasn't his girlfriend. Secondly, the girl named Fang Yao whom she had just met was likely Lin Hao's official girlfriend. She simply couldn't bring herself to intrude. Honestly asking herself, did she have feelings for Lin Hao? Yes. It wasn't just her father and best friend whispering in her ear. Lin Hao had helped her a lot. He provided her and Xiaowei with training resources, helped Shanxing Martial University reach the finals, and saved her from a fierce beast. The trope of a hero saving a beauty is quite cliched, but it must be said that it's effective. The moment Lin Hao was swallowed by the platinum-level fierce beast, she realized she had fallen for him. However, she couldn't bring herself to be the third party intruding on someone else's relationship. She had her own pride and wouldn't destroy someone else's feelings. At this moment, Lin Hao was enjoying a lavish meal with the 3 girls watching as Xiao Rose stuffed her cheeks, her little face smeared with grease. Lin Hao picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth. Xiao Hao, it seems you've been doing quite well at school these past 6 months, Lin Yaya remarked, having observed the attitude of Jiang Weiwei and the other teachers and students towards Lin Hao, which surprised him a bit. Hee little, and it's just normal interaction, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Not wanting to press further, Lin Yaya dropped the subject. At this time Fang Yao was also quite curious. Silly boy, will you be participating tomorrow? In fact, Fang Yao was still somewhat worried as all the teams reaching the finals were not to be underestimated. Even a contestant with only a grade talent like Lin Hao would face dire challenges on the field. Sensing Fang Yao's concern, Lin Hao gave her a reassuring smile. Do you remember the surprise I mentioned to you? Fang Yao paused for a moment, then recalled Lin Hao's words about giving her a surprise during the inter-school competition before their separation. Nodding, she replied, I remember, but what could it be? Lin Hao smiled mysteriously. You will find out. Will my brother be competing tomorrow? At this point Xiao Rao's belly was round and full, clearly unable to eat anymore. Yes. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Xiao Rao's hair. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao Rao cheered, great. Tomorrow I will cheer for you along with little aunt and sister Yao. Little aunt and Xiao Rao will sit with me, so you don't need to worry. I have also arranged accommodation for us. Fang Yao chimed in appropriately. Thank you. Lin Hao felt a warm sensation in his heart. Since high school, Fang Yao had taken care of him meticulously. Even when he awakened his pathetic A-grade talent, Fang Yao did not disdain him. Instead, she helped him get a recommendation to attend Shanqing Wuda. Lin Hao remembered all of this clearly. All right, we've eaten enough, and soon I will take Xiao Rao back to the hotel to rest. You and Xiao Yao should take a walk. Lin Ye quickly interjected, sensing the tension in the air as she did not want to be fed more dog food after a full meal. After parting with Lin Ye and Xiao Rao, Lin Hao and Fang Yao took a stroll by the lake at the hotel. Fang Yao informed him that someone would be sent to pick up Lin Ye and Xiao Rao tomorrow, so Lin Hao could rest assured. Around 10 o'clock at night, Lin Hao returned to his dorm. In the dormitory of Shanqing Wuda, each room was shared by 2 people. At Mo Zishuan's strong request, he and Lin Hao were assigned to the same room. Seeing Lin Hao return, Mo Zishuan bounced up from his bed. Brother Lin, you're back. Not understanding Mo Zishuan's overly eager expression, Lin Hao was puzzled. Brother Lin, can I be the first to compete in tomorrow's match? Upon hearing Mo Zishuan's inquiry, Lin Hao pondered, let's see who our opponent is tomorrow. There will be an opening ceremony and a lottery session. If the opponent is not strong, I will take the lead as usual. If we draw a top-tier martial arts university, I will go in directly. Otherwise, you guys might get hurt. Upon hearing Lin Hao's assurance, Mo Zishuan readily agreed. Thank you, Brother Lin. By the way, Brother Lin, does your sister have a boyfriend? Mo Zishuan scratched his head awkwardly. Hearing this question, Lin Hao's face darkened, and he kicked Mo Zishuan in the butt. Get the hell out of here. My sister is only 6 years old. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Hao and the others arrived at the competition venue of Shanqing Wuda under Jiang Weiwei's guidance. As a well-established top martial arts university, Shanqing Wuda had set up the competition at the largest training ground within the school. The entire training ground was constructed from high-grade steel, impervious even to the power of golden-level warriors. Surrounding the venue were stands that could accommodate 500 spectators. Thanks to the official promotion, tickets for this inter-school competition had long been sold out. At this moment, many spectators were already seated waiting for the match to begin. Facing the grandstand was the judging panel, press section, and VIP seats. Reporters from various broadcasting stations had set up their cameras, eagerly anticipating the start of the competition. The judges for this inter-school competition included Jiang Tianhai, the commander of the Western Military Region, and Fang Wei, the commander of the Eastern Military Region. The presence of these 2 military legends greatly enhanced the prestige of this inter-school competition. The VIP seats were occupied by the heads of various prominent families. Their purpose in attending was to scout for potential talents to recruit into their families. Fang Yao, Lin Ye, and Lin Xiao Rao were assigned to the VIP seats. Old Fang, which martial arts university do you think will win this inter-school competition? Jiang Tianhai looked at Fang Wei with a cunning expression. Fang Wei pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. I've reviewed the profiles of the students from the martial arts universities that made it to the finals. Duan Yu from Longqing Wuda and Mo from Shanqing Wuda are both rare talents seen once in a century. I estimate that the champion will emerge from one of those 2 universities. Old Fang, this year's inter-school competition might yield some unexpected results. Jiang Tianhai laughed heartily. Fang Wei looked at Jiang Tianhai with confusion and then asked, Old Jiang, I remember you usually don't pay attention to these small competitions. Why are you so keen to volunteer as a judge this year? Upon hearing Fang Wei's inquiry, Jiang Tianhai teased, I won't tell you yet, Old Fang. Among this group of kids, there is an extraordinary presence. You'll find out soon enough. Fang Wei's curiosity was piqued. Oh, Old Fang, then I must watch closely. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhai was also feeling playful. Old Fang, how about we make a bet? Let's wager which martial arts university will win the championship this year. Hearing this, Fang Wei became interested. What are the terms of the bet? I'll give you 3 choices. You can pick 3 universities from the 16 martial arts universities. If any of them wins the championship, you win. If a university outside of those 3 wins, I win. How does that sound? Old Jiang, it seems you have quite a bit of confidence in that kid you mentioned. All right, I'll choose Longqing Wuda, Shanqing Wuda, and Qingzhou Wuda. I've heard that the geniuses from those 3 universities are already at golden level strength this year, and they are also nurtured by prestigious top martial arts universities. Alright old Fong, I'll state the stakes. If I win, you cannot recruit the champion student to your side, and vice versa, if you win I can't either. How about that? Sure, it seems the Eastern Military Region will be welcoming many talented individuals this year. The stakes of their bet were thus established. At this time, the principal's team leaders and competing students from the 16 martial arts universities had already gathered in the preparation area waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. Meanwhile, in the VIP seats, Lin Hao was holding a large lollipop while sitting with Lin Yaya and Fong Yao. Suddenly her eyes lit up. "Sister Yao, I see my brother." She pointed her little hand towards Lin Hao, who was at the preparation area. Today, Lin Hao, like the other martial arts students, was dressed in a school uniform, quietly waiting for the competition to begin. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, amidst the sky filled with firecrackers and the applause of the audience, the beautiful host, holding the microphone, announced the start of the finals of the 100 Schools League. However, Lin Hao did not pay much attention to the host's opening speech. It was when the judges were introduced that Lin Hao paused for a moment, as he did not expect Jiang Tianhai to also be present at the competition. He then glanced at Jiang Weiwei, who gave him a knowing look. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth twitched. It seemed that Jiang Tianhai was coming for him. Before long, the drawing ceremony officially began, still led by the captains of each team. When Lin Hao stepped onto the stage, Fong Yao in the VIP seats was taken aback. That fool was actually the captain of the Shanxing Martial University team. Neither did Lin Yaya expect Lin Hao to go for the draw. "It seems this brat is hiding something from us," she said, exchanging a glance with Fong Yao, both noticing the surprise in each other's eyes. Fong Yao's surprise quickly turned into joy. How could this be the surprise that fool had for her? Meanwhile, Lin Hao, licking a large lollipop, was unaware of all this, simply cheerfully calling for her brother to go up and draw lots. Lin Hao drew the second lot in the upper half of the competition, which meant that their Shanxing Martial University would be the first to compete. Among the 5 top martial universities, Longqing Martial University and Modu Martial University were placed in the upper half. Qingzhou Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and Xinjiang Martial University were placed in the lower half, while their opponent was Yinqing Martial University, which drew the first lot in the upper half. Jiang Weiwei and the other team members looked over the information on Yinqing Martial University, noting that the highest-ranked captain there was a mid-level bronze warrior. Lin Hao paid no mind, and casually said, "As usual, Mo Zishuan, you lead the charge, and I'll cover you. Remember, you are competing, not fighting for your lives." Upon hearing this, Mo Zishuan, Wang Meng, and others immediately brightened up at the chance to perform. "Sure thing, brother Lin, we won't let you down." Jiang Weiwei was also very satisfied with Lin Hao's arrangement as she cast a glance at Su Xiaowei, who was sulking with a helpless expression. Her best friend had been sulking since last night over Lin Hao. Now she still looked unhappy, the kind that couldn't be cheered up. In the first match, Yinqing Martial University will face Shanxing Martial University. "Oh, please have the competitors come to the stage quickly." With the host's announcement, the first match of the 100 Schools League officially began, and the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Reporters from various television stations pointed their cameras at the center of the competition stage to begin live broadcasting. "Brother Lin, I'm going," Mo Zishuan exclaimed, and upon seeing Lin Hao nod, he stepped up onto the competition stage. Yinqing University sent a burly mid-level bronze warrior. He stepped onto the competition stage and bowed casually. "Lin Hao, mid-level bronze warrior, I look forward to your guidance." Mo Zishuan's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Oh, was this guy sharing the same name as Lin Deshun? How could the first person to come up be so peculiar? Lin Hao, watching from below, also had a black line across his face. The other team members were covering their mouths, trying not to laugh out loud. Jiang Weiwei was also dumbfounded. This was just too dramatic. Facing Lin Hao, Mo Zishuan smiled slightly. Shanxing Martial University, Mo Zishuan, initial level silver warrior. As the referee announced the start of the match, a bow adorned with ancient patterns suddenly appeared in Mo Zishuan's hands. On the other side, Lin Hao from Yinqing Martial University manifested a tunderlong flame blade. Upon seeing the cloud-piercer bow in Mo Zishuan's hands, the opponent quickly realized he was a ranged attacker and needed to close in. He then took the initiative, activating the battle skill Sky-Breaking Slash. The blade of the flame sword was enveloped in a fierce blaze as it swiftly cleaved towards Mo Zishuan. Mo Zishuan remained calm, raising the cloud-piercer bow with his left hand while gathering a stream of azure energy in his right hand. In an instant, 3 azure arrows were knocked on the bow. All 3 arrows were fired simultaneously. The first arrow shattered Lin Hao's blade aura, while the remaining 2 arrows surged toward Lin Hao with unwavering momentum. Lin Hao swung his large blade up and down, forcefully resisting the destructive power of the 2 arrows, but at this moment his organs were also shaken, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A normal silver-level warrior could easily overpower a bronze-level one, of course, excluding the freaks. Seeing that his strike had succeeded, Mo Zishuan instantly moved to Lin Hao's side, and a brilliant light erupted from his hand. Without an arrow appearing in his hand, the white light merged into the cloud-piercer bow, and Mo Zishuan plucked the bowstring towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao was caught off guard and was directly blasted off the competition stage by a shockwave. This was one of the inherited battle skills from Mo Zishuan's family, the startled bird. Seeing Lin Hao fall off the competition stage, the referee immediately announced in the first match between Yinqing Martial University and Shanqing Martial University, Shanqing Martial University wins. Please send out the second competitor from Yinqing Martial University. Lin Hao looked at Mo Zishuan on the stage and nodded in satisfaction. Mo Zishuan's unexpected victory was achieved by first launching 3 arrows to confuse the opponent, then using the shockwave from the bowstring to catch the opponent off guard. This allowed him to conserve a lot of spiritual energy for the next match. Meanwhile, the audience was watching in confusion. They did not understand the power of Mo Zishuan's second battle skill, only seeing the student wielding a long knife inexplicably knocked off the competition stage. In the second match, Yinqing Martial University sent out a high-level bronze warrior wielding a short blade. This student immediately activated the battle skill Shadowless. At this moment, most of the audience could only see Mo Zishuan standing alone on the stage, while the newly arrived warrior had vanished. Zhang Weiwei furrowed her brows at this point, recognizing it as a stealth-type skill. Such skills could only be barely sensed by even gold-level warriors through their aura, yet Mo Zishuan smiled, faintly, a smile full of confidence. He was the first competitor to take the stage from Shanqing Martial University, and also the first competitor in the entire 100 Schools League. As the greatest genius of Shanqing Martial University, except for that freak Lin Hao, he had to set a good example for the school. He made no visible movements, but suddenly a flash of golden light gleamed in his eyes. Talent skill Insight activated. In an instant, Mo Zishuan captured the opponent's location. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, shooting a red arrow with unparalleled speed and power towards a corner of the competition stage. Clearly caught off guard by the sudden arrow, the opponent hurriedly tried to dodge. However, it was too late, and the arrow pierced through the student's left shoulder. The force of the arrow also sent him, who was already on the edge of the competition stage, tumbling off. At this moment, Feng Wei at the judges' table couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a good prospect." Jiang Tianhai nodded repeatedly. According to the roster, this is the greatest genius of Shanqing Martial University. He truly has some skills. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised too. He did not expect Mo Zishuan to possess such an insight ability. This brought him considerable joy. The team members from Shanqing Martial University were all cheering loudly for it. Seeing the opponent fall off the competition stage, the referee immediately announced in the second match between Yinqing Martial University and Shanqing Martial University, Shanqing Martial University wins. Please send out the third competitor from Yinqing Martial University. Meanwhile, the medical team responsible for treatment rushed to the student's side to check his injuries. The teacher from Yinqing Martial University hurried over, looking worried. Upon hearing the doctor say that the student was not severely injured, the teacher from Yinqing Martial University breathed a sigh of relief and then sent out their team captain. At this moment, a student with short red hair and a stern expression stepped onto the competition stage. However, his appearance bore no resemblance to that of a student. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s. His explosive muscles nearly burst through the school uniform. Mo Zishuan glanced at him, his lips twitching. "Referee, isn't he exceeding the age limit for students?" The referee was slightly taken aback upon seeing the man, then quickly flipped through the list in his hands. The name read Lu Gang, Silver Intermediate Warrior, 18 years old. After comparing the man's appearance, the referee announced that there was no issue with this person. The students from Yinqing Martial University looked resigned. Their captain indeed appeared a bit anxious. Lu Gang, on the other hand, seemed quite calm, clearly accustomed to being questioned about his age. He simply stated, "If I lose, our Yinqing Martial University will forfeit all remaining matches." Mo Zishuan's face darkened. Where did this odd uncle come from to impersonate a student? However, upon hearing his words, his eyes lit up, and he smiled, "No problem." As the referee announced the start of the match, a massive pitch-black axe suddenly appeared in Lu Gang's hand, and his aura erupted dramatically. Mo Zishuan's gaze sharpened, a silver-level warrior. Lu Gang did not use any combat techniques, and simply swung the giant axe towards Mo Zishuan. Mo Zishuan, armed with a bow, dared not engage Heaton. He relied on his agility to narrowly evade Lu Gang's attacks. Suddenly, a brilliant red light surged around Lu Gang, and his speed increased dramatically as he swung the axe towards Mo Zishuan's face. Mo Zishuan was caught off guard by the sudden speed and could only raise his bow to barely block the strike. Lu Gang, taking advantage of the momentum, kicked Mo Zishuan away. In pain, Mo Zishuan saw Lu Gang charging at him and gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, shot 3 arrows to intercept Lu Gang's assault. "This won't do. I've already consumed nearly half of my spiritual energy after fighting 2 matches. If this continues, I will undoubtedly lose." Mo Zishuan's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. He quickly made a decision. He would go all out, aiming for a swift victory. Even if he couldn't win the match, he could deplete his opponent's spiritual energy. Mo Zishuan swiftly moved, drawing his bow and firing arrows from all directions towards Lu Gang as if he were shooting them without restraint. Liu Gang swung his heavenly axe, countering the arrows with powerful axe strikes. At that moment, Mo Zishuan activated his second battle skill as a silver-level warrior, gathering all his spiritual energy to shoot an arrow into the sky. The arrow shot into the clouds with unmatched speed, disappearing in an instant. Just as everyone was puzzled, the sky suddenly flashed with lightning, and a massive arrow descended towards Liu Gang. This was Mo Zishuan's strongest attack skill, Wrath of the Firmament. Is this the final blow? Liu Gang realized Mo Zishuan's choice, and no longer holding back, let his aura surge dramatically. Facing the falling arrow, he unleashed his skill, Heavenly Opening. The black glow emanating from Liu Gang's axe surged forth, meeting the massive arrow Hedon. As the black light made contact with the arrow, a tremendous explosion erupted in midair, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Just as Liu Gang relaxed, a multitude of arrows suddenly shot towards him from the cloud of dust. Liu Gang was caught off guard, and the referee quickly approached him, merely pointing a finger in the air. The incoming arrows exploded one after another. Looking at the two panting heavily, the referee announced, in the third match between Yinqing Martial University and Shanxing Martial University, Shanxing Martial University wins. Instantly, the audience erupted in cheers, celebrating the excitement of the previous match. The students from Shanxing Martial University, including Lin Hao, stood up, applauding and cheering for Mo Zishuan. Today, Mo Zishuan had given them a great surprise. That shot of Wrath of the Firmament had left even him astonished by the follow-up attack. The judges Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei were equally impressed. This kid needs to be well nurtured. He will be a pillar of the nation in the future. Liu Gang wore a helpless expression. In the end, he had underestimated his opponent. He had not expected that the massive arrow would split into countless smaller arrows attacking him. If it weren't for the referee's intervention, he might have been shot to pieces. I lost. We Yinqing Martial University concede the remaining matches. Liu Gang looked dejected. The remaining two members of Yinqing Martial University were only bronze intermediate in strength. Sending them would be akin to sending them to their demise. The teachers of Yinqing Martial University were also somewhat resigned. They had already accomplished their task by reaching the top 16. However, they had not anticipated that Shanxing Martial University would be this strong right from the first match. The referee glanced at the preparation area of Yinqing Martial University, and upon seeing the principal nod, he loudly announced, I declare that in the first match of the 100 Schools Tournament, Yinqing Martial University faces Shanxing Martial University, and Shanxing Martial University wins. Moving on to the top 8. As soon as the referee finished announcing, the team members of Shanxing Martial University rushed onto the arena. Mo, you were too cool. That counts as a 1 against 5. Exactly, and it was in the knockout stage of the top 16. Mo Zishuan was literally piled under a group of teammates, looking happier than if he had won the championship. Lin Hao patted Mo Zishuan on the shoulder. Well done. You really made us proud. Jiang Wei and Su Xiaorui looked at the students on stage, fooling around, unusually refraining from intervening. After so many years, they finally made it to the top 8. Meanwhile, on the other side of the preparation area, for you that happy just defeating an unknown Yinqing Martial University. How naive. A mere silver-level warrior. When they meet us, you'll see a real spectacle. The one speaking was Mo Du Martial University's top genius MOU. At this moment, other team members echoed, look at how naive they are. Oh, when they face us, they won't even need our captain. Any one of us can easily take them down 1 against 5. Meanwhile, the team members of Shanxing Martial University had returned to the preparation area. Mo Zishuan had nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy in that battle and needed to recover quickly, as the matches for the top 8 would also be held today. He estimated he would be on the field again soon. The referee announced the start of the second match. Lin Hao looked at the match schedule and was almost certain that their next opponent would be Mo Du Martial University. Principal Zhang, our next match should be against Mo Du Martial University, and I plan to go out directly. Lin Hao spoke up. Since Mo Du Martial University's weakest fighter was silver level, he couldn't send a bunch of bronze level students to be cannon fodder. He preferred to go out himself and break through this top-tier martial university to elevate the standing of Shanxing. Senior brother Lin, even brother Xian, has already taken the stage. Can't you give us a chance too? At that moment, Wang Meng, Xia Qiuling, Lei Yunfan, and the rest of the team gazed at Lin Hao with eager, hopeful eyes. Lin Hao paused in quiet contemplation for a moment. Then you must promise me, do not force a confrontation. If you cannot prevail, yield immediately. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly nodded in agreement. Seeing their assent, Lin Hao said no more and proceeded to arrange the order of appearance for the quarterfinals. It was certain that Shanxing Martial Academy would face Modu Martial Academy in the quarterfinals. Wang Ming, Xia Qiuling, Lei Yunfan, and Xiao Xiao, you four will enter the arena in the sequence I spec. I will serve as the final reserve. Their weakest fighter is already at the silver initial realm. Do not underestimate them, and do not indulge in reckless pride. Yes, Captain. In unison, they all affirmed their compliance. Meanwhile, on the competition platform, the round of 16 matches were still underway. True to expectation, Modu Martial Academy advanced smoothly to the quarterfinals, even without their captain Mou taking the field. By noon, the quarterfinalists had been confirmed. All top-tier martial academies from the upper bracket had secured their places. Modu Martial Academy and Longqing Martial Academy each swept through 5 consecutive victories, while in the lower bracket Qingzhou Martial Academy, Jiangnan Martial Academy, and Xinqing Martial Academy likewise advanced effortlessly to the quarterfinals. The tournament coordinators handed the match schedule to Jiang Weiwei, and the entire team gathered to examine it. In the upper bracket quarterfinals, Shanxing Martial Academy versus Modu Martial Academy, Longqing Martial Academy versus Huadu Martial Academy. In the lower bracket, Longying Martial Academy versus Jiangnan Martial Academy, Xinqing Martial Academy versus Qingzhou Martial Academy. The matches would commence precisely at 1:00 p.m. After reviewing the schedule, they carefully studied the competitor profiles of Modu Martial Academy. Top-tier academies truly are top-tier. Their captain is gold rank, and every team member is silver rank. Xia Qiuling pouted with a faint sour twist of her lips. The faculty strength and student aptitude of top-tier academies simply surpass what ordinary martial academies can offer. Su Xiaorui offered clarification for the group. We all serve Xia State, but why should their resources far exceed ours? During the beast incursion crisis, where were they rushing to the front lines? Wang Ming spoke up indignant. It was always students from ordinary martial academies who bore the heaviest sacrifices. Lei Yunfan remained silent, as ever, but gave a solemn, affirming nod. Such is the nature of reality. Inequality is inevitable. Whether we are instructors or even the nation's supreme cultivators, we all live beneath the same immutable laws. Xiao Xiao leaned against the wall, sighing softly. No one can break those laws. Then let me be the first to shatter them. Lin Hao's own heart burned with quiet fury. At that moment, Jiang Weiwei clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. We have 30 minutes until match time. Let us proceed to the preparation zone. The team moved together toward the preparation area. Meanwhile, the spectator stands were already filled to capacity. Audiences brimmed with fervor, for witnessing live martial contests was an extraordinary privilege for ordinary citizens. At precisely 1:00 p.m., the host's opening address heralded the official commencement of the 100-school tournament quarterfinals. Quarterfinal match 1, Shanxing Martial Academy versus Modu Martial Academy. Contestants, please take your positions. As the referee's words echoed, audience enthusiasm surged to its zenith. Modu Martial Academy represented not only elite status, but also home ground advantage, and most spectators were devoted fans of the academy. Brother Lin, I'm off first. Wang Ming grinned broad and simple. Stay safe, and remember, do not force the fight. Lin Hao added one last admonition. Go Mengzi. The others cheered him on as he strode onto the arena. Before him stood an unremarkable short-statured opponent. Once both fighters assumed their stances, the referee declared the match open. His opponent was Tong Yinbin, a silver mid-realm martial artist. Tong Yinbin made no immediate move. Instead, he cast a disdainful glance toward Wang Ming. What trash academy dares reach the quarterfinals? The weak must know their place. Surrender now before you waste the nation's precious resources. Wang Ming flared with rage. After all, he had attained the bronze mid-realm as a first year. Hardly a peerless prodigy, yet unquestionably among the gifted. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a surge of overwhelming aura. A blazing crimson longsword materialized in his grasp, and in a flash of motion, he lunged at Tong Yinbin. Tong Yinbin merely curled a contemptuous smile at the corner of his lips. Twin short blades appeared in his hands. No aura erupted around him, yet with a subtle shift of stance, he evaded Wang Ming's sweeping blade entirely. In the instant the blade passed Tong Yinbin's short blade slashed cleanly across Wang Ming's torso, carving a 10-centimeter wound. Ignoring the pain, Wang Ming raised his great sword in a horizontal sweep. But Tong Yinbin had already vanished from that spot, reappearing instantly at Wang Ming's flank, his blades flashing once more to carve another bloody gash into his flesh. Wang Ming strained to break free from Tong Yinbin's relentless assault, but Tong Yinbin clung like a venomous leech, circling him without pause. Within 2 minutes, 12 fresh wounds streaked Wang Ming's body. Wang Ming now stood drenched in blood upon the arena floor. Tong Yinbin inflicted no mortal strikes, and thus the referee deemed intervention unnecessary. Brother Lin, something's wrong. That Modu Martial Academy fighter seems to be toying with Mengzi. Mo Zishuan had already discerned the unsettling pattern. Lin Hao's expression had long since hardened into icy stillness. He'd recognized the truth from Tong Yinbin's second strike, and though the injuries were non-lethal, and Wang Ming retained the capacity to fight, the referee withheld intervention. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui wore grave expressions. Lin Hao, call Wang Ming down. He cannot defeat Tong Yinbin. From my observation, Tong Yinbin has reached the silver mid-realm. Wang Ming stands no chance here. Mengzi, surrender now. You cannot win against him. Teammates below shouted in mounting desperation. Yet Wang Meng seemed deaf to their cries, still pressing forward defiant. But by now he could no longer even locate Tong Yinbin's form. His battle techniques remained useless without a target. Each of Tong Yinbin's strikes landed with cruel precision, enough to wound, never enough to kill. 3 minutes later, Tong Yinbin drove a sharp kick into Wang Meng's chest. Wang Meng spat blood and collapsed. Before he could rise, a heavy boot crashed down upon his head. I told you, trash is trash. I warned you to yield, yet you dared defy heaven and earth. How tedious. Let me repeat, a trash academy remains trash. What right do you have competing alongside us? Having seemingly grown bored with his own spectacle, Tong Yinbin lifted his foot, then slammed it down again onto Wang Meng's skull. The tremendous force sent Wang Meng spiraling unconscious off the arena platform. The referee glanced briefly at Tong Yinbin, then announced quarter-final match 1. Modu Martial Academy defeats Shanqing Martial Academy. Mengzi. In unison, Shanqing's team members rushed toward him. Wang Meng lay drenched in crimson, eyes sealed shut, utterly silent. The medical response team hurried onto the field to assess his condition. The sight alone was enough to make even the attending physician draw a sharp breath. The young man bore 27 lacerations across his body, and his skull had sustained severe impact trauma. The medical staff swiftly lifted him onto a stretcher and rushed him to the infirmary for emergency treatment. At the Magic Capital Martial University, both the principal and the teachers along with the team members looked at Wang Meng with disdain. What trash! Hurry up and call Tong Yinbin for a quick resolution. Seeing these useless people disgusted me, said Mou, the captain of the Magic Capital Martial University, as he commanded his subordinates. At this moment, everyone from the Mountain City Martial University glared angrily at Tong Yinbin on the stage. The audience on stage was also whispering, aren't the people from the Magic Capital Martial University going too far? Is this just playing with people? Exactly, having some strength is impressive, but if you can fight, just finish the match directly. Why humiliate your opponent like this? At this moment, Lin Hao said to Xia Qiuling and the other team members, Xia Qiuling, Lei Yunfan, Xiao, you all go up and admit defeat directly. Xia Qiuling merely glanced at Wang Meng, who was being carried away on a stretcher, and stepped onto the competition stage without looking back. Seeing Xia Qiuling's state, Lin Hao's heart sank. The order of the team members' appearances was reported to the referee according to Lin Hao's plan, and the next member could not join the match until the previous one was finished. Lin Hao had no other choice. Brother Meng, watched Qiuling avenge you. At this moment, Xia Qiuling's small body seemed to contain endless anger and power. With a wave of her hand, a giant battle axe appeared in her grip. Xia Qiuling was petite, standing at less than 1.6 meters, while her thunderbolt axe was already over 2 meters long. Tong Yinbin on the stage was slightly taken aback when he saw Xia Qiuling. A cute loli had come. When Xia Qiuling grasped her battle axe, Tong Yinbin was even more dumbfounded and said with a hint of pity, "Cute girl, your weapon doesn't suit you at all. Call me big brother, and maybe you'll go easy on you for being cute." He then burst into laughter. Xia Qiuling did not waste time with him. A surge of power enveloped her, and she swung the axe towards Tong Yinbin. Seeing this, Tong Yinbin could only shake his head helplessly. "Little loli, I gave you a chance. Don't regret it now." With that, he raised his short blade to collide with the giant axe. The once imposing giant axe was effortlessly blocked by the short blade. It seems Xia Qiuling had anticipated this outcome, as her thunderbolt axe suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, and a force akin to a mountain pressed into the axe. Tong Yinbin did not expect Xia Qiuling to have a follow-up move. The sudden increase in power caught him off guard, and the thunderbolt axe struck down on his shoulder. With anger in his eyes, Tong Yinbin used his short blade to block the attack of the thunderbolt axe. "Little sister, I showed you some leniency, just because you are a pretty girl and didn't want to hurt you earlier. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless." Mou from Magic Capital Martial University saw Tong Yinbin injured by the axe and felt disgusted. Tong Yinbin, this useless fool, was actually injured by a mid-level bronze fighter. Xia Qiuling did not waste time talking to Tong Yinbin. She unleashed her family's secret technique, the 36 axes of Tiangang. With her current mid-level bronze strength, she could barely use the first 3 strikes of the 36 axes. First strike of the 36 axes of Tiangang, cleaving Mount Hua. Xia Qiuling leaped high, and the thunderbolt axe in her hand suddenly erupted with lightning gradually growing larger. A terrifying pressure wrapped in a fierce wind appeared above Tong Yinbin's head. At the judges' table, Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai's eyes widened. The 36 axes of Tiangang. Could this little girl be the daughter of the old Xia? At this moment, Tong Yinbin's expression became serious as he realized that no matter how he moved, the aura of the axe was firmly locking onto him. He no longer held back, releasing his silver-level aura and activating his combat skill, Twin Blade Slash. 2 purple blades of light rapidly coalesced on his twin blades, and he charged straight at the giant axe. An explosion sounded in midair, and the purple light and giant axe disappeared into the clouds of dust. At this moment, Xia Qiuling spat blood and was violently thrown back, landing on the competition stage. As the dust settled, Tong Yinbin appeared disheveled. The recent explosion had shattered his school uniform. He let out a long breath. I didn't expect this little girl to unleash such power. Luckily, I'm a silver mid-level martial artist. If I were at the silver initial level, you would have successfully ambushed me, little girl. Xia Qiuling lay on the competition stage. Her giant axe had vanished, and she bore a gruesome wound on her shoulder. In the brief moment after the explosion, Tong Yinbin, relying on his silver mid-level strength, withstood the force of the explosion. He then thrust his short blade into Xia Qiuling's right shoulder and kicked her away. The referee shook his head slightly and announced, in the second match between Magic Capital Martial University and Mountain City Martial University, Magic Capital Martial University wins. Please send out the third contestant from Mountain City Martial University. The crowd from Mountain City Martial University rushed to Xia Qiuling's side, seeing her breathless with a nearly 10-centimeter penetrating wound on her right shoulder. The medical team hurried to examine Xia Qiuling's injuries. The wound was penetrating, 3 ribs were broken, but fortunately no vital organs were harmed. Watching Xia Qiuling being carried away by the medical personnel, the team from Mountain City Martial University was infuriated. Before Lin Hao could speak, Lei Yunfan said calmly, "It's my turn to compete." With that, he stepped onto the competition stage without looking back. As the referee's voice rang out, the third match between Mountain City Martial University and Magic Capital Martial University began. Tong Yinbin looked at the indifferent Lei Yunfan and thought, another one who came to deliver himself. Lei Yunfan, who was already taciturn, planted his Tianlin halberd into the ground and said, "Come on." Seeing Lei Yunfan's disdainful expression, Tong Yinbin instantly felt insulted. He charged at Lei Yunfan with his short blade, while Lei Yunfan remained still. The twin blade stabbed straight into Lei Yunfan's chest. Even Tong Yinbin was taken aback. What was this kid doing? He soon realized something was off. At that moment, Lei Yunfan's body suddenly became ethereal. Tong Yinbin was shocked. It was an afterimage. He quickly retreated, but Lei Yunfan would not let him escape. Low-level fighters striking high-level fighters relied on surprise. Just as Tong Yinbin wanted to retreat, Lei Yunfan suddenly appeared at his side and thrust his halberd towards him. Tong Yinbin reacted quickly, using his short blade to block Lei Yunfan's attack. However, due to the urgency, his strength was clearly insufficient. With a forceful push, Lei Yunfan pierced a wound in Tong Yinbin's body with the Tianlin halberd. After landing the hit, Lei Yunfan pressed the attack, rapidly swinging the Tianlin halberd towards Tong Yinbin's back. Tong Yinbin dodged at the right moment, narrowly avoiding Lei Yunfan's assault. Hell, let's see how many times your shadow can still play its role. In the face of Lei Yunfan, Tong Yinbin appeared somewhat troubled. Each time he struck at Lei Yunfan, it was merely a shadow. As Lei Yunfan sought to exploit a gap for a counterattack, Tong Yinbin was able to evade with his intermediate silver-level strength. After 10 or so exchanges, neither managed to wound the other. It seems there is only one way to counterattack him. At this moment, Lei Yunfan silently pondered his strategy. He was at the intermediate bronze level, and even though Tong Yinbin had fought 2 matches already, the power of his spiritual energy at the intermediate silver level was beyond what a bronze-level fighter could contend with. In the end, he would still lose. On the sidelines, the team from Shanxing Wudao was sweating bullets for Lei Yunfan. Just as Tong Yinbin lunged at Lei Yunfan again, he slightly sidestepped to avoid a critical hit. The blade plunged directly into Lei Yunfan's left shoulder. Just when Tong Yinbin thought he had struck, yet another shadow, bright red blood flowed from the blade. Tong Yinbin was taken aback. How did that hit? Could it be that his spiritual energy had run low? In that moment of distraction, Lei Yunfan reached out with his left hand and firmly grasped Tong Yinbin's right hand. With a sinister smile, he said, "Finally, I've caught you." At that moment, Tong Yinbin felt an ominous premonition. A wave of deathly aura rushed towards him. Lei Yunfan held on to Tong Yinbin with his left hand, while his right hand wielded the Tianlin halberd, thrusting it towards Tong Yinbin's left leg. A scream echoed in response. However, this all occurred in the blink of an eye. Tong Yinbin retaliated, thrusting the blade of his left hand towards Lei Yunfan's left shoulder. He aimed to force Lei Yunfan back with this attack. Yet surprisingly, Lei Yunfan did not evade. He ignored the incoming dagger and simply exerted force to pull out the Tianlin halberd that had embedded in Tong Yinbin's left leg, immediately plunging it into Tong Yinbin's right leg. Tong Yinbin was taken aback. "Bastard, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Yet Lei Yunfan paid him no mind and thrust the Tianlin halberd towards him again. Seeing Lei Yunfan attack again, Tong Yinbin quickly defended himself and retreated out of the combat range. At this point, both were already drenched in blood. Damn it, what kind of freaks are the students of Shanxing Wudao? Don't they care about their lives? Tong Yinbin cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Lei Yunfan would not give him a moment's respite. With a stomp of his foot, he charged towards Tong Yinbin once more. Tong Yinbin was now furious to the extreme, engaging Lei Yunfan in hand-to-hand combat. Lei Yunfan had no intention of defending. For every stab he received, he aimed to puncture Tong Yinbin in return. The two fought fiercely for a full 5 minutes, both transformed into bloody messes. Shouldn't we intervene? At this moment, Feng Wei and Zhang Tianhai were also watching the match. No need. The students of Wuda need a match like this. In the future when they face ferocious beasts, it will be even more brutal. Just make sure nobody dies. Jiang Tianhai shook his head. The audience and the faculty of Wuda were dumbfounded. No cheers were heard, only silence. In the VIP section, Fong Yao had already covered Lin Zaire's eyes because the scene was too bloody. Both of their weapons were now stained with blood. At this moment, Lei Yunfan was relentlessly attacking Tong Yinbin. With Tong Yinbin's strength, he should have been able to evade Lei Yunfan's strikes, but his legs had been injured by Lei Yunfan earlier, significantly reducing his speed. Moreover, Lei Yunfan's tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries caused fear to rapidly grow within Tong Yinbin. When they attacked each other once more, Tong Yinbin panicked and retaliated just as he was stabbed. But Lei Yunfan continued to press the attack. As long as Tong Yinbin dared to strike, Lei Yunfan would respond in kind. A minute later, Tong Yinbin was filled with terror, roaring for the referee to save him. At that moment, Lei Yunfan's assault showed no signs of abating, seemingly intent on killing him. As he gazed at the gradually enlarging tip of the spear, Tong Yinbin felt a wave of panic wash over him, thinking he was about to die. These students from Shanqing Wuda are a bunch of lunatics intent on putting him to death. The referee acted quickly, seizing Lei Yunfan's Tianlin halberd and loudly announcing, Shanqing Wuda versus Shanqing Wuda, third match victory for Shanqing Wuda. As soon as the referee's words fell, Lei Yunfan cast a disdainful glance at Tong Yinbin. Aren't the students of Magu Wuda supposed to respect strength? Don't you look down upon those weaker than you? How did you lose? Why are you crying for help? Mocking and ridiculing those weaker than you, yet shouting for help against those who dare to fight you. You don't even have the determination to fight to the death. With someone like you on the battlefield, you'd be nothing but a burden. What teammate would dare to trust their back to someone who bullies the weak? Is everyone from Magu Wuda like this? Trash. With that, he turned and returned to the waiting area of Shanqing. At this moment, the principal of Magu Wuda was furious, his face darkening. For years, no one had dared to insult them, especially in the nationally broadcasted competition. As the principal of a top martial arts university, he had to uphold the dignity of the institution. That kid is dead meat. The principal of Magu Wuda seethed with rage. Upon returning to the waiting area, medical staff hurried to check Lei Yunfan's injuries. He had a total of 37 wounds on his body, and the medical personnel quickly began emergency treatment. They then carried Lei Yunfan to the medical room. Meanwhile, the other team members from Shanqing Wuda looked at Lin Hao with complex expressions. Zhang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei also looked at Lin Hao with worry in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Hao was surrounded by dark lightning, his fists tightly clenched. Xiao Wang Meng Xia Qiuling, please take care of Lei Yunfan for me. He didn't say much and his tone was very calm. But everyone knew that Lin Hao was angry. Xiao wanted to negotiate further, but Lin Hao interrupted her. Just go, they need someone to look after them. Zhang Weiwei also gave Xiao a knowing glance. Compared to others, he understood Lin Hao better. At this moment, Lin Hao appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was undoubtedly furious. Lin Hao slowly walked onto the competition stage, devoid of any flamboyance. Meanwhile, Magu Wuda sent out their second contestant. The referee glanced at Lin Hao with a strange expression before checking the contestant list in his hands. The contestant for this match is Shanqing Wuda's Xiao. Are you Xiao? Lin Hao simply replied calmly. Xiao concedes, ew, I am the next contestant. At this moment, the judge's eyes lit up. Had Lin Hao finally reached his breaking point? Fong Wei, meanwhile, was looking at the list of participants from Shanqing Wuda. Upon seeing Lin Hao's profile, his pupils instantly widened. Is this the Lin Hao? The one that Yao has been thinking about? And a great talent with lightning abilities, what could he possibly do? In the VIP section, brother is coming out. Lin Zaire's eyes lit up when she saw her brother step onto the stage, and her small hands clapped excitedly. On the competition stage, the referee glanced at the participant list from Shanqing Wuda, confirmed it, and was about to announce the start of the match. At this moment, Lin Hao interrupted. Referee, I request to fight against 4. The referee was momentarily taken aback, and not just him, everyone at the preparation area, and the spectators below were stunned for a moment. What did that kid just say? I didn't catch it. He said he wants to fight 4. Who is this kid? He's too arrogant. On the judging panel, Jiang Tianhai laughed heartily. Good kid, so bold. Meanwhile, Fong Wei wore an incredulous expression. Is this kid out of his mind? What on earth did Yao see in him? In the VIP section, someone exclaimed, you little rascal, are you crazy? At this moment, Lin Yi could no longer hold it in, as she could not understand what Lin Hao was thinking. Fong Yao remained silent, her gaze filled with worry as she looked at Lin Hao. Lin Xiao did not think too much about it. Her brother had just said he wanted to fight, for how amazing. Meanwhile, Mou from the preparation area of Modu Wuda narrowed her eyes after hearing that, immediately checking the list of contestants. Captain Lin Hao of Shanqing Wuda, and a great talent with lightning-type abilities. Bronze high-tier strength. Mou casually discarded the information. What a piece of trash, who gave him the confidence? The referee looked at Lin Hao with an odd expression and cautiously asked, are you sure? Among the remaining 4 members of Moto Wuda, 3 are silver-level warriors, and 1 is a gold-level warrior. I am sure, referee, Lin Hao replied with an impassive expression. The referee then turned his gaze towards the preparation area of Moto Wuda. There are rules in the competition. If one side requests to fight multiple opponents, the consent of the opposing team must be sought. At this moment, the principal of Moto Wuda had a dark expression. Who dared to provocatively challenge them like this? Did this kid named Lin Hao have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard? He doesn't even have the qualifications to challenge all of us, the principal of Moto Wuda declared. Lin Hao glanced at him indifferently. Trash, you are all just a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. You bastard, what did you say? The team members of Moto Wuda were infuriated, pointing fingers at Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not engage further with them, and simply took his position on the competition stage. Wait. At this moment, the principal of Moto Wuda spoke up. We agree to Shanxing Wuda's request. After saying that, he glared at Lin Hao. I hope you won't regret it. Before the team members took the stage, the principal of Moto Wuda called Mou aside. Make sure to teach him a good lesson later. You just don't kill him. Mou nodded in response. A bronze high tier challenging 3 silver level and 1 gold level. I don't know if the world has gone mad or if this Lin Hao is just overly confident. Then he walked up to the competition stage with his teammates. The two sides stood facing each other with 4 opponents on the opposite side, and Lin Hao standing alone. The referee was extremely cautious, needing to closely watch Lin Hao lest he accidentally get killed on the stage. The match starts. With the referee's shout, the 4 members from Moto Wuda quickly drew their weapons. As the captain, Mou produced a weapon shaped like a fork with a flick of her hand. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. This weapon resembled the phoenix-winged golden halberd from his past life. As Lin Hao suspected, the weapon Mou wielded was indeed a halberd named the Bai Hu Yuming halberd. Wang Ming has 27 knife wounds, Xia Qiuling has 3 broken ribs, and a blood hole on his body. Ooh, I want to reclaim everything from you one by one. At this moment, Lin Hao's voice was calm, yet resonated like a thunderclap, striking the ears of everyone present. Arrogant. The team members from Moto Wuda were filled with rage and quickly charged at Lin Hao. But Lin Hao's figure flickered and vanished. Everyone present was collectively stunned, and even the referee did not catch how Lin Hao disappeared. Then Lin Hao appeared behind one of the team members from Moto Wuda, merely grabbing the opponent's shoulder with one hand, then vanished again with that team member. Everyone was left in shock, including Mou, who was dumbfounded. Where did he go? Just then a scream from the Moto Wuda team member echoed from the sky. The screams grew increasingly loud, and everyone looked up, barely making out a black dot in the sky. Holy crap, everyone looks up in the air. With a shout from one of the spectators, the audience below also turned their gaze skyward. That height must be 3,000 meters. How did he manage to lift someone so high in an instant? Everyone was filled with confusion. For 2 minutes, the cries continued incessantly, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. As the sound gradually diminished, Lin Hao was seen holding a half-conscious figure suspended in midair. Everyone looked on as Lin Hao's thunderous wings flapped behind him, and in his hand was the missing team member from Moto Wuda. At this point, that team member was already unconscious, his limbs limp, as Lin Hao held him by the nape of his neck. Lin Hao descended from the air, retracted his wings, and casually dropped the person off the competition stage. Medical personnel rushed over to check, and even the referee was fixated on the unconscious team member. What had Lin Hao done in those 2 minutes? At this moment, everyone had a big question mark in their hearts. The competition ground was eerily quiet, and even Mou and the other team members did not continue their attacks. It seemed everyone was waiting for the medical personnel's examination results. After a while, the medical staff looked at Lin Hao with a complex expression and said, "The student is unconscious. There are no internal injuries. It's just. At this point, the medical personnel could not continue. The principal of Moto Wuda hastily asked, "Just what?" The medical staff replied with a complicated expression, "There's no major threat to life, but all of his bones are shattered. He'll probably be bedridden for a year." All present gasped in shock upon hearing the medical staff's report. Even the temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees. "What did you say?" The principal of Moto Wuda looked at the medical personnel in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. The remaining 3 members of Moto Wuda were drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, on the judging panel, Jiang Tianhai was extremely troubled. This Lin Hao is truly reckless. Feng Wei was stunned on the spot. He was supposed to be a great talent. How did he achieve this? Did Yao hide this from me? Impossible with that girl's temperament. If Lin Hao had exceptional talent, she would definitely spare no effort to help him. This indicates that my Yao didn't even know about it. In the VIP area, Feng Yao's mouth was slightly agape, and Lin Ya's eyes widened in disbelief. Only Lin Xiao clapped her hands enthusiastically. "Brother is amazing. You teach those bad guys a lesson. Lin Hao, you have a heart as cruel as they come." At this moment, the principal of Moto Wuda was furious to the extreme. Lin Hao glanced at him indifferently. How amusing. Aren't you all from Magic City Martial University, claiming to be geniuses? Don't you enjoy toying with those weaker than you? Now I am using your own methods against you. How does that make me ruthless? Remember, you are geniuses, you are all silver level, or even gold level geniuses, while I am merely a bronze level in your eyes, just trash. Every word Lin Hao spoke struck deeply into the hearts of everyone present. The principal of Magic City Martial University fell silent, only glaring angrily at Lin Hao. Magic City Martial University has always valued strength above all, leading stronger students to look down on the weak. This is their teaching method, spurring every student at Magic City Martial University to strive forward. This isn't over yet, the competition has just begun. Lin Hao smirked, his smile striking fear into the hearts of MOU and the other 3 students from Magic City Martial University. Except for MOU, the other 2 students from Magic City Martial University were trembling. They were scared, frightened by Lin Hao's ruthless methods. Previously, they had always considered themselves lofty geniuses at school. Now in front of Lin Hao, they felt they were less than. From now on, geniuses, I will make you understand what fear is. As Lin Hao's voice faded, he vanished from his. The only ones present who could see Lin Hao's position were the principals and the judges Feng Wei and Zhang Tianhai. Don't panic. Stand back to back for defense. MOU reminded. The other 2 hurriedly formed a triangular formation with MOU. The referee was also on edge, unable to see Lin Hao's movements. If Lin Hao truly went all out, the referee didn't know if he could get there in time to assist. 1 minute, another minute of silence. The atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. A pin drop could be heard. No one dared to make a sound. What was most terrifying was the waiting in the face of impending death. This brief minute felt unbearably long for the 3 members of Magic City Martial University. MOU and the others dared not move, fearing they might give Lin Hao an opportunity. As a gold-level warrior, MOU was somewhat better off, but his 2 teammates suffered. Remembering their teammates' tragic state made them shudder. They felt like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, ready for Lin Hao to take their lives. Suddenly, Lin Hao's voice echoed softly in the arena. Are you scared? Aren't you supposed to be geniuses from Magic City? Do geniuses also feel fear? The sound came from all directions, making it impossible to discern his location. Suddenly, one of the Magic City Martial University students was sent flying without warning. Even MOU, a gold-level warrior, was taken aback. Lin Hao struck that student's face repeatedly, and just as the student was about to hit the ground, Lin Hao punched him back into the air. Screams echoed. The silver-level warrior had no power to retaliate, being tossed around like a ball by Lin Hao in midair. Captain, save me. Oh. The student cried, blood covering his nose and mouth, unable to utter a full. Seeing this, MOU rushed over to support the student. But Lin Hao would not give him that chance. He punched the student towards the other side of the arena. Is this what you call a genius? Can you truly be called geniuses? A bunch of trash. Don't you enjoy preying on the weak and bullying those you believe are inferior? Today I will teach you what it means to bully the weak. Damn it, Lin Hao, if you have the guts, come at me. MOU shouted, chasing after Lin Hao, but with his speed, how could he catch up? Captain, save me. The student who was being beaten cried out desperately. The screams echoed endlessly, sending chills through the audience. Damn it, is the level lightning ability really this powerful? That's not what the book said. Did the books deceive me? MOU ran wildly after Lin Hao, who was treating that student like a ball. Meanwhile, another student was already trembling, afraid to make a sound, fearing Lin Hao would set his sights on him. In the preparation area, every member of Mountain City Martial University was shouting angrily. Lin Deshun was avenging them. The grievances they had suffered previously were finally released at this moment. Lin Deshun, good job. Lin Deshun, keep beating him up. Yes, avenge Wang Meng and the others. Beat them up hard. Zhang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei both had their mouths slightly agape, knowing Lin Hao was formidable. But seeing such a cold Lin Hao apart from that time against the platinum-level ferocious beast was a first for them. In the VIP section, Lin Xiaoro cheered for her brother while bouncing. Meanwhile, Lin Yaya was speechless. When did this brat become so powerful? Fang Yao's gaze was filled with surprise. So the idiot has such strength. Zhang Tianhai held his forehead. Lin Hao seems to be less clever than I. Feng Wei felt numb. Suddenly he realized, staring at Zhang Tianhai, causing Zhang Tianhai to feel a chill run down his spine. Old Zhang, tell me honestly, is that remarkable kid you mentioned Lin Hao? Did you already know he was this powerful? After hearing this, Zhang Tianhai awkwardly coughed. Old Feng, Lin Hao's talent was first discovered by my Weiwei. You can't steal him from me. Zhang Tianhai had even given Lin Hao the mind concentration technique. If Feng Wei were to snatch it, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Moreover, Zhang Tianhai knew that Feng Wei's daughter and Lin Hao seemed to share a special bond. He had to keep Lin Hao firmly in his grasp, one that no one could take away. All the principals from various martial universities in the preparation area were closely watching Lin Hao. The strength he exhibited was beyond what a silver level could contend with, and they quickly searched their materials. When they saw Lin Hao's information from Mountain City Martial University, their mouths twitched. Damn it, what's going on with the principal of Mountain City Martial University? This kid isn't a level talent lightning ability user. The participating students stared blankly at the arena. Is the level talent lightning ability really this strong? Isn't lightning ability supposed to be long-range combat? What is happening here? A melee mage. At this moment their minds were somewhat overwhelmed. In the preparation area of Dragon City Martial University, a young man sat watching the arena intently. Hey, this is interesting, Lin Hao. To be able to beat Magic City Martial University to such an extent, it seems they have met their match. At this rate, we will likely face each other in the next round. At this moment, there was no surprise in his eyes, only boundless fighting spirit. This person was the top genius of Dragon City Martial University, the gold-level warrior Duan Yu. On the arena Mo, had pursued Lin Hao for a full 5 minutes while Lin Hao had been striking for 5 minutes straight. The cries for help from the beaten silver-level student were growing fainter. Suddenly Lin Hao spread his wings of wind and thunder, lifting that student and hovering in midair. Like the previous student, Lin Hao held him up as if he were a dead dog. You didn't see clearly before because I was too fast. This time I've slowed down a bit. Did you see it clearly? After saying this, he threw the student out of the ring. The medical staff hurriedly checked the student's condition. After a while, the medical staff gave the same diagnosis as that of the previous silver-level student. The crowd was shocked upon hearing the result. Who could know how many punches Lin Hao threw at that team member in those 5 minutes? They only saw that it was a luxury for that team member to even hope to land. He was flailing around in the air, lasting for a full 5 minutes. At this moment, Lin Hao did not look at Mou, but instead turned his gaze to the last silver-level team member on the stage. Seeing Lin Hao looking at him, the silver-level team member immediately weakened and knelt down. Lin Hao mockingly looked at Mou. You are the first talent of Modu Martial University, Mou, right? Is this the kind of spirit your Modu Martial University talents should have? Lin Hao pointed at the kneeling team member. Mou turned back and disdainfully glanced at his teammate. You can leave now. A martial artist who lost the courage to fight also brought shame to Modu Martial University. Hearing Mou's words, the team member felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly got up to run out of the competition arena. He did not want to stay on the stage for even a second longer. At this point, only Lin Hao, Mou, and the referee remained on the stage. I have to admit, I underestimated you before. I don't know if you were deliberately hiding your strength or if there was an error in intelligence. A level talent with lightning abilities can achieve this level. I admit you are a rare talent. My strength doesn't need your acknowledgement. Lin Hao sneered lightly. Indeed, our team members went a bit too but I don't think there is anything wrong with that. This world has always been one where the strong prevail. The weak can only be bullied. Only by becoming strong can one truly be powerful. Lin Hao smiled lightly. You are right, this world respects the strong. While there are differences in strength and talent, personality and dignity should not be subject to hierarchy. The country provides you with abundant cultivation resources at your top martial university, and is it for you to bully the weak? I really can't be bothered to say a word to people like you. He then glanced at the president of Modu Martial University. I just injured 2 of your team members, which counts as revenge for Wang Ming and Xia Qiuling. As for the grudge against Lei Yunfan, let's settle it with your captain. All right, Lin Hao, I didn't expect a monster like you to appear in the Shanxing Martial University. But if you want to take revenge on Mou, you are dreaming. The president of Modu Martial University had a gloomy expression, and today, he felt he had lost face. His side was 4 against 1, having 2 injured and 1 scared off. Regardless of whether they won or lost this match, he had no way to show his face. Lin Hao didn't waste more words with him, lightly beckoning at Mou with his fingers. Come on. Mou did not dare to be careless, and his aura instantly surged, showcasing his golden-level combat power. He swiftly swung the green fire Yomi halberd towards Lin Hao. The speed of a golden-level martial artist was far superior to that of a silver-level, and in an instant Mou was in front of Lin Hao. The green fire Yomi halberd whistled as he swung it, thrusting down towards Lin Hao without hesitation. Lin Hao did not fight back, merely using his agile movements to evade. The preparation area and the audience were eerily quiet. All eyes were glued to the 2 on the stage. Mou's attacks were fierce, each strike aimed at Lin Hao's vital points, while Lin Hao responded effortlessly with his movements. After exchanging blows for over a dozen rounds, Mou gained no advantage at all. This isn't working. Faced with Lin Hao's composure, Mou retreated from the fighting range. His attacks had no effect on Lin Hao at all. Lin Hao, however, would not give him time to think. With a stomp of his feet, he charged towards Mou like a cannonball. This time, it was Lin Hao on the offensive. In the face of Lin Hao's fists, Mou could only barely defend himself. This guy can reach this level just by fighting with his body. A level talent, damn lightning abilities. Mou cursed in his heart. But facing Lin Hao's rain-like punches, he had little countermeasure. Just then Lin Hao suddenly emitted a burst of thunder light, with countless small black lightning arcs swirling around him. Battle skill Thunder Prison Instant Flash. At this moment Lin Hao's speed surged, drastically enhanced by the Thunder Prison Instant Flash. Mou had not yet reacted when Lin Hao punched him away. Lin Hao would not give Mou any chance. As soon as Mou flew out, Lin Hao followed him into the air, crossing his 10 fingers above his head and delivering a heavy punch down onto Mou. However, Mou was a golden-level martial artist. He quickly responded in the moment he was knocked back. He swiftly positioned the green fire Yomi halberd across his chest to block Lin Hao's strike. Once Mou steadied himself, his eyes were filled with shock. The speed Lin Hao displayed just now was beyond what a single golden-level martial artist could match. He barely blocked Lin Hao's attack, using his combat experience and quick thinking. At this moment, Lin Hao mockingly smiled. "What's wrong? Can't you keep up once I show a bit of strength? That won't do, you haven't even entertained me properly yet." Mou calmed down at this moment. Suddenly, he unleashed a fierce aura, and the green fire Yomi halberd in his hand erupted with green light. Battle skill golden breaking void spin. As Mou waved the green fire Yomi halberd, a violent wind suddenly swept across the stage. 8 swirling emerald green energy tornadoes formed from different directions, charging towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Wind power. He continuously activated Thunder Prison Instant Flash to evade the tornado's attack. However, the tornadoes that Lin Hao dodged suddenly changed direction and continued attacking him. Seeing this, Lin Hao remained calm. Just as the 8 energy tornadoes were about to collide with him, Lin Hao leaped. The 8 energy tornadoes crashed into each other, creating a massive explosion. The terrifying power of the wind annihilated everything within the explosion's range. Even the incredibly sturdy competition stage was blasted into a deep pit. On the stage, Mou's eyes sharpened. He was waiting for Lin Hao to jump into the air. He tossed the green fire Yomi halberd into the sky, quickly forming seals with his hands, activating the battle skill Wing Shadow Horizontal Slash. At this moment, the green fire Yomi halberd suddenly split into 9 halberds, emitting a ghostly green light shot towards Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly burst with thunderlight. Without attempting to dodge, the 9 green fire Yomi halberd struck Lin Hao's body. A terrifying explosion surged once more. Even the referee took action. With a wave of his hand, a massive energy shield enveloped the entire competition stage, and the explosion's energy was completely blocked upon contact with the energy shield. Haha, I don't believe you can withstand a solid hit from my Earth-tier battle skill without a scratch. Fiery and vibrant, hazy and indistinct. At this moment, not only Mou, but even the president of Modu Martial University had a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the team members from Shanxing Martial University wore serious expressions. While that last strike could have killed a silver-level martial artist, right? Will Lin Deshun be okay? Even Zhang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui looked worried. Little Ro in the VIP seat saw her brother being attacked and cried to run over to save him, but was hugged tightly by Lin Yeye. Little Ro was still struggling in Lin Yeye's arms. "Don't worry, brother, we'll be fine." At this moment, Feng Yao smiled at Little Ro. Hearing Feng Yao's voice, Little Ro stopped struggling. Sister wouldn't lie to Little Ro. Her big eyes still glistened with tears. Of course, sister wouldn't lie to Little Ro. Feng Yao smiled and took Little Ro into her arms, wiping the tears from her face. Lin Yeye was also extremely worried. This brat can't really be in trouble. How am I supposed to explain this to mom when we go back? The explosion smoke filled the entire competition stage, and everyone above and below the stage waited quietly. Only Mou's raucous laughter echoed throughout the arena. At that moment, a leisurely voice rang out. "Look at your old face, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Come on, tell me what happy event you've encountered so I can share in your joy." As the smoke dissipated, Lin Haofeng's wings of wind and thunder flapped, surrounded by black lightning. Yet he himself remained completely unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his school uniform. Mou's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of shock and disbelief. At this moment, even the members of various martial universities wore expressions of astonishment. Mou's previous strike possessed enough power to instantly kill a silver-grade beast, and even a gold-grade beast would be severely injured. But now, looking at Lin Hao, who was not only unscathed, but also showed no signs of dirt, Mou cried out in madness, "Impossible. That was an Earth-grade martial skill. You can't be completely unharmed." The heads of the martial universities looked at Lin Hao, surrounded by black lightning, with grave expressions. What is that strange black lightning? It was able to effortlessly block Mou's attack. Lin Hao then retracted his wings of wind and thunder, landing back on the competition stage. "Looks like you've done enough. Shouldn't it be my turn now?" "Impossible. Impossible. Impossible." At this point, Mou was in a frenzy, oblivious to what Lin Hao. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his body into the Bai Hua Yu Ming Dao. Suddenly, the Bai Hua Yu Ming Dao began to tremble, emanating a powerful aura. In an instant, the Bai Hua Yu Ming Dao rapidly enlarged, transforming from a greenish hue to a faint deep blue, radiating specks of white light. Mou held the Bai Hua Yu Ming Dao with both hands, declaring, "Lin Hao, let's see if you can withstand this blow." Ha ha. He then hurled the Bai Hua Yu Ming Dao at Lin Hao, who dodged the attack with a swift sidestep. At that moment, the Bai Hua Yu Ming Dao shot straight into the sky, continuously expanding. It paused briefly in midair before turning and descending towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Lock-on skill. He felt himself being targeted by the aura of the Bai Hua Yu. Meanwhile, Mou at the edge of the arena was still laughing loudly. "Haha, Lin Hao, this is my strongest strike, the martial skill, Bai Hua Lu Jin Xing He Zhuan. I have used this strike to obliterate gold-grade beasts. Oh, let's see how you respond." At this moment, a judge remarked, "Mo's attack actually carries the power of the stars. Should we intervene?" Feng Wei looked towards Jiang Tianhai, who smiled calmly. "Old Feng, don't worry, Lin Hao hasn't even unleashed 1% of his strength yet." Hearing Jiang Tianhai's words, Feng Wei was astonished again. Just how strong is Lin Hao? He began to calculate in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled something from a previous meal, with Jiang Tianhai, his face darkening, as he felt like Jiang had tricked him, making him feel as though he had lost a fortune. No, it should be worth much more than that. At that moment, Lin Hao was enveloped in black lightning, raising his right hand, slightly absorbing all the lightning around him. Lin Hao raised his right hand high. The black lightning in his hand expanded, forming a black lightning ball with a diameter of 1 meter. He simply tossed the lightning ball towards the Bai Hua Yuming Dao. The instant the black lightning ball collided with the Bai Hua Yuming Dao, countless strands of black lightning wrapped around it. At this point, the heads of the martial universities looked somber. Lin Hao's black lightning is absorbing the spiritual energy from the Bai Hua Yuming Dao for himself. The Bai Hua Yuming Dao wrapped in black lightning shrank, while the lightning ball grew larger. In less than 5 seconds, the Bai Hua Yuming Dao returned to its normal size. Lin Hao clenched his hand. Explode. Suddenly, a tremendous burst of lightning erupted in the air, with terrifying shockwaves sweeping across the entire competition area. Jiang Tianhai, seated on the judges' panel, focused his gaze. This little brat is making such a big scene. With a wave of his hand, a barrier of energy sturdier than any previous referees instantly enveloped the entire competition stage. The explosion continued for over 10 seconds within the barrier. When the smoke cleared, aside from 3 people standing, there was nothing else left on the field. Mo's Bai Hua Yuming Dao had long since vanished. Mo sat there dumbfounded. Impossible. Where's my weapon? How can he be so strong? Lin Hao, however, would not give him the chance for self-doubt. He quickly charged forward, activating the Thunder Prison Instant Flash, sending Mo flying into the air with a single punch. Mo had already expended nearly all his spiritual energy from activating 3 martial arts in quick succession. The psychological blow was even greater. While he muttered impossible, Lin Hao sent him soaring. Like his teammates, Mo joyously soared through the air for a full 5 minutes before Lin Hao's attack finally ceased. By then, Mo was already bruised and battered, still repeating impossible. Just like his teammates, Lin Hao looked disdainfully at Mo he was holding and tossed him off the competition stage. The referee sighed heavily with relief and quickly announced, "I declare that in the first match of the top 8 of the 100 School League, the Magic City Martial University faces off against the Mountain City Martial University, with the Mountain City Martial University emerging victorious, advancing to the top 4. At that moment, no one cheered. After the referee's announcement, there was a full 10 seconds of silence in the arena. It was uncertain who started clapping first, but then 1, 2, 10, 100 joined in, and gradually the applause thundered, with cheers and shouts rising and falling. Lin Xiaoro clapped, her adorable little hands jumping up and down, with joy, completely forgetting her earlier tearful state. As expected of our Lin God, defeating a gold-grade opponent is as easy as having a meal or drinking water. That's right. Finally, we've avenged Mengzi and the others. It feels so good. Before the match, they were so boisterous. Now they have been beaten into dead dogs by Lin God. Ha! The members of the Mountain City Martial University finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Zhang Weiwei smiled knowingly. Why do I feel like Lin Hao has become even stronger? Su Xiaorui wore a face of unwillingness, wondering what kind of freak he was. Just as everyone was cheering, a withered old man suddenly appeared on the competition stage, his frail figure feeling as though a gust of wind could blow him over. Lin Hao, I won't say anything about you defeating Mou and the others. The strong are respected, and skill lies with the superior. But why did you destroy Mou by Hua Yuming Dao? The newcomer was the principal of the Magic City Martial University, Gu Xianying. Lin Hao merely glanced at him indifferently. What? The principal of the Magic City Martial University can't accept defeat. To me, aside from not being able to harm his life, there is no difference between a competition and actual combat. Do you expect beasts on the battlefield to return your weapons to you for another fight? Lin Hao felt his body sink as if to bow, but pride flared within him. He would not bend before some senseless elder Lao Bai Deng. In an instant, black thunder coiled around Lin Hao. He stubbornly withstood the oppressive force and fixed his gaze on Gu Xianying. Gu Xianying was taken aback. Though he had not unleashed his full strength, how could a bronze-level ability user withstand a diamond-level pressure? He had intended to use the weapon's damage as a pretext to suppress Lin Hao, but Lin Hao proved stronger than he had. Below the arena, Zhang Weiwei and the others hurried toward the stage. Though she possessed only gold-level strength, she could not stand by and watch Lin Hao be bullied. A middle-aged man strode onto the stage laughing. Ha ha, old Gu, the older you get, the more childish you become. He was large of frame, with a stern visage. Approaching Lin Hao, he smiled. You brat, you suit my taste. Having spoken, a diamond-level aura radiated from him, forcibly countering the pressure that Gu Xianying had unleashed. The newcomer was Han Ba Tian, headmaster of Longqing Wuda. Old Han, must you meddle in this? Gu Xianying's expression darkened like still water. Old Gu, don't be angry. It's just a weapon, nothing to fuss about. Another middle-aged man climbed onto the stage. His countenance was gentle as he glanced at Lin Hao, and once more a diamond-level aura pressed toward Gu Xianying. The newcomer was Xing Tianhe, headmaster of Jiangnan Wuda. At that moment, Zhang Weiwei had already rushed onto the stage, sheltering Lin Hao behind her like a hen protecting her chicks. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Who were they? Sensing his confusion, Zhang Weiwei said, they are the headmasters of Longqing Wuda and Jiangnan Wuda. She explained the headmaster of Longqing Wuda is Han Batian, a diamond-level powerhouse with the title Pajun. The headmaster of Jiangnan Wuda is Xing Tianhe, a diamond-level powerhouse with the title Xinghe. At that moment, a striking middle-aged woman approached Zhang Weiwei. She looked to be in her 30s, full-bodied, and possessing a mature, alluring beauty. Weiwei, your Shanqing Wuda has produced quite a monster this time, she said, smiling at Lin Hao. Aunt Ning, long time no see, Zhang Weiwei hurriedly greeted. Zhang Weiwei bowed and introduced him. This is Ning Feishu, a headmaster of Qingzhou Wuda, a diamond-level powerhouse, with the title Bingshu and Nohuang. Lin Hao was stunned. What is happening? Why are the headmasters of the top Wudas arriving one after another? He hurriedly greeted her. Hello, Sister Ning. It would be foolish not to cultivate a relationship with her, especially one so striking. Ning Feishu and even Zhang Weiwei and the other headmasters were taken aback. Ning Feishu's face blossomed with a spring-like smile. Oh, little brother Lin Hao, you have such a sweet tongue, Sister Ning approves. I accept being called sister. If you encounter any trouble, seek sister's help. The other headmasters' faces clouded with displeasure. They had all noticed this promising youth and had hoped to show themselves before him to win favor, only to be preempted by Ning Feishu. Just then a tall, imposing middle-aged man appeared on the stage. His mere presence commanded authority, radiating the aura of someone at the top. Old Gu, have you been living too comfortably these years? You grow more shameless with age, daring to strike a junior. At his arrival, everyone hurriedly reined in their auras and bowed. Greetings, Junshin. The middle-aged man nodded. Old Gu, I think you are no longer fit to remain headmaster of Moda Wuda. Your temperament has become too extreme. Go home and temper your character. When you have learned, then apply to return to the post. Gu Xianying broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Lord Junshin. Seeing no objection, Feng Wei nodded. I will appoint a new headmaster to Moda Wuda promptly. Lin Hao was astonished. Another Junshin had appeared. He glanced toward Zhang Weiwei. Which of these is higher in rank, this one or Uncle Jiang? Zhang Weiwei scowled and rolled her eyes. Our Xiagua is divided into 4 military regions, east, west, south, and north. Each region's supreme leader is a Junshin, so Xiagua has 4 Junshin in total. My father is one of them. This man is my father's equal, Feng Wei Junshin of the Eastern Military Region, titled Shashun. Lin Hao had just learned that headmasters bore titles. Junshin possess titles as well. Are the titles self-chosen? Lin Hao asked. He fancied a title for himself, which sounded rather dashing. Zhang Weiwei gave him another withering look. Titles are reserved for those diamond level and above. Each title is registered with the Wuzhe Lianming and the military. Lin Hao was puzzled. He had never heard of the Wuzhe Lianming. Titles required diamond level. He would have to work hard. Before reaching diamond, he ought to devise a resonant title for himself. At that moment, Feng Wei's gaze landed on Lin Hao. He strode forward with tiger-like eyes and stared. You are staring at Feng Wei's furious, weathered face. Lin Hao's mind momentarily blanked. Feng Dashin, I haven't offended you, have I? Why are you glaring at me so? Glare if you will. He'll glare back. With so many watching, what can you do to me? Lin Hao straightened his spine and met Feng Wei's gaze without fear. Yes, I am Lin Hao. The onlookers below were stunned. Feng Yao froze. Dad, what are you going to do? Seeing Feng Yao's anxiety, Lin Yaya was puzzled. Yao, what's wrong? Could that man really do anything to Lin? Feng Yao could not hide it any longer. If he had not appeared, her father might well have swallowed Lin Hao whole. Little aunt, the man on stage is my father. Feng Yao's voice dwindled to almost a whisper. What did you say? Who is your father? Lin Yaya was stunned. Goodness, my nephew is remarkable, courting the Junshin's daughter. I must tell my mother if from now on she'll be able to hold her head high. Feng Yao had no time to explain. Clutching Lin Xiaoro and pulling Lin Yaya along, she hurried toward the stage. The voices on stage were low and the audience remained unaware of what had transpired. From afar, the crowd only saw a group chatting on stage and assumed they were discussing the match. Nobody paid much attention as they waited for the next bout to begin. On the arena, Feng Wei found himself slightly shaken. For a young man to remain composed in the presence of a Junshin-like figure spoke to a commendable temperament. Jiang Tianhai could no longer sit still. From years of battle, he had a particularly bad feeling. Was old Feng? No, absolutely not. With that resolve, his figure flickered and he vanished from sight. The scene hushed, tension crackling like static as destinies quietly shifted beneath the stage lights. You're quite impressive. Have you ever considered serving in the military department? Feng Wei's tone softened into calm composure. Lin Hao blinked in surprise. The other university presidents were equally stunned. The martial god himself wants to recruit Lin Hao. Good heavens, this young man is about to soar to unprecedented heights. Yet Lin Hao remained remarkably composed. General, I enrolled at Shancheng Wushu University precisely to one day serve our motherland with distinction. But for now I am still too weak. I wish to continue cultivating and studying here at the university. Only when I have truly attained capability will I be worthy of serving the nation. Feng Wei studied Lin Hao intently for several seconds, then burst into hearty laughter upon seeing the unwavering resolve in his gaze. Excellent, excellent, excellent. No wonder that girl set her sights on you. Once you graduate, I'll personally come to recruit you. Huh. Lin Hao froze. That girl. Who on earth could she be? Which girl? Lin Hao hadn't the faintest idea. It was Feng Yao. In just 10 minutes he'd encountered so many towering figures. His mind was still reeling, momentarily overwhelmed. Feng Wei, you old fox. What exactly are you up to? A thunderous voice boomed. Heads turned upward. Jiang Tianhai had already streaked across the arena and arrived before Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Ah, familiar face. The crowd collectively offered greetings. Jiang Tianhai waved them off dismissively, then stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Lin Hao. Lin Hao hurriedly saluted General Jiang. Unlike Feng Wei, Jiang Tianhai bore no rigid formality. His eyes gleamed with playful mischief as he asked, "What did you just call me?" Lin Hao blinked, then instantly caught on. Uncle Jiang. Feng Wei, watching his own daughter silently roll her eyes at her father's antics, felt a quiet wave of exasperation. Beside them, Su Xiaorui stifled a giggle behind her hand. The crowd exchanged startled glances. Did Lin Hao actually know General Jiang? Jiang Tianhai paid no heed to their expressions. Turning squarely toward Feng Wei, he declared, "Old Feng, you're shameless. Brazenly poaching from my territory." Jiang Tianhai moved first, striking preemptively. Feng Wei bristled. "Old Jiang, what poaching are you talking about? I haven't the slightest idea what you mean." Seeing Feng Wei dodge the issue, Jiang Tianhai cut straight to the point. "That Lin Hao is a student of Shancheng Wushu University, the prodigy I discovered first. And we even have a wager. Surely you haven't forgotten." At those words, Feng Wei let out a quiet scoff. So it really is Lin Hao. His gaze drifted unreadable toward a spot beyond the competition field. Old Jiang, wagers are wagers, but Lin Hao hasn't even claimed the championship yet. What harm is there in recruiting him early? Besides, who says students from Shancheng Wushu University are off limits to me? Lin Hao's face darkened. So these two elders had placed a bet on him. Jiang Tianhai erupted. "Old Feng, you're being utterly unreasonable. The match must go on. Let me be perfectly clear. I believe without reservation that Lin Hao will win the championship." Feng Wei chuckled softly. "Jiang Tianhai, you've just forced me to unleash my ultimate move." "Old Jiang, I'm not boasting. As for others, I can't say. But Lin Hao, I know, absolutely, that he will join me." Before Jiang Tianhai could retort, Feng Wei deliberately turned his head aside and called out, "Daughter, why have you—" All heads swiveled. There, racing forward with graceful urgency, came a breathtaking young woman in a golden yellow dress holding the hand of an adorable little girl. In one swift motion, the girl stepped protectively in front of Lin Hao. "Old Feng, if you dare bully Lin Hao, I'll fight you to the death." Lin Hao's mind short-circuited. System crashed, total shutdown, city obliterated, planet detonated. Words failed him entirely. In short, Lin Hao stood utterly, profoundly, speechlessly stunned. Curtain falls. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? First, I need 15 minutes of dignified, uninterrupted self-annihilation. No one disturb me. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoro waved an enormous lollipop teasingly before Lin Hao's dazed eyes. What's wrong with brother? Doesn't he see Xiaoro? Jiang Tianhai recoiled in disbelief. Damn it, Feng Wei. You underhanded old schemer. He's resorting to the beauty stratagem. Jiang Tianhai's eyes flickered shrewdly. Who do you think you're bluffing? You've got a daughter. Well, so do I. His gaze snapped toward Jiang Weiwei. Jiang Weiwei sensed disaster the moment her father looked her way, but before she could protest, it was too late. "Weiwei, come here." Jiang Tianhai bellowed, voice booming with unmistakable authority. Head bowed low, Jiang Weiwei reluctantly approached her father's side. "Old Feng, I'll tell you plainly, Lin Hao has already received the Jiang family's forbidden secret art. I've been grooming him as my future son-in-law." Jiang Tianhai launched his own ultimate move. Feng Wei's expression shifted instantly. The Jiang family's forbidden art. He knew well its gravity, the spirit-focusing art reserved exclusively for the Jiang heir. "Damn you, you sly old fox. You've stolen from my very household." Feng Yao stared at Jiang Tianhai in utter shock, then glanced sharply at Jiang Weiwei. Lin Yuan, standing beside Lin Hao, gave his shoulder a playful slap. "Well done, brat. You've courted the martial god's daughter, and not just one but two. No wonder Annie spoiled you so thoroughly. I'll tell Mom the glorious news the moment we get home." Lin Hao, however, heard none of it. The spirit-focusing art Jiang Tianhai bestowed upon him is the Jiang family's forbidden legacy. Since when am I the Jiang family's future son-in-law? And Feng Wei, is he Feng Yao's father? His thoughts spiraled into chaotic disarray. The university presidents and Shancheng Wushu University team members stood rooted in astonishment. What in the world did I just witness? Is this something an ordinary spectator, not even a VIP subscriber, should know? Unbelievable, Brother Lin. Courting the martial god's daughter, twice, and one of them is our own university president. From this moment onward, Brother Lin is my eternal idol. No force in heaven or earth shall ever sway me from that. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei continued their heated exchange. Then two voices rang out in unison, "Dad, shut up." Jiang Weiwei and Feng Yao swiftly dragged both men aside. The match isn't over yet. Spectators are watching. Settle your matters after the event. Realizing further argument served no purpose, the two generals returned quietly to their judging seats. As Feng Yao prepared to lead Xiao Rou and Lin Yuanyuan away, Jiang Weiwei stepped forward. "Feng Yao, why don't you join us to watch the rest of the match?" Before Feng Yao could reply, Xiao Rou clapped her tiny hands and bounced with glee. "I want to stay with brother." Feng Yao hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Lin Hao meanwhile drifted back to the preparation area like a soulless automaton, following Jiang Weiwei and the others. Lin Yuanyuan stepped before him. "Idiot nephew, are you truly addled?" Lin Hao's mind reeled. Auntie, I just need a moment of quiet." Lin Yuanyuan tilted her head. "Quiet? Who's quiet?" Lin Hao's face flushed dark. "Auntie, don't you find that painfully cold?" Within less than a minute, all the eminent masters on the competition platform had resumed their rightful positions. Jiang Tianhai, now seated at the judges' panel, announced firmly the match resumes. Meanwhile, the referee cowered silently in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Referee's voice echoed across the arena. Second quarterfinal match. Launching Martial Arts University versus Huadu Martial Arts University. Competitors, please step onto the stage. At that moment, Lin Hao sat flanked by Feng Yao and Lin Yuanyuan on his left, and Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui on his right. Lin Xiaoro nestled comfortably in his arms. A constellation of beauty surrounded him, drawing envious glances from the entire Shanqing Martial Arts University team. Truly worthy of the title Divine Lin. 5 beauties seated beside him. I doubt such a spectacle has ever occurred in the history of the 100 School Tournament. Now I finally understand what embracing beauties on both sides and surrounded by blossoms truly mean. Shoo, keep your voice down. From my years of romantic experience, this isn't a scene of affectionate indulgence. It's a battlefield of heartbreak. Can't you feel it? The air temperature has dropped noticeably. Indeed, it's as if a chilling aura of murderous intent coils silently around us. On the arena floor, the martial artists clashed with fierce intensity, while cheers from the crowd surged like waves. Yet Lin Hao paid no attention to the match whatsoever. His mind was consumed by 2 revelations: that he was now Jiang family's son-in-law, and that Feng Wei was Feng Yao's father. He stole a glance leftward at Feng Yao, then rightward at Jiang Weiwei. Seeing no visible reaction from either, he exhaled deeply in quiet relief. A tiny adorable hand extended toward him, holding out a lollipop. "Brother, have some candy. It's from Sister Yao." Lin Hao gazed at Lin Xiaoro's cherubic face and offered a wry smile before unwrapping the candy and placing it gently in his mouth, sweet on the tongue, bitter in the heart. Meanwhile, on Longqing Martial Arts University's arena, Duan Yu did not appear. Yet, even without him, Longqing's 2 starting fighters swept through Huadu Martial Arts University with effortless dominance. Third quarterfinal, Longqing Martial Arts University versus Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Remarkably, Jiangnan repeated its historic 1-throw-5 streak, a feat that ignited the audience's fervor to fever pitch. Fourth quarterfinal, Shanqing Martial Arts University versus Qingzhou Martial Arts University. Both teams ranked among the top 5 last season. Qingzhou's prodigy Yi Shuangshuang stepped onto the stage and, wielding water elemental abilities of transcendent mastery, defeated Shanqing, securing Qingzhou's place in the semifinals. Thus, the 4 semifinalists were confirmed: Shanqing versus Longqing and Jiangnan versus Qingzhou. Jiang Weiwei turned to Lin Hao and asked softly, "Longqing won last year's 100 School Tournament. What's your plan?" Longqing barely revealed half their strength today, and their captain Duan Yue didn't even step onto the field. To prevent a repeat of today's confrontation with Modu Martial Arts University, I'll take the field alone tomorrow. Very well, then be careful. I'll head back with the team first. You stay and spend time with your family. Jiang Weiwei smiled faintly. Lin Hao paused for a breath. How about we all go for dinner together? I still need to check on Wang Meng and the others. I'll pass on dinner. Lin Hao said nothing more. Taking Lin Xiaoro's small hand, he departed with Lin Yuanyuan and Feng Yao. Lin Xiaoro waved her tiny hand cheerfully. Bye-bye, beautiful big sister. Jiang Weiwei returned the wave with a gentle smile, though beneath it lingered a sorrow no one could see. That evening, Lin Hao and the others dined at a nearby restaurant. Lin Yuanyuan sensed Lin Hao's preoccupation and quietly took Lin Xiaoro home ahead of time. Lin Hao and Feng Yao strolled slowly along the lakeside outside campus, silent. Today's events had shaken them both profoundly. Neither knew quite how to begin. Lin Hao remained uncertain how to break the silence, until after a long pause he spoke. As a man, he owed Feng Yao an explanation. Though their relationship remained unspoken, even the blind could perceive Fang Yao's affection for Lin Hao, and Lin Hao's feelings required no further articulation. Yao Yao about today? I know, Fang Yao interrupted gently. From Lin Hao's expression alone, she had already pieced together most of what had transpired. Lin Hao himself likely had no idea how profoundly significant the spirit-calming technique was to the Jiang family. I can tell Uncle Jiang truly believes in you. That's why he entrusted you with such a pivotal cultivation art. Didn't I also conceal truths about my own family? Fang Yao smiled faintly. But, Lin Hao began again, only for Fang Yao to suddenly grasp his large hand. Fool, if today's revelation wasn't already a magnificent surprise, then nothing is. You kept your word. And look at father today. He treated you like a treasured heir. Now I won't need to waste breath negotiating with him anymore. Seeing Fang Yao's reluctance to dwell on Jiang Weiwei, Lin Hao let the matter rest. They walked a while longer before parting ways. Elsewhere in Jiang Weiwei's room, she sat with a look of profound grievance fixed upon Jiang Tianhai, while Su Xiaowei poured tea beside him. Meeting his daughter's glare, so sharp it seemed she might bite him, Jiang Tianhai broke first to him. Weiwei dear, your father only acted for your sake. If I hadn't intervened, Lin Hao would have been snatched away by that sly old fox Feng Wei. But you can't use your own daughter as bargaining collateral. How am I supposed to face Lin Hao now? Face him however you wish. You won't defy him, will you? Whatever happens, I'll stand behind you. Exactly. Uncle Jiang is absolutely right. Su Xiaowei placed the steaming cup before Jiang Tian. If you'd waited any longer, Lin Hao would have slipped away entirely. Didn't you see today? Without Uncle Jiang stepping in, Uncle Feng would have claimed Lin Hao for himself. Ah, Xiaowei, you're the only one who truly understands me. Watching Su Xiaowei and her father perform their seamless duet, Jiang Weiwei felt her head throb, not just from tension, but from sheer helplessness. What should she do? She needed answers, urgently. In Jiangnan Martial Arts University's conference room, only Principal Xing Tianhe and a graceful young woman in a white dress remained. Qingming, will you finally enter the semifinals tomorrow? We'll see. Tomorrow is the tournament's final day. Regardless, I must appear in the finals. If Yi Shuang is truly as formidable as you claim, I'll reserve my debut for the championship match. The young woman in white was none other than Lu Qingming, the university's peerless prodigy. This year's strongest rival isn't Jiangnan. You weren't at the arena today, but an extraordinary talent emerged on the field. Oh, if even you say so, he must be truly exceptional. Is it Duan Yu of Longqing? Lu Qingming asked curiously. No, it's a student from Shanqing Martial Arts University, their team captain Lin Hao. Though only at bronze tier high rank, he overwhelmed Modu Martial Arts University utterly, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Bronze tier high rank defeating gold tier. That demands observation. Lu Qingming's curiosity deepened. After parting with Fang Yao, Lin Hao returned to his room. The moment he entered, Mo Zishuan greeted him with starstruck reverence, then dashed forward and clung tightly to Lin Hao's leg. Brother Lin, you're incredible. From now on, I'm your #1 junior brother. Anyone who tries to steal that title gets my fists. Lin Hao's expression darkened instantly. He kicked Mo Zishuan aside with a muttered, get lost. Things are chaotic enough already. Don't make it worse. Ha ha. Brother Lin, you don't know. Just now half the team tried to claim the title of your junior brother. I sent. Ignoring Mo Zishuan's antics, Lin Hao asked casually, how are Wang Ming and the others doing? Don't worry, they're nearly fully recovered. Principal Jiang treated them personally. Hearing those words, Lin Hao felt a measure of quiet reassurance settle over him. Early the next morning, everyone had breakfast and set off for the competition venue. By this time, a considerable number of spectators had already gathered at the venue, while Wang Ming and the others had basically recovered under Jiang Weiwei's treatment. Originally, Jiang Weiwei wanted them to rest for another day. However, Wang Ming and the others insisted on attending the competition, so Jiang Weiwei acquiesced. As everyone took their seats, Lin Hao suddenly felt an intensely eager gaze fixated upon him. Following that gaze, he discovered it belonged to a participant from the Longqing Martial University. Lin Hao's back instantly felt cold. No dude, what kind of gaze is that? At this moment, the referee had already stepped onto the competition stage, and the damaged areas from yesterday's match had been restored to their original state. In the first match of the semifinals, Longqing Martial University versus Shanqing Martial University, please have the competing athletes step forward. As the referee announced the start of the match, the audience's enthusiasm reached a peak. Lin Hao, Lin Hao, Lin Hao. At this moment, the spectators were fervently cheering. The scene from yesterday where Lin Hao single-handedly fought 4 opponents had left a deep impression on the audience. Sitting in the VIP area, Lin Yaya and the others appeared quite surprised. This brat Lin Hao, it's only been a day, and I didn't expect he'd have so many fans. Fang Yao also smirked. It seems the shock that the fool brought to the audience yesterday was quite significant. Listening to the audience shouting his name like a tidal wave, Lin Hao felt a bit dazed. Wow, I can also be considered a celebrity now. As expected of my Lin Shun, a look at the level of enthusiasm from the audience. This is the first time since the finals began. Indeed, it seems the audience's taste is the same as ours. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Hao slowly walked onto the competition stage. Standing opposite him was the Longqing Martial University participant who had just exchanged glances with him. He cupped his fist in salute and said, "Brother Lin, I am Duan Yue, the captain of Longqing Martial University." Lin Hao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and he returned the gesture. "Captain of Shanqing Martial University Lin Hao. Brother Lin, I have a suggestion. How about we settle this in one match? My subordinates are all silver-level warriors, and they definitely cannot match Brother Lin. I believe it's the same on your side as well." Lin Hao fell silent for a moment and glanced back at Jiang Weiwei and his teammates below the stage. Seeing Jiang Weiwei nodding at him, Lin Hao no longer declined. "All right, Brother Duan, let's settle it in one match." The spectators below heard their conversation and erupted into cheers. On the judging panel, Jiang Tianhai stroked his chin and said, "Old Fang, how much strength do you think Lin Hao will show against Duan Yu?" Fang Wei shot Jiang Tianhai an irritated glance. "Old Jiang, let me tell you, Duan Yu is a renowned talent from Longqing Martial University, known for defeating stronger opponents, and he is now at the peak of golden level strength. He is certainly not comparable to that MOU from Modu Martial University." Jiang Tianhai was slightly surprised after hearing this. Duan Yu had reached the peak of the golden level. He also wanted to see how Lin Hao would face this. At this moment on the stage, I announced that the first match of the semifinals between Longqing Martial University and Shanqing Martial University begins now. As the referee announced the start of the match, Duan Yu made a single motion and a long spear gleaming silver appeared. Upon seeing this, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, then quickly recalled that Duan Yu's weapon was a spear from the materials he had reviewed about Longqing Martial University. "Brother Lin, the spear I hold is called the Breaking Army. Please be careful." As he spoke, Duan Yu's aura erupted forth, clearly showcasing his peak golden level strength. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened, and black lightning instantly surrounded his body. Seeing the black lightning swirling around Lin Hao, Duan Yu did not dare to be careless. He had witnessed the terrifying aspect of Lin Hao's black lightning yesterday. Thinking of this, Duan Yu lightly stomped with one foot and charged towards Lin Hao like a cannonball, reaching Lin Hao in the blink of an eye. So fast. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the strength at the peak of the golden level was not to be underestimated. He slightly shifted his body and avoided the thrusting spear. Duan Yu was unfazed. The spear paused momentarily, transitioning from a thrust to a sweep, the entire spear heavily sweeping towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his arms to cross and block, but the moment the spear touched his arms, he felt a tremendous force surge towards him. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. This person has immense strength. The spear directly swept Lin Hao aside while he leaned back to dissipate the force. Yet the impact from this strike left Lin Hao's arms slightly numb. From the first round, Lin Hao realized that this Duan Yu was not at all like MOU, who was utterly useless. This was the result of diligent and rigorous training day after day. Seeing Lin Hao retreat, Duan Yu did not pursue the advantage. He merely smiled at Lin Hao. "Brother Lin, it seems your strength is not small either. Normally, a silver-level warrior would be sent flying 10 meters away by my spear sweep." Lin Hao smiled. "Brother Duan, you have great strength. Now it's my turn to attack." After saying this, Lin Hao instantly vanished from his position, activating the technique Thunder Prison Instant Flash, moving even faster than Duan Yu. At this moment, Duan Yu held the spear tightly in his right hand, eyes closed. As each second passed, everyone stared wide-eyed at the competition stage. Yesterday, Lin Hao caught Modu Martial University off guard with his swift movement speed. It remained to be seen if the same technique would work against Duan Yu. Just then, Duan Yu suddenly opened his eyes. With the Breaking Army spear horizontally in his hand, he prepared for Lin Hao's punch enveloped in black lightning. With a resounding clang, Lin Hao's fist collided with the shaft of the Breaking Army spear. Lin Hao was taken aback. This was the first time his attack after activating Thunder Prison Instant Flash had been blocked. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Lin Hao's mind. Not good. He quickly attempted to retreat from the combat range. However, it was too late. In the moment of the fist spear clash, Duan Yu had already lifted his right leg and swept it against Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao was sent flying to the ground like a cannonball, instantly causing dust to rise all over the competition stage. The audience below, along with the students and teachers of various martial universities, were stunned at this scene. Lin Hao's attack was so easily broken by Duan Yu. What kind of freak is Duan Yu from Longqing Martial University? How did he notice Lin Hao? Yeah, I can't even see Lin Hao's shadow. At this moment, discussions erupted below while the stage was shrouded in dust. When the dust finally settled, everyone looked up to see a pit with a diameter of 5 meters on the competition stage. But where is Lin Hao? At this moment, everyone was puzzled. There was no sign of Lin Hao in the pit. Duan Yu felt something was off, and just at that moment, Lin Hao suddenly appeared behind him. With another punch enveloped in black lightning, he struck heavily towards Duan Yu. Although Duan Yu was unable to turn around in time, he reacted quickly. He swiftly brought the Breaking Army spear behind his back to block Lin Hao's attack. However, in the hasty moment, he hadn't gathered any power and with his back, turned to Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao's punch struck the breaking army spear again, the force behind it also transmitted into Duan Yu's body. Duan Yu was sent flying forward 10 meters. As he neared the ground, he pushed himself off with one hand, performing a roll, and stood up once more on the competition stage. This guy is truly remarkable. He took my punch without showing any signs of injury. It seems his Bodhi's resilience is exceptionally strong, Lin Hao mused. The two fighters left the audience and team members dumbfounded after just a few exchanges. Duan Yu is the top talent of Longqing Martial University. He has been honing his body since childhood, never pausing day after day. His current strength is well-deserved, commented Han Beishan, the principal of Shanqing Martial University, with a smile. Indeed, the captain hasn't even unleashed 1% of his strength. I doubt Lin Hao can last much longer. At this moment, the team members of Shanqing Martial University echoed in agreement. Han Batian shook his head, saying, "From those few exchanges, it's clear that Lin Hao's level is certainly on par with Duan Yu. His physical strength is not inferior to Duan Yu's at all." The principals could clearly see that after Lin Hao took a hit from Duan Yu, he quickly adjusted and counterattacked, which is not something mere talent can compensate for. "Brother Lin, you have great skills. I Duan Yu haven't had a proper fight in a long time. Today, thanks to you, I can finally showcase my abilities. Next, be careful, Brother Lin." With that, a vague and enigmatic aura suddenly enveloped Duan Yu, surging from him towards the entire competition stage. This aura was growing stronger, and gradually the competition platform, which even golden warriors couldn't break, began to crack rapidly under its influence. At this moment, all the principals of the martial universities stood up in shock. Even Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. "This kid is truly a monster." Feng Wei laughed. "Lin Hao is in trouble now." Jiang Tianhai was equally astonished, saying, "I never expected that Duan Yu could comprehend an intention. And if I'm not mistaken, it should be the will to fight. He probably has reached the 3rd level." His words conveyed a deep sense of regret for Lin Hao. There is a world of difference between a martial artist who has comprehended intention and an ordinary martial artist. Damn, what kind of freak has Longqing Martial University produced? It seems the champion of this year's 100 Schools League will be Longqing Martial University again. The principals of various martial universities looked on with envy. Meanwhile, in the preparation area of Jiangnan Martial University, a girl in a white dress looked on with a hint of excitement. The team members of Shanqing Martial University stared blankly at Duan Yu on the stage. What kind of momentum is this? Holy crap, Brother Lin seems to be in danger. Is this a realm that a human can reach? Jiang Wei looked at Lin Hao with a worried expression. To be honest, Jiang Wei was already very satisfied that Shanqing Martial University made it to the semifinals. Remembering their previous goal of reaching the top 16, and how Lin Hao led the team effortlessly to the semifinals, she felt deeply content. She just hoped that Lin Hao wouldn't overexert himself and get hurt for her and the school. At this moment, Duan Yu's aura surged violently before finally settling down. Lin Hao sensed the aura of the 3rd level of intention. He couldn't help but admire Duan Yu's talent. Lin Hao's aura of 3 levels was a gift from the system, and while he comprehended intention himself, it was still cheating. On the stage, the referee waved his hand, and a protective shield appeared over the competition platform. He was also quite astonished that Duan Yu could comprehend an intention. The explosion of this aura could potentially affect the team members and audience below, so out of caution, he hurriedly set up a layer of protection. "Brother Duan Yu truly surprised me," Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as he finished speaking, black thunder surged around him. His entire body was enveloped in dense black lightning. The technique, Thunder Prison Instant Flash, was brought to its utmost limit. In an instant, he appeared in front of Duan Yu, launching a punch imbued with powerful thunder. The wind from that punch, accompanied by crackling black thunder, surged toward Duan Yu's face. At this moment, Duan Yu closed his eyes slightly, his expression unusually calm. He simply raised his hand to block Lin Hao's attack. Lin Hao dared not be careless. The Thunder Prison Instant Flash was unleashed again, multiple times attacking Duan Yu from different angles. But Duan Yu had already reached a state of clarity. To Duan Yu, every one of Lin Hao's attacks was completely predictable. At this moment, all of Lin Hao's strikes were easily deflected by Duan Yu, who didn't even need to use the broken military spear. The audience was already dumbfounded, rendered speechless. The principals of the various martial universities sighed in admiration. Truly a genius who comprehended intention. Ordinary methods of movement and attack were no longer capable of inflicting any harm on him. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, Lin Hao quickly withdrew from the combat range. But Duan Yu wouldn't give him any time to think. As soon as he saw Lin Hao retreat, he swiftly advanced. He didn't even use his spear. The broken military spear was plunged into the competition platform as he threw a punch toward Lin Hao's face. How fast! The speed of this punch was more than double that of the previous one. Lin Hao hurriedly raised his arms to block, but it was too late. The punch, imbued with the will to fight, struck heavily against Lin Hao's arms. Lin Hao felt as if he had been hit by a truck. A tremendous force surged through his arms and into his entire body, sending him crashing heavily onto the competition platform. At this moment, Duan Yu wouldn't give Lin Hao any chance. He rushed forward with another punch. Lin Hao reacted quickly, unleashing the Thunder Prison Instant Flash to narrowly avoid this strike. Damn, that hurt like hell. Lin Hao cursed inwardly. If it hadn't been for his black lightning shielding him, his arms would likely have been broken. At this moment, Lin Hao maintained a safe distance from Duan Yu. It seemed that neither Thunder Prison's shocking 8 directions nor Endless Thunder Prison could harm him anymore. The two stood firm. Duan Yu beckoned, and the broken military spear returned to his hand. Brother Lin, be careful. The next move might hurt you. Duan Yu had a high regard for this junior with only bronze-level cultivation, and he couldn't help but remind him. Lin Hao forced a bitter smile, realizing that he couldn't hide his newly comprehended spear technique any longer. Brother Duan, you have great skills. Since you are using a spear, Lin Hao will also use a spear. With that, Lin Hao gestured, and a pitch-black long spear with thunder patterns appeared in his hand. At this moment, not only Duan Yu, but everyone present was taken aback. Wasn't Lin Hao an ability user? How could he wield a spear? Before anyone could react, Lin Hao closed his eyes tightly. An aura almost identical to Duan Yu's began to emanate from Lin Hao's body. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's Thunder Prison Rift gun started to tremble slightly. The floor of the competition platform beneath Lin Hao's feet began to crack rapidly. This aura continued to rise until it matched Duan Yu's before finally stopping. At this moment, everyone was wide-eyed witnessing this scene. Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei stood up in shock. Damn, this kid Lin Hao also comprehended an intention. Spear intent, 3 levels of spear intent. The two auras collided in the arena, and suddenly the stage was filled with flying sand and stones. This scene was quite distressing for the referee on the stage. The protective shield he had created began to crack at the moment when the two forces collided, visibly showing signs of breaking. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei could no longer sit still. Jiang Tianhai quickly flew to the competition platform and spoke to the referee, who looked bitter and cursed as he exited the arena. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhai formed seals with his hands, conjuring a denser protective shield over the arena. Feng Wei was also busy. He approached the audience below the competition platform and created a protective barrier for them. Jiang Tianhai's voice echoed from the competition platform. Due to special circumstances, I will personally adjudicate this match. These two little devils have actually provoked the war god to take action personally. The other principals in the preparation area shook their heads and smiled wryly. Meanwhile, in the preparation area of Shanqing Martial University, Wang Ming exclaimed, as expected of my Lin Deshun, I truly admire him so much. Lei Yunfan added, what kind of monster is he? How could someone with lightning abilities comprehend such profound concepts? Xia Qiuling remarked, Lin Deshun is so handsome, goodness, I'm drooling just watching him. At this moment, Zhang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei stared blankly at the stage. Is this the new combat technique that Lin Hao has comprehended in the past 2 months? That fool can even use a gun. It looks like I need to ask him for some pointers in the future. Feng Yao set her mouth slightly agape. Haha, brother Lin, well done. I truly did not misjudge you, Duan Yu. Then let's have a good fight. Duan Yu laughed heartily. The more powerful the opponent, the more intense his fighting. Without further ado, the two swiftly rose and clashed their guns, creating explosive sounds in the air. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Lin Hao fought with great enthusiasm. Encountering a rival of equal strength was something he had eagerly anticipated. After dozens of exchanges, both were slightly panting. At this moment, the audience's cheers reached an unprecedented height. Even the students and principals of the Martial University were collectively applauding. Suddenly, the light of Duan Yu's broken army spear intensified. He bent down and executed a sweeping motion, activating the combat technique sweep across the army. The golden spear light surged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao, not to be outdone, swiftly wielded his Thunder Prison splitting gun, the tip crackling with thunderous power, making explosive sounds. The first shot of the Thunder Prison 9 shots fixed the 3 armies. Lin Hao held the gun with one hand, the tip, wrapped in black lightning, crashing into the golden spear light shot by Duan Yu. A loud explosion echoed through the arena, shaking the entire competition platform and the surrounding area. What the hell are these two freaks going to destroy this place? The principals and team members all felt incredibly fortunate that the war god had just intervened. Otherwise, with that last blow, they would have all been sent flying. Within the competition platform, the dust had not yet settled, and the sounds of fighting continued. After dozens more rounds of fierce battle, Lin Hao, suspended in midair, took the initiative. Thunder Prison 9 shots. The second shot break the mountain, and you. At this moment, the Thunder Prison splitting gun emanated a strong black light, while black thunder surged around Lin Hao. In an instant, all the thunderous power converged upon the gun. Lin Hao, holding the gun at an angle, struck down, fiercely launching a crescent-shaped spear light, imbued with the power to split mountains towards Duan Yu. Duan Yu, unwilling to show weakness, felt his fighting spirit surge. He concentrated all his power into the spear, taking on a throwing stance. The combat technique Shatter the Sky and Hunt Shadows was activated. The broken army spear collided with Lin Hao's crescent-shaped spear light with overwhelming force. Another explosion rang out atop the platform, causing it to begin collapsing. Outside the competition platform, a strong tremor was felt. Without waiting for Duan Yu to react, Lin Hao launched the third shot of the Thunder Prison 9 shots. Thunder Prison 9 shots. The third shot divide the rivers and streams. Suddenly, the sky above the competition platform darkened, and endless black thunder appeared. Lin Hao raised his Thunder Prison splitting gun, preparing to gather power. At that moment, a bolt of black lightning struck the tip of the gun, causing the Thunder Prison splitting gun to tremble violently. Lin Hao aimed at Duan Yu on the platform and decisively hurled the gun forward. Haha, brother Lin, that move is truly exhilarating. Duan Yu, influenced by the fighting spirit, had entered a frenzied state. With the broken army spear resting behind him, he slightly bent his body, channeling all his spiritual power and fighting intent into the spear. The combat technique Dragon's Roar, shattering the heavens, was activated. This was the strongest strike Duan Yu could muster at that moment. The entire spear shone brilliantly, emanating the sounds of dragon roars. As Duan Yu completed his charge, he launched the broken army spear. Black and yellow lights collided in midair. Time seemed to stop at that instant. But in just a moment, the entire competition platform turned to ashes. Jiang Tianhai's face darkened at that moment. He reinforced the protective shield even further. Everyone could only see the immense dust cloud on the stage, but the figures of the two were nowhere to be found. What on earth happened? The audience was filled with confusion. Principals like Xing Tianhe also widened their mouths. That last strike was enough to annihilate a platinum-tier beast. Sai, truly two freaks. A minute later, the dust within the protective shield settled. Seeing this, Jiang Tianhai also withdrew the protective shield. Everyone looked on in unison. They saw that the original location of the competition platform had been replaced by a nearly 5-meter deep pit. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai was dragging the unconscious Duan Yu. Lin Hao was beside him, gasping heavily. What the heck? Where's the competition platform? The entire competition platform has been blown away by the two of them. What the hell? What kind of destructive power is this? At this moment, both the audience and the Martial University team members expressed their astonishment. Jiang Tianhai smiled bitterly. These two little devils had demolished the competition platform. What would happen to the next matches? He then began to announce, I declare that in the first match of the semi-finals of the 100 Schools League, Longqing Martial University faces Shanxing Martial University, and Shanxing Martial University wins. They advanced to the finals. The arena fell silent once more, and after an unknown period, thunderous applause and shouts erupted throughout the venue. That was truly thrilling. The ticket for this match was absolutely worth it. Cheers of approval echoed from all corners of the audience section. Everyone from Shanxing Martial University and Longqing Martial University hurried to Jiang Tianhai to check on their respective team members' conditions. Don't worry, Duan Yu just exhausted his spiritual power, he's fine, Jiang Tianhai said at this moment. Upon hearing this, Han Batian felt somewhat relieved. Looking at the unconscious Duan Yu, Han Batian smiled bitterly, thinking that if it weren't for that freak Lin Hao this year, the championship would have still been theirs. Lin Hao. At this moment, everyone from Shanxing Martial University ran to Lin Hao's side. Jiang Tianhai sighed as he watched Jiang Weiwei's worried expression. Lin Hao chuckled, saying it was nothing but a bit of exhaustion. At this moment, his clothes were all tattered, revealing his perfect upper body, and he had also put away the Thunder Abyss-piercing gun. Then Lin Hao looked toward Feng Yao's position. Seeing her face full of worry, he hurriedly waved to reassure her. Upon seeing Lin Hao was fine, Feng Yao let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yaya exclaimed, the old Lin family is going to give birth to a dragon. How can Lin Hao be so abnormal? Lin Xiaoro clapped her small hands. Brother has won again. Meanwhile, Feng Wei, watching Lin Hao from below the competition stage, had his eyes gleaming. To comprehend the intent of a warrior with the stance of a supernatural being, Lin Hao's talent must be extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Hao refreshed everyone's perception of him. After estimates by the competition staff, it was determined that this martial arts stage would not be restored today. However, there was more than one martial arts stage at Magic City Martial University. After a while, the staff announced that the second match of the semifinals would be rescheduled for 1 p.m., moving to a nearby competition stage. The finals would then take place at 9 a.m. the following day. With no matches in the morning, the audience began to disperse. Let's go find brother. At this moment, Feng Yao held Lin Xiao's small hand and went with Lin Yaya to Lin Hao's dormitory. Upon reaching the door of Lin Hao's dormitory, Lin Xiaoro stretched out her small hand and began to knock. After waiting for a while, the door opened, and it was Mo Zixuan who came to answer. Upon seeing the three of them, Mo Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly recovered. He hurriedly let them into the room. Lin Hao was currently resting inside. Today's battle could be described as exhilarating. Lin Xiaoro quickly leaped into Lin Hao's arms, her bright eyes filled with admiration. Lin Hao picked up Xiaoro and placed her on his lap. He then looked at Feng Yao and Lin Yaya. Auntie Yao Yao, what brings you here? Lin Yaya replied somewhat irritably, Yao Yao is worried about you, checking to see if you're missing any parts. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's mouth twitched, and he turned to Feng Yao. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that I've expended a lot of physical strength. Seeing that Lin Hao truly had no serious issues, Fang Yao felt somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan Martial University conference room, principal, it seems you were right. That Lin Hao is indeed a genius. If it weren't for the inherent fluctuations in spiritual energy, I really wouldn't believe he only possesses the strength of a high-tier bronze. His last strike against Duan Yu was enough to instantly kill a low-tier platinum beast. At this moment, Lu Qingming was discussing the recent match with a group of team members and the principal. Lin Hao is simply too abnormal. I can't imagine what level he would reach if he attained gold rank. A high-tier bronze battling against a high-tier gold, that's a leap of 2 major tiers, one of the Jiangnan Martial University team members remarked. Only then did everyone realize. Indeed, Lin Hao currently possesses the cultivation of a high-tier bronze. If he were to reach gold rank, it would be a terrifying scene. It would probably be as simple as squashing an ant for him to fight at gold rank. So Qingming, do you have confidence in dealing with him? At this moment, Xing Tianhe spoke up. Everyone turned to look at Lu. I have no issues. His triple gun intent is indeed very strong, but fortunately it poses no threat to me. My only fear is that he has some hidden trump card he hasn't revealed. Lu Qingming smiled faintly, as if Lin Hao was not a formidable opponent in her eyes. You are our Jiangnan Martial University's trump card. You should be the biggest dark horse this year. I have hidden you for an entire competition, Xing Tianhe said with a smile. Indeed, as Xing Tianhe mentioned, the 100 Schools League was about to reach its conclusion. Lu Qingming had yet to make a single move, who just now was her first time in the competition venue. Meanwhile, the team members of Longqing Martial University were gathered around Duan Yu. Captain, are you feeling better? At this moment, the members of Longqing Martial University looked worried. Duan Yu was lying on the bed feeling weak all over. Look at all of you, what could possibly be wrong with me? It's just that my spiritual energy is exhausted. Duan Yu was almost amused by his teammates. That Lin Hao is simply too abnormal. Isn't he a supernatural being? How can he comprehend the intent of a warrior? At this moment, one team member exclaimed. Indeed, supernatural beings usually comprehend the power of laws. I truly didn't expect him to grasp gun intent. At this moment, Han Batian walked in. Seeing that Duan Yu had no major issues, Han Batian also let out a slight sigh of relief. How did it feel to battle against Lin Hao? Duan Yu pondered for a moment before replying, the collision of 2 realms of intent is rare. I hope to have the opportunity to compete against him again to achieve greater improvement. Han Batian nodded in agreement. The 100 Schools League was also nearing its end. Tomorrow you are allowed to rest for a day and watch the finals of the 100 Schools League. Before the team members could cheer, Han Batian added, we are at least ranked in the top 4. According to the information I have received, the 4 military districts may have special arrangements for the top 10 schools in the 100 Schools League. At that time you might not even have time to eat or sleep, let alone rest. Upon hearing this, everyone wilted like frostbitten eggplants. After a morning passed, Lin Hao's body finally recovered somewhat. Seeing that Lin Hao was fine, Fang Yao and the others chatted for a while before leaving. With no matches for Shanqing Martial University in the afternoon, the team members appeared very relaxed. Jiang Weiwei did not arrange anything for them. She simply advised the team members to rest well and watch the other semi-final match together in the afternoon. At 1 p.m., the teachers and students from various martial universities gathered at the new competition venue. This competition stage was larger than the previous one. The materials used to construct the martial arts stage were also sturdier than before. With the example of the earlier match between Lin Hao and Duan Yu, Magic City Martial University did not dare to be careless. They chose the sturdiest martial arts stage as the venue for the competition. At this time, most of the audience had already arrived. Jiang Tianhai and Fang Wei were already seated at the judges' table. As Shanqing Martial University was the first team to enter the finals, their appearance immediately sparked quite a wave of excitement. It was mainly due to Lin Hao's abnormal performances repeatedly refreshing the audience's perception of Shanqing Martial University. Meanwhile, Fang Yao, Lin Yeye, and Lin Xiaoro were settled in the VIP seats. Lin Xiaoro saw her brother and hurriedly waved her cute little hand to greet Lin Hao. Lin Hao ran over to Fang Yao and the others. Would you like to go watch the match in the preparation area? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoro's eyes instantly brightened. However, Fang Yao and Lin Yeye shook their heads, mainly out of concern for causing trouble for Lin Hao. But Lin Xiaoro didn't care about that, as she just wanted to be with her brother. In the end, Lin Xiaoro still ran off with her brother to the preparation area. Lin Yeye repeatedly reminded Lin Hao to keep an eye on Xiaoro. Xiaoro stuck her tongue out at Lin Yeye and hurriedly dragged Lin Hao away. As soon as Lin Hao sat down with Xiaoro in the preparation area, Mo Zishuan approached with a big grin, holding a supersized lollipop. Hello, little sister Xiaoro, this lollipop is for you. Looking at the goofy smile on Mo Zishuan's face, Xiaoro glanced at her brother. Seeing her brother nod, she reached out to accept the lollipop. Thank you, brother. Everyone looked at Mo Zishuan's overly eager expression with a mix of amusement and annoyance. Doesn't Brother Xian look like a love-struck puppy? It's not just a resemblance, he is one. Damn, Brother Xian is impressive, knows how to approach a girl. Brother Xian is the top genius of Shanqing Martial University after Lin Deshun. Now why does he seem like a bad uncle trying to entice an innocent girl? At that moment, Lin Hao had already run over to Jiang Weiwei's side. Beautiful sister, can I sit with you? Jiang Weiwei was momentarily taken aback by the question, then smiled and hugged Xiao to sit beside her. Brother, come quickly sit next to Xiao. At this moment, Lin Hao waved her small hand, calling for Lin Hao. Lin Hao sat down beside her. Xiao, the match is still ongoing. You can't run around. You have to sit quietly. Xiao nodded obediently upon hearing this. Everyone remarked, look at Lin Gu Principal and Xiao, don't they look like a family of three? In the second match of the semifinals, Jiangnan Martial University faces Qingzhou Martial University. As the referee announces the start of the match, the audience's enthusiasm reaches a fever pitch. The excitement from the morning's match has left the audience eager for more. The first contestant from Qingzhou Martial University is a tall girl with long water blue hair cascading down to her waist. Her exquisite features exude an aura of aloofness akin to 1,000-year-old ice, making her seem untouchable. The other contestants from the martial universities all looked stunned, sending out their captain for the first match. Did they intend to end it swiftly? From Jiangnan Martial University, a girl in a white dress appears with a well-proportioned figure and sweet features, her fair skin giving her a serene beauty, as if she were untouched by the muddy waters. As she speaks, a voice as ethereal as the wind emerges. My name is Lu Qingming, the captain of Jiangnan Martial University. You must be Yi Shuangshuang, the captain of Qingzhou Martial University. Shall we have a one-round match like Lin Hao and Duan you did this morning? At this moment, the students in the audience were left dumbfounded. Is this really the captain of Jiangnan Martial University? I heard she hasn't participated before. Indeed, I didn't expect such a sweet girl to be the captain of Jiangnan. She looks just like the goddess in my heart. The audience's mood soared at Lu Qingming's words, as the morning match had been a visual feast. If another match happens this afternoon, it would be a real treat. Yi Shuangshuang frowned slightly at this. To be honest, she wanted to compete with this Jiangnan Martial University's captain, who had never appeared before, since she herself was no slouch. However, she knew nothing about this equally stunning girl before her and feared that she might suffer an unexpected loss on stage, which would be a great disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lin Hao at the preparation area of Shanqing Martial University also frowned lightly. This captain from Jiangnan Martial University gave him an exceedingly dangerous feeling, a sensation he had never experienced throughout the entire 100 Schools League. Even Duan Yu had never elicited this feeling in him. He trusted his instincts and found himself somewhat curious about this captain from Jiangnan. Just as Yi Shuangshuang was hesitating, the principal of Qingzhou Martial University, Ning Feishue, spoke up. Shuangshuang, accept her challenge. Hearing this, Yi Shuangshuang looked towards Ning Feishue, who nodded at her. Without further hesitation, Yi Shuangshuang replied, all right, I accept. Faced with her opponent's challenge, she had no reason to back down. Seeing Yi Shuangshuang agree, Lu Qingming smiled slightly, like a blooming flower. As the referee's voice announcing the start of the match echoed, the audience's emotions reached a climax. Yi Shuangshuang beckoned, and a water blue staff about 2 meters long appeared. Let me test her limits first, Yi Shuangshuang thought, as her staff suddenly glimmered and countless tiny droplets of water appeared suspended in the air. Without waiting for a response from her opponent, Yi Shuangshuang waved her staff. The countless droplets shot towards Lu Qingming like bullets. Yet Lu Qingming made no movement. Unnoticed by everyone, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed in her eyes. In an instant, countless droplets struck Lu Qingming. Just as Yi Shuangshuang thought she had succeeded, those droplets passed through Lu Qingming's body. Lu Qingming continued to smile faintly, as if she were never the target of the attack. This strange scene left everyone present in shock. Could it be an illusion? Yi Shuangshuang quickly analyzed the situation on stage. Below, Ning Feishue also furrowed her brow slightly. She was a diamond-level ability user and could sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy from Lu Qingming. This meant that Lu Qingming was not using any illusion-type skills. Then let me try this move. At this moment, Yi Shuangshuang leaped into the air, waving her staff. Soon dark clouds gathered in the sky. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began within the boundaries of the fighting stage. This was no ordinary rain. Every drop shot towards Lu Qingming like steel needles. Still, Lu Qingming made no move, simply standing quietly in place. The raindrops that struck her still passed through her body. The heavy rain lasted for 2 full minutes, and not a single drop of water was seen on Lu Qingming's body. The indiscriminate attack had no effect on her. The students in the audience were dumbfounded. If they faced such an attack, they would probably have been turned into a sieve. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei at the judges' table were both taken aback. Old Jiang and Martial University is really hiding something deep. Indeed, they must be concealing such a terrifying genius to compete for the first place in the 100 Schools League. Hey, what do you think Lin Hao's chances are against her? Feng Wei found himself curious as well. Jiang Tianhai thought for a moment and sighed softly. It's hard to say. Although Lin's intent is powerful, he might not be able to break through her skills. He'll probably suffer a huge loss. He then looked towards the preparation area of Shanqing Martial University. Haha, it's good that this kid came today. I wonder how much he can see. If he has no clue at all, tomorrow's match will be quite precarious. Feng Wei shared the same sentiment. Haha, old Jiang, tomorrow's match will be a spectacle. At this moment on the fighting stage, Yi Shuangshuang had ceased her attacks. Aren't you going to make a move? Yi Shuangshuang's expression turned serious. Lu Qingming smiled, lightly. Use all your strength. This level of attack doesn't even tickle me. If I strike, you might not get another chance. Arrogant. Yi Shuangshuang was infuriated. After all, she was the top genius of Qingzhou Martial University, an 18-year-old golden high-level ability user, yet she was being underestimated. So, without holding back any longer, she waved her staff and a faint blue beam of light emanated from it. Skill water screen heavenly splendor activated. In an instant, countless droplets of water condensed in the air, rapidly merging to form a 10-meter tall wall. With another wave of her staff, the entire water screen seemed to come alive as numerous ferocious beasts made of water lunged towards Lu Qingming. Faced with the multitude of attacking beasts, Lu Qingming simply raised her hand lightly and waved it, causing the countless beasts to vanish in an instant. This scene left the students staring in astonishment. What Yi Shuangshuang just used must have been an earth-level skill. She just waved her hand and broke it. Is she performing magic? Did she make those attacks disappear with a wave of her hand? At this moment, Yi Shuangshuang was also stunned. She had never seen a technique so bizarre. What kind of skill was that, effortlessly dispelling her earth-level technique? In the preparation area of the Mountain City Martial University. Lin Hao, do you see anything? Zhang Weiwei furrowed her brow slightly. At this moment, Lin Hao shook his head with a serious expression. The instant Yi Shuangshuang's attack disappeared, he seemed to sense something, but he couldn't articulate it. He only felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Hao. The presidents of all the martial universities wore expressions of astonishment, as even their diamond-level powerhouses couldn't discern what technique Lu Qingming was using. Only Xing Tianhe, the president of Jiangnan Martial University, wore a smile. This girl Qingming's cultivation has increased again. Is this your strongest technique? The top talent of Qingzhou Martial University should possess more than just this ability. Lu Qingming quietly observed the gravely serious Yi Shuangshuang. At this moment, Yi Shuangshuang felt incredibly stifled. She had used 3 techniques in succession, and her spiritual power was nearly depleted. Yet Lu Qingming across from her hadn't even moved. No matter how strange your moves are, I will definitely win this match with the next one. Yi Shuangshuang dared not hold back any longer and leapt into the air in an instant. A brilliant light burst forth from the blue staff in her hand. At that moment, the entire competition platform was encircled by a blue light beam, and suddenly a towering wave of 10 meters appeared out of thin air. Technique: Cold Tide's Fury Unleashed. The enormous wave, carrying a terrifying sense of oppression, crashed towards Lu Qingming, standing on the competition platform. The referee, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat and also jumped into the air. However, Lu Qingming remained standing still, unyielding. In an instant, the wave engulfed her, while the surrounding blue light beams restrained the wave, preventing it from crashing towards the preparation area or the audience. 10 seconds later, the wave stopped, and the entire competition platform resembled a giant glass fish tank filled with water. But it wasn't over yet. The remaining spiritual power in Yi Shuangshuang rapidly coalesced, and her originally water blue hair turned pure white with her staff, transforming into a crystal clear ice staff. Yi Shuangshuang's expression indifferent pointed her staff in the air. The once raging competition platform was instantaneously frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. The audience fell silent, all mouths agape, staring at everything before them. Jiang Tianhai shook his head and smiled. No wonder she is the Ice and Snow Queen's disciple. Not only has she awakened the water element ability, but she also possesses the ice element ability like her mentor. None of the captains in the top 10 of this competition are to be underestimated. Feng Wei nodded in agreement. Fei Xue has indeed taken on an impressive disciple. It's a pity she encountered a rare prodigy that appears once in a millennium. Lin Hao stared intently at the competition platform, feeling that although Yi Shuangshuang's technique was powerful, Lu Qingming should have sustained no injury at all. At this moment, Yi Shuangshuang slowly landed on the frozen crest of the wave she had created. This move of hers was a total control. No matter how strong Lu Qingming was, she would be frozen beneath the ice sculpture, unable to move. As she was catching her breath, a girl in white appeared silently behind her. Not bad, your move is indeed impressive, but it holds no significance for me. Before Yi Shuangshuang could react, Lu Qingming simply struck her neck with a knife-hand motion. Yi Shuangshuang collapsed without the chance to speak, falling unconscious. The unconscious Yi Shuangshuang reverted to her original appearance. The referee hurriedly announced, in the second match of the semifinals, Jiangnan Martial University faces Qingzhou Martial University. Jiangnan Martial University wins and advances to the finals. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, the entire arena erupted into applause like a crashing wave. The audience was captivated by the thrilling match, while the teams and even the presidents of each martial university wore expressions of astonishment. How did she get behind Yi Shuangshuang? Even the diamond-level presidents of the various martial universities failed to see clearly. At this moment Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with understanding. Could it be that? Jiang Weiwei heard Lin Hao's murmuring and turned to him. Lin Hao, do you see something? Lin Hao nodded. I see, but I can't confirm it, yet I'll need to fight to know for sure. Jiang Weiwei nodded gently at his words. Meanwhile, on the competition platform, Ning Feishue was checking Yi Shuang's injuries, relieved to find that she had merely fainted. She cast a grave glance at the already distant Lu Qingming. This girl had abilities that even she couldn't fully grasp. Despite her disciple revealing all her trump cards, Lu Qingming had still won effortlessly. After the match, everyone orderly left the competition venue. The audience was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's finals. Who do you think will win tomorrow? I guess it will be Lu Qingming. Though she has only appeared once, she effortlessly dominated the top talent of Qingzhou Martial University without putting in much effort. I am betting on Lin Hao, and don't forget he has also defeated a genius like Mou. Moreover, he possesses gun intent. If Lin Hao were silver level, I would be confident in him. Although he is also a genius, he is ultimately just a high-level bronze. The audience continued to chatter about the match. In the evening, after dining, the members of Mountain City Martial University gathered in their exclusive conference room. Today's performance by Lu Qingming had indeed left a significant impact on them. Everyone quietly looked at Lin Hao. Why are you all staring at me? Lin Hao twitched the corner of his mouth. Linda Shun, do you have confidence to win in tomorrow's match? Mo Zishuan looked worried. Like the other team members, he had failed to gauge the abilities of the girl named Lu. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Hao let out a bitter smile. So I don't know. If Lu Qingming hadn't participated today, I probably would have ended up like Yi Shuang, doubting life after being defeated by her. But judging from Lu Qingming's performance, the awakened ability she possesses is definitely not an ordinary one. From my observation, it might be related to space. I think the same thing. Just as everyone was discussing, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A middle-aged, beautiful woman entered with a girl who had blue hair. Everyone was taken aback. Sister Ning, what brings you here? Lin Hao looked confused. The visitor was none other than Ning Feishue, the president of Qingzhou Martial University, and her disciple Yi Shuang. Since you call me sister, I must lend a helping hand for tomorrow's finals, right? Ning Feishue greeted everyone. Lin Hao quickly stood up to move seats for Ning Feishue, and Yi Shuang pouring them a cup of hot water. Aunt Ning, did you see something? Jiang Weiwei's addressing of Ning Feishue as Aunt Ning sounded quite awkward. Lin Hao called her sister, and she called her aunt. Wasn't Lin Hao clearly taking advantage of her? Ning Feishue noticed Jiang Weiwei's discomfort. You don't have to mind, Lin Hao, we can discuss separately. With a slight smile, she continued. I came today to remind you. Lu Qingming's ability is likely a rare spatial type ability. In the history of Xia country, no one has awakened such an ability. Typically, only demigod-level powerhouses can barely touch the surface of spatial power. If what she awakened is indeed a spatial type ability, that would be troublesome. A power only comprehensible by demigods. Is that even possible? The crowd was collectively baffled. Then how are we supposed to fight against Lin? Should we just concede? After the confusion, everyone wore a frown. Ning Feishue paid no attention to their expressions and turned to Yi Shuang. Shuang, why don't you share your thoughts on this competition? At this moment, Yi Shuang's face was somewhat pale, clearly a sign of excessive energy depletion. Feeling all eyes on her, Yi Shuang felt a bit shy, but still spoke up. At first, I didn't notice anything significant during my preliminary match against her. It was only when I unleashed my water curtain technique that she waved her hand and annihilated the ferocious beasts I summoned. Taking a sip of water, Yi Shuang acknowledged her exhaustion from today's match. Normally, the ferocious beasts I summon are obedient to my commands, but when they approached Lu Qingming, I suddenly felt a disconnection with them. Then she waved her hand, and my ferocious beasts were all gone. Hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. Could they have been transported to another dimension? Indeed, that's what I believe as well, Ning Feishue interjected. To be honest, even the principals of our martial universities couldn't discern anything. If it weren't for Shuang having fought her, I wouldn't have considered this possibility. If she truly possesses spatial abilities, Lin Hao, your attacks might cause her no harm, just like Shuang's. Upon hearing Ning Feishue's words, everyone fell silent. The power of space was something beyond their grasp, let alone that of the diamond-level principals. How could Lin Hao possibly contend with her? Having finally reached the finals, they were confronted with a prodigy like Lu Qingming. Although there was immense reluctance in their hearts, there was also a deep sense of helplessness. It's all right, Lin Hao, just do your best tomorrow. Since you've made it to the finals, you surely wouldn't agree to concede so easily. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei spoke up. Yes, I'll do my best tomorrow. Since I've reached the finals, it's impossible for me to just give up. I also want to have a good match with her. If I can't win, then it's just a lesson learned. Thank you, Ning Jie and Yi Shuang, you've really helped me a lot today. Lin Hao said. It's nothing, actually, we didn't help much. Just sharing Shuang's battle experience with you. Since that's settled, we should head back. Shuang has just woken up and needs to recover. Ning Feishue smiled as she stood up. As they saw Ning Feishue and her companion off, everyone returned to the conference room. Linga, you don't need to worry. Surprisingly, it was Lei Yunfan, usually serious, who spoke. Regardless, we've at least secured second place. This competition has already been a great success for us. Just maintain a calm mindset. Everyone expressed that it felt like the sun had risen from the west. Alright, don't worry about me. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to their dorms. The next day, the highly anticipated finals of the 100 School League began amidst the unprecedented cheers of the audience. All students and teachers from various martial universities were present. However, this time they all sat in the closest VIP seats to the stands. In the contestants area, only the students and teachers from Shanxing Martial University and Jiangnan Martial University were present. Today's judges were personally officiated by the military god Feng Wei from the Eastern Military District. Both sides' competitors were extremely tense, as neither Shanxing Martial University nor Jiangnan Martial University had reached the finals in many years. Throughout the event, neither the principals of the various martial universities nor the audience had anticipated that the last two teams in the finals would be students from these two martial universities. At this moment, Lin Hao had already become the focal point of discussion among various martial universities. Without elaboration, his defeat of the Magic Capital Martial University and last year's champion Longqing Martial University with his bronze high-tier strength was already astonishing. The principals Xing Tianhe of Jiangnan Martial University and Zhang Weiwei of Shanxing Martial University personally took the stage to give speeches for their respective schools, which was essentially just advertising. Because regardless of which martial university won the championship, they were the top two schools in this 100 School League. A bit of promotion would benefit them in nurturing better talents in the future. Before leaving the stage, Xing Tianhe smiled and said, Weiwei, how about we have a match to determine the victor between our two martial universities? Hearing this, Zhang Weiwei smiled knowingly. Thank you, Principal Xing. Without a doubt, the overall strength of Jiangnan Martial University exceeded that of Shanxing Martial University. Xing Tianhe's proposal was clearly giving Shanxing Martial University a chance, and Zhang Weiwei was not blind. After Feng Wei's assessment of the two martial universities, he solemnly announced before the match began, this 100 School League finals will be conducted in a single round to determine the victor between Shanxing Martial University and Jiangnan Martial University. Now let's invite our contestants to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao stood up. He wasn't wearing his school uniform today, but a deep blue robe. He noticed that yesterday Yi Shuang and Lu Qingming did not wear their school uniforms either, and upon inquiring, he learned that wearing school uniforms was not a strict requirement. So today he chose a deep blue robe that suited him better. As he stepped onto the competition stage, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Hao, Lin Hao, Lin Hao. The shouts echoed one after another. Clearly, Lin Hao's performance had deeply etched itself into the hearts of the audience. On the other side of the competition stage, Lu Qingming wore a white dress, her sweet demeanor unmistakable. She stepped onto the stage and smiled faintly at Lin Hao, saying, I never imagined the one-eyed face in the finals would be you. Previously, the principal gave you high praise. Lin Hao replied, hee, that was just the elders flattering me. It was all just luck. It was a rare moment of humility for Lin Hao. Hearing Lin Hao's response, Lu Qingming smiled brightly. The path of a martial artist never involves luck. Since you've made it to the finals, it proves you possess the strength. As Feng Wei saw that both were ready, he waved his hand, declaring the finals of the 100 School League begin. He then moved away from the competition stage, leaving space for Lin Hao and Lu Qingming. The cheers from the audience had reached a climax. Journalists had their cameras ready, broadcasting this Onsen Favere's 100 School League finals to the citizens of the entire Xia nation. Below the stage, not only Zhang Weiwei and Su Sherwei, but also the competitors from Shanxing Martial University. Even in the VIP seats, Feng Yao, Lin Yi, and Lin Xiaoro were all nervously sweating for Lin Hao, having heard the starting signal for the match. Lin Hao swiftly assumed a combat stance, facing Lu Qingming without a hint of carelessness, his body surrounded by black lightning. Lu Qingming's eyes gleamed with golden light, awaiting Lin Hao's attack. To win against Lu Qingming, Lin Hao must find her weakness. Lin Hao decided to take the initiative, activating the Thunder Prison Instant Flash to appear before Lu Qingming in an instant. Lin Hao would not show mercy, especially not against the enigmatic Lu Qingming. He threw a ruthless punch directly at her face. Just as Lin Hao was about to hit Lu Qingming, she swiftly moved behind him, while Lin Hao remained frozen in place. With Lu Qingming's back turned to Lin Hao, he held the pose of his just-released punch. 5 seconds had passed, leaving everyone perplexed. As everyone stood in confusion, a shocking scene unfolded. Lin Hao suddenly knelt on the ground, gasping for what? Everyone from the Mountain City Martial University couldn't sit still, all standing up in disbelief. Even Duan Yu from Dragon City Martial University stood up. The audience gasped, wondering what had happened. To them, Lin Hao seemed to have missed a punch, and Lu Qingming simply dodged. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai from the judges' panel could no longer remain seated. He was equally bewildered. How is this possible? Duan Yu exclaimed, his disbelief evident. He had personally fought Lin Hao and understood his physical strength. Moreover, no one had seen Lu Qingming make a move. How did she do that? Even the presidents of various martial universities appeared dazed. Lin Hao's expression was one of stark realization. Damn, that really hurts. His earlier punch was merely a probing strike. After throwing the punch, not only did he fail to hit her, but his abdomen felt as though it had been struck by a truck. Caught completely off guard, Lin Hao collapsed to his knees. Damn, this is really ridiculous. Lin Hao stood up and turned to Lu Qingming. She smiled lightly. Not bad considering you're just a mere bronze-tier contestant. You withstood my blow without falling down. Lin Hao's expression was one of surprise, realizing he had been underestimated. But he truly hadn't seen Lu Qingming make a move. If close combat doesn't work, then let's try at a distance. With that thought, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. Dark thunder erupted around him as he activated the Thunder Prison Instant Flash to create distance and initiated the Endless Thunder Prison technique. Thunder as thick as a bowl gathered around Lin Hao and instantly expanded to encompass the entire arena. Yet Lu Qingming remained unfazed in the face of the overwhelming thunder. As the thunder approached her, it mysteriously vanished. Lu Qingming calmly walked towards Lin Hao, creating an oddly surreal scene. The audience watched in awe as she gracefully approached him amidst the endless dark thunder. Just as Lin Hao was about to make a move, Lu Qingming's calm voice resonated. It's over. Her words were steady and devoid of urgency. With that, she flashed behind Lin Hao. In an instant, his dark thunder disappeared, and within 3 seconds, Lin Hao collapsed onto the arena floor. No one expected the match to end like this. Lin Hao, who had fought 2 tiers above, was defeated in an instant by Lu Qingming. The key was that no one had seen how she had struck. Zhang Weiwei, Su Xiaorui, Fang Yao, Lin Ye, and everyone else present were shocked by the outcome. The arena. Fang Wei, the referee, walked onto the arena, casting a strange glance at Lu Qingming. He then announced, I declare Lu Qingming the champion of this multi-school tournament. Before Fang Wei could finish, a pained voice interrupted. General Fang, I haven't lost yet. The audience gasped as Lin Hao, looking extremely pained, struggled to stand. Fang Wei glanced at Lin Hao. Are you alright? Lin Hao nodded. Of course. Fang Wei wasted no time. The match continues. And then disappeared from the arena. Lu Qingming was surprised to see him still standing. She couldn't help but admire Lin Hao's resilience. Lin Hao summoned a pitch-black spear into his hand, unleashing all the energy within him at that moment. It's the realm of intent. It's all about intent. The audience erupted in cheers. Just yesterday, the match between Lin Hao and Duan Yu was still vivid in their mind. The stone slabs beneath Lin Hao's feet began to crack, and the Thunder Prison piercing gun in his hands quivered slightly. His eyes were closed as if he had entered a state of transcendence. Lu Qingming watched Lin Hao curiously. Hey, you're still not giving up. With that, she vanished from sight. The moment she disappeared, Lin Hao moved. Without making a grand movement, Lin Hao simply turned his back, holding the spear horizontally. At that moment, Lu Qingming appeared right in front of him. Her delicate fist collided with Lin Hao's spear. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, finally catching her. Lu Qingming's expression shifted. She hadn't expected that Lin Hao would deduce her ability after being hit by her. She then vanished again. When she reappeared, her smooth calf was now grasped firmly in Lin Hao's hand. Lu Qingming couldn't afford to be careless. She swiftly raised her other leg to sweep at Lin Hao. To her surprise, Lin Hao did not pursue the attack. After dodging her strike, he released her. Then both began exchanging blows, trading punches and kicks back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. Just as Lu Qingming vanished again, Lin Hao unexpectedly threw a punch at an empty space. The punch landed solidly on Lu Qingming, sending her flying. Her pristine dress was instantly covered in dust. Lin Hao still did not capitalize on his advantage. Lu Qingming was greatly alarmed. How did you discover me? The audience, along with the teachers and principals, were all in a state of confusion. Lin Hao smiled calmly. Lu Qingming, you truly are an extraordinary talent. If I hadn't been a bit tougher, I might have lost after those first 2 hits. But the hits I took were not without consequence. If I'm not mistaken, you possess abilities related to both space and time. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lin Hao continued. Your time manipulation is impressive, allowing you to pause time for nearly 2 seconds. In the eyes of us martial artists, those 2 seconds are incredibly long, enabling various actions. 2 seconds is ample time for you to evade my attacks, and then counter. To everyone else, what you did in those 2 seconds was invisible. Thus it appeared as though you hadn't done anything while I seemed to have been heavily injured. After listening to Lin Hao's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. 2 seconds for ordinary people is merely a fleeting moment, but for martial artists, that instant is enough to accomplish many things. Damn, what kind of perverse ability is this? Controlling time and space, doesn't that make her invincible? Everyone stared at Lin Hao, dumbfounded. He deduced so much from just 2 attacks from Lu Qingming. Duan Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. To be fair, I am not as good as him. This guy analyzes his opponent's strength too well. If it were me, I would have probably been eliminated by now. As the referee, Fang Wei was eager to snatch Lin Hao away. This little guy is not stupid. At this moment, Lu Qingming no longer displayed her earlier calm demeanor. I really didn't expect that you could guess my ability in such a short time, but so what? You still have to face the outcome. Now it was Lin Hao who became nonchalant. He plunged the thunder jail-shattering spear into the ground and provocatively beckoned with his finger. You can try. Lu Qingming knitted her brows tightly. She genuinely did not believe Lin Hao could fully see through her. With a sudden movement, she vanished from the spot. At this point, the situation was no longer one-sided. Lin Hao could almost always predict Lu Qingming's attacks and rarely found himself on the receiving end. The two fought for several dozen exchanges during which Lu Qingming dodged over 10 times. Lin Hao managed to block most of her attacks. After several dozen exchanges, Lu Qingming retreated from the battlefield, staring at Lin Hao in shock. Lin Hao understood what she was surprised about, and without waiting for her to ask, explained, "You needn't be astonished, everyone's fighting style has its habits. Every time you dodge, I only need to predict what move you will make in the next 2 seconds." The crowd below was full of astonishment. Lin Hao had actually familiarized himself with Lu Qingming's fighting style in such a short time. Lu Qingming smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that my proud fighting style could be so easily dismantled by you. Lin Hao, you are truly formidable." Before Lin Hao could respond, a strong white light enveloped Lu Qingming, blinding everyone present. However, Lin Hao saw everything clearly. He stood there in a daze, blood gushing from his nose. When the white light faded, Lu Qingming appeared in a tie. Wearing a skirt really affects combat. She muttered to herself, only to spot Lin Hao staring blankly with blood streaming from his nose. Instantly, she realized that Lin Hao had probably seen her change. Her face turned red with embarrassment and anger. "What did you see?" Lu Qingming asked Lin Hao. Her face flushed. Lin Hao came back to his senses. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I didn't mean to." Upon hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Lu Qingming realized that this fool had seen her naked. The team members from Shanqing Martial University were confused. Why is Lin Ge bleeding? Probably from being hit just now. At this moment, Lu Qingming couldn't care less about her embarrassment. "Lin Hao, let's see how you handle my next move." With that, she vanished again. Contrary to what the audience imagined, Lin Hao surprisingly failed to intercept Lu Qingming's attack this time. After about 10 exchanges, Lu Qingming unleashed relentless assaults on Lin Hao, seemingly taking revenge for earlier. Lin Hao, covered in injuries, was bewildered as he endured Lu Qingming's ruthless onslaught. After another 10 exchanges, Lin Hao fell to the ground again. Just when everyone thought he had lost, a whiny voice rang out. "Damn, that hurt so much. Was it just because I looked at you a few times? Is this how you seek revenge?" Lin Hao muttered, but Lu Qingming could hear him perfectly. To her surprise, Lin Hao was surprisingly resilient. Lin Hao forced himself to stand up, grinning. Hee, this round wasn't a loss for me." After hearing Lin Hao's teasing, Lu Qingming's face flushed red with anger, and she vanished once more. This time, Lin Hao intercepted Lu Qingming's pale pink fist and shamelessly squeezed it. "Qingming, I told you my hits are not without meaning." Lu Qingming immediately fumed. "Pervert, who are you calling Qingming?" Meanwhile, Su Xiaorui, watching from below, felt a sense of déjà vu. Lin Hao didn't argue with her and casually released his grip, uttering a few words. "Time acceleration time." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lu Qingming was greatly alarmed. She suddenly felt as if she were exposed in front of him. She indeed was just now. Lin Hao smiled faintly. "It seems I was right. So is it my turn to attack now?" Lu Qingming suddenly calmed down, thinking, "No, I can't let this pervert disrupt my focus. I need to win this match quickly." With that, she sneered. "Lin the lustful, do you think I would give you a chance?" Lin Hao's face turned black upon. "You are the lustful one. Your whole family is lustful." Before Lin Hao could react, Lu Qingming's hands suddenly glowed brightly. Technique spatial lockdown was activated. At that moment, not just Lin Hao, the entire arena was enveloped in Lu Qingming's spatial lockdown. Lin Hao found himself standing in the center of the arena, unable to move. Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei, who were judging the match, wore expressions of astonishment. This little girl's spatial lockdown contained the power of rules. The two shared a bitter smile, realizing that Lin Hao was doomed to failure. In Lu Qingming's spatial domain, Lin Hao felt like a lamb waiting for slaughter, awaiting the arrival of death. But that wasn't the end. Lu Qingming clenched her hand. A surge of spiritual power instantly surged into the area of spatial lockdown. Technique spatial strangulation was activated. At that moment, Lin Hao found himself unable to move at all, and the ability of spatial strangulation made him suffer as if he were being executed by Ling Qi. He attempted to activate the thunder armor to protect himself, but found that in Lu Qingming's space his thunder armor was completely shredded to nothing. Lin Hao gripped the thunder jail-shattering spear tightly. The triple spear intent erupted, barely resisting the constraints of the spatial power. "This can't go on, or if this drags on, I will most likely lose this match. Since it has come to this point, how can I give up?" Lin Hao felt a great sense of frustration in his heart. He had thought that he would surely win this tournament. Little did he expect to encounter such a monstrous opponent in the finals, pushing him to the brink. Jiang Weiwei and the others watched Lin Hao with worried expressions. At this point, Lin Hao's triple spear intent was barely able to protect him from serious injury, while he himself could do nothing else. Both Feng Wei, serving as the judge for this match, and Jiang Tianhai from the judges' panel, shook their heads bitterly. Lin Hao is too unfortunate. It seems this is where it ends. At that very moment, Lin Hao's aura began to gradually recede. His eyes remained tightly shut, his expression serene, as if the infinite spatial annihilation pressing upon him bore no relation to him at all. Has he surrendered? Lu Qingming fixed her gaze intently on Lin Hao. Frankly, she had never anticipated he would pose such a formidable challenge. She had assumed her temporal ability would secure an effortless victory. Yet what left her utterly astounded was how Lin Hao, within the span of mere exchanges, had pierced through the veil of her power and struck back with precision. This revelation plunged Lu Qingming into profound disquiet. Were it not for her spatial ability, she would likely have already fallen. But in reality, there is no if. Seeing Lin Hao cease resistance beneath the spatial annihilation, Lu Qingming exhaled deeply in relief. It is over, she murmured, a graceful arc lifting at the corners of her lips. Not only Lu Qingming, but every martial arts team member present, the university president, and even the two military gods, had already pronounced Lin Hao's defeat. Just as the crowd believed the match had reached its conclusion, the martial arena suddenly trembled violently. Not only the arena, but the entire competition venue shook with seismic force. What's happening? An earthquake. Spectators erupted into panic. Jiang Tianhai swiftly erected a containment barrier across the stands, then cast a strangely probing glance toward the arena. Lin Hao's aura, having first withdrawn, now surged forth anew, not with the crackling black lightning of before, but with a terrifying, blood-chilling aura of slaughter. This aura effortlessly repelled the spatial annihilation, holding it at bay beyond its perimeter. The arena continued to quake, while Lin Hao's presence swelled relentlessly. As his aura intensified, Lin Hao himself underwent a transformation. His expression grew distant and impassive, his azure robe darkened into absolute black. His jet black hair began to whiten strand by strand, until his entire head was crowned with silvery white locks, which then lengthened rapidly, cascading down to his waist. His eyes remained closed, his face cold and detached, his overwhelming aura still ascending. At that instant, an ancient obsidian sword casket materialized behind Lin Hao. He opened his eyes, crimson and feral, and formed his fingers into a blade before his chest, whispering softly, "Break." The word "break" tore from his lips, and instantly a cataclysmic wave of aura exploded outward from Lin Hao, engulfing the entire arena. Stone shattered inch by inch, Lu Qingming's spatial annihilation and confinement dissolved into nothingness. Not only the students and faculty of Wuda University, but even Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle unfolding upon the arena. Among those present, only Zhang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei had ever witnessed Lin Hao in this form. What's happened to Senior Lin? Has he transformed? Such a terrifying aura, I can barely draw breath. Senior Lin looks absolutely magnificent like this. A chorus of astonished cries rose from the crowd. Meanwhile, at the military district headquarters, a strikingly handsome man abruptly furrowed his brow. That aura, it has surfaced once more. With a swift rip, he tore open a rift in space and vanished without a trace. Upon the arena, Lin Hao tilted his head slightly upward, gazing upon Lu Qingming's stricken pale face, and spoke calmly, "You are indeed formidable, but your path ends here." Sword chi roiled around his figure as he roared, "Sword, come forth." Instantly, the skies above Modu Wuda darkened under churning storm clouds, violet lightning writhed within their depths, and thunder rolled, like the infernal howls of demons rising from the ninth abyss. The obsidian sword casket hovering behind Lin Hao quivered faintly, then slowly parted. With a resonant hum, the Zixiao sword soared forth and settled into Lin Hao's waiting palm. Clutching the Zixiao sword, Lin Hao channeled all 3 layers of his sword intent into its blade. Then with a soft tremor, the sword lifted from his grasp, hovering motionless before him. Lin Hao pointed his index finger skyward, and the Zixiao sword shot upward like a falling star, vanishing into the heart of the storm-laden clouds. At that very instant, thunder cracked with apocalyptic fury across the heavens. Countless violet light swords coalesced within the cloud sea. Lin Hao whispered, "Combat technique, hunting shadow, Skyren break." In response, the torrent of violet blades descended like a deluge. Faced with such overwhelming assault, Lu Qingming froze for a heartbeat. Then her eyes hardened, a flash of golden light vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. The dense rain of swords dissolved midair, as though swallowed by the sea, leaving only glistening sweat beading upon Lu Qingming's forehead. Confronting Lin Hao now, Lu Qingming dared not lower her guard. She vanished in a blur. Yet when she attempted to halt time once more, she found herself utterly immobilized within a 10-meter radius centered on Lin Hao. The temporal stasis flickered and faded, and Lu Qingming stood rigid 10 meters away. Why? Why has my ability failed against you? Panic seized her heart. This was the first time her power had ever proven ineffectual against an opponent. Lin Hao raised his hand, and the Zixiao sword returned to his grip. You wield both spatial and temporal laws, yet I too command my own law." As Lin Hao's voice fell, his aura surged anew, explosively, inexorably. Lu Qingming suddenly sensed herself drawn into a profound, ineffable domain. within which her spiritual energy was suppressed to half its strength. Worse still, she felt rooted to the spot, unable to take even a single step. Alarmed, she attempted to flee via spatial translocation, only to find her ability utterly inert. How is this possible? Never before had she encountered such a phenomenon, and fear gripped her unbidden. Then Lin Hao's voice cut through the silence, cold and absolute. Within my domain, invoking law is but the ravings of a fool. Domain. Not only Lu Qingming, but Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai stared in utter shock. Precisely. This is my domain technique, called the sword domain. Lin Hao's calm words struck Lu Qingming's heart like a volley of soul-piercing arrows. Without another word, he raised the Zixiao sword upright before him. Once again, the threefold sword intent converged into the blade, causing it to vibrate violently. Simultaneously, the violet lightning coiling within the storm clouds answered its call, surging downward to merge entirely with the Zixiao sword. Lin Hao's voice drifted serenely beneath the Zixiao, none escaped death. Combat technique. One sword, heaven splitting. At the final syllable, the sky cleared, clouds scattered, and a single devastating sword beam wreathed in violet lightning cleaved downward along Lin Hao's descending stroke. Before that blade light, every student's knees buckled, like souls confronted by death's scythe. Lu Qingming's composure shattered utterly, her beautiful eyes widened in primal terror, as if death itself beckoned to her. Danger! The two military gods reacted fastest, soaring to the arena's zenith, unleashing their sovereign-level auras to intercept the lethal sword beam. At that same instant, a fissure tore open in the heavens, widening rapidly. From within stepped a middle-aged man of refined bearing, cloaked in flowing robes. He observed the devastating sword beam in silence, then turned his gaze toward the arena below. So this is the young one. Truly exceptional. With a casual sweep of his hand, the blade light shattered into countless shimmering violet motes, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei hurried upward. We pay our respects, Lord Hanfeng. Hanfeng nodded with a gentle smile. First conclude this 100-school tournament, then bring the young man to me. Both bowed deeply in assent. Lin Hao willed the Zixiao sword back into its casket, and Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei descended onto the arena. Gazing upon Lin Hao, now restored to his usual appearance, and then at Lu Qingming, whose mouth hung slightly agape, Jiang Tianhai sighed wryly and shook his head. I hereby declare the champion of this 100-school tournament, Shanqing Wuda. Silence reigned. No cheers, only a hushed, breathless stillness, as if the audience were still reeling from the aftershock of awe. After a long pause, students of Shanqing Wuda erupted first. Then waves of jubilation crashed across the venue. Students and faculty of both Shanqing Wuda and Jiangnan Wuda rushed onto the arena, teammates hoisting Lin Hao aloft and tossing him joyously into the air. Zhang Weiwei, Su Xiaorui, Feng Yao, Lin Yeye, and Lin Xiaoro watched from the side, smiling softly. Lin Xiaoro bounded up and down, clapping gleefully. Xing Tianhe approached Lu Qingming, whose face was etched with bitter disappointment, and offered a rueful smile. Qingming, remember, beyond every peak lies another, above every sky stretches a higher heaven. Your talent is extraordinary. You will surely surpass him one day. Xing Tianhe offered this gentle reassurance. Meanwhile, Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai made no move to restrain the students' exuberance, merely observing with quiet amusement. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, the two exchanged a wry, knowing glance. Lin Hao had caught the attention of Lord Hanfeng. What further role could they possibly play? Their wager, it seemed, had been rendered utterly moot. After a few more moments of revelry, Jiang Tianhai stepped forward and spoke. Lin Hao, come with me. A great lord wishes to see you. The assembled presidents recoiled in astonishment. Few in this world warranted the title lord from a military god. Could it be? Seeing Jiang Tianhai nod gravely, their hearts surged with tidal waves of disbelief. Lin Hao was about to ascend, beyond all expectation. While Feng Wei oversaw the tournament's concluding formalities, Jiang Tianhai escorted Lin Hao to the VIP lounge of Moda Wuda. The two arrived at the door of the lounge. Jiang Tianhai knocked on the door respectfully and said, Sir, I have brought Lin Hao here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slowly opened. Lin Hao was bewildered, wondering who wanted to see him. Inside the lounge, a middle-aged man cloaked in a robe was sipping tea, smiling as he looked at him. Then Hanfeng spoke. You must be Lin Hao, right? Seeing Lin Hao nod blankly, Hanfeng turned to Jiang Tianhai, saying, Old Jiang, you can leave now. I want to speak with Lin Hao alone. Lin Hao was shocked that anyone who could make someone as significant as Jiang Tianhai bow their head surely held a high position. Who exactly is this handsome middle-aged man before him? Hanfeng noticed Lin Hao's confusion and smiled, saying, My name is Hanfeng, but you can call me Uncle Han. Lin Hao quickly regained his composure and responded, Hello, Uncle Han. Hanfeng nodded and gestured to a seat beside him, indicating for Lin Hao to sit down. Hanfeng then said, You don't need to be nervous. I invited you here today to have a chat. I sensed a familiar aura from you. Can you tell me what your second martial profession is? Lin Hao thought for a moment and replied, Uncle Han, my second profession is sword lord. Upon hearing Lin Hao's answer, Hanfeng murmured, Just as I thought. Have you heard of the Sword Saint from 100 years ago? Lin Hao was taken aback. He indeed had not heard of him. When he was young, neither his grandmother nor his aunt had told him anything about martial artists or superpowers. Seeing Lin Hao's expression, Han Feng continued, this goes back to when the ferocious beasts invaded Blue Star about 120 years ago. Unidentified extraterrestrial beasts began to invade Blue Star, and the proud firearms of Blue Star could hardly inflict any damage on them. As the ferocious beasts invaded, the spiritual energy of Earth began to revive, leading to the awakening of. Awakening is divided into two categories. Those who cast spells are collectively referred to as superpowered individuals, while those with enhanced physical abilities are known as martial artists. Under the leadership of the Awakened, we launched a counterattack against the ferocious beasts. From that point onward, the situation improved slightly. About a century ago, the Sword Saint of the Xia Kingdom, Xian, you single-handedly repelled 1,000,000 ferocious beasts, striking fear into the extraterrestrial demons and buying precious time for the development of both the Xia Kingdom and Blue Star. However, after that battle, the Sword Saint himself vanished without a trace. He is revered as a legendary hero in the Xia Kingdom and serves as a pillar of spirit for the people. At that time, I was just an inexperienced martial artist who had the fortune of fighting alongside Lord Xianyu. Thus, I felt your magnificent aura, which is why I came to see you. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao understood. He finally realized why Han Feng had sought him out. His sword lord profession was likely very similar to that of the Sword Saint who awakened a century ago. Your awakened martial profession is remarkably similar to that of Lord Xianyu 100 years ago. Recently, I sensed an aura near the Zhuke fortress that should belong to you, right? Hearing Han Feng's question, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned before realizing that Han Feng was referring to the time he killed a platinum-level ferocious beast. Lin Hao nodded. The situation was extremely dangerous at that time. About 500 of us new students were training in the ferocious beast forest. A platinum-level, three-headed earth demon hound attacked us. Han Feng understood immediately. Lin Hao, what are your plans for the future? Lin Hao pondered for a moment and replied, I plan to continue my training at Shanxing Martial University to enhance. Although Shanxing Martial University has just won the championship in the inter-school competition, they lack the resources to nurture you properly. Initially, my idea for the inter-school competition was to find some promising talents for unified training using resources to elevate you. Currently, the ferocious beasts outside the fortress are eyeing us, and there are few strong warriors among our people. However, you have presented me with an unexpected delight. True strength is not built on resources, but emerges from the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. I plan to gather this year's talented students and have you train at various fortresses to aid your rapid growth. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. I will inform Jiang Tianhai of the specific details, and he will let you know. It's getting late, so you should head back now. Lin Hao bowed to Han Feng and exited the VIP room. Han Feng walked to the window and smiled. Heaven bless my Xia Kingdom, this little guy's talent is truly remarkable. With that, he vanished in a flash. As Lin Hao stepped out of the building, he saw Jiang Tianhai waiting for him at the entrance. Uncle Jiang. Lin Hao greeted him, and Jiang Tianhai hurried over. Noticing Lin Hao's eager expression, he spoke first. Uncle Han said he plans to send me to the border fortress for training. Jiang Tianhai stood frozen for a moment before recovering. What did you call him? Seeing Jiang Tianhai's stunned expression, Lin Hao was somewhat perplexed. I called him Uncle Han. Haha, you little rascal, you should know that even I must address Han Feng as Lord Han. How can you call him Uncle? Uncle Han told me to call him that. Is there a problem? Jiang Tianhai sighed with a wry smile. Do you know who he is? He is the strongest in the Xia Kingdom, our only legendary powerhouse at present. Moreover, he is already over 100 years old, and you call him Uncle. Lin Hao was instantly dumbfounded. Forget it, being favored by Lord Han Feng is a blessing for you. Jiang Tianhai was speechless. The generational hierarchy was completely disrupted. If you call him Uncle, then I must call you Uncle too. Jiang Tianhai then led Lin Hao to the conference room at Shanxing Martial University. Upon entering the conference room, he saw many people present. At the head table sat Feng Wei along with Jiang Weiwei, the principal of Shanxing Martial University, and a number of faculty and students. On the other side were Feng Yao, Lin Yeye, and Lin Xiaoro. Lin Xiaoro quickly waved her adorable little hand in greeting to Lin Hao, who also sat down next to her. Jiang Tianhai took a seat next to Feng Wei. At this moment, Feng Wei spoke up. First of all, congratulations to you all for winning this year's inter-school competition. Feng Wei then turned to Jiang Tianhai saying, Old Jiang, you can speak for yourself regarding your daughter. At this moment, everyone was taken aback, and Jiang Tianhai cleared his throat twice. Weiwei, the headquarters has announced the revocation of your position as the principal of Shanxing Martial University. At the same time, Xiao Rui, your position as assistant principal is also revoked. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Before anyone could respond, Jiang Tianhai continued, given the extraordinary abilities of Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaorui, the headquarters has decided to provide you with better training. After all, you are still young, and having you serve at Shanxing Martial University is a waste of your potential. Didn't I tell you both at the beginning that it was just temporary? A new principal will be selected soon, and of course you will receive the rewards you deserve, so you need not worry about that. Everyone let out a sigh of relief after hearing this, but the news of Jiang Weiwei not being the principal left a hint of disappointment among the team members. The higher-ups will arrange unified training for the promising participants in this 100-school competition. You will face more rigorous training and fiercer battles in the future. I hope you are prepared for that, Feng Wei added. The group chatted for a while in the conference room, while Lin Hao expressed his desire to take some time off to visit his grandmother. Jiang Weiwei readily agreed. Then you don't need to return to school with us, just go home directly after getting off the plane, Jiang Weiwei instructed. Weiwei, as the principal of Shanxing Martial University, you should visit Lin Hao's home to express your gratitude. After all, he brought back a championship for you. At this, Jiang Tianhai cleared his throat again. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then displayed expressions that suggested this was to be expected. Jiang Weiwei's face turned bright red, as she was well aware of her father's intentions. Feng Wei's face twitched. Old Jiang, that's not fair. Are you trying to take advantage of my family? He then waved his hand at Feng Yao. Since there is nothing much going on these days, you should just go back with Lin Hao. In the future, you may not have much time for cultivation anyway. He then provocatively glanced at Jiang Tianhai, as if you are the only one with a daughter. Everyone present struggled to suppress their laughter, but someone couldn't hold it in and let out a chuckle. To everyone's surprise, it was Mo Zishuan the simpleton. Seeing everyone looking at him, Mo Zishuan said, "My mom had a son today, and I'm just really happy." Everyone was left speechless. Lin Ye patted the face of the brooding Lin Hao. "Dear nephew, you better wish for your own blessings." Lin Xiaoro then clapped her hands joyfully. "Great. Sister Yao Yao can stay at my house for a few more days. It's wonderful that a beautiful sister is coming too." After the meeting, everyone returned to their dorms while Lin Hao took Feng Yao, Lin Ye, and Lin Xiaoro to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Jiang Weiwei declined Lin Hao's invitation because she had some matters to attend to after the 100-school competition. "And I want to upgrade our house when I return home this time." During their meal, Lin Hao proposed the idea. He and his family had lived in a remote suburb of Shanxing since childhood, and now that he had several million in savings, it was time to improve his family's living conditions. Lin Ye scoffed. "Dear nephew, wanting to improve your life is a good thing, but do you actually have the money? Let me be clear, your aunt lives off selling paintings and doesn't earn much." Seeing the disdainful expression on his aunt's face, Lin Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "And I'm not planning to spend your money. Why are you acting poor? I probably have around several million in savings now. Buying a bigger house for you shouldn't be a problem." Since his strength had already been exposed, Lin Hao decided not to hide it anymore. "How much?" His aunt stared at Lin Hao wide-eyed. Lin Hao had only been at Wu University for half a year. Where did he get so much money? "Dear nephew, have you done something illegal? We are good citizens and must follow the law. You can't go down the wrong path." Listening to his aunt's nagging, Lin Hao rolled his eyes at her. "What wrong path? And can you be a bit reasonable? I earned all this money through hard work." He then recounted his experiences in the beast forest and how he sold beast meat to Lin Ye and Feng Yao. Only after Lin Ye heard this did she barely let out a sigh of relief, then reacted. "You little brat, you're already a millionaire. Why only give your aunt $1 million? Your aunt has raised you all these years, and it really pains my heart." Seeing Lin Ye's heartbroken expression, Lin Hao's face darkened as he explained, "I was just worried you'd be concerned." Lin Ye rolled her eyes at Lin Hao and bluntly asked, "How do you plan to explain your situation to Grandma?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Lin Hao suddenly remembered that the 100-school competition was broadcast nationwide, and Grandma must have seen him. The secret about his abilities was already exposed. With Grandma's temperament, she would probably chase after him with a feather duster. Thinking of this, Lin Hao smiled bitterly. "What else can I do? I'll just speak the truth. Aunt, you have to help me out then." Lin Hao put on a flattering expression. Seeing Lin Hao acting silly, Feng Yao couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Feng Yao stifling her laughter, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. "Yao Yao, you have to speak well of me later, otherwise Grandma will definitely beat me with a feather duster." Before Feng Yao could respond, Lin Xiaoro wiped her greasy mouth and said confidently, "Brother, don't worry, sister Yao Yao will definitely help you. Don't forget that the beautiful sister is going back home with you. You brought 4 beautiful girls home this time, so Grandma will definitely not be angry. If they don't help you, I will help you." After Lin Xiaoro's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. "All right then, I'll leave it to you, Xiaoro. I haven't spoiled you for nothing." Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing Jiang Weiwei still busy, Su Xiaorui looked helpless. "Weiwei, how can you be so carefree? You can take care of these matters when you return to school. You need to prepare since you're going home with Lin Hao tomorrow." Jiang Weiwei was taken aback upon hearing this, and as Su Xiaorui looked at her friend's dazed expression, she felt a wave of despair. Not to mention whether you were trying to take Lin Hao's affection, but as the principal of Shanxing Martial University, you can't go empty-handed. So I am really worried about you. Only after hearing this did Jiang Weiwei realize that her father had left her confused and her mind was filled with thoughts about Lin Hao's girlfriend, making her forget about this aspect for a moment. Fortunately, there was still an afternoon left, so Jiang Weiwei set aside her work and went shopping with Su Xiaorui. They took a taxi to the mall and started shopping frantically. Jiang Weiwei had previously checked Lin Hao's information and knew that he had a grandmother at home. So she bought a lot of supplements and clothes for the elderly. Early the next morning, a group from Shanqing Martial University took a flight from Modu back to Shanqing. As they exited the airport, they were greeted by a dense crowd of people. Most of them were holding banners and signs that read "Welcome back the champion students of Shanqing Martial University." The group was collectively bewildered. Wow, what a grand scene. It seems I've become a celebrity, Mo Zishuan said, looking proudly at the crowd of locals welcoming them home. Come on, you only played one match. I bet these people are here to welcome our master. Lin Xiaoxiao poured cold water on Mo Zishuan. Seeing so many people cheering for me makes all the injuries I've endured worthwhile, Wang Meng said, tears of gratitude brimming in his eyes, nearly on the verge of crying. The others hurriedly moved a bit farther away from him, feeling a bit repulsed. They were escorted out of the airport by the enthusiastic crowd while Lin Hao and his group seized the opportunity to slip away from a side path. After sneaking out of the airport, they waited for a taxi by the roadside. Due to the large number of people, Lin Hao called for 2 taxis. When they reached home, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. This time Lin Hao truly experienced what it felt like to be a celebrity. He would probably have to wear a mask when going out in the future. Su Xiaorui was exceptionally excited. Lin, how is this your home? Lin Hao didn't even turn his head. Yep, I guess I've disappointed the beautiful Su. Only then did he realize something was amiss. Hey, wait a minute, beautiful Su, why are you here? I'm just accompanying my family's Weiwei, and besides, I'm still President Jiang's assistant, Su Xiaorui replied cheerfully. I doubt it would make a difference if President Jiang visited your home without me. At that moment, Su Xiaorui looked like a little fox who had pulled off a mischievous act. Lin Hao felt a headache coming. No worries, welcome to visit Teacher Su. Su Xiaorui smiled proudly and secretly made a yay gesture at Lin Xiaorui. In fact, it was Lin Zairis' idea for her to come to Lin Hao's house. The plan was to catch him off guard and get into a taxi first. By the time they reached home, Lin Hao's older brother wouldn't be able to drive her away. Su Zairis' only cost was a large lollipop. If Lin Hao knew that his sister sold him out for just a large lollipop, he would have probably lost his temper. At that moment, Lin Hao was standing at the door for nearly half a minute, too afraid to knock. He feared being greeted by his grandmother's feather duster. Seeing her nephew's cowardly demeanor, Lin Yaya rolled her eyes and began to knock on the door. At this time, not only Lin Hao, but also Jiang Weiwei was extremely nervous. It was her first time visiting Lin Hao's home to meet his grandmother. Before long, the door opened. Grandmother opened the door and was momentarily stunned by the number of visitors. Lin Hao quickly stepped forward, scratching his head awkwardly. Hee, Grandma, I'm back. Grandmother shot Lin Hao a glare. You're back, but not coming in quickly. There are so many guests, just standing there like a stick, she said as she hurriedly stepped aside to let everyone in. Grandma, this is our principal Jiang Weiwei from Shanqing Martial University, and this is our teacher Su Xiaorui. Lin Hao introduced Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui to his grandmother. Jiang Weiwei quickly greeted her, feeling quite nervous herself. However, Su Xiaorui stood there in a daze. Seeing Su Xiaorui silent, Jiang Weiwei felt speechless as well. Grandmother, upon seeing Su Xiaorui, was also taken aback before revealing a kind smile. Su girl, do you still remember Grandma? Su Xiaorui came back to her senses and exclaimed in surprise, Grandma Gong, is it really you? She then directly hugged her grandmother and started crying. The others were left dumbfounded. What the heck, what's going on with the beautiful Su? Does she know my grandma? Lin Hao was instantly confused. She knows her, so why is she crying? After a long while, everyone took their seats. Su Xiaorui had already wiped away her tears. Everyone's gaze was on grandmother. She sighed and glanced at Lin Hao and Lin Yaya, her expression quite complex. This story goes back to when I served in the Martial Artists Alliance. Grandmother began gathering her thoughts slowly. At that time, I was the commander of the eastern region of the Martial Artists Alliance. Xiaorui's parents were my capable subordinates back then. I watched Xiaorui grow up. Oh, she would often come to my dormitory to pester me for food. Grandmother continued, at that time, she was just a chubby little girl like Xiaorui. Suzui's face turned red at this. Grandma, I cried for a long time when you suddenly moved away. At that moment, Lin Yaya and Lin Hao felt a storm of emotions inside. Oh my God, my grandma, my mom, is that impressive? I never noticed. Then grandmother turned her gaze to Lin Hao. You little brat, I saw your performance in the 100 Schools League. Were you afraid I'd scold you, so you brought so many people to support you? Grandmother hit the nail on the head and Lin Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Grandmother sighed lightly. From my perspective, I didn't want you to attend Martial University. This is my wish and the wish of your deceased parents as well. Lin Hao was taken aback. He had very little impression of his parents, let alone Lin Xiaorui. Tian Xiao and Weiner sacrificed themselves while executing a very confidential mission. But what the mission was, no one knows. Before leaving, he called me and said if anything happened to him, he hoped his son and daughter could live their lives in peace and never step into the profession of a martial artist. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, Lin Hao could be considered the lone descendant of the Lin family destined to carry on the family line. If anything happened to him, it would mean the Lin family was essentially extinct. But when I saw your exceptional talent on television, to be honest, I hesitated. Since you possess such extraordinary potential, you should showcase your strengths. The country needs talents like you. Grandmother then took out a gleaming gold medal from a cloth pouch. Others might not recognize it, but Jiang Weiwei, as the principal of Shanqing Martial University, certainly did. The Dragon Soul Medal. Jiang Weiwei exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock. Grandmother glanced at Jiang Weiwei. Girl, do you recognize this medal? Jiang Weiwei nodded. My father showed me a photo of it before. He said only demigod-level experts who made tremendous contributions or sacrifices for the country could receive this badge. Grandmother then asked, who is your father? Jiang Weiwei smiled. My father is Jiang Tianhai. Grandmother's expression shifted as she realized, so you are Xiao Hai's daughter. Seeing Lin Hao's astonished expression, Grandma smiled. She then handed the medal to Lin Hao. This is a relic of Tian Xiao and Weiner. Now that you've grown up, I entrust it to you. I hope you take good care of it. Lin Hao felt the weight of the medal in his hand. Both Tian Xiao and Weiner were demigod-level powerhouses, so don't disgrace them, and certainly don't disgrace this medal. Grandma's expression was extremely solemn at that moment, and Lin Hao nodded seriously. Mom, how could you keep such an incredible secret from me? At this moment, Lin Ye said with annoyance, complaining about how hard she worked every day to support the family. It was exhausting. Grandma shot Lin Ye a glare. You little brat, what's wrong with keeping it from you? If it weren't for your brother and sister-in-law sacrificing themselves, could I have returned to take care of this family? Grandma then turned to Fang Yao. How is that unlucky kid Xiao Wei doing now? Fang Yao was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then exclaimed in surprise, Grandma, do you know my dad too? Haha, I knew you were Fang Wei's daughter. I felt you looked familiar the first time you came here. It wasn't until I saw that silly boy Fang Wei on TV that I confirmed you were his daughter. Tianxiao Tianhai and Xiao Wei formed a solid trio back then, and their bond was very strong. Little girl, when I asked you the first time, you didn't say anything. Fang Yao's face flushed. I was afraid of scaring Grandma and Lin Hao, so I kept it a secret. Lin Hao also said at that moment, I only found out during the recent interschool competition. Grandma chuckled. Xiao Hao, if Jiang Tianhai and Fang Wei knew you were Tianxiao's son, they would probably collapse right then and there. Jiang Weiwei and Fang Yao couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. At this time, Grandma turned to Su Sharue. Sharue, are you craving braised pork? Grandma said she would go make some. Su Zuri's eyes lit up instantly, and she eagerly followed Grandma to the kitchen. Oh, what a life this is. Lin Hao helplessly collapsed onto the sofa. The shock Grandma gave him today was even greater than the one he received from Fang Yao and Jiang Tianhai last time. His little heart couldn't handle so much stimulation. Meanwhile, Fang Yao and Jiang Weiwei were chatting with Lin Ye. Lin Xiaoro had already fallen asleep in the room before the conversation started, exhausted from playing outside. Before dinner, Lin Hao woke Lin Xiaoro up. Everyone sat together and had a hearty meal. At this moment, Su Sharue was no longer as reserved as when she first arrived. It felt like she was back at her own home in Grandma Gong's house. She was seen eating braised pork heartily, leaving Lin Hao and Jiang Weiwei dumbfounded. Rui and never ate like this before, did she? Wow, the beautiful Su eats like a tough girl. Finally, Lin Hao couldn't hold back any longer and said with a dark face, I say, beautiful Su, can't you be a bit more reserved? Where's your grace as a beauty? This is my home, you know. Can you please pay attention to your image? Su Sharue shoved another piece of braised pork into her mouth, her expression one of pure satisfaction. Little brat, let me tell you, when I was eating with Grandma Gong, you were still drinking milk. Lin Hao's face darkened after hearing that. Fang Yao and the others suppressed their laughter. Lin Xiaoro blinked her curious big eyes at Su Sharue. Sister Su, eat slowly and leave some for me. At this time, Lin Hao brought up the topic of moving houses with Grandma. She smiled with satisfaction. Good grandson, I accept your filial piety. However, I am not at the point of needing you to support me. After saying that, Grandma took out a strangely shaped key from the drawer and handed it to Lin Hao. Since she agreed for Lin Hao to pursue the path of a warrior, Grandma didn't hold back anymore. This is the key to the villa at Yunwu Mountain. You have more friends now, and this house is too small. Feel free to let your friends come stay. Oh, I also want to liven things up. A piece of braised pork fell onto the table. Lin Ye's eyes seemed to well up with tears. Mom, you're so wealthy, yet you still want me to paint to help with the household expenses. Are you trying to exhaust your daughter to death? Grandma rolled her eyes at Lin Ye angrily. You little brat, isn't it to temper your character? Besides, my previous plan was to stay in this house forever. And in the future, when you get married, you will also need a dowry. What are you complaining about? Lin Xiaoro chuckled, covering her mouth. Don't blame Grandma. She's doing this for your own good. Lin Ye shot a glare at Lin Xiaoro. You little brat, just wait until I don't beat your little, but into flower petals. Everyone finished dinner amidst laughter. After dinner, the three girls did not stay at Lin Hao's house, but chose to stay at a nearby hotel. Lin Hao's family decided to start moving tomorrow. The three girls also promised to come help. The next day, Lin Hao went to the Yunwu Mountain Villa according to the address, and he was quite surprised to learn that this villa was the best one on the entire Yunwu Mountain. The villa had a yard that covered half a football field, complete with rock gardens, flowing water, and lawns. The villa itself was 3 stories high with an additional 2 levels of basement space. The rooms inside and their facilities were fully equipped. Lin Hao smacked his lips. If his little aunt saw this, she would probably get very upset. In the end, the family decided to only take some necessities to the new place, treating the old house as a temporary residence for the future. After Lin Hao tallied up the daily essentials, he went shopping with Fang Yao, Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaorui. Lin Ye stayed at home with Grandma. Meanwhile, our poor little Xiaoro was sent to school. Since Fang Yao first came to their home, she hadn't really been able to attend. Recently, she had missed several days because of the inter-school competition. In the end, she was heartlessly sent off to school. The four of them went shopping in the busiest pedestrian street with three beautiful girls surrounding a handsome guy, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. Lin Hao, what does it feel like to be surrounded by three girls? At this moment, Su Xiaorui began her usual teasing of Lin Hao, since the inter-school competition was about to start. Su Xiaorui hadn't had much opportunity to tease Lin Hao. Finally having a chance, she started her usual playful banter with him. Seeing the fox-like glint in Su Xiaorui's eyes, Lin Hao could tell what she was up to. With a look of enjoyment, Lin Hao said, "My mood is exceptionally beautiful. Beautiful Su, why don't you give me a shoulder rub? It would make my mood even more beautiful." Su Xiaorui rolled her eyes at Lin Hao. "Dream on. We're three girls accompanying you to shop, and you should be happy. If it weren't for Grandma's sake, I'd never willingly come out to shop with you." 3 days later, after the unremitting efforts of many, the arrangement of the Cloud Mist Mountain Villa was finally completed. Grandma reserved a unique room for Fang Yao, Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaorui. The three girls held hands and went to decorate their own rooms. Meanwhile, Lin Ye stood in awe, gazing at the spacious courtyard and the castle-like villa, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Xiaoro happily bounced off to see the new room that her older siblings had prepared for her. After staying in the Cloud Mist Mountain Villa for another 3 days, just as they were planning to return to school, Fang Yao received a call from Fang Wei. On the phone, Fang Wei instructed Lin Hao, Fang Yao, Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaorui to gather at the Qinglong Fortress in the Eastern Military District the next day. Upon hearing the news, the girls exchanged glances, puzzled about the purpose of going to Qinglong Fortress. Fang Wei did not elaborate on the call. Only Lin Hao guessed that it must be due to the orders from Lord Hanfeng, which had reached the Eastern Military District. They estimated that they were about to begin even more rigorous training. The next day, the four bid farewell to their grandmother and family and boarded a plane to the Qinglong Fortress in the Eastern Military District. On the plane, the girls were chatting and laughing. However, Lin Hao remained silent. Noticing his silence, Fang Yao curiously asked, "Fool, what are you thinking about?" Hearing Fang Yao's question, Lin Hao snapped out of his thoughts. He glanced at the three girls and then spoke in an unusually formal tone. "The trial at Qinglong Fortress may be exceptionally brutal. I hope you all prepare yourselves mentally." The girls were taken aback upon hearing Lin Hao's words. At that moment, Jiang Weiwei asked Lin, "How do you know?" Seeing the girls looking at him, Lin Hao slowly nodded. He then recounted his meeting with Hanfeng to the girls. After listening, the girls were once again surprised. At this point, Fang Yao and Jiang Weiwei finally understood. "I was wondering why Dad didn't urge me to report to the Eastern Military District. It turns out you fool have caught Lord Hanfeng's attention." Thinking of this, Fang Yao couldn't help but imagine her father's stunned expression. At this moment, Lin Hao turned to Jiang Weiwei again. "Weiwei, the three of us have some self-defense on the battlefield, but you are a support-type ability user. You must be cautious when the time comes." Hearing Lin Hao's concern, Jiang Weiwei's face turned slightly red, but her heart felt warm. She smiled at Lin Hao and said, "Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to rush to the front lines." Seeing Jiang Weiwei say this, Lin Hao felt slightly reassured. "Lin Hao, don't worry. I will protect our Weiwei," Su Xiaorui said, unusually not teasing Lin Hao this time. Lin Hao was taken aback and then looked at Su Xiaorui with a strange expression. "Su, I remember you also awakened a rare ability, right?" Hearing Lin Hao's question, Su Xiaorui proudly lifted her chin. "Well, you look down on me. I possess both darkness and death attributes as an ability user." Lin Hao was stunned by her words, and even Fang Yao was surprised. "Wow, is Su that powerful?" Seeing the astonished looks from Lin Hao and Fang Yao, Su Xiaorui became even prouder. "Weiwei is my good friend. She has S-level talent. I'm also S-level talent, otherwise how could I be worthy of being friends with Weiwei?" After hearing Su Xiaorui's words, Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine. "So you won't be?" Seeing Lin Hao give her a strange look, Su Xiaorui knew he was thinking inappropriately. She then glared at Lin Hao. "You brat, what are you thinking?" Lin Hao came back to his senses. "I didn't say anything, you misinterpreted it." Jiang Weiwei ignored the bickering between the two and turned her attention to Fang Yao. "Xiao Yao, what did you awaken?" Hearing Jiang Weiwei's inquiry, Su Xiaorui also stopped arguing with Lin Hao. Curiously, they looked at Fang Yao. Fang Yao smiled slightly and said, "I awakened as an S-level talent warrior, a war god. I am currently at the initial stage of silver rank." Upon hearing Fang Yao's words, the two were left stunned. Looking at Fang Yao's seemingly delicate appearance, her strength was so formidable. Lin Hao was shocked. "You are already at the initial stage of silver rank?" Fang Yao nodded. Seeing her nod, Lin Hao's expression turned despondent. "I am still just a high-level bronze." Seeing Lin Hao's expression and recalling his astonishing sword during the finals, the girls were speechless. "Lin Hao, I feel like you are being a bit too humble." After Su Xiaorui said this, she ignored Lin Hao and went on to chat with Jiang Weiwei. After a 3-hour flight, Lin Hao and the others finally arrived at a city named Jiangqing. As soon as they reached the airport exit, they noticed a middle-aged man in military uniform approaching them. He stopped in front of Lin Hao and the others and inquired about their identities. After confirming that the 4 of them were indeed the ones he was looking for, the middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Wang Fan, the liaison officer of Qinglong Fortress, sent by General Dongfang, the commander of Qinglong Fortress, to welcome you all." Hearing this, everyone understood and followed Wang Fan onto the military vehicle heading to the fortress. Since the fortress was far from the city, they traveled for several hours before finally reaching Qinglong Fortress in the evening. Lin Hao arrived at Qinglong Fortress for the first time and was awed by its imposing walls. The fortress walls stretched for dozens of kilometers. The walls were nearly 100 meters high and about 20 meters thick, built from rare hard minerals and metals. Every 50 meters along the walls, there was a beam particle cannon installed. Just by seeing the design of this cannon, Lin Hao knew its power was no ordinary matter. Every 100 meters on the walls, there was a lookout tower where 3 soldiers stood guard. They could clearly see the situation several kilometers outside the fortress, allowing for early warnings in case of beast tides. Inside the walls was the command center of Qinglong Fortress, where both officers and soldiers were stationed long-term to prevent attacks from ferocious beasts. After getting off the vehicle, Lin Hao and the others followed Wang Fan to a training ground within the military camp. This training ground was small, only about 100 square meters. There were already nearly 10 people standing in the field, seemingly waiting for something. Wang Fan quickly ran up to a middle-aged man and saluted. "Report, Commander. Lin Hao and the other 4 have been successfully brought here." After the middle-aged man returned the salute, he instructed Wang Fan to leave. Lin Hao looked at the middle-aged man in the distance, who was tall and robust, exuding an imposing presence even without being angry. His face bore a terrifying scar, and he wore combat armor instead of a military uniform. In front of him stood 8 people, some of whom Lin Hao recognized well. Duan Yue Yishuang and Lu Qi. Lin Hao and his companions did not delay, quickly running up to the middle-aged man. "On the orders of the commander of the Eastern Military District, we have come to report to Qinglong Fortress. Please give us your instructions." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Hao and the others with satisfaction and nodded. "You may return to your positions. I have something to say." Lin Hao and his companions nodded and stood at the back of the line. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dongfang Shua, the commander of Qinglong Fortress. You can call me General Dongfang or Commander from now on. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone responded in unison. Seeing the 12 spirited young individuals below, Dongfang Shua nodded in satisfaction. "I know each of you possesses extraordinary talent. According to the directives from headquarters, all 8 major fortresses of the Xia Nation will conduct special training for exceptionally gifted young people like you. You are just a part of it. From now on, you will no longer be students or teachers of martial arts. You are soldiers of Qinglong Fortress, soldiers of the nation. Starting today, your lives will no longer belong to you. They belong to the entire country, to the countless citizens behind the fortress. If I find any of you daring to abandon your posts during missions, regardless of how talented you are or how great your background is, you will face military law accordingly. Do you understand?" "Understood," the 12 responded in unison. Dongfang Shua glanced at a roster in his hand and then called out, "Jiang Weiwei, Su Xiaowei, step forward." The 2 were initially taken aback, but then stepped forward and stood still. Dongfang Shua looked at them and continued, "From now on, you will join the Qinglong Magical Corps for special training. You 2 will follow me in a moment." Jiang Weiwei and the others were surprised. "Oh, what on earth is the Qinglong Mag—" Dongfang Shua seemed to see the confusion in everyone's hearts. The Qinglong Magical Corps is the main force for repelling the beast tide at Qinglong Fortress. Both of you are suitable for large-scale combat as ability users. As decided by the military district headquarters, you will be enrolled in the Qinglong Magical Corps for special training. Hearing Dongfang Shua's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. Then Dongfang Shua clapped his hands, and 2 middle-aged men in their 30s appeared from behind the fighting platform. The 2 men were not as robust as Dongfang Shua, but were still quite fit. They were also not wearing military uniforms, but were dressed in battle armor. At this point, Dongfang Shua continued, "These 2 will be your instructors for the upcoming special training. All your tasks will be assigned by them. They will also conduct special training for you in the coming days." Dongfang Shua nodded at the 2 instructors, and then left with Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei. Now, along with the 2 instructors, there were still 12 people remaining on the field. One of the instructors held a small booklet. "I will call out the names now, and those called should come to me. Lin Hao, Yi Xiaomon, Fong Yao, Ouyang Cancan." Upon hearing their names, Lin Hao and Fong Yao hurriedly came forward to stand behind the instructor. The other instructor also began calling names: Duan Yue Huang, Lei Yi Shuang, Lu Qingming, Sui Feng. Upon hearing their names, the others quickly came to stand behind the other instructor. Once the 2 instructors confirmed the personnel, Duan Yu's instructor led the team to another training ground. "Let me introduce myself first. Hello, my name is Dai Feng, a mid-level diamond warrior. I will be your special training instructor from now on." "Hello, instructor." Lin Hao and the others responded. Seeing this, Dai Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued. You are all the cream of the crop selected from various martial arts universities. In the future, the 5 of you will form a team, and I hope you can work together in the upcoming special training. Next, you will introduce yourselves. Who would like to start? After hearing this, the first to step forward was a slender girl with a smile, giving off a very pleasant vibe. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Xiaomon, a mid-level Goldwood ability user. My abilities are control and healing. After speaking, she gave everyone a sweet smile and returned to the line. The second to step forward was a handsome, yet cold-looking boy. His tone was very calm as he spoke. My name is Ying, a mid-level yellow warrior. After speaking, he stepped aside. At that moment, a tall girl with a fiery figure stepped forward. Her long red hair was very eye-catching, and as she smiled, she resembled a blooming red rose. I am Ouyang Can, a high-level gold fire ability user. My strength lies in group coverage attacks, though my single target output is also impressive. Dai Feng nodded after hearing this. Next was Feng Yao. My name is Feng Yao, a beginner silver warrior, and my profession is martial god. After speaking, she smiled slightly and returned to the group. At this moment, Dai Feng was somewhat surprised as his data showed that Feng Yao had awakened this year and had already reached the beginner silver level so quickly. Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Hao, a high-level bronze lightning ability user. After that, he returned to the group. Currently, only he and Feng Yao knew each other. He was not familiar with the others and saw no need to reveal more of his strength. Dai Feng looked at Lin Hao with curiosity. His data indicated that Lin Hao was indeed a beginner bronze, but how could a bronze-level student be selected for training by headquarters? He was very curious. Seeing that everyone had finished their introductions, Dai Feng clapped his hands. Now you will practice sparring with me, in order of your cultivation from high to low. Remember to give it your all. Otherwise, I might misjudge your abilities. Everyone nodded in agreement. The first to step up was the high-level gold ability user Ouyang Can, while the others retreated to the side of the training ground to watch. She stood facing Dai Feng, her fiery red hair flowing in the wind. Dai Feng nodded at her to signal that she could start. Ouyang Can raised her hand, and a fired spherical object was cradled in her palm. Dai Feng's gaze sharpened as he immediately recognized this as the Fire Spirit Pearl, a rarity among fire ability users. The damage dealt by flames released through the Fire Spirit Pearl is twice that of ordinary flames. Dai Feng nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. At this moment, Ouyang Can's surrounding spiritual energy surged, and her right hand slightly lifted, holding the Fire Spirit Pearl in her palm. Then a stream of spiritual power flowed into the Fire Spirit Pearl. As the Fire Spirit Pearl received her spiritual energy, it began to tremble slightly. Subsequently, Ouyang Can's entire body surged with spiritual energy, and a fired phoenix gradually formed in midair. A resonant phoenix cry echoed through the sky. This was her first technique, phoenix crying in the sky. Ouyang Can gently pointed, and the fired phoenix, accompanied by the sound of the phoenix cry, charged towards Dai Feng. Dai Feng's mouth curled into a slight smile as he waved his hand, a diamond aura enveloping him. Then he raised his right hand slightly and grasped the descending phoenix. Ouyang Can wanted to remind him, but it was too late. An explosion followed, and a scorching wave of air swept up clouds of dust. That strike was incredibly powerful, Feng Yao murmured in awe. No wonder she's a high-output for real elementalist. This attack has already reached platinum tier strength. Not only Feng Yao, but Yi Xiaomon's lips parted slightly in surprise, while Ying's gaze sharpened instantly. Lin Hao gave a slight nod. It must be due to that orb she holds. As the smoke and dust settled, flames still danced across the ground surrounding Dai Feng. Yet he himself stood unscathed. The onlookers stared in stunned silence, catching a skill barehanded. Was this truly diamond tier mastery? Ouyang Can exhaled deeply upon seeing her instructor unharmed, patting her ample chest in relief. Dai Feng then gestured for her to continue. Reassured, Ouyang Can raised the fire spirit orb high into the air, and instantly its already crimson surface blazed with intensified radiance. An oppressive scorching heat surged skyward, suffocating even to breathe. At that very moment, the sky above the training ground began to shift, its small patch turning a deep molten red. Moments later, countless fireballs descended like meteoric rain, converging upon Dai Feng at the center of the training ground. This was Ouyang Can's second technique, heaven-scorching rain burning. Facing the deluge of fireballs, Dai Feng smiled faintly, and a diamond tier barrier shimmered into existence around him. As the fireballs struck, thunderous explosions erupted. The crowd instinctively retreated further. Meanwhile, Ouyang Can hovered midair, her back adorned with a pair of blazing crimson wings. This was her third technique, Phoenix Wing, Celestial Soar. When the smoke cleared, Dai Feng remained motionless at the field's center, while the ground around him was now pockmarked with deep craters. Moreover, faint scorch marks still lingered upon the earth. Impressive, your techniques are formidable. You'll undoubtedly bolster the team's combat capability. Dai Feng offered this calm appraisal. Ouyang Can responded with a gentle smile, before returning to stand among her peers. Next, Yi Xiaomon began. Since both Yi Xiaoman and Ying were golden rank mid-tier cultivators, Dai Feng selected one casually. Yi Xiaoman stepped forward into the center of the training ground. Instructor, my techniques deal minimal damage. They focus primarily on control and support, Yi Xiaoman said sweetly. Dai Feng nodded. Then demonstrate your control-based technique. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaoman's body glowed with emerald light. With a subtle gesture, a staff resembling a living branch materialized in her hand. She tapped the staff lightly against the ground, and the training ground trembled. In an instant, dozens of thick vines erupted from the earth, coiling swiftly toward Dai Feng. Dai Feng's eyes gleamed. A group control ability, it seems. He made no move to resist, allowing the vines to wrap tightly around him. Within moments, he was bound head to toe like a cocoon. Her staff pulsed softly, and the vines constricting Dai Feng tightened rapidly, securing him immovably within their verdant grasp. When Yi Xiaoman took no further action, Dai Feng released a surge of diamond tier chi, shattering the vines, and he picked up a broken vine and tugged firmly. A refined control technique. The vines you conjure are remarkably resilient. What are your remaining two techniques? Both are healing-focused, vital flourish, a single-target restoration art, and all things revival, a mass healing technique. After briefly explaining her remaining arts, Yi Xiaoman returned to the formation. Your turn. Dai Feng turned his gaze toward Ying, who stood silently nearby. Without fanfare, Ying walked calmly to the center of the training ground, speaking even less than Lei Yunfan had earlier. With only a quiet warning, be careful. His figure began fading gradually until vanishing entirely. This was Ying's first combat art, concealment. Yet Dai Feng remained utterly unruffled. He gathered a trace of spiritual energy into his right hand and waited. Below, the spectators scanned frantically, searching for any sign of Ying's presence. Lin Hao's expression grew subtly grave. Ying's concealment rendered him imperceptible even to spiritual sense. He seemed to have dissolved entirely from the fabric of space itself. On the platform, Dai Feng closed his eyes gently, waiting patiently for Ying's strike. A full minute passed, yet no movement came from the invisible assassin. A faint smile curved Dai Feng's lips. Excellent vigilance, he thought approvingly, then deliberately relaxed his awareness. In that very instant, Ying reappeared behind him, a frost-edged dagger aimed straight at Dai Feng's throat. His second combat art, Shadow Strike, had been unleashed. The crowd gasped in shock, having truly intended to kill their instructor. But instead of bloodshed, a sharp metallic ring echoed through the air. A crisp clang resounded as the dagger's tip struck Dai Feng's index finger. Stunned, Ying attempted to vanish again, but Dai Feng denied him the chance. In one fluid motion, he pivoted and delivered a punch wreathed in diamond tier chi, striking Ying squarely in the chest. Ying hurtled backward violently, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. The instructor struck that hard. Yi Xiaoman whispered, mouth agape. Even Feng Yao and Lin Hao were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Dai Feng had responded with such overwhelming force. Yet contrary to expectation, Ying did not collapse bleeding. Mid-flight, Ying's body flickered unnaturally and vanished. His third combat, art Shadow Clone. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from the shadow beneath Dai Feng's feet. Clutching the frost-edged dagger, he lunged silently at Dai Feng's back. Shadow Strike activated once more. Wow, amazing! Yi Xiaoman clapped delightedly, while Ouyang Cancan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Just as the dagger neared Dai Feng's spine, his diamond tier cultivation ceased its restraint. His aura exploded outward, so overwhelming that Ying collapsed to his knees, pinned by sheer pressure. You are exceptional, Dai Feng said warmly. As an assassin-type cultivator, you possess both extraordinary patience and decisive lethality. And more, you've already laid the groundwork for your next move. Slowly turning, Dai Feng bestowed upon Ying a rare high commendation. As the oppressive aura receded, Ying rose quietly, offering only a simple thank you before returning wordlessly to the ranks. Dai Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Truly, this youth spoke fewer words than breaths. He dismissed the thought and turned toward Feng Yao. Your turn. Feng Yao met Lin Hao's gaze and flashed him a reassuring glance before walking toward the center of the training ground. Lin Hao's expression turned solemn. This was the first time he'd ever witnessed Feng Yao unveil her true strength. Until now, she had trained exclusively under Feng Wei, never revealing herself publicly. Let's see just how far this young lady has come. Feng Yao and Dai Feng faced each other. He smiled faintly and nodded. Begin. Suddenly, Feng Yao's aura began to surge, causing the entire training ground to tremble slightly. At that moment, Lin Hao was stunned. He was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of intent. The remaining 3 team members were also frozen in place. Sister Kinkin, isn't she at the initial stage of silver? At this moment, Yi Xiaoman looked at Feng Yao in disbelief. How could such a seemingly frail girl unleash such a terrifying aura? I don't know either. At this time, Ouyang Kinkin also had her mouth slightly agape, realizing that her teammate was not so simple. It's the aura of intent. At this moment, the usually reticent Ying surprisingly uttered 5 words. Everyone turned to look, and they saw the unprecedented seriousness in Ying's eyes. At this moment, Lin Hao also came back to his senses and turned to Ing. You know about intent. Ing nodded. This aura is likely beyond just the first level. Meanwhile, Dai Feng's eyes shone with excitement. He felt he had struck gold today. How he never expected that a girl with such a calm and gentle appearance would possess such an aura. No wonder she is in the warrior god profession. She's truly a freak of nature. Dai Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. At this moment, Feng Yao's aura continued to rise, and her demeanor underwent a significant change. Her expression was no longer serene and gentle, it had turned cold and lethal. She waved her hand, and a golden spear appeared in her grasp. The spear was covered in dragon scale patterns with a golden dragon head sculpted at the tip, exuding an imposing presence. The dragon's mouth was wide open, and the spear's tip glimmered with a chilling light. This was Feng Yao's exclusive weapon for the warrior god profession, the 9 turns dragon roar spear. Seeing that Feng Yao's aura had stopped increasing, Dai Feng nodded in satisfaction. This aura was no weaker than that of a high-ranking gold. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes widened. The aura of the spear is identical to his, and it's also at the 3rd level. This girl actually kept it from me. Thinking of this, Lin Hao could only smile wryly. She truly was a warrior god with S-level talent. Come on, unleash all your strength. Faced with a little girl who possessed the aura of the spear, Dai Feng was filled with battle intent. In an instant, his aura erupted to the level of platinum, and he wanted to see how far this little girl could go against his platinum strength. At this moment, Feng Yao was also not sluggish. In an instant, she lunged in front of Dai Feng, the spear tip wrapped in a chilling light aimed directly at Dai Feng's chest. Dai Feng remained calm. With both hands gripping the spear, he forced the 9 turns dragon roar spear into his grasp. Then with a powerful twist of his arms, the entire spear began to rotate with Dai Feng's strength. Feng Yao meanwhile remained calm. She gripped the spear and leaped, spinning along with Dai Feng's force. At that moment, she did not retreat, but instead counterattacked, using Dai Feng's strength to thrust the spear forward. Dai Feng's eyes narrowed. What a clever use of force. He quickly sidestepped to avoid Feng Yao's attack, while Feng Yao spun in midair and landed steadily on the training ground. Seeing this, Dai Feng laughed heartily. Good girl, unleash any moves you have. Feng Yao ungraciously suddenly leaped into the air, stepping on the air as she charged toward Dai Feng. Dai Feng's eyes narrowed. What technique is this that allows her to walk on air? In fact, this was not a technique, but a movement art passed down to Feng Yao by Feng Wei called the 7-star step. With each step taken, the user's aura increases. After 7 steps, the aura can surge almost double. At this moment, Dai Feng could clearly feel Feng Yao's aura surging significantly, and after sighing, he struck out with a punch. Battle technique: Tiger Roars in the Mountains. This punch was a true display of platinum strength. Seeing this, Feng Yao spun the spear in her hand, concentrating all her intent at the spear tip. The 9 turns dragon roar spear gleamed intensely, radiating streams of golden light. Lin Hao was stunned. Wasn't this the first technique of his Thunder Prison 9 spears? Feng Yao murmured. Dragon roar 9 spears first shot defend the 3 armies. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao could no longer hold back and coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, this little girl not only learned my technique, but even copied the name. The 9 turns dragon roar spear wrapped in a terrifying golden aura collided with Dai Feng's punch. A deafening explosion rang out, followed by a terrifying shockwave that spread outward. At this moment, everyone outside was dumbfounded. Lin Hao was shocked and puzzled. When did this little girl learn? After the punch and spear collided, both retreated over 10 steps to steady themselves. Good. What a remarkable girl. Old Dai considers himself lucky today, but let's go again. At this moment, Dai Feng was also inspired by Feng Yao's aura, feeling a strong urge to engage in a serious fight. Feng Yao smiled slightly, and her aura began to surge again, all 3 layers of spear intent converging into the spear. The 9 turns dragon roar spear instantly shone with golden light. Meanwhile, Dai Feng's fists had begun to gather power, and the second clash between the two was about to arrive. Feng Yao stepped onto the 7 stars and ascended into midair, sweeping the 9 turns dragon roar spear diagonally downward, a wave of golden light, carrying the 3 layers of intent slicing down. Dragon roar 9 spear's second shot cut the mountains. Facing the terrifying spear light, Dai Feng unleashed his fists. Battle technique: earth-shattering thunder. The 2 fists collided with the golden spear light. Another round of terrifying explosions erupted, leaving everyone outside in shock. Is this the strength of the initial stage of silver? Yi Man turned her little face to look at Kankan. Ouyang Kankan's mouth was slightly agape, slowly shaking her head. The power of her strike has already surpassed my battle technique. On the side, Lin Hao could only smile wryly. How high is this little girl's talent? I only used it once on the field, and she managed to learn it. This girl is so strong. If I took that hit Hedon, I would probably be finished. Ing sighed at this moment. Meanwhile, the two standing on the battlefield faced each other, but Feng Yao was already breathing slightly heavier. Though she was at the initial stage of silver, her total spiritual energy was far less than Lin Hao's. Using those 2 shots had already exhausted nearly half of her spiritual energy. Haha, not bad. You truly impress me, little girl. Do you have any other tricks? Just let them out. Dai Feng was increasingly satisfied with Feng Yao. Feng Yao calmed her body slightly, and at this moment, she closed her eyes and the aura around her instantly gathered. The 9 turns dragon roar spear in her hand began to tremble slightly. It seems everyone has learned it. Little girl remembered to pay the tuition fee. Lin Hao was already too tired to complain. Just then dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the sound of dragon roars echoed from the clouds. Feng Yao raised the 9 turns dragon roar spear high, and suddenly a golden light shot down from the sky. This golden light completely merged into the 9 turns dragon roar spear. Dragon roar 9 spear's third shot divide the rivers and streams. As she spoke, Feng Yao raised the 9 turns dragon roar spear, its tip accompanied by a series of dragon roars pointed directly at Dai Feng. With a focused gaze, she gathered all her strength and hurled the 9 turns dragon roar spear forward. The long spear, radiating golden light and accompanied by a chorus of dragon roars, surged forth with overwhelming momentum towards Dai Feng. Ha ha ha, what a great attack. At that moment, Dai Feng's aura suddenly surged to a higher level. The power of his platinum high-tier strength erupted forth. He did not retreat, but advanced, stomping his foot as he charged toward the incoming spear like a cannonball. He then unleashed a punch, activating the battle technique, Crazy Dragon Roar. This punch also resonated with dragon roars, and the fierce wind from the punch met the flying 9 turns dragon roar spear with equal force. As fist met spear, it seemed as if time had paused for a moment, but the ensuing thunderous explosion echoed swirling dust around the arena. This girl is truly impressive, Lin Hao thought with a bitter smile, recalling his 2 months of practicing spear techniques. Hey, what happened with the instructor and Feng Yao? I don't know, but that strike's power is enough to annihilate a golden-level beast, Yi Xiaoman said, peeking out from behind Ouyang Cancan. Ouyang Cancan's fiery eyes were fixed intently on the training ground, while Ying remained silent beside her. At that moment, the dust began to settle. Feng Yao was now holding the 9 turns dragon roar spear, her knees slightly bent, leaning on the spear as she gasped for breath. Meanwhile, Dai Feng's expression was remarkably calm. His gaze was filled with admiration for Feng Yao. Girl, that battle technique of yours is called Dragon Roar 9 spears. There should be 6 others, right? By this time, Dai Feng had approached. Feng Yao heard Dai Feng's words and calmed her internal energy, saying, hee, I don't know either. It was taught to me by my boyfriend. Upon hearing Feng Yao's answer, Dai Feng looked surprised. This meant that the technique was not something Feng Yao had comprehended herself, but rather learned from someone else. Dai Feng chose not to press further. Your strength has already reached the platinum high-tier level. I really wonder what kind of person your boyfriend is. Hearing Dai Feng's words, Feng Yao was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a playful smile. The instructor will find out. Dai Feng merely nodded in response. He then turned his attention to Lin Hao, who had yet to step into the arena. Kid, it's your turn now. According to the records, Lin Hao's cultivation level was the lowest among everyone present. As a diamond-tier powerhouse, Dai Feng didn't give it much thought. Lin Hao, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate and walked onto the training ground. However, his expression when he met Feng Yao was nothing short of spectacular. Feng Yao, seeing his expression, playfully stuck her tongue out at him, then skipped back to her team. Instructor Dai, don't you need a break? Regardless, Dai Feng had already fought 4 matches in a row. Lin Hao felt it was necessary to remind his instructor. Upon hearing this, Dai Feng glared, feeling underestimated by this little brat. He then snapped back, break? What break? Hurry up and finish so we can wrap up. Lin Hao chose not to say more. Meanwhile, Dai Feng thought to himself, what was with this arrogant little bronze high-tier kid? The two stood firmly in the arena. Below, everyone was watching Feng Yao. Her display of strength had indeed. Yao, did you learn that battle technique from your boyfriend? Yi Xiaoman, who was quite familiar with everyone and exceptionally cute, was now curiously observing Feng Yao. Feng Yao smiled and nodded at her. Yi Xiaoman's eyes brightened again. Yao, you must introduce your boyfriend to us one day. A person this impressive must also be quite handsome. Huh. Feng Yao was momentarily speechless. Was she trying to steal my boyfriend? However, looking at Yi Xiaoman's eager expression, Feng Yao felt playful. You all will get to meet him very soon, she said, winking at Yi Xiaoman. Meanwhile, on the stage, kid, you can come at me now. Seeing that Lin Hao was ready, Dai Feng did not delay. Lin Hao nodded, then his gaze sharpened, and his aura in an instant, terrifying black lightning enveloped Lin Hao. Instructor, be careful, Lin Hao reminded him. Seeing the aura emanating from Lin Hao, not only Dai Feng, but also the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Damn, another freak. Ouyang Cancan couldn't help but comment. What a kid. Those who can be called geniuses are definitely not to be Dai Feng's perception of Lin Hao completely changed at that moment. He couldn't help but become more cautious. Just then the black lightning around Lin Hao suddenly surged, and in a blink, he vanished from his spot. Dai Feng's eyes sharpened. Such speed. This must be a heavenly tier technique. His own aura also surged as a result. Just as Dai Feng's aura surged, Lin Hao suddenly appeared behind him on his left side, delivering a devastating punch charged with terrifying lightning. Seeing Lin Hao's fearsome punch, Dai Feng's expression grew serious. How could such a dominant punch be delivered by someone with only bronze high-tier strength? He quickly sidestepped to evade Lin Hao's punch. Lin Hao, seeing his first strike miss, remained unfazed. He activated the lightning abyss in a flash and reappeared behind Dai Feng, delivering another punch. Good kid, you have a keen sense for exploiting openings. Let's see just how powerful this punch of yours is, Dai Feng said, turning to meet Lin Hao's punch heat-in. A loud explosion resonated as the two punches collided, sounding like a bomb going off. After the impact, both men took 3 steps back. At that moment, the look in Dai Feng's eyes had shifted from surprise to shock. He shook his wrist, which had gone numb from the impact. The strength behind that punch was comparable to that of a golden-level punch master. As a martial artist and punch master himself, Dai Feng understood just how great that punch's force was. Below, everyone except Feng Yao was staring in shock at the stage. Yao, do you know this Lin Hao? He has lightning abilities. Oh, why is he fighting the instructor in close combat? Ouyang Kankan was also very curious. Yi Xiaoman looked at Feng Yao with curiosity. Only Ying's expression was serious as he muttered, Lin Hao. Could it be that Lin Hao? Feng Yao, however, smiled playfully. This is just the beginning. That fool probably hasn't even used 1% of his strength yet. Hearing Feng Yao's response, Ying looked at her with a grave expression. Is that Lin Hao really the one? Upon hearing Ying's strange inquiry, the others were somewhat confused. Feng Yao nodded at Ying. Seeing her nod, Ying's usually expressionless face showed a look of disbelief. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lin Hao had already engaged in a brutal melee with Dai Feng. Lin Hao was getting more and more excited as he fought, while Dai Feng felt increasingly alarmed. What kind of freak is this? Is lightning ability meant for close-quarters combat? He thought, how could this kid's physical condition be so extraordinary? He was nowhere near a bronze high-tier level. The two exchanged punches once more before quickly separating. Good kid, I underestimated you just now. But as a martial artist and punch master, I truly enjoy the sensation of close combat. Instructor Dai, don't speak too soon. Don't forget, I am a lightning ability user. Lin Hao replied with a grin, emphasizing the words ability user. Before Dai Feng could react, black thunder wings suddenly unfurled from behind Lin Hao. Technique, twin wings of wind and thunder activated. With a flap of the wings, he soared into the sky. Dai Feng watched Lin Hao ascend without making any move to stop him, curious about what other abilities Lin Hao possessed. Suddenly, black lightning erupted around Lin Hao, and he raised his right hand. Countless black thunders surged toward the palm of his hand, as if responding to a call. In an instant, a massive black lightning sphere appeared in Lin Hao's hand. Technique, thunderstorm shakes, the 8 wildernesses activated. Lin Hao waved his right hand gently, sending the terrifying black lightning sphere crashing toward Dai Feng. Faced with Lin Hao's terrifying strike, Dai Feng dared not hesitate. He felt his aura surge violently, instantly elevating himself to mid-level platinum strength. He then launched a punch, and the terrifying punch wind collided with the massive black lightning sphere. A loud explosion resounded in the air, with thunder rolling and waves of energy surging. Holy cow, what kind of freaks are you two? Yi Xiaoman exclaimed, her mouth agape as she looked incredulously at the instructor's aura just rose to mid-level platinum, and Lin Hao can actually hold his own against him. Ouyang Kankan also wore a face of astonishment. Only Ying watched with great interest. Although he hadn't participated in the 100 Schools League, he had seen the finals. Given Lin Hao's strength, it was likely that the instructor would struggle against him. Meanwhile, Lin Hao did not stop. He activated the Thunder Prison instant flash, appearing behind Dai Feng in an instant, unleashing endless black lightning. The terrifying dark lightning enveloped Dai Feng in the blink of an eye. His speed is faster than mine. Ying's expression was quite serious. As an assassin-type martial artist, his 3 proud techniques were concealment, speed, and one-hit kill. He never expected that a superpower user could possess such speed. The endless Thunder Prison caught Dai Feng off guard. At this moment, Dai Feng felt as if he was submerged in an endless sea of thunder and could not move. This was the first time someone had been able to injure him, but he was after all a diamond-level powerhouse. With a slight surge of diamond-level aura, he dispersed the enveloping black lightning. As the smoke cleared, the two stood facing each other on the training ground, but the difference was that Dai Feng was looking somewhat disheveled after being hit by one of Lin Hao's strikes. Good lad, I underestimated you. These few moves are quite impressive. I'm curious, how does a high-level bronze superpower user possess so many techniques? Moreover, by your usage, your internal spiritual power should be depleted. Yet you seem completely unfazed. At this moment, Dai Feng felt not only surprised, but also a great deal of curiosity about Lin Hao. Lin Hao chuckled, "You'll find out soon enough, instructor." With that, he made a gesture with one hand, and a long black spear engraved with lightning patterns appeared in his grasp. When Dai Feng saw the spear, shock and disbelief filled his face. He then looked skeptically down at the training. Below, Feng Yao smiled mischievously and made a face at him. Seeing that expression, Dai Feng immediately understood that the 3 moves Feng Yao had used were taught by Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao's aura began to change, and a powerful aura spread throughout the entire training ground, causing the stone slabs beneath his feet to shatter piece by piece. In an instant, the entire training ground began to tremble slightly. Ouyang Cancan and Yi Xiaoman below were stunned, looking at Lin Hao, then at Feng Yao in disbelief. Feng Yao smiled slightly at them. Lin Hao is my boyfriend. His aura is even more solid and pure than... At this moment, Ying was quietly observing from the side. Upon hearing Ying's voice, everyone looked curiously at him. Seeing Ying's deadpan expression, Ouyang Cancan was intrigued. You don't seem surprised. Ying nodded slightly. If you knew his identity, you wouldn't be surprised. He then turned to Feng Yao. Will that appear? Feng Yao shook her head. I don't know either. She knew Ying was referring to Lin Hao's second profession, the Lord of... Upon hearing the conversation between Ying and Feng Yao, the two girls felt a bit frustrated. What is this riddle you two are talking about? Their curiosity piqued, they turned to look at Feng Yao. Seeing the two with eager expressions, Feng Yao smiled bitterly. You will find out later. Hearing Feng Yao's reply, the two were left speechless. Meanwhile, Dai Feng faced Lin Hao with an extremely serious demeanor. He could sense that Lin Hao's aura was different from Feng Yao's. If Feng Yao had only grasped the surface of the aura, then Lin Hao had comprehended its essence. He couldn't afford to be careless for the next 3 strikes. In an instant, his aura surged to high-level platinum. Let me see just how much ability you truly have, little brat. At this moment, Dai Feng wanted to test Lin Hao's strength, so he no longer held back and charged at Lin Hao first. He unleashed a roaring punch that approached in an instant. Lin Hao, however, still had his eyes slightly closed, as if he had reached a state of selflessness. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed, and without opening his eyes, Lin Hao simply angled the thunder prison, splitting gun slightly, to block Dai Feng's attack. Dai Feng had anticipated Lin Hao's block, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. He quickly retracted his right fist, but his left fist came from the side, toward Lin Hao. Yet Lin Hao still did not open his eyes, merely tilting his head slightly, to evade Dai Feng's attack. With 2 punches missing, Dai Feng quickened his attack speed. His fists rained down on Lin Hao like raindrops. Lin Hao, however, kept his eyes tightly shut, using his body technique and the spear in hand to defend against Dai Feng's onslaught. How does he judge the instructor's attacks with his eyes closed? Yi Xiaoman was like a curious child. It's not enough to rely on the eyes, he is using his heart to feel. The so-called aura is a state of selflessness which is quite profound and can only be understood personally and not taught to others. Thus, very few people in the entire Xia kingdom comprehend the aura. The aura he emanates allows him to discern any attack from the instructor. You could say he is blindfolded, or you could say his entire body is a pair of eyes. Ying provided an explanation to Yi Xiaoman. Upon hearing Ying's explanation, Feng Yao and the others were also curious. You seem to understand aura particularly well. Ying glanced back at the girls. You will understand later. The group fell silent in response. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and Dai Feng had already exchanged dozens of blows. Lin Hao thrust and slashed while Dai Feng defended with his fists and counterattacked. Suddenly, Lin Hao's aura began to surge. Dense black lightning erupted around him, and as he spun the thunder prison's splitting gun in his hand, all the lightning converged at the tip of the spear. Here it comes. Dai Feng wasted no time channeling power into his fists. First shot of the 9 thunder spears stabilized the 3 armies. The terrifying gun light infused with thunder pierced directly towards Dai Feng's chest. At this moment, Dai Feng's expression was grave. Feng Yao's previous shot seemed utterly insignificant in comparison to this one. He dared not act carelessly, activating his battle technique Tiger Roar in the mountains. This punch, accompanied by the resounding roar of a tiger, surged toward Lin Hao's gunpoint. In an instant, sand and stones flew and dust filled the air. However, the anticipated confrontation between the two did not unfold. Dai Feng took several steps back, while Lin Hao remained firmly planted in place. The crowd gasped and Ying's eyes narrowed. He's injured. Upon hearing Ying's words, everyone turned to look. They saw blood flowing from Dai Feng's hand. Yi Xiaoman and Ouyang Cancan's mouths fell open in disbelief. That shot actually injured the instructor. The instructor had already demonstrated platinum tier strength just moments ago. What kind of monster is Lin Hao exactly? At this moment, Dai Feng glanced at the wound on the back of his right hand and gave a bitter smile. He thought he had taken Lin Hao seriously enough, but unexpectedly, he still suffered a loss. It seems that this kid's strength is rarely matched below diamond tier. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, holding the gun barrel, stood in the arena. Instructor Dai, are you alright? Upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, Dai Feng's aura surged violently. Diamond level pressure no longer held back. Kid, you're impressive. Let's go again. Damn, is this guy actually angry? Lin Hao thought to himself. Yet at this moment, his movements did not falter. He leaped high into the air, and the thunder prison's splitting gun glowed with dark light, while black lightning surged around Lin Hao. In an instant, all the power of thunder converged upon the gun's body. Lin Hao held the gun at an angle and slashed downward with great force, unleashing a crescent-shaped beam of black light that bore down on Dai Feng with the might to cleave mountains. Second shot of the thunder prison, 9 guns, shattering mountains. Dai Feng, no longer underestimating Lin Hao, unleashed his full diamond aura. The pressure he exuded was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, Dai Feng's fist shone with golden light, and the high-pitched roar of a dragon echoed through the skies. Battle technique Fury of the Dragon was activated. In the previous battle against Fong Yao, Daifeng had only exerted half of his strength, but facing Lin Hao he held nothing. With all his might, the fury of the dragon collided with the incoming gun light. A terrifying explosion echoed, and this time it was Lin Hao who was forced to retreat. Unless he used the Sword Master, he would still be at a disadvantage against such diamond-level pressure. At this moment, Daifeng stared wide-eyed at Lin Hao. A full-powered punch only forced this little brat back a few steps. Which lightning-type ability user could achieve this? Bronze, High Tier, and Diamond were at a stalemate. Yet Lin Hao was not merely retreating a few steps. His entire aura surged violently. The diamond-level pressure just now had left him feeling numb all over. Damn, this is revenge. Yes, it's definitely revenge. This old man lacks martial ethics. At this moment, Lin Hao could not help but complain about the instructor in his mind. Meanwhile, the others below were utterly stunned by the diamond-level aura. They felt as if they were struggling to breathe, just sensing this aura. Just how monstrous is this kid Lin Hao? Meanwhile, in the command center of the Qinglong stronghold, Dongfang Shua was reviewing documents when suddenly his expression sharpened. Who is the fool emitting diamond-level aura in the military camp? With that thought, his figure flashed and vanished from his spot. In an instant, he appeared above the source of the erupting aura. His eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? Diamond against bronze. He then turned to look at Lin Hao on the field. At this moment, Lin Hao calmed the turbulent energy in his chest. Instructor, please take my third shot. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky above the training ground suddenly darkened, and endless black lightning appeared in the air. Lin Hao raised the Thunder Prison splitting gun, preparing to gather energy. At that moment, a bolt of black lightning struck the gun tip, causing the Thunder Prison splitting gun to tremble violently. Lin Hao aimed at Daifeng and unhesitatingly launched the gun. Facing this devastating shot, Daifeng held nothing back either. His diamond aura surged violently, and in an instant all his energy converged on his right fist. Battle technique shattering the firmament was activated. This punch, infused with all of Daifeng's diamond aura, met the flying long gun. A roaring explosion echoed. Not only the training ground, but the entire Qinglong stronghold felt the intense tremor. The crowd rushed out of the military camp towards the source of the sound. Damn, could it be that a group of beasts is attacking the camp? No time to waste, let's hurry and see. At this moment, the Thunder Prison splitting gun had already returned to Lin Hao's hands, and the two stood facing each other in silence. This is terrifyingly powerful. When did bronze become this formidable? Yi Xiaoman blinked her cute big eyes in disbelief, staring at the competition platform. If I told others that bronze could match diamond in a stalemate, I'd probably be sent to a mental hospital immediately. Ouyang murmured quietly. Meanwhile, Ing felt disheartened, realizing that what he had wanted to see might no longer. Alright, you really are a freak. At this moment, Daifeng burst into hearty laughter. Initially, he had not held out much hope for Lin Hao. Who would have thought that the final contestant would shock him the most? Lin Hao, on the other hand, wore a black line of frustration on his face, thinking, "You're the freak, your whole family is full of freaks." However, he dared not voice it, only feeling a bit wronged in his heart. Just then, a cacophony of voices sounded as numerous soldiers and officers arrived, their faces filled with curiosity as they looked towards the training ground. Just when everyone was about to ask what was happening, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky. "Everyone return, it's just a sparring match. Immediately return to your positions." Hearing the voice, everyone lost their curiosity and hurried back to their respective posts, watching the crowd that had arrived quickly dissipate. Lin Hao let out a bitter smile, feeling that the commotion might have been too loud. Meanwhile, Fong Yao and the others hurried forward to check on Lin Hao's condition. Seeing that he was unhurt, Fong Yao felt relieved. "Are you Lin Hao?" At this moment, Dongfang Shua suddenly appeared beside Lin Hao. Lin Hao was slightly startled, exclaiming inwardly, "Damn, you scared me." He nodded lightly, and Dongfang Shua, satisfied, nodded back. "No wonder you're the genius who could dominate the entire 100-school league. It seems the genius that old Fong mentioned is indeed you. Very well, you all continue your training. I won't disturb you. Remember to keep the noise down." With that, he laughed heartily and vanished from sight. At this moment, Daifeng approached, and everyone stood at attention. "Excellent, your performance today has truly exceeded my expectations. In the past, after each 100-school league, various martial arts universities would send some geniuses to the stronghold for specialized training in various areas. These geniuses like you would form teams of 5 to complete the specialized training brought by instructors. We collectively refer to these teams as hunting squads, and we call each member of the team hunters. From today on, the 5 of you will form a single team. Based on your recent performance, I hereby appoint Lin Hao as the leader of your hunting squad. Later, you can come up with a nice name for your squad and report it to me tomorrow morning. In the military camp, for every task you complete, you will earn military merit points, which can be exchanged for various weapons, treasures, and medicinal pills in the military merit hall at headquarters." Upon hearing that there were weapons and treasures to be exchanged, for everyone appeared extremely excited. Seeing the enthusiasm of his subordinates, Daifeng said no more, simply waving his hand to signal everyone to follow him. "I will guide you to your accommodations." Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed, feeling physically and mentally exhausted from the testing and longing to collapse onto a comfortable bed to sleep. But when they arrived at the dormitory and saw the scene before them, they were all collectively stunned. The dormitory resembled a collective tent, significantly larger than the tents we usually use during our outdoor cooking. Inside, there were merely 5 wooden hard beds and 5 nightstands. Everything else was bare. It was a far cry from the luxurious rooms they had imagined. How are we supposed to live? At this moment, Yi Xiaoman nearly lost her temper and cursed. The others were equally dumbfounded and speechless. Wasn't this just a military tent from his past life? Lin Hao felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. The boys are somewhat fine, but what about the girls? There's no privacy at all. Awakens was also quite frustrated. Fang Yao, however, said nothing. Having grown up in the military, she was already accustomed to the soldiers' living conditions. Daifeng looked at their expressions and sneered. Princess young masters at home, you enjoy treatment akin to paradise. But here at the front lines in the military camp, our soldiers live under such harsh conditions. Now you are soldiers too. This is the treatment you get. He then glanced at Awakens and Yi Xiaoman. As for why you are housed together, it is so you can assemble at the fastest speed in case of emergencies. Regarding your concerns about privacy between boys and girls, please resolve that yourselves. After saying this, Daifeng strode out of the room. What do we do now? Fang Yao was also at a loss. Lin Hao thought for a moment and gathered everyone together. As you can see, our living conditions are like this for now. I suggest the 3 girls sleep inside the tent. There's more space, and both Ing and I will sleep outside. As for privacy, I noticed some curtains for shading when I first came in. We can buy some curtains later to cover up. Given the harsh conditions, this is the best we can do. But we don't even have a place to shower. At this moment, Yi Xiaoman was still complaining. Girls are often particular about cleanliness, but here a large military tent with 5 beds and 5 nightstands was all they possessed. We can ask others later about shower facilities. Soldiers at the front lines can't go without bathing for long. There must be a place for that. Lin Hao could only do his best to console them. Hearing this, everyone lost their tempers and had to split up to buy curtains and daily necessities. That evening, everyone had their meal in the cafeteria, and thankfully the food served was filling. During the meal, Commander, what should we name our hunting team? At this moment, Yi Xiaoman asked Lin Hao with her adorable big eyes. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoman's question, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Hao. Let's brainstorm together. I think the team name should be imposing to showcase our strength. Seeing this, Lin Hao wanted everyone to come up with a name, allowing everyone to participate, which would enhance the team's. I think Holy Judgment sounds nice. What do you all think? Yi Xiaoman raised her hand. No, that's not cool. I think Massacre sounds more imposing. Awakens proposed at this moment. Your name is even worse than mine. Just then Ying's voice floated in. Commander, since you are a thunder attribute ability user, why not base the name on your ability? I agree. Yi Xiaoman raised her hand high. Awakens and Fang Yao nodded in agreement as well. Lin Hao pondered for a moment. His thunder ability was called Shura Destruction Thunder, which was too lengthy and unsuitable as a team name. Suddenly he had a bright idea. Then let's name our team Thunder Punishment. Thunder is the best weapon to purify evil, and punishment signifies the judgment of fierce beasts. Everyone eagerly agreed upon hearing this. Just as they finished their meal and were about to return to the dormitory, the alarm suddenly rang throughout the military camp. Everyone's expressions tightened. Could it be that fierce beasts were invading the Qinglong fortress? Before Lin Hao and the others could react, Daifeng appeared before them. He glanced at the group with a serious expression. The alarm has sounded, indicating the invasion of fierce beasts at the Qinglong fortress. There's no time for further explanations. I am now assigning you your first mission. You will be assigned to the 1st Battalion of the Qinglong Legion to assist in the fortress defense. You have 2 minutes to change your clothes. Your combat uniforms have already been prepared in your dormitory. In 2 minutes you must appear on the city wall. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao did not waste any words. Everyone immediately returned to the dormitory and changed into your combat uniforms. Seeing this, everyone rushed back to the dormitory as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the command room of Qinglong Fortress, sir, we have detected a large number of fierce beasts heading toward the Qinglong Fortress, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. According to reports from the reconnaissance team, the attacking fierce beasts are divided into 2 forces, ground and aerial, with the highest combat power being at the golden level. Most are at the bronze and silver levels, with a few possessing golden level strength. An officer was reporting to Dongfang Shua, sitting in the main seat, wore a grave expression, but only pondered for a moment before beginning to issue commands. Order the 1st to 3rd Battalions of the Qinglong Legion to defend the city walls. The Magic Corps will assist in large-scale strikes. The aerial units of the 4th and 5th Battalions will intercept the flying fierce beasts. Inspect all beam particle cannons to ensure they are charged within 1 minute. Understood. The officer saluted and hurried off to relay the orders. Meanwhile, the soldiers responsible for guarding the city were already prepared for battle on the walls. At the front lines of Qinglong Fortress, whenever the alarm sounds, regardless of what you are doing, even if you are in the restroom, you must immediately return to your combat post. Everyone was busy moving combat supplies and charging the beam particle cannons. At this moment, dark clouds gathered outside the Qinglong fortress interspersed with flashes of lightning and thunder. A suffocating aura of death instantly enveloped the entire Qinglong fortress. Within a minute, the roars of beasts echoed from outside the fortress. All the soldiers guarding the city and the magic core were on high alert. The magic core of Qinglong fortress consisted of ability users, most of whom were adept at large-scale offensive abilities. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui were also among them. The roars of beasts outside the fortress grew louder, and within moments, everyone saw a mass of black dots on the horizon approaching the Qinglong fortress. Everyone braced themselves as a sense of impending death spread in everyone's hearts. After another minute, those on the city wall could see the full appearance of the fierce beasts. Beneath, countless fierce beasts such as phantom wolves, diamond giant apes, hellhounds, and shadow panthers were charging towards the fortress. Most of them were at the bronze and silver levels. In no time, the fierce beast army was at the foot of the city. Now heed my orders, fire all beam particle cannons, and the magic core will conduct large-scale ground strikes. At this moment, the camp leader began issuing commands. Just as the camp leader's orders were delivered, all the beam particle cannons opened fire simultaneously. Pale beams shot out like spider webs into the tide of beasts, instantly exploding among the fierce beasts. The soldiers of the magic core also opened fire, unleashing torrents of thunder, fire, wind, and other magic upon the fierce beasts below the city wall. In just an instant, numerous cries of fierce beasts echoed from outside the Qinglong fortress. The extensive attacks from the particle cannons and the magic core significantly slowed the fierce beasts' advance, yet the beasts continued to charge at the Qinglong fortress recklessly. In mere moments, countless fierce beasts had already climbed onto the city wall. At this moment, Lin Hao and the others had just arrived at the top of the city wall. Seeing the city wall guards battling the fierce beasts above and the overwhelming number of beasts below, Lin Hao as the captain remained exceptionally calm and quickly issued the first command. Can Xiaoman, you two stay behind to provide us with control and fire support. Your speed is fast, don't stray too far from Can and Xiaoman, and clear any beasts that come close to them at any time. Then Lin Hao scanned the guards fighting desperately against the beasts, saying, Yao Yao, let's go save people first, then assist the guards in dealing with the beasts that are climbing up. Everyone be careful, while clearing the beasts remember to protect yourselves. The group nodded in unison upon hearing the command, and immediately sprang into action. The beasts on the city wall were mostly of the bronze and silver levels. Lin Hao activated the endless thunder prison technique and dispatched the obstructing beasts with a single punch. In less than a minute, he reached the camp leader of the 1st Battalion, saying, Hunting Team Leader Lin Hao reporting for duty, please instruct me, Battalion Commander. The battalion commander was a muscular man wielding a long knife. Without turning back, he cleaved a bronze-level hunter shadow leopard in two and said, We don't do any fancy stuff in our battalion. Do you see that group of beasts? Just slaughter them, and that's it. Understood. Lin Hao didn't waste words as he was enveloped in a surge of lightning. Technique Endless Thunder Prison activated. The rolling black lightning surged towards the beasts on the city wall like hell's roar. Any beast that came into contact with the black lightning turned to ashes in an instant. The 1st Battalion commander looked at this scene in disbelief, saying this year's hunting team is indeed formidable. Thinking this, he joined the battle against the beasts. At this time, Feng Yao wielded the 9 Transformations Dragon Roar Spear, killing her way through the beast horde. Her spiritual energy surged, and the 9 Transformations Dragon Roar Spear suddenly radiated golden light. Battle technique Dragon Roar in the 9 heavens activated. From Feng Yao's 9 Transformations Dragon Roar Spear, 9 golden giant dragons emerged roaring towards the beasts. Ouyang Can and Yi Xiaoman with Ying's assistance were firing on all cylinders. Ouyang Can threw the fire spirit pearl into the air, and the pearl burst into a wave of heat, activating the technique Burn Heaven and Boil Rain. The beasts cried out in agony as they fell to the ground under the baptism of flames. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoman also activated her technique, causing countless vines to whip towards the approaching beasts. Ying was swiftly reaping the beasts. Lin Hao, brother, let's see who kills more. I lost to you in the competition, but I won't fall behind in slaughtering these beasts. While Lin Hao was busy slaying beasts, Duan Yu arrived at his side, followed by Yi Shuang, Lu Qingming, and others. Great, let's see which of our 2 teams kills more. Lin Hao was also interested at this point. After the 2 hunting teams entered the fray, the first wave of the beast's assault was quickly cleared. The group gathered together at this moment. Suddenly, a high-pitched beast roar came from outside the Qinglong fortress. Lin Hao's expression tightened. The second wave of the beast's assault is about to come. As he spoke, another overwhelming wave of beasts surged towards the city wall outside the Qinglong fortress. At this moment, even the distant sky was covered in black. It seems that even the flying troops of the beasts have joined the battle. Duan Yu looked at the distant sky with a serious expression. Their attacks are unified and rhythmic. There must be a higher-level beast commanding them. Lin Hao deduced that there was definitely a commander hidden behind the beast army after hearing the roar. It seems you have already realized it. At that moment, Dai Feng appeared in front of Lin Hao. Now I will give you the second mission. The two hunting teams need to flank the beasts and work together to slay their leader. According to the reconnaissance teams monitoring the enemy's leader is a platinum-level earth-violent bear. Upon hearing this, the group was collectively dumbfounded, wondering how they would cross the beast tide to take down the enemy leader. Wasn't that like a death sentence? Dai Feng saw their confusion and said, "Don't worry, it's not a mission to send you to your deaths. We have a few secret teleportation points at Qinglong Fortress. Soon the magic army will teleport you to the rear of the beast tide. As long as you slay the enemy leader, the assault of these beasts will fall apart on its own. We will also closely monitor your actions, and if you encounter danger, the magic team will teleport you back." After saying this, he led Lin Hao and the others to the teleportation array of the magic army. This operation is extremely secretive, so you must act quickly. If you fail, not only will you lose the only chance to kill the beast leader, but you will also risk being surrounded by golden-level beasts. Dai Feng reminded them at this moment. Lin Hao and the others had already received the teleportation mark from the commander of the magic team. This mark allowed them to be closely monitored and could be triggered by the magic team to teleport them back quickly in case of danger. We will definitely be careful. Lin Hao and the others nodded earnestly at this moment. "Ha, brother Lin Hao, let's see who can be the first to obtain the head of that stupid bear." Duan Yu appeared extremely excited at this moment. Dai Feng glanced at Duan Yu saying, "You must be cautious this time. You only have 10 minutes as the entire teleportation array can only be maintained for 10 minutes. Everyone nodded in unison and then walked towards the teleportation array. A flash of white light passed through the teleportation array and Lin Hao and the others instantly vanished. At this moment, an officer approached Dai Feng saying, "Is it appropriate to assign them such a dangerous task?" This officer was the instructor of Duan Yu and the others. "This is an order from the commander. If those 10 can't defeat even a single platinum-level beast, then they can truly go home to rest." Dai Feng shook his head. When Lin Hao and the others opened their eyes, they found themselves dozens of kilometers away from Qinglong Fortress. Lin Hao sensed the aura of the beasts. The roar they had just heard was likely not far from them. He then took out several black cloaks from his spatial inventory and distributed them to everyone. "Everyone wear these to conceal your figures." The group quickly donned the black cloaks and approached the earth-violent bear. As they got closer, Lin Hao looked at Duan Yu and asked, "Brother Duan, do you have any good plans?" Duan Yu's thoughts were quite simple. He glanced at everyone and said, "We should be encountering a platinum-level beast for the first time. My suggestion is to deliver a fatal blow to that beast. Otherwise, if it regains its composure, we could all be in trouble." Lin Hao nodded at this. The platinum-level beasts already possess the talent of pressure and can speak human language. "The highest among us has only the strength of high-level golden, and we will all be affected by its pressure. I, Brother Duan, and Fang Yao will be responsible for delivering a fatal blow to that beast, as the three of us have intention enhancements. Lu Qingming and Yi Shuangshuang, you two will be responsible for using your abilities to restrict that beast with space blockade and freezing. And you are responsible for protecting Yi Xiaoman." At this moment, Huang Lei and the team said, "I possess the power of the earth, a specialized defender among earth-type ability users. The defense can be entrusted to me." Lin Hao's eyes brightened upon hearing this. "Good. Then Huang Lei, you will be responsible for defending against the attacking beasts. We will handle the offense." At this time, Sui Feng also spoke up, "I am a wind-type ability user, and I will cover the firepower." Lin Hao pondered for a moment and made a decision. "All right, it's settled. Cooperate with Huang Lei and do not let the beasts get close to them. King Yu and Sui Feng will be in charge of supplementary firepower." After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The group quickly approached the earth-rampaging bear, and in less than 2 minutes they arrived within 100 meters of it. Looking at the earth-rampaging bear, which was as large as a small mountain, everyone felt a surge of fear. At this moment, Lin Hao and the others dared not run too fast, fearing they might disturb the earth-rampaging bear. Meanwhile, Ying whispered, "Conceal." Instantly, everyone was enveloped in Ying's aura. Everyone turned to look at it. Ying glanced at everyone. "This is my concealment realm. Just a platinum-level beast, it cannot detect us at all." Everyone was greatly astonished upon hearing this. At this moment, Yi Xiaoman and the others finally understood why Ying had such a deep understanding of the realm. As Lin Hao and the others approached within 50 meters of the earth-rampaging bear, they finally saw its full form. The earth-rampaging bear stood a towering 10 meters tall, its body covered in muscles and brownish-yellow fur. Its massive paws swung back and forth, occasionally emitting roars from its mouth. It seemed to be issuing commands to the army of beasts. Beside it, there were no less than 10 golden-level beasts. On the other side, the second wave of beasts was approaching the walls of the Qinglong Fortress. At this time, the mage team also began to report. The hunting team is closing in on the earth-rampaging bear. Prepare to encircle and kill. The leader Dongfang Shua nodded. Lin Hao exchanged glances with the others, signaling that they could begin. However, the earth-rampaging bear was still directing the beasts, completely unaware that someone had already snuck up beside its group. Suddenly, it sensed a commotion behind it, but just as it turned around, a tidal wave surged toward it, catching it off guard. The moment the wave struck it, it quickly solidified into ice, trapping it firmly within the ice layer. The nearby golden-level beasts didn't even have time to react before being frozen in the ice. At this moment, Lu Qingming's eyes flashed with golden light as she activated her spatial sealing technique. The entire area where the earth-rampaging bear was located became completely secured, and it wasn't over yet. Lu Qingming gathered her spiritual energy and pointed forward, activating the technique spatial strangulation. Countless strands of spatial strangulation power tore through the earth-rampaging bear and the beasts beside it. At the same time, Lin Hao, Feng Yao, and Duan Yu had already finished accumulating their power. The three of them unleashed their triple realms, a terrifying aura preventing any beasts from approaching. Thunder Prison 9 Spears, Second Shot Mountain Crushing. Battle Technique Dragon Roar in the Heavens. Battle Technique Dragon Roar shaking the sky. 3 terrifying spear beams simultaneously struck toward the neck of the earth-rampaging bear. Technique Burn Heaven and Boil Rain. Technique Blade of the Wind. Ouyang Cancan and Sui Feng's techniques followed closely. A rain of fire mixed with terrifying wind blades surged toward the earth-rampaging bear. At this moment, the earth-rampaging bear's pupils widened. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing here? Before the earth-rampaging bear could finish its self-doubt, various attacks had already struck it. With a thunderous roar, the entire space around the earth-rampaging bear was engulfed in a massive mushroom cloud, as if hit by an atomic bomb. At this time, Huang Lei slapped his palm on the ground, and a surge of earthy yellow light enveloped him. Technique Earth Barrier. A thick earthen wall instantly rose from the ground. This wall firmly blocked the shockwave of the explosion. On the walls of the Qinglong fortress, everyone saw a mushroom cloud rise in the distance, followed by a deafening explosion. As the dust settled, the earth-rampaging bear was left with no intact spot on its body. Even its fur was burnt black by the flames. Its lantern-like eyes fixed directly on Lin Hao and the others. A few golden-level little brats dare to ambush me and have caused me such serious injuries. You all should die. You will all die. The earth-rampaging bear's roar shook the heavens, and an overwhelming platinum-level pressure descended upon everyone. At this moment, the earth-rampaging bear was gathering terrifying golden energy in its mouth. This was the earth-rampaging bear's technique, Rage of the Rampaging Bear. Not good. The defense of the earth-rampaging bear is too strong. The damage is still insufficient. Lin Hao's mind raced as he quickly thought of a counter-strategy. At this time, both Ouyang Cancan and Ying were being heavily suppressed by the earth-rampaging bear's pressure. Only Lin Hao, Duan Yue, and Feng Yao were currently using their realms to withstand this pressure. And there was less than 5 minutes left before the teleportation array disappeared. Yao, Duan Yue, it seems we need to launch another wave of attacks. Lin Hao had no other choice. If necessary, he would have to resort to using the Sword Master. The others were all immobilized by the earth-rampaging bear's pressure. What they did not notice was that the moment the earth-rampaging bear unleashed its pressure, Lu Qingming had used spatial transfer to move to another location. Spatial sealing. Spatial gravity. At this moment, Lu Qingming appeared above the earth-rampaging bear, instantly unleashing 2 powerful techniques. The earth-rampaging bear felt itself firmly locked in this space, and a crushing gravity instantly spread throughout its body. The energy in its mouth was abruptly interrupted. I can't hold on for long. You take this chance to kill this beast. Lu Qingming shouted, her forehead already drenched in sweat. Thunder Prison 9 Spears, Third Style, Divide the River. Battle Technique Breaking the Void to Hunt Shadows. Battle Technique Radiant Sun. The 3 reacted swiftly, thrusting their 3 spears with terrifying might toward the earth-rampaging bear's head. In an instant, 3 bloody holes appeared on the earth-rampaging bear's head. It immediately darkened before crashing to the ground. At this moment, the pressure from the earth-rampaging bear was lifted, and everyone exchanged glances, letting out a sigh of relief. Yi Xiaoman looked the least happy, seemingly having done nothing among the 10. Seeing Yi Xiaoman's unhappy expression, everyone smiled in unison. Xiaoman not contributing is a good thing, right? It means no one got hurt. Ouyang Cancan comforted Yi Xiaoman. Just after they killed the earth-rampaging bear, the second wave of beasts that had been advancing in an orderly manner began to fall into chaos. Haha, it seems these little brats have finished the job. Daifeng laughed heartily. The captain of the 1st Battalion shouted, brothers, the leader of the beasts is dead. They are now a disorganized mess. Charge with me and kill these beasts. All the soldiers heard the captain's voice, and their morale surged, charging fearlessly toward the ferocious. At this moment, among the ferocious beasts, there was no command, whether flying in the sky or crawling on the ground. They instantly became a chaotic mess. The cries of battle echoed loudly at the Qinglong fortress while the beasts shrieked in despair. In just a quarter of an hour, this wave of beast tide was repelled by the crowd, with some beasts dead and others fleeing. Daifeng looked at the 10 people who had just been teleported back. Based on your performance, this mission will grant each hunting team 5,000 military merit points. Upon hearing that there were so many military merit points, everyone instantly broke into bright smiles. After bidding farewell to Duan Yu and the others, Lin Hao and the others returned to their dormitory. Lin Hao evenly distributed the 5,000 military merit points among everyone, and they were all delighted. Only Yi Xiaoman felt a bit embarrassed. Captain, I hardly did anything in this mission. Why did you give me so many military merits? Lin Hao glanced at Yi Xiaoman, then turned to the others. This is what I want to discuss next. We 5 are now a team, and each person's role in the team is indispensable. If we were to distribute military merits solely based on the number of beasts killed, I believe it would be unfair, as Xiaoman plays a crucial role in controlling and healing the team and is an irreplaceable member. From now on, regardless of how many military merits we earn, they will be evenly distributed among the 5 of us. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, everyone expressed their agreement. Yi Xiaoman was also very happy at that moment. Thank you, Captain. After that, they tidied up their beds, hung up the curtains, and went to rest. It was their first day at Qinglong Fortress. During the day, they practiced with Dai Feng, and at night encountered the beast tide, which truly exhausted them. Before long, they fell into a deep sleep. The next morning after breakfast, everyone gathered at the training ground. Lin Hao reported the name of the hunting team to Dai Feng. Dai Feng glanced at the 5 of them. You 5 performed well yesterday. Oh, honestly, I didn't expect it. He then looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, as the captain, please tell us about your team's current situation. Lin Hao pondered for a moment. Instructor, our team has just been formed, and our coordination is obviously lacking. However, our team's advantages are also quite apparent. Our attack power is exceptionally strong. Whether it's me, Fang Yao, Ouyang, and Can, or Ying, we all possess sufficient attacking capabilities. Although Yi Xiaoman lacks offensive ability, she ensures the team's control and healing. At this moment, Dai Feng was also curious. Lin Hao, you are a lightning element ability user. How come you excel in firearms and close combat techniques? Lin Hao scratched his head. Previously, I was advised by a senior, ability user's weakness is their fear of close combat. So I learned some close combat techniques. Dai Feng nodded. If you were a martial artist, your talent would probably be quite high. He then surveyed everyone. In the coming days, I will train your team cooperation skills. Remember, on the battlefield, the strength of a team always surpasses that of an individual. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the following days, under Dai Feng's merciless special training, the synergy among Lin Hao's team grew. During the day, they had to endure Dai Feng's training, and at night, they absorbed beast cores for cultivation, leaving them with little free time aside from eating and using the restroom. Lin Hao had it even worse. Not only did he have to undergo team training, but he also had to receive unknown training from Dai Feng in the afternoon. Moreover, after dinner, he had to practice the 9 thunder guns. Under this high-intensity training, Lin Hao experienced noticeable improvements. On the night of the 5th day at Qinglong Fortress, while meditating and cultivating, Lin Hao suddenly sensed an uncontrollable surge of energy within him and soon felt his entire body filled with an unprecedented fullness. He heard a loud explosion within his body, as if he had broken through some kind of shackles. At that moment, his aura underwent a significant transformation. Ding detected that the host has advanced to the initial stage of silver. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, the host has obtained the heavenly level technique, Eye of Shura. Congratulations, the host has obtained the heavenly level technique, 9 demonic thunder. Congratulations, the host has obtained the heavenly level technique, Thunder Prison Clone. Congratulations, the host has obtained the heavenly level movement technique, Silent Shadow. Congratulations, the host has obtained the heavenly level combat skill, Instant Kill Sword. Congratulations, the host has obtained the heavenly level combat skill, Moment of Glory. Congratulations, the host has obtained the heavenly level combat skill, Move Mountains and Fill Seas. Congratulations, the host has obtained the heavenly level combat skill, Sword, Chi Majestic. The next reward distribution will occur at the golden stage. Please do not slack off, host, and level up quickly. Hearing the long-awaited system voice, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned in his mental space, followed by overwhelming joy. He had finally broken through to the early silver stage. Who knew how many beast cores he had absorbed to reach this level? He had very few of the over 700 beast cores he originally had left. Looking at the less than 100 beast cores remaining in his space, Lin Hao bitterly smiled. It seems I have to go loot the ferocious beast forest again. At that time, whether it was during the first battle against the platinum-grade ferocious beast, or during the city wall defense, it was all due to being too rushed that he hadn't taken the beast cores. This led to him currently having less than 100 silver-grade beast cores, and only 3 gold-grade beast cores left. System, open the character attribute panel. At this moment, Lin Hao couldn't wait to see how much his strength had increased. Host Lin Hao, talent double SSS grade. Ability Shura Silent Destruction Thunder unique. Martial profession Lord of the Sword unique. Level Silver Early Stage Warrior Silver Early Stage Ability User. Strength 2900 points. Agility 2700 points. Physique 2700 points. Mental power 3600 points. Upon seeing his attributes, Lin Hao laughed heartily. His strength, agility, and physique had all increased by 1000 points, while his mental power had surged by 1500 points. Now he could easily contend against diamond-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was awakened by the explosive sound from Lin Hao's breakthrough. At this moment, everyone gathered by Lin Hao's bedside waiting for him to wake up. Captain, has he broken through to the silver level? Yi Xiaoman curiously observed Lin Hao, noting that there hadn't been such a loud commotion when she had broken through to silver. Sensing the aura emanating from Lin Hao, nodded. This aura cannot deceive. The captain must have broken through to the early silver stage. As expected from a freak causing such a commotion just by breaking through to silver. He better make it up to us once he wakes up, as our training has been interrupted because of him. Awakens pouted. Huh, why is everyone staring at me? I don't have flowers on my face. When Lin Hao woke up, he saw 4 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Idiot, did you break through? At that moment, Feng Yao hurriedly approached Lin Hao to ask. Hearing Feng Yao's inquiry, Lin Hao realized that the commotion from his breakthrough had woken everyone up. Yes, I have reached the initial stage of silver level. Lin Hao nodded after feeling his body. You have broken through, but our cultivation has been interrupted. At this moment, Ouyang Kankan pouted. No way, Captain, you have to compensate me. Compensate you? For what? Lin Hao looked confused. This girl wouldn't make me do something like that, right? Feng Yao is still here. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Hearing Lin Hao's response, Ouyang Kankan's face flushed bright red. What are you talking about? I meant you should compensate us for our training time. Alright. Lin Hao realized he had misunderstood. I thought although I am quite handsome, I shouldn't have that much charm. Besides, I already have my Yao Yao. Since dawn was approaching, to avoid delaying tomorrow's training, everyone decided not to continue cultivating. Seeing that Lin Hao was fine, everyone went back to take a short nap. The next morning, as Lin Hao and the others gathered at the training ground, Feng hurriedly arrived. General Dongfang wants you to go to his command center. There is a new mission. Upon hearing there was a new combat mission, everyone was extremely excited. Instructor, what's the mission? Yi Xiaoman asked curiously. You'll know when you get there, Feng teased. When everyone arrived at the command center, Dongfang Shua had been waiting for them in the main seat for a long time. General Dongfang. The 5 of them stood at attention and greeted Dongfang Shua. Have a seat. Dongfang Shua gestured to the other seats at the conference table. Everyone quickly sat down, waiting for Dongfang Shua to issue the mission. Dongfang Shua glanced over everyone and finally focused his gaze on Lin Hao. You've broken through to silver level. Yes, General Dongfang. Lin Hao nodded, not hiding his strength. Dongfang Shua nodded in response. Your breakthrough at this time is a good thing for the combat power of your hunting team. Now let me explain the upcoming mission. Hearing Dongfang Shua say this, everyone sat up straight. The last beast tide was merely a small vanguard force of the ferocious beasts, according to reliable information. Their true strength has not yet manifested, and the previous attack was merely a test. The platinum-level ferocious beast you jointly killed was just a small leader of this vanguard force. Hearing Dongfang Shua's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the ferocious beasts have further plans? Lin Hao voiced his concern. That's correct. Dongfang Shua glanced at Lin Hao and continued, according to the news from headquarters, not only our Qinglong fortress, but several other fortresses have recently been attacked by beast tides. This is the first time in decades that so many ferocious beasts are attacking fortresses simultaneously. The headquarters previously mounted a counterattack against the ferocious beasts. It is likely that the intensity of that counterattack has prompted the ferocious beasts to start making significant moves. Dongfang Shua looked at everyone again. According to the headquarters, there may still be a large number of ferocious beasts gathering outside each fortress. The moment I received this news, I dispatched a reconnaissance team to investigate, but unfortunately, they have not returned. Dongfang Shua's expression was extremely grave. It seems the ferocious beasts do not want the news to reach the human race, which further underscores the importance of this information. Lin Hao quickly analyzed the situation. Dongfang Shua nodded. The more those beasts don't want me to know, the more we should find out about their attack movements as soon as possible. At this moment, Dongfang Shua stood up. Seeing this, everyone present also stood up. Now I command the Thunder Punishment Hunting Team's 5-member squad to immediately scout the ferocious beast gathering area 300 kilometers outside Qinglong Fortress. This mission is covert, but you just find out the movements and motives of the ferocious beasts. Return to the fortress with the intel as soon as possible, and do not make any mistakes. Yes, everyone replied in unison. As they left the command center, Feng looked at his subordinates. Be careful and retreat immediately if you notice anything unusual. Alright, instructor, we will take good care of ourselves. Lin Hao nodded solemnly, and quickly left Qinglong Fortress with Feng Yao and the others. I will lead the way, Ying and Feng Yao on the left and right flank, Xiaoman in the middle, and Kankan at the rear. We will advance in this formation and pay attention to our surroundings once we enter the ferocious beast forest. Lin Hao quickly arranged the formation for the group. Understood, Captain. The others didn't hesitate, and the 5 of them swiftly vanished into the forest. The distance of 300 kilometers was neither long nor short for the group. They raced through the forest for a whole day and only reached the vicinity of their destination by evening. Lin Hao waved his hand, and upon seeing this, the others quickly stopped. After a day of rushing, everyone's stamina was greatly depleted. We will rest here tonight. Based on my assessment, we are still about 50 kilometers from our destination. At this moment, Lin Hao took out several blankets from his storage space and continued, "Tonight, Ing, and I will take turns keeping watch. Ing, you will take the first half, and I will take the second half. Since we are so close to the destination, we cannot make a fire. You all should cover yourselves with these blankets." Lin Hao handed out the blankets to everyone, then took out some food and water from his storage space to feed them. "Ing, I'll leave the first half of the night to you." Lin Hao patted Ying's shoulder. Ing only nodded and said nothing. The night passed quietly. After a day of rushing, everyone was indeed a bit exhausted. In the middle of the night, Lin Hao took over the watch from Ing. The next morning, as dawn broke, the group was awakened by the sounds of birds in the forest. At that moment, Lin Hao was sitting cross-legged, cultivating, while being vigilant about his surroundings. Seeing that everyone was awake, he withdrew from his half-cultivation. After hastily eating breakfast, everyone continued to head deeper into the forest. When they were still 5 kilometers away from their destination, Lin Hao called for the team to stop. He glanced back at the others and said, "Let's stop here. We are only 5 kilometers away from the destination, and with 5 people we are too conspicuous. I will go ahead alone to check the destination. The remaining 4 of you will stay here. Yao Yao, you and Cancan must protect Xiaoman well. Ing, use your concealment technique to hide them. If I haven't returned in an hour, the 3 of you should take Xiaoman back to Qinglong Fortress as quickly as possible. You must be careful." Fang Yao knew that Lin Hao's choice was correct, so she only reminded him once. Don't worry." Lin Hao gave the 3 of them a reassuring look, then donned a black cloak and hurried into the depths of the forest, while Fang Yao and the others found a large tree nearby to hide behind, waiting for Lin Hao's return. Lin Hao had been running alone for nearly 10 minutes, and he could now sense the presence of fierce beasts in the depths of the forest ahead. "It seems this is the place." Lin Hao stopped his advance, then formed a seal with his hands to activate the technique. This was one of the techniques gifted by the system when Lin Hao advanced to the silver rank, allowing him to completely conceal his form and presence from enemies. At this moment, Lin Hao was perched atop a large tree. He slightly closed his eyes as a faint surge of spiritual power flowed up to his eyes, activating the technique Asura's Eye. When Lin Hao opened his eyes again, a soft golden light glimmered in his originally black pupils. Asura's Eye was a technique granted by the system when Lin Hao advanced to the silver rank, and this was his first. Asura's Eye not only allowed him to see all distant objects clearly, but also to perceive the flow of spiritual energy within both humans and fierce beasts. In front of Lin Hao, 2 kilometers away, a dense mass of fierce beasts could be seen. Most of them were primarily of bronze and silver ranks, while golden rank beasts were rarely observed. "Aren't these just the remnants of the fierce beasts we drove back during the last beast tide?" Lin Hao wondered. If the intelligence provided by headquarters was accurate, there should be far more fierce beasts in the depths of the forest than just these. Thinking of this, Lin Hao increased the output of spiritual energy to Asura's Eye. "What is that?" He noticed a massive fiery red lion about 50 meters long and 10 meters high sleeping behind the group of fierce beasts. A diamond rank fierce beast, the flame lion. Indeed, there are even higher level fierce beasts commanding this wave of beast tide. But that's not all. Beside the flame lion, there were also 20 platinum rank, 3-headed earth demon hounds, and nearly 100 golden rank fierce beasts lurking nearby. Before Lin Hao could process this, he suddenly noticed waves of spiritual energy fluctuations beneath the feet of the fierce beasts. He once again increased the output of spiritual energy to Asura's Eye. He saw that deep beneath the ground where the fierce beasts stood, a large number of unknown beasts were accumulating. Each of these beasts was as large as a car, sporting long claws and sharp teeth. Lin Hao quickly scanned the area and estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of these underground beasts. Moreover, through Asura's Eye, Lin Hao discovered that the spiritual power within these beasts was converging into a mass emanating a dazzling red glow. What type of beast is this? How are they hiding deep underground? Lin Hao wondered, having never seen any introduction to such beasts in his books. But he did not delay any longer. The most important thing now was to report the location and distribution of the gathered fierce beasts to the Qinglong Fortress. He quickly took out his notebook and recorded the distribution quantity and types of fierce beasts outside the Qinglong. Just as Lin Hao finished recording all the information and was about to turn and leave, an unexpected event occurred. He felt as if his body was suddenly trapped in an intangible barrier. Not good. At that moment, alarms blared in Lin Hao's mind as the Thunder Hell Splitter gun appeared in his hand and the triple gun intent erupted to protect him. At the same time, a diamond-level pressure descended upon Lin Hao like a massive stone. "I didn't expect there was still a little ant. You almost got away from me. A silver beginner. Just a mere ant dares to spy on my territory." Lin Hao turned to look, and there stood a pitch-black leopard about 10 meters long, glaring at him with eyes the size of— "How careless of me, there's actually a diamond-level shadow leopard." Lin Hao felt a sense of impending doom. The shadow leopard typically lurked during the day and was extremely skilled at concealing its form and presence, especially since this was a diamond-level shadow leopard. At that moment, the distant flame lion also quietly opened its scarlet eyes. "Another human has come to spy on my domain." With each step it took, the earth trembled, and it exhaled scorching flames from its mouth. Shadow Leopard, I'm glad you came along with me today. Human scouting is truly bothersome. They come in waves to disturb my rest. I can't even remember how many. Hee lion, I possess an area of concealment, and with these ants' movements I can detect them instantly. How should we deal with this ant? At this moment the Shadow Leopard wore a human-like mocking expression. Let you have some fun with it, it's just one ant, not even enough to fill my teeth. The Flame Lion glanced disdainfully at Lin Hao. Indeed, this Shadow Leopard has a skill akin to a domain. It seems the scout team we previously dispatched was also detected by it. You want to eat me? Don't you think you two big cats are a bit underwhelming? Lin Hao's words surged with momentum, and the diamond-level pressure from the Shadow Leopard began to crumble beneath his aura. Faced with this aura, both the Shadow Leopard and the Flame Lion momentarily froze. Wasn't this human only of silver-level strength? How was he able to resist the pressure of a diamond-level beast? At that moment, both diamond-level fierce beasts were puzzled, but that didn't mean they were afraid of Lin Hao. Haha, this little ant can still jump around. Looks like you can entertain me quite well. The Shadow Leopard was now. Meanwhile, the fierce beast army in the distance turned to look at Lin Hao, ready to swarm him, but the Flame Lion forced them back with a single glare. It didn't want to cause too much noise over a mere ant. Seeing that the other fierce beasts had no intention to attack, Lin Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. If he were surrounded by thousands of fierce beasts, he would certainly have no way to escape. Even if he used the Sword Lord with his silver-level strength, it would be unrealistic to eliminate so many fierce beasts. At this moment, Lin Hao's mind raced with strategies. The most important thing now was to quickly report the intelligence from here to the Qinglong fortress so that they could prepare. Suddenly, Lin Hao's body erupted with black thunder, bending his legs as he unleashed the Thunder Hell instant flash, closing the distance to the Shadow Leopard in the blink of an eye. Faced with two diamond-level fierce beasts, Lin Hao naturally dared not hesitate. In an instant, the black thunder converged at the tip of his gun. First shot of the Thunder Hell 9 gun's definite strike. The shimmering gun light, entwined with waves of black thunder, pierced toward the side of the Shadow Leopard. The Shadow Leopard couldn't believe that a silver-level ant would dare to attack first, and it was even more shocked by the swiftness of Lin Hao's strike, which was entirely beyond silver-level capability. With a thunderous explosion, the Shadow Leopard was pushed back several dozen meters by the shot. As the dust settled, a blood hole the size of a bowl appeared in the Shadow Leopard's hind leg, from which black blood gushed forth from its gruesome wound. Seeing that one shot had injured the Shadow Leopard, the Flame Lion, watching from the side, burst into laughter. Shadow Leopard, you really embarrassed the diamond rank, getting wounded by a silver-level ant. The Shadow Leopard's expression twisted with rage. Damn ant, how dare you wound me? I won't let you off. With that, it lunged toward Lin Hao. On the other side, Feng Yao and her companions were waiting behind a sturdy tree for Lin Hao's return. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the front, causing everyone to tense up and leap onto the tree to look into the distance, where they saw clouds of smoke rising from deep within the forest, clearly indicating a battle was underway. Could it be that the captain is fighting a ferocious beast? Yi Xiaoman's face was filled with worry. The power of that blow is comparable to that of a diamond-level attack. Ying concluded after careful observation. You idiot, you must come back safely. Feng Yao's face was also filled with anxiety. At this moment, Ouyang Kankan patted Feng Yao's shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. Don't worry, the captain is so strong that he can fight evenly with the instructor, let alone now that he has just broken through. His strength must have greatly increased. Even if he encounters a diamond-level ferocious beast, he should be able to protect himself. The others felt a bit more at ease upon hearing Ouyang Kankan's words, but Feng Yao still looked very worried. Meanwhile, on Lin Hao's side, facing the attacks of the Shadow Leopard, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. With the enhancement of the Asura, he could easily see through all of the Shadow Leopard's movements. He merely tilted his body slightly to evade the Shadow Leopard's attack. The Shadow Leopard's pupils widened. With its previous speed, not even a platinum level could have dodged. Yet Lin Hao effortlessly dodged its assault. The Flame Lion King was still laughing heartily. Shadow Leopard, are you feeling the pressure? Your diamond-level strength is quite lacking. Seeing the Flame Lion King's repeated taunts, the Shadow Leopard decided to no longer hold back. With a furious roar, it unleashed its full diamond-level aura. Combat skill Shadow Demon Claw Act. It raised its claw the size of a palm fan and swept it toward Lin Hao. The pure white claws instantly shot out 5 silver rays of cold light toward him. Lin Hao dared not delay. It was his first encounter with a diamond-level ferocious beast, and he could not afford to be careless. Black thunder surged around him. He leaped high, and with the Thunder Prison piercing gun in hand, he gathered triple gun intent and swept horizontally downward. Thunder Prison 9 guns, second shot shattered the mountain. A terrifying gun beam wrapped in thunder crashed directly toward the Shadow Leopard's Shadow Demon Claw. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out. Both man and leopard stepped back several paces to stabilize. At this moment, the Flame Lion King no longer felt like mocking the Shadow Leopard. It stared incredulously at the diminutive human before it with its yellow gem-like eyes. It had witnessed the Shadow Leopard's recent attack, which had been delivered with full force. A diamond-level attack had been countered by this kid with just one shot. The Shadow Leopard too no longer underestimated Lin Hao. It was well aware of the strength it had put into that attack. The recent Shadow Demon Claw could have seriously injured even a platinum-level opponent, yet it had been easily blocked. Lion, this kid is not ordinary. At that moment, both beasts were fixated on the small human before them. The Flame Lion King also ceased to watch idly. It strode over to the Shadow Leopard's side. Being able to fight to a standstill with the Shadow Leopard was enough to demonstrate this person's strength. Lin Hao, seeing the Flame Lion King join the fray, immediately felt the weight of the situation. Facing the assault of two diamond-level ferocious beasts for the first time, he thrust his thunder prison-piercing gun into the ground and quickly formed seals with his hands amidst flickering black thunder. In an instant, a duplicate that resembled him perfectly appeared beside him. This was the fourth skill granted to Lin Hao by the upgrade of the silver-level system, Thunder Prison Clone. The clone mirrored the original and was able to connect telepathically with Lin Hao, executing all thunder-based techniques, but its power was only 80. Its duration depended on Lin Hao's cultivation and spiritual energy. Lin Hao discreetly handed the clone a notebook, and without hesitation the clone was engulfed in black thunder, swiftly activating Thunder Prison Instant Flash and vanished into the vast forest. Lin Hao knew that the most important thing now was to quickly deliver the information to the command center of the Qinglong Fortress. He had no issues escaping from two diamond-level beasts. The key was that Fang Yao and the others would definitely not keep up with his speed. He needed to buy them time to escape. Seeing Lin Hao activate the clone, the two beasts were startled. Just as they were trying to understand what was happening, the clone vanished in an instant. Lion, that clone has escaped. I saw him give that clone something. The Shadow Leopard's expression was also grave. Lin Hao's abilities far exceeded its expectations. Clearly from the fluctuations of spiritual energy, Lin Hao only had silver-level cultivation, yet his powerful techniques emerged one after another. The Shadow Leopard began to doubt its own existence. You chase that clone, I'll have some fun with this kid. The Flame Lion King also noticed the clone escape, but since it was not as fast as the leopard, the task of pursuit naturally fell to the leopard. This operation was organized by the higher-ups. If anything went wrong, that master would likely tear them apart. Thinking of this, the Flame Lion King's aura no longer held back, and its diamond-level presence erupted. The overwhelming might displayed its royal status. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. This lion was incredibly strong, far surpassing the Shadow Leopard. Seeing Lin Hao's confusion, the Flame Lion King sneered. I am of diamond high-tier strength, not something that leopard beside me can compare to. It then glanced at the Shadow Leopard beside it. Leopard, go chase the clone, I'll duel with this little brat. The leopard nodded in response. It was engulfed in black light and vanished in an instant. However, every move it made was under Lin Hao's sure-eye scrutiny. At the moment the Shadow Leopard disappeared, Lin Hao's aura surged, unleashing Thunder Prison Instant Flash. In an instant he caught up to the leopard, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying thunder toward its body. Trying to escape without my permission. Without waiting for the Shadow Leopard and the Flame Lion King to react, Lin Hao's aura surged again as he threw another punch at the leopard. Lion, why didn't you stop him? Faced with Lin Hao's punch, the leopard raised its paw to defend. At this moment the Flame Lion King had also teleported next to Lin Hao. Seizing the opportunity when Lin Hao threw his punch, it opened its massive mouth, unleashing a fire beam infused with terrifying heat that struck Lin Hao. This kid's speed is truly astonishing. I almost couldn't keep up. The Flame Lion King marveled at Lin Hao's strength after seeing the deep trench created by its own fiery attack on the ground. But even if he is a prodigy, he is undoubtedly doomed after taking my hit. Damn, that really hurts. As the dust settled, a mischievous voice echoed. On the other side, Fang Yao and the others were anxiously waiting for Lin Hao. In just a few short minutes, the sound of explosions ahead surged one after another. At this moment, Fang Yao could no longer sit still. She stood up and looked at her teammates. I need to find Lin Hao, he must be in trouble. The other three saw Fang Yao's resolute expression and said nothing more. After all, they were a team. If the leader was in danger, they could not just stand by and do nothing. Just as they were about to venture deeper into the forest, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Fang Yao was overjoyed. You idiot, you had me worried sick. At this moment, Lin Hao had a grave expression. There's no time to talk. We need to return to the Qinglong Fortress as quickly as possible. Seeing Lin Hao's serious demeanor, the others did not question him further and hurriedly followed him, running at their fastest pace towards the forest's edge. On the battlefield, the ghost Shadow Leopard and the Flame Lion King looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. What kind of freak is this kid? He took a hit from my flame ray and seems completely unscathed. The Flame Lion King was now engulfed in deep self-doubt. As the dust settled, they saw Lin Hao clad in a suit of black armor. In that brief moment, Lin Hao had summoned the Thunder Battle Armor to protect himself. Otherwise, if he had taken that blow from the Flame Lion King, he would have been gravely injured if not dead. You all look quite surprised. Lin Hao chuckled. Although he had withstood the Flame Lion King's attack, it had indeed been perilous. Without waiting for the two beasts to respond, Lin Hao's body crackled with black lightning as he pointed faintly towards the sky. The lightning surrounding him gathered at his fingertips as if responding to a summons, and as he finished gathering his power, the condensed lightning shot straight into the heavens like a beam. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Lin Hao became overcast with dark clouds, and within that thick layer of clouds, terrifying black lightning roared like the howls of the underworld. Not good, it's a locking skill. At that moment, the Flame Lion King reacted the fastest. Its body surged with red light, and a huge circular energy shield protected it in an instant. The Ghost Shadow Leopard meanwhile split into 6. This was another battle skill of the Ghost Shadow Leopard, Ghost Shadow Thrust. Ghost Shadow Thrust was also a locking skill, and 6 clones charged towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao smirked disdainfully. No matter how fast you are, can you outpace my black lightning? He merely pointed slightly downwards, and in the sky 7 bolts of lightning the thickness of water barrels shot down, casting the world around them as if it were the end of days. In the blink of an eye, the black lightning struck the Ghost Shadow Leopard and the Flame Lion King. The massive explosion echoed even to those rushing towards the Qinglong fortress. In the blink of an eye, the black lightning struck the Ghost Shadow Leopard and the Flame Lion King. The massive explosion echoed even to those rushing towards the Qinglong fortress. On the battlefield, as the dust settled, the Ghost Shadow Leopard lay in a deep pit, like a dead dog, its clones nowhere to be seen. It had dodged at the moment the lightning struck, and although it hadn't been hit fatally, one of its hind legs had been severely damaged by Lin Hao's attack. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This meant the leopard could not pursue Feng Yao. This 9 Heavens Demon Thunder is truly monstrous. Lin Hao marveled. The system certainly produced high-quality goods. Although he had severely injured the Ghost Shadow Leopard, Lin Hao himself was not in a good state. He had taken a solid hit from the Flame Lion King's attack, and although the Thunder Prison battle armor had mitigated some damage, his internal organs were still quite injured. By the way, where's that lion? It couldn't have been killed by my lightning, could it? Just as Lin Hao was pondering, a giant lion paw suddenly swiped towards him. Lin Hao couldn't dodge in time, and was struck solidly by the paw, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. Damn, this beast is still alive. Lin Hao struggled to rise. He had underestimated the power of a diamond-level beast. Kid, I must admit you are exceptionally talented. If I hadn't activated the flame barrier just now, I would likely have been severely injured by that heavenly thunder. The Flame Lion King glared angrily at Lin Hao. In truth, it had already regarded Lin Hao highly based on his fight with the Ghost Shadow Leopard, but it had never expected to still underestimate Lin Hao's strength. Lin Hao smiled indifferently, wiping the blood from his lips. He had taken a solid hit from the Flame Lion King, and although the Thunder Prison battle armor had defended him, he was still suffering from his previous injuries from the Flame Lion King's attacks. Little lion, did you think you had already won? The Flame Lion King paid no heed to Lin Hao's words. It had just been struck by the 9 Heavens Demon Thunder. Although it had activated its protection in time, it was still significantly injured. As for a talent like this, human, it must be eliminated quickly. It unleashed its aura, surging forward with a stomp of its 4 paws, arriving in front of Lin Hao. Despite his internal organs hurting terribly, Lin Hao instinctively activated the Thunder Prison Instant Flash, narrowly dodging this strike. Then he flapped his wind thunder wings and soared rapidly into the sky. Lightning crackled around him, and shortly after, a giant black lightning ball appeared in his hand. Technique: Thunder Prison Shocks, the 8 Desolations. The massive black lightning ball surged towards the Flame Lion King like a tidal wave. The Flame Lion King narrowed its eyes, gathering an incredibly high-temperature energy to unleash in an instant. Once again, an explosion echoed in the air, and the terrifying shockwave snapped the surrounding trees in half. However, when the dust settled, there was no trace of Lin Hao in the air. The Flame Lion King was momentarily stunned. This kid ran away. It then began to search for Lin Hao. The moment Lin Hao threw the lightning ball at the Flame Lion King, he used the Thunder Prison Instant Flash to escape the battle range, and then activated the Silent Shadow to conceal his presence. The Flame Lion King could no longer find him. Damn it, damn little brat. Don't let me find you, otherwise I will tear you. The Flame Lion King roared to the sky. 2 diamond-level beasts had been toyed with by a silver-level one. This was the greatest humiliation of its life. It then looked towards the beast army at the back of the forest. 3-headed earth demon, Hound, you lead a portion of the gold-level beasts for a covert search. That little brat is seriously injured and can't run far. Remember not to make too much noise. Report to me immediately if there's any news. Yes, my lord. 10 platinum level, 3-headed earth demon, Hounds accepted the orders. The waiting beast army began to stir with each platinum level, 3-headed earth demon, Hound quickly leading some gold-level beasts in a carpet-style search. After using the Silent Shadow, Lin Hao quickly ran towards the back of the forest. At this moment, he had removed the Thunder Prison battle armor, revealing his clothes stained with blood, with fresh blood occasionally oozing from his mouth. Lin Hao sighed bitterly, realizing that both strength and experience were lacking. At this point, he couldn't even use the Sword Lord's power, let alone survive until the next morning. Watching the clouds of dust stirred up by the ferocious beasts in the distance, Lin Hao's expression grew serious. He dared not release his concealed presence. If the beast detected him, he would undoubtedly perish. All along he had believed that with the system's support, he could be invincible in this world. It was only through today's battle that he understood the importance of talent, but battlefield experience could only be gained through life and death struggles. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Lin Hao continued to run deeper into the forest. After running for an unknown length of time, he finally discovered a hidden cave. After cautiously exploring, he found no trace of the beasts and immediately dove inside. At this moment, not only were his injuries severe, but his spiritual power had also been depleted significantly. Upon entering the cave, Lin Hao leaned carefully against the stone wall, and exhaustion washed over him like a tide, soon causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, his doppelganger sensed that the main boat's situation was dire. This made him frown. After a long period of running, the group had no idea how much faster they were compared to their previous speed, as they had only taken a little over half a day to escape the beast forest. Looking at the towering walls of the Qinglong fortress that appeared before them, everyone was panting heavily. However, they were all very pleased to have completed this mission. But at that moment, Lin Hao's doppelganger suddenly frowned. He then took out a red notebook, scribbled something on it, and handed it to Feng Yao. Feng Yao took the notebook, unsure of Lin Hao's intentions. At this moment, Lin Hao spoke up. Yao, you need to listen carefully to what I am about to say. This notebook contains the location where the ferocious beasts gather. You must personally deliver it to Lin Hao's expression remained serious. You idiot, what about you? Feng Yao asked, perplexed. Lin Hao smiled. Just remember my words. This is an order from the captain. After saying this, Lin Hao transformed into a bolt of black lightning and vanished in an instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. Where's the captain? Yi Xiaoman asked, confused. Not good, it's a doppelganger skill. At this moment, Ing lost his usual calmness. Doppelganger? Awakens asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Feng Yao was already in tears. The Lin Hao who returned with them was just a doppelganger. Where was the real Lin Hao? Everyone came to their senses. The explosion they heard earlier was Lin Hao the captain buying them time to escape. Because Lin Hao's doppelganger was present, no one had thought too much about it. Not only had Lin Hao's doppelganger brought back important intelligence, but he had also deceived several of their teammates. At this moment, even Feng Yao, despite her confusion, understood Lin Hao's intention. She turned to run deeper into the forest, but was quickly grabbed by Ouyang. Don't rush, the captain is so powerful that he won't be in trouble. Ouyang tried her best to comfort her. Ing reacted the fastest. He took out a bamboo tube-like object and pulled it towards the sky. This was the distress signal that their instructor Dai Feng had given them when they left, and each of them had one. Feng Yao, don't worry, the soldiers at Qinglong Fortress will come running as soon as they see the distress signal. Then we can go rescue the captain. Ing quickly reassured Feng Yao. At this moment, she just nodded blankly. With Lin Hao's life uncertain, she couldn't absorb any more information. A massive firework suddenly illuminated half of the sky. Within a quarter of an hour, dozens of powerful auras appeared above them. Among them were Dongfang Shuo and Dai Feng. Seeing that everyone else was safe, but Lin Hao was missing, Dongfang Shuo was greatly puzzled. Where's your captain? At this moment, Feng Yao hurriedly handed the notebook to Dongfang Shuo. General Dongfang, Lin Hao said this notebook contains the gathering locations and types of the ferocious beasts. He led the ferocious beasts away by himself to ensure our safe retreat, and now his life and death are unknown. Hearing this, Dongfang Shuo and Dai Feng widened their eyes. After a brief shock, Dongfang Shuo quickly opened the notebook to take a look. However, the more he read, the heavier his heart became. 2 diamond-level ferocious beasts, 20 platinum-level ferocious beasts, and nearly 100 golden-level ferocious beasts. Most importantly, the unknown ferocious beast Lin Hao had sketched in the notebook posed a danger of self-detonation, as Dongfang Shuo learned from Lin Hao's description. Adjutant. Yes. Monitor the underground activities within a 50-kilometer radius outside Qinglong Fortress for 24 hours. Order all Qinglong Legion members to prepare for battle against diamond-level ferocious beasts. Understood. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo turned to them. You little ones should go rest. He'll handle Lin Hao's situation personally. When everyone heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With General Dongfang taking action himself, things would be much easier. Dongfang Shuo then soared into the air, unleashing a semi-divine aura. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already fallen into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to him, less than 100 silver-level beast cores remained in his storage space, which had autonomously appeared before him and began releasing spiritual energy. At the same time, the pitch-black sword box suspended in his spiritual space slowly opened, and 9 flying swords flew out, beginning to absorb the external energy. In a matter of moments, the 9 flying swords completely absorbed the energy from nearly 100 silver-level beast cores. The moment they finished absorbing the energy, the 9 flying swords trembled slightly, emitting 9 different glows as they began to nourish Lin Hao's body. At this moment outside, Lin Hao was enveloped in colorful lights, and his injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. This glow also caught the attention of the ferocious beasts searching for Lin Hao. At the cave's entrance, what is that light? A platinum-level, three-headed earth demon. Hound, seeing the distant nine-colored glow, felt puzzled. Could it be the little brat that the king is looking for? Not only did it notice, but even the golden-level ferocious beasts began to howl in the direction of the nine-colored glow. Hee, I'm so lucky. Look at me catching that little brat. The king will definitely reward me. The three-headed earth demon, Hound, quickly ran toward the direction of the nine-colored glow. The golden-level ferocious beasts it led also did not dare to lag behind, swiftly following in the footsteps of the three-headed earth demon Hound. Elder brother, why did you signal us to come at this time? Behind the fierce beast army, a bull-headed monster over 30 meters tall was conversing with the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King sighed at this moment. The ghost leopard has been severely injured, which will likely affect the plans of that esteemed master. I had no choice but to call you here. The ghost leopard is injured. Has the human discovered our plan? At this moment, a sinister voice echoed from a dark corner. The Flame Lion King nodded helplessly. However, that kid is also severely wounded. If both the ghost leopard and I, as diamond-level beasts, had not been careless, he wouldn't have escaped. I have already sent some subordinates to search for him. This kid possesses a stealth technique that will likely make him hard to find. The bull-headed monster began to ponder. Hearing this, the Flame Lion King's face darkened as it awkwardly coughed twice. Ahem, that one is not a diamond-level powerhouse. Oh. At this moment, not only did the bull-headed monster become alert, but even the voice in the darkness tensed up. Besides Dongfang Shua, there were no other diamond-level powerhouses in the Qinglong fortress. With no other choice, the Flame Lion King recounted the matters concerning Lin Hao to them. Moments later, what? You mean a silver-level little brat injured both you and the ghost leopard? At this point, the bull-headed monster could hardly contain itself. Ha! Lion, have you been practicing your cultivation on a dog these years? Are you trying to make me laugh to death, letting a silver-level ant do this to you? Seeing the bull-headed monster mock him, the Flame Lion King felt embarrassed, yet still cautiously spoke. Old bull, do not underestimate this kid. The appearances of his cultivation deceived both me and the ghost leopard. The black thunder he unleashed is extraordinarily terrifying. It was the reason the ghost leopard was left in such a state. If it weren't for my defensive talent skill, my fate would likely be the same as that of the ghost leopard. How strong can a silver-level little brat be? The giant axe in my hand is not to be taken lightly. The bull-headed monster scoffed, patting the giant axe in its hand. Old bull, do not be careless. The injuries of the lion and the ghost leopard are real. It seems that this little brat indeed possesses some unusual qualities. At this moment, the voice in the darkness rang out again. Well then, even if he can fight to a draw with the lion, what if the two of us join in? The bull-headed monster clearly still underestimated Lin Hao. For diamond-level fierce beasts against a silver-level little brat, if they report this matter, that esteemed master will probably tear them apart. Lion, when will the ghost leopard recover? The voice in the darkness sounded once more. Although the ghost leopard is heavily injured this time, the healing secret method bestowed by the master has played a significant role. It is estimated that he will be out in about an hour. Then I will personally go find that little brat after 1 hour. You and Old Bull wait for my signal. No matter what, that esteemed master's plan must not fail. Otherwise, none of us will have a good outcome. At this moment, outside the cave, indeed there is the scent of humans. Looking at the multicolored light emanating from the cave not far away, the three-headed earth demon Hound's eyes gleamed, and it signaled the 5 golden-level fierce beasts under its command to scout the cave. After a short while, the 5 golden-level fierce beasts entered the cave, while the three-headed earth demon Hound cautiously hid at the entrance. It had witnessed the battle between Lin Hao and the 2 diamond-level fierce beasts and did not want to become cannon fodder. But after the 5 golden-level fierce beasts had been inside for a long time, without any sound, the three-headed earth demon Hound felt very strange. Damn it, these brainless beasts couldn't have eaten the humans inside the cave, could they, eh? Thinking of this, the three-headed earth demon Hound quickly ran into the cave. However, just after entering, it witnessed an unbelievable scene. The cave was littered with the severed limbs and broken arms of fierce beasts. At that moment, a white-haired man with a pitch-black sword box on his back stood quietly before it. At this moment, the man had his eyes tightly closed, radiating a dazzling multicolored light. Who are you? At this moment, the three-headed earth demon Hound felt a warning bell ringing in its heart. Its instincts told it that the man before it was extremely dangerous. The man did not speak, nor did he even open it. The sword box behind him slowly opened, and a long sword of pure purple color slowly flew out and landed in the man's hand. Without any detectable aura erupting from the man, the long sword merely waved gently before the three-headed earth demon Hound, sending a fierce sword chi shooting forth. At that moment, the three-headed earth demon Hound opened its mouth wide. It wanted to scream, but found it impossible to make a sound. In just an instant, a red line of blood hard to capture appeared beneath its 3 massive heads. And just as the man sheathed the sword back into the sword box, the 3 massive heads of the demon beast fell to the ground with a thud. After finishing all this, the man slowly opened his crimson eyes and raised his hand to summon. The 5 golden level beast cores and 1 platinum level beast core from the fierce beast corpses fell into his palm. Stowing away the beast cores, the man stepped out of the cave, leaped into the sky, and vanished in an instant. Moi. At this moment, the Flame Lion King, waiting for the ghost leopard to emerge, suddenly had a stern expression. The bull-headed monster noticed the Lion King's unusual state. Lion, what's wrong? The Flame Lion King's face was as dark as water. One of my platinum-level fierce beasts has died. What? The bull-headed monster stared wide-eyed at the lion. Lion, you aren't joking, are you? At this moment, it had already lost contact with 2 platinum-level fierce beasts. This is troublesome. It seems a human expert has discovered this place. And they are not weak, being able to easily kill platinum-level fierce beasts. The opponent is at least a high-level diamond. As long as that esteemed master has not issued an order to attack, we can only remain on standby. At this moment, the Flame Lion King felt extremely constrained. What are you afraid of? We have 4 diamond-level combatants. Even if it's a lord level, we are confident that he won't return alive. To be on the safe side, let's wait for the ghost leopard to recover. It possesses stealth abilities. If it's a lord assassin, we can utilize its power to sense the opponent. At this moment, the voice in the darkness sounded again. Half an hour later, Lin Hao found himself in possession of a platinum-grade beast core and nearly 10 gold-grade beast cores. This lion really thinks highly of me, sending so many ferocious beasts to seek me out. If I remember correctly, this is already the 5th wave, so I should truly thank you for your gifts. At this moment, the Flame Lion King could no longer sit still. Has the ghost leopard not returned yet? If this continues, my subordinates will be wiped out. In just half an hour, 5 platinum-grade ferocious beasts under his command had silently perished, drastically reducing the elite combat power of the feral army. Call your subordinates back first. That little brat is seriously injured and likely hasn't run far. Once we eliminate this person, we can go look for him. A voice from the darkness offered a suggestion. No need, I've already recovered. At this moment, the ghost shadow leopard slowly opened its yellow gemstone-like eyes. Several ferocious beasts rejoiced upon hearing this. That detestable little brat has caused me such serious injuries. If I encounter him again, I will definitely tear him apart. A flash of ruthlessness passed through the ghost shadow leopard's eyes. To have a silver-grade beast injure, it was the greatest humiliation of its life. Just as they were about to set off to find the human powerhouse, suddenly a languid voice resonated throughout the little lion, come out and fight. The Flame Lion King looked up and saw a man in a black robe with a sword sheath on his back hovering not far away. The Flame Lion King was taken aback. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. How does he know me? The man had flowing white hair, crimson eyes, and an expression devoid of emotion. The Flame Lion King determined that it definitely did not recognize this person. Just sensing the fluctuations of this person's spiritual power made the Flame Lion King feel infuriated. Damn it, another silver grade. The Flame Lion King was extremely frustrated. Are silver grade humans nowadays repeatedly provoked by silver grade humans? The Flame Lion King was furious. Meanwhile, the ghost shadow leopard and the minotaur were also momentarily stunned. What kind of audacity is this for a mere silver grade to be so bold before the feral army? Don't ferocious beasts care about their pride anymore? At this moment, Lin Hao's indifferent expression slightly changed. How come another diamond-grade ferocious beast has appeared? Did you call for reinforcements? What courage does a mere silver-grade brat have to bark at us? At this moment, the Flame Lion King could no longer hold back. Its massive body erupted with diamond-grade aura, and in the blink of an eye, its enormous paw was already slashing toward Lin Hao's face. However, Lin Hao did not dodge or evade. At the moment the Flame Lion King's paw came down, the sword domain unfurled instantly. Within 100 meters, it formed its own space, and at that moment the Flame Lion King's paw could no longer advance. Lin Hao's sword sheath slightly opened behind him, revealing a completely purple long sword in his hand. He merely swiped at the Flame Lion King's paw lightly, and a torrent of sword energy surged forward. Not good, this little brat is tricky. The Flame Lion King's eyes widened in response to Lin Hao's sword energy. Its battle instinct prompted it to quickly activate its flame barrier. With a loud bang, the Flame Lion King's barrier shattered. At this moment, the Flame Lion King took the opportunity to distance itself from Lin Hao. Damn it, I really ran into a ghost. How can this silver-grade brat be so strong? The Flame Lion King felt a sense of frustration in its heart. What is your relationship with that little brat who uses lightning? At this moment, the Flame Lion King glared at Lin Hao with fury. Lin Hao smirked subtly. Why don't you guess? Seeing this, the Flame Lion King cut the nonsense, its aura skyrocketing, unleashing a stream of high-temperature rays toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao merely swiped the purple sword lightly again, meeting that stream of high-temperature rays with another wave of sword energy. Break! A huge explosion echoed. Before Lin Hao's sword energy, the Flame Lion King's high-temperature rays were instantly pierced through. If it hadn't dodged quickly, it would have been severely injured again. Old Bull Ghost Leopard, let's attack together. This little brat must know that previous silver-grade brat. I must take him down quickly. At this moment, the Flame Lion King no longer cared about its pride. Before the Lion King could finish speaking, the ghost leopard had already appeared behind Lin Hao. With a surge of black light surrounding it, the massive leopard paw swung fiercely, 5 crescent-shaped attacks, swiftly arriving behind Lin Hao. The Minotaur was also not idle, wielding a gigantic battle axe, its diamond aura bursting forth, sweeping horizontally at Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained calm. With the enhancement of the sword domain, he could easily capture all movements of any object within a 100-meter radius. He merely tilted his body slightly to evade the ghost shadow leopard's sneak attack, while the purple sword blocked against the massive battle axe, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Both the ghost leopard and the Minotaur were taken aback. They hadn't expected Lin Hao to casually fend off their attacks. Just as Lin Hao and the Minotaur were locked in a stalemate, the ground suddenly trembled violently. A colossal golden python opened its mouth wide and lunged at Lin Hao. Is this the moment of impatience? Lin Hao chuckled lightly, using the force from the Minotaur's massive axe to evade the giant python's bite. The giant python's mouth bit down on the Minotaur's massive axe instead. This kid has already seen through me. The golden giant python's expression became extremely grave. It had thought that by using the Minotaur to distract Lin Hao, it could deliver a fatal strike, but Lin Hao had been prepared and easily evaded its attack. He also possesses a domain. My stealth technique is completely ineffective before his domain. At this moment, the ghost leopard communicated with the other ferocious beasts. Then let's attack Hedon. Oh, how can a mere silver-grade brat turn the tables before us? At this moment, the Minotaur roared, its aura surging as it charged toward Lin Hao with its massive axe. Its form was enveloped in earthy yellow light as it rushed in front of Lin Hao. The attacks from the other 3 ferocious beasts followed closely behind. Lin Hao's expression hardened and his aura erupted as he saw his sword domain suddenly expand to twice its size. In that moment, the 4 diamond-grade ferocious beasts were unable to move within his sword domain. As expected of diamond-grade ferocious beasts, simultaneously restraining all 4 of you still consumes a significant amount of my spiritual energy. Lin Hao thought to himself, gripping the purple sword close to his chest, while the sword energy around him converged entirely into the purple sword. He then tossed the purple sword into the sky, and in an instant dark clouds gathered overhead, rolling purple thunder rumbled within the clouds. The ferocious beasts looked at everything before them in disbelief. However, they were unable to move under the restraint of the sword domain. In less than a moment, amidst the rolling thunder, a massive purple sword wrapped in purple lightning pierced down. Lin Hao formed his fingers into a sword and pointed downward, murmuring, "Purple sky, divine thunder, annihilation." This is Lin Hao's innate skill with the Zishao sword, and it is also his first time using it. A massive purple light sword pierced through the body of the ghost shadow leopard with overwhelming force. No. The ghost shadow leopard looked on in disbelief as the thunder giant sword passed through its body, slowly beginning to dissipate, completely obliterated by the purple thunder. In the end, only a beast core radiating a dazzling black light remained suspended in the air. Lin Hao gestured, and the beast core fell into his storage space. At that moment, the remaining 3 diamond-grade beasts finally broke free from the sword domain's constraints and instantly widened the distance from Lin Hao. Upon witnessing the ghost shadow leopard's instant demise, the diamond-grade beasts were utterly shocked. After the previous strike, the purple light of the Zishao sword dimmed greatly. Lin Hao returned the Zishao to its sword box, and a voice devoid of any emotion echoed, "It's your turn now." The sword box behind Lin Hao began to tremble slightly before opening a small gap. A heavy stone sword fell into Lin Hao's hand. This was the second sword in Lin Hao's sword box, named Divine Fire. The Divine Fire sword was entirely black. It wasn't as sharp as the Zishao, but was incredibly heavy, like a stone with faint flame totems etched on its surface. It was also Lin Hao's first time using this sword. After awakening to the silver grade, he discovered that the seal on the second sword in his sword box had been lifted. He felt the weight of the heavy sword, which was surprisingly heavier than his Thunder Prison Rift gun. What to do? The ghost leopard was actually killed in an instant. At this moment, the Flame Lion King was utterly astonished. A silver grade killing a diamond grade in an instant. This world had gone mad. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. No matter what, this little brat must be killed here, otherwise the master's task might not be accomplished. The golden scale giant python wore an extremely grave expression. To be able to kill a diamond grade in an instant, even if it was a low-level diamond, it shouldn't be something a silver grade could accomplish. Old bull, you hold him off. Now that his domain is gone, there's no need to be cautious. The lion and I will flank him from both sides. No matter what, this little brat must die here. Otherwise, even if we survive, that lord won't spare us. The golden-scaled giant python's expression was more serious than ever. The Minotaur also recognized the seriousness of the situation. Its diamond hydra aura erupted instantly, surrounded by a brilliant yellow light, as it jumped into the air, gathering all its strength into a giant axe and fiercely slashing down at Lin Hao. The massive battle axe grew larger in Lin Hao's eyes, bearing terrifying power. Lin Hao did not hesitate. That previous strike had consumed quite a bit of his spiritual energy. He gathered his strength in his right hand and performed a horizontal sweep against the giant axe. The heavy divine fire sword collided with the massive battle axe in the air, creating a wave of energy. At the moment the divine fire sword met the battle axe, the attacks from the Flame Lion King and the golden scale giant python also arrived simultaneously. Terrifying heat rays and a rain of golden arrows surged toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered, and with a burst of triple sword intent, the incoming giant axe was instantly deflected. He swung the divine fire sword heavily, forming a massive crescent-shaped flame sword chi in an instant. The scorching sword chi seemed ready to incinerate all surrounding life. The three battle techniques collided in midair, producing a tremendous explosion, causing nearby trees to snap, and even the ground beneath them to begin crumbling. Before the beast horde could recover their senses, Lin Hao had already appeared behind the Minotaur. "Old Bull, be careful," the golden-scaled giant python yelled. But it was too late. Before Old Bull could make a move, Lin Hao's divine fire sword had already struck heavily onto the top of the Minotaur's head. So fast. The Flame Lion King was horrified as it watched Old Bull fly away. With a loud crash, the Minotaur created a deep pit several meters into the ground. When it finally got up, its skull was caved in, blood everywhere, and one of its horns had already broken. "No, this little brat is too monstrous. We can't handle this if it continues like this." The golden scale giant python looked at the Minotaur's miserable state, its expression as grave as water. "Damn it, this is so humiliating for this king to be pushed to the brink by a silver grade." The Flame Lion King roared in frustration. "Do you still think he's a silver grade?" The golden scale giant python glanced disdainfully at the Flame Lion King. Just based on the sword strike that just killed the ghost leopard, the golden scale giant python felt that calling him a high-tier lord would not be an exaggeration. "Let's use our final trump cards. Oh, we have no other choice." Hearing the golden scale giant python's words, the Flame Lion King also realized the seriousness of the situation. The three beasts exchanged glances, and their auras erupted without reservation. They had never imagined they would be pushed to such a desperate situation by Lin Hao. The golden scale giant python opened its mouth wide, and a dark green beam shot up into the sky. In an instant, dark green rain began to fall from the sky, and the forest vegetation instantly wilted upon encountering these raindrops. At this moment, the Flame Lion King's entire body glowed red as a lion phantom wrapped in flames locked onto Lin Hao, rushing toward him at incredible speed. Meanwhile, the Minotaur swung its giant axe with both hands, channeling its entire diamond-grade aura into the axe, sending a terrifying yellow beam toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened, locking onto the range and skill. This should be the strongest strike from these three diamond. Facing the combined strike of the three beasts, a faint flame flickered in Lin Hao's crimson eyes. He held the stone sword horizontally against his chest, whispering, "My body is hell. What I see is the divine fire judgment." Divine fire domain activate. In the blink of an eye, the temperature within a 5-kilometer radius centered around Lin Hao rapidly increased. A terrifying heat wave swept over all surrounding life, turning even the sky a fiery red. The strike from the three beasts crumbled under the erosion of this domain, and not only that, the terrifying high temperature brought by this domain was also corroding their bodies. The three beasts displayed expressions of terror. They hadn't expected that their life-threatening strike would be so ineffective before Lin Hao. They could barely withstand the divine fire's assault with their diamond-grade aura. But Lin Hao was not finished. He raised his divine fire sword high, unleashing the triple sword intent concentrated within the divine fire, causing the divine fire sword to tremble slightly. In an instant, terrifying flames engulfed the entire sword body. Lin Hao's crimson gaze resembled that of a hellish demon as he spoke softly. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated in the ears of the three beasts like the roar of a devil from the underworld. Under the divine fire burn everything to ashes. Divine fire torrent dance. Suddenly, chains of fire appeared beneath the feet of the three beasts, instantly binding them tightly in place. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the chain's restraint. At that moment, the divine fire sword let out a dragon's roar, and three giant dragon heads entirely red emerged from the divine fire sword, rushing toward the three beasts with a series of dragon roars. With a loud explosion, the sky, already stained red by flames, became even more crimson. The scorching heat swept over all living beings around them. Meanwhile, in the distance within the forest, Dongfang Shuo looked at the half-red sky, feeling secretly alarmed. Who was battling the beasts? It truly was a wave not yet settled before another arose. At this moment, he could not afford to be surprised and quickened his pace. As the dust settled, the area of the forest where the battle had taken place had turned to scorched earth. Three diamond-grade beast cores now quietly hovered in midair. With a gesture, Lin Hao drew all three beast cores into his storage space. Lin Hao glanced indifferently at the chaotic battlefield before instantly appearing in front of the beast horde. "Beasts, it's your turn now." As Lin Hao finished speaking, the sword box behind him slowly opened again, revealing Zixiao, once more before Lin Hao. At this moment Zixiao had fully recovered under the nurturing of the sword box. Lin Hao concentrated the 3 layers of sword intent onto Zixiao, then pointed skyward with his fingers, directing Zixiao into the heavens. Instantly a dark thundercloud rolled across the sky. Countless purple sword lights emerged from the sea of clouds. Lin Hao pointed downwards, activating the battle technique, hunting shadow in the sky. The purple sword lights poured down like torrential rain upon the monstrous beast army. At this moment Lin Hao swung the divine fire sword heavily, and dozens of enormous crescent-shaped fire sword energies instantly formed, exploding amidst the monstrous beast army. Lin Hao then thrust the divine fire sword forcefully into the ground. Countless fire sword energies began to wreak havoc deep underground. The unknown monstrous beasts, caught off guard by the sword energies, had nowhere to escape, and from below came the sound of countless wails. The monstrous beast army, already leaderless, was now subjected to a ruthless slaughter by a single person. Regardless of whether they flew in the sky or crawled on the ground, the air was filled with wails as countless beasts struggled amidst the rain of swords and sword energies. Lin Hao watched this all with indifference. The slaughter continued for over 10 minutes before finally ceasing, and the once formidable monstrous beast army was now utterly devastated, with the few survivors scattering in all directions. Lin Hao did not pursue them. The remnants of the army did not pique his interest. With a flick of his hand, numerous beast cores floated around him. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Lin Hao collected them one by one. After carefully checking the surroundings, Lin Hao let out a slow sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Lin Hao stored away Zixiao and the divine fire sword, exiting the state of sword master, and slowly walked towards the forest's edge. At this point his spiritual power was nearly exhausted. Had it not been for the spiritual power boost from the 9 flying swords earlier, even wielding the sword master's ability would not have allowed him to achieve such a feat. Not long after Lin Hao left, a golden little snake emerged from the ground and vanished into the dense forest. Moments later, seeing the battlefield strewn with monstrous corpses, Dongfang Shuo was left utterly shocked. He carefully examined the battlefield, noting 4 diamond-grade beasts, dozens of platinum-grade beasts, and countless low-tier beast corpses. I must find that Lin Hao kid first. The battle here was exceptionally brutal. Ooh, I wonder how that little rascal is doing, Dongfang Shuo thought to himself as he continued searching for Lin Hao's tracks. At this time Lin Hao had returned to the previous cave. He needed to quickly recover his spiritual power to return to the Qinglong fortress. He then took out a platinum-grade beast core and began to absorb it. The terrifying energy from the platinum-grade beast core swiftly nourished Lin Hao's entire body. Inside his spiritual space, even Lin Hao's 3 pieces of equipment trembled slightly, sharing in this platinum-grade energy. Lin Hao entered the spiritual space and gazed at the ancient black sword box. The earlier 9-colored light had come from the 9 flying swords within the box, yet he still could not comprehend how the flying swords had saved him. He wondered what conditions would trigger the 9-colored light. If he could have the energy from 9 flying swords in every battle, he would truly be unstoppable. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Hao had absorbed nearly half of a platinum-grade beast core. He exited the cultivation state, but his body had not yet reached its initial perfect state. He sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching him, his help from the Qinglong fortress arriving. Lin Hao pondered as he stepped out of the cave. Just as he emerged from the cave, Dongfang Shuo appeared before Lin Hao. General Dongfang, why have you come personal? Lin Hao was equally astonished to see Dongfang Shuo. Seeing that Lin Hao was safe, Dongfang Shuo let out a heavy sigh of relief. I was worried about you, kid. Dongfang Shuo smiled. Now that I see you are fine, I can relax. Furthermore, I have received the information you provided. Ooh, I must say it is extremely important. Well done, young man. Dongfang Shuo patted Lin Hao's shoulder, growing increasingly fond of him. At such a young age, he displayed the courage to risk his life and venture into danger. Such bravery is not something everyone can achieve. Hearing Dongfang Shuo's words, Lin Hao smiled knowingly. This is what I should do. If that group of monstrous beasts had successfully ambushed us, our entire fortress, and even the entirety of the Xia kingdom, would face catastrophe. Mentioning the monstrous beasts, Dongfang Shuo suddenly recalled the devastated battlefield and the clusters of beast corpses. Since you were closer, did you see who was responsible for the recent battle? Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that Dongfang Shuo must have surveyed the remnants of the battle. Lin Hao feigned seriousness. General Dongfang, I didn't clearly see who it was, but I witnessed a sea of flames and clusters of purple lightning ravaging the monstrous beast army. Since I was relatively close, I didn't dare to show my face. It is likely that it was a lightning and fire ability user. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Shuo fell into deep thought. After a long contemplation, he could not figure out who had taken down nearly 100 monstrous beasts. I see. Let's head back. Your companions are waiting for your safe return. I need to report this information to headquarters as soon as possible. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Shuo enveloped Lin Hao in an energy shield and swiftly left the forest of monstrous beasts. Meanwhile, in Lin Hao's dormitory, Yao, don't worry. The captain will be fine. Yi Xiaoman hurriedly comforted the worried Fang Yao. Yes, with General Dongfang personally on the case, what is there to worry about? He is a demigod-level powerhouse. Ouyang Cancan also chimed in to reassure. Meanwhile, Ying was constantly monitoring the situation outside the dormitory. Just then a powerful aura suddenly descended. Dongfang Shua arrived at the dormitory entrance with Lin Hao. The captain is back. As Ying's voice fell, Fang Yao dashed out of the dormitory like lightning. Seeing Lin Hao unscathed, she burst into tears and, disregarding Dongfang Shua's presence, jumped into Lin Hao's arms. Lin Hao, aware of his guilt, quickly embraced Fang Yao, gently stroking her hair and whispering comfort. Don't cry, everyone is watching. I've returned safely, right? You jerk. If you do this again, I will ignore you forever. Fang Yao continued to cry, her face a picture. Lin Hao awkwardly glanced at the smiling Dongfang Shua and then at the other members of the hunting team. After a while of comforting, Fang Yao finally released her grip on Lin Hao. However, when she looked up, all eyes were on her, and her already tear-streaked face turned even redder. All right, since there's nothing wrong, you can all rest easy now. Dongfang Shua said as he turned his head towards Lin Hao. High risks are always accompanied by greater rewards. This time your team has perfectly completed the mission. I will have Daifeng distribute the military merit points to you shortly. Upon hearing there were military merit points to be gained, everyone jumped up in joy. Dongfang Shua vanished from sight. He still needed to quickly upload this vital intelligence to headquarters so that other strongholds could prepare accordingly. Before long, Daifeng arrived at Lin Hao's dormitory door. Congratulations on successfully completing the reconnaissance mission. I am here specifically to deliver the military merit points to you. Daifeng looked at the 5 vibrant young people before him, feeling very gratified. Instructor, we really went through a life-and-death situation this time. How many military merit points can we get for this mission? At that moment, Lin Hao's greedy nature erupted. If possible, he suggested to Daifeng to give out more military merit points. For the team, of course, it wouldn't be too much to ask. Daifeng laughed heartily. You all earned quite a lot of military merit points, this time a total of 15000 points. Furthermore, based on the importance of the intelligence you provided, the general has approved for you to freely select one item from the military merit hall. Everyone cheered again upon hearing this. You little guys have been working hard these past few days. I'll give you a 3-day vacation to recuperate. You can go to the military merit hall to exchange for some treasures to enhance your team's overall strength. After finishing his words, Daifeng instructed them on some precautions and then left. Captain, we now have so many military merit points. Let's go check out the military merit hall. Yi Xiaoman spoke first. They now had a total of 200 military merit points, averaging 400 points per person, plus 1 opportunity to select equipment for free. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Hao nodded. He shouldn't be in need of equipment, but the rest of the team wasn't as wealthy as he was. As soon as they entered the military merit hall, they were captivated by the dazzling array of treasures. There were countless rare equipment, pills, and magical artifacts. Captain, can we just pick anything we want? Yi Xiaoman looked left and right, completely dazzled. There are just too. Ouyang Cancan was also stunned by the countless treasures. Everyone feel free to choose, but don't waste the military merit points. Lin Hao smiled and began to browse around with Fang Yao. What's this? The two approached a display stand radiating golden light. They saw a set of shining golden battle armor floating on the stand. Glorious golden dragon armor and earth-tier armor that can withstand 50 of the damage from attacks by beasts below diamond rank with the skill Golden Dragon Guardian. Lin Hao silently read the description beneath the armor. Full future missions will definitely become more dangerous. This armor costs 500 military merit points. Let me buy it for you. Fang Yao was still haunted by Lin Hao's previous reckless adventure, so getting him a decent piece of armor was a good choice. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt warmth in his heart. This girl really cared about him. Suddenly, black light burst forth from him, and a black battle armor carved with the Asura totem appeared on his body. Girl, I already have armor. This is the equipment I awakened with my lightning ability, and it has helped me significantly. But I think this set of armor would be perfect for you. You're at the same silver level as me now, and being a melee class, having this armor will provide you with some safety. Lin Hao affectionately patted Fang Yao's head, knowing that she was worried about him, which made him feel warm inside. Seeing that Lin Hao really had armor, Fang Yao felt reassured. Fine, since you have armor, I can be at ease. Fang Yao then paid 400 military merit points, and Lin Hao contributed another 100 military merit points to purchase the glorious golden dragon armor. After some more browsing, suddenly the thunder prison armor and the thunder rift spear in Lin Hao's spiritual space began to tremble slightly. At the same time, Lin Hao's black lightning involuntarily surged forth. What's going on? Fang Yao asked upon seeing Lin Hao's abnormality. It seems something is resonating with my ability. Lin Hao felt his body and instinctively followed the guidance to it. Inside the case floated an ancient pitch-black ring quietly. Amplification ring. Lin Hao was instantly overjoyed, but when he saw the description of the ring, he nearly cursed. Ancient ring, origin unknown. The wearer can amplify all attributes. Amplification effect, all attributes 1. A ring that only provides 1 to all attributes is no different from having nothing. Lin Hao darkly stared at the black ring engraved with strange patterns. Yet his ability had indeed been drawn here by this ring. 500 military merit points for exchange. How can this worthless ring be worth 500 military merit points? Feng Yao lamented helplessly. At this moment Lin Hao had already calmed down. His lightning ability was no ordinary one, and being attracted by his Asura destruction divine lightning, this ring must be extraordinary. Lin Hao then spent 500 military merit points to exchange for the ancient ring. Fool, you really exchanged for this? This ring looks nothing special, and its attributes are terrible. Feng Yao was greatly puzzled. Lin Hao chuckled. Since it attracted my ability, I believe this ring must have something unusual about it. Upon hearing Lin Hao say this, Feng Yao curiously examined the ring. But the surface of the ring was quite ordinary with only some shallow engravings. Captain, have you all chosen your items? Yi Xiaoman and Ouyang Cancan had also approached. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Have you all chosen as well? Hee, I picked a nice support item. Yi Xiaoman grinned like a little fox. With a wave of her hand, a green jade bracelet appeared on her wrist. This is a green jade bracelet which can store an amount of spiritual energy equivalent to the initial stage of gold and also comes with a group healing skill. At the same time, Ouyang Cancan was holding a red crystal. I picked the Fire Spirit Crystal. This crystal can be absorbed by my Fire Spirit Pearl, enhancing my skills by 30. Seeing that they had found their preferred equipment, Lin Hao was also very pleased. Hey, where did that quiet one run off to? Yi Xiaoman looked around but couldn't spot Ing. He's probably still picking equipment. Let's wait for him. After he's done, we can see what good equipment is suitable for the team and use our free exchange opportunity. Lin Hao also couldn't find Ing. Just then a chill swept through the entire military merit hall. It's so cold. As everyone was confused, Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. This was the aura of death. He then vanished from his spot. At that moment, in a corner of the military merit hall, a dark green dagger was held in the hands of a young man whose eyes were red and surrounded by swirling black mist, seemingly having lost his sanity. At this time, people had already surrounded him, cautiously observing the state of the young man. Shadow. As Lin Hao rushed over, he saw Shadow surrounded by swirling black mist. At that moment, Shadow wore a wicked smile, while gripping a dagger, his crimson eyes filled with malevolence. Hearing Lin Hao shout, Shadow's crimson eyes turned towards him. With just that one glance, Lin Hao felt as if he had fallen into the icy depths of the underworld. What the hell is going on with this guy, Shadow? Lin Hao regained his composure and cursed under his breath. At that moment, Shadow seemed to not recognize him at all and charged towards Lin Hao like a bolt from a crossbow. Lin Hao's expression hardened. He couldn't care less about what was happening to Shadow. With a flash of black light, the thunder prison split sky spear appeared in his hand. The sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a powerful wave of energy rushing towards him. Such immense power. Lin Hao was struck with fear. He had fought for his life against the 4 diamond-tier beasts, and the strength Shadow had just displayed had already surpassed the platinum level. At that moment, Feng Yao and the others also arrived. Seeing the battle between Lin Hao and Shadow, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are the captain and Shadow fighting? Ye Xiaoman looked worried and was about to step in to mediate. However, Ouyang Cancan quickly grabbed her, saying something is off. A look at Shadow's state. Hearing Ouyang Cancan's words, Feng Yao and Ye Xiaoman turned to look at Shadow. They saw him enveloped in black mist, his crimson eyes filled with evil and greed. Don't come over. Lin Hao shouted urgently when he saw Feng Yao and the others approaching, especially as he noticed Ye Xiaoman wanting to step forward to help. Something's wrong with Shadow, I'll hold him off. You all should quickly report to the higher-ups. At this moment, Lin Hao dared not unleash his full strength and could only passively defend against Shadow's attacks. Yet Shadow's attacks were nothing like that of an assassin, as he unleashed a barrage of strikes, wielding the dark green dagger with the might of a broadsword. Shadow, it's me, Lin Hao. What has happened to you? Lin Hao desperately tried to awaken Shadow's consciousness, but it was ultimately in vain. Suddenly, Shadow split into 5, activating his combat technique, Shadow Clone. 5 daggers glowing with a ghostly green light appeared at various vital points around Lin Hao. Damn it. Lin Hao felt incredibly frustrated. He couldn't strike back and could only defend passively. Shadow pressed on relentlessly, each strike aimed at Lin Hao's life points. In an instant, Lin Hao's aura skyrocketed as the triple spear intent erupted, shattering Shadow's clones in a heartbeat, while the real Shadow was forced to retreat a few steps. Not only has his strength surged to diamond level, but his skills have also evolved. Lin Hao was deeply alarmed. He had no idea why Shadow had gone berserk. It seems Shadow is possessed by something, Feng Yao explained to Duanyu. The onlookers were equally perplexed and didn't rush to intervene. Seeing that his attacks on Lin Hao were ineffective, Shadow turned to charge at Ye Xiaoman in response to her cries. Faced with the diamond-level assault, Ye Xiaoman froze in place. In a mere instant, the green dagger's blade loomed larger in her field of vision. At this critical moment, 2 spear shafts blocked Shadow's attack. Standing in front of Ye Xiaoman were Duanyu and Feng Yao. Brother Lin, what? Before Duanyu could finish his question, he felt a tremendous force surge toward him. Without further ado, both of them unleashed triple combat intent, and triple spear intent to forcefully block Shadow's attack. At that moment, Lin Hao also caught up, entangling himself once more with Shadow, while Ye Xiaoman was pulled to a safe spot by Ouyang Can. What happened to make Shadow like this? Fang Yao asked as a middle-aged man entered the military achievement hall. Seeing Lin Hao and Shadow fighting in the corner, the man's brow furrowed slightly, and he was even more shocked upon seeing the dagger in Shadow's hand. How did this dagger end up here? With this thought, his aura burst forth, firmly binding Shadow in place with sheer. At this moment, Lin Hao stepped back from the fight and walked to the side of the middle-aged man, his expression grave as he looked at Shadow. Do you know this kid? The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Hao. He is a member of our hunting team. I am the leader of the hunting team, Lin Hao explained. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the middle-aged man frowned deeply. How could it have turned out like this? Lin, take a look at the dagger in his hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao finally noticed the dark green dagger Shadow was holding. This dagger is a weapon we obtained from slaying a demigod-level beast over 30 years ago at the Qinglong Fortress. It had 3 previous owners over the years. All 3 owners were ultimately consumed by the dagger's energy, leading to their deaths. Afterward, this dagger was sealed in the treasury of Qinglong Fortress. I have no idea how it ended up here. Hearing this, Lin Hao also grew anxious. Shadow was a member of their team, and nothing could happen to him. It must be something on your companion that attracted this dagger. The middle-aged man still frowned. If it's indeed the power of death, would my Shura destruction divine thunder be effective against it? Thunder is the nemesis of all evils, let alone my incredibly powerful black thunder. With that thought, Lin Hao turned to the middle-aged man. Let me give it a try. He said this as he slowly approached Shadow, while the other members of the Thunder Punishment hunting team watched nervously. Kid, do you have a plan? Don't strain yourself. He has completely lost his mind and doesn't even know who you are. Seeing the black mist around Shadow thickening, Lin Hao couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Old man, help me suppress him. I'm afraid he might break free in a moment. The middle-aged man increased the intensity of his pressure upon hearing this. Lin Hao approached Shadow and felt the overwhelming death energy radiating from him. It seems that the previous owners of this dagger were all consumed by this death energy. Shadow's cultivation is still too low to withstand such a massive amount of death energy. Thinking of this, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. He looked into Shadow's sinister crimson eyes, the black thunder swirling around him, and gently placed a hand on Shadow's shoulder. As he made contact with Shadow, the thunder began to flow from Lin Hao's body into Shadow. The death energy recoiled from the invasion of the black thunder, as if mice fleeing from a cat. Seeing this, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. It was indeed working. He then increased the output of the black thunder. The death energy, upon seeing the dense black lightning, attempted to retreat back into the dagger. Not only that, but Shadow also began to struggle violently. If not for the middle-aged man's pressure forcibly holding him down, Shadow might have truly erupted and harmed someone. Still want to run. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao smirked disdainfully, controlling the black thunder to surge towards the dagger in Ying's hand. At this moment, the dark energy on Ying's body had completely dissipated and his eyes returned to their normal state. But the dagger was still clutched in his hand. Captain. Seeing Lin Hao, he slowly spoke, but his voice was weak and his body began to sway. Don't worry, it's all right now. Seeing Ying regain consciousness, Lin Hao also breathed a sigh of relief and supported Ying. The others gathered around when they saw that Ying was fine. Kid, how did this dagger end up in your hands? At this point, the middle-aged man also approached, quite curious about how Ying came to possess this dagger. Ying steadied himself and began to recount. I was just picking equipment when I suddenly felt a connection with something. I followed my instinct and found it. Then I discovered that this dagger had suddenly appeared before me. When I held the dagger, I felt a strong resonance with my body, and after that I blacked out. After hearing Ying's account, everyone was collectively bewildered. The dagger ran to Ying's side on its own. Why hadn't they encountered such good fortune? Kid, this dagger possesses a potent force of death. It is a trophy left behind by our ancestors after battling a demigod-level beast. The previous 3 owners of this dagger all perished due to the backlash of this death force, so we call this dagger the Blade of Death, or the Cursed Blade. However, according to the rules of our military merit hall, if the equipment willingly recognizes its master, we can give you this dagger for free. Are you sure you want to possess it? The middle-aged man looked seriously at Ying. Ying, you were almost consumed by this death force just now. Oh, it's too dangerous. You should not take this risk. Yi Xiaoman also looked worried. If it weren't for Fang Yao and Duan Yue, she would have been killed by Ying's strike. Seeing that everyone was quite concerned about his situation, Ying turned his gaze to Lin Hao. Captain, Lin Hao noticed Ying's desire for the dagger, and before Ying could finish, smiled at him. You are a member of our hunting team, and I respect all your decisions. I have just tested it. Even if you have the risk of backlash, my thunder power can assist you. So do not worry. Hearing Lin Hao's response, Ying looked gratefully at him. Thank you. Ying was not one to speak much, and he felt deeply grateful for Lin Hao's trust. To be honest, finding an item that resonates with oneself is extremely rare. This indicates that the equipment will be a perfect match for its user. Ying naturally did not want to give up. Lin Hao nodded, and then looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle, thank you for your help earlier. I haven't asked your name. The middle-aged man saw that these kids had made their decision and no longer obstructed them. My name is Zhou Tong, the main person in charge of the military merit hall. Before Lin Hao could speak, he looked seriously at Ing. Since you all have made your decision, I won't interfere further. I wish you good luck. He nodded toward Lin Hao and then disappeared from the spot. Brother Duan, thank you for your help. After Zhou Tong left, Lin Hao turned his gaze to Duan Yu. If it weren't for Duan Yu's timely intervention, Feng Yao and Yi Xiaoman would have likely been injured. Lin, you're too polite. We just arrived at the military merit hall and wanted to pick some equipment when we noticed the situation here. Duan Yu smiled. Just now he and Feng Yao had barely held off Ying's attack together, and before that Lin Hao had already been fighting Ying alone for quite a while. It seems Lin Hao's strength has increased again. Duan Yu silently thought, feeling a hint of bitterness. He was once hailed as a rare genius in launching wuda, but here he felt as insignificant as an ant. Duan Yu, thank you for saving me just now. At this moment, Yi Xiaoman also ran over to express her gratitude to Duan Yu. No need to be polite, I instinctively acted when I saw you in danger. Saying this, Duan Yu looked at Lin Hao again. Since everything is fine here, I need to go with my teammates to pick some equipment, so I will take my leave. Okay, let's gather again when we have the chance. Lin Hao smiled and bid farewell to Duan Yu. After this incident, everyone did not go to pick that free equipment first, but headed straight to an empty training ground. At this moment, the dagger was still in Lin Hao's hand. Ing, try again to see if the blade of death will still backlash against you. Lin Hao handed the dagger back to Ing. He was not afraid of the dagger's backlash due to his thunder power, but Ing did not have that luxury. Recently, there were no tasks, so Lin Hao thought to let Ing quickly master this blade of death to avoid any mishaps during missions. Meanwhile, Feng Yao and the others watched nervously. The moment Ing took the dagger, the death force within the blade of death slowly began to seep out. Unlike last time, the aura of death was only surrounding Ying's right hand this time, showing no signs of spreading throughout his body. Ing felt the blade of death's desire for him. Captain, it should be fine now. I feel that the blade of death is very calm at this moment. This dagger is a rare growth-type equipment that requires me to nourish it with my spiritual energy. As I advance, this dagger will also level up. Moreover, it comes with a lethal skill, Dance of Death. This skill can currently deliver a lethal strike to beasts below the platinum level. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Growth-type equipment is rare even in Xia country, and each piece eventually becomes an unparalleled artifact. While everyone was happy for Ing, they were also filled with concern. After all, the previous 3 owners of the Blade of Death had all perished due to its backlash. That night, everyone returned to their dormitory. Lin Hao lay on his bed fiddling with the ring he had bought from the military merit hall today. However, no matter how he looked at it, this ring seemed very ordinary with nothing that caught Lin Hao's attention. Lin Hao simply put it on his hand and forgot about it. In the following days, everyone spent their time under the strict training of instructor Daifeng. Everyone made significant progress. During this time, Lin Hao inquired with Daifeng about whether his hunting team could recruit more members in the future. Daifeng said it was possible, but their military merit points for the tasks would not change. This meant that an additional person would share their military merit points. After hearing this, Lin Hao did not mind. During the days of practice, Lin Hao realized that his hunting team still lacked a defensive-type team member like Huang Lei. To improve the battlefield survival rate of Yi Xiaoman and Ouyang Cancan, Lin Hao planned to look for a defensive-type ability user to join the team recently. Everyone expressed that there was no problem. My lord, something has happened outside the Qinglong fortress. At that moment, a diamond-level golden feather thunder eagle was hastily flying into a mysterious cave, clutching a golden little snake in its talon. Eagle, why are you in such a panic? My brother is in seclusion, do not disturb him. At the end of the cave, 2 young men were seated on 3 stone chairs while the highest seat remained unoccupied. However, the 2 young men exuded a powerful lord-level aura. From their appearance, each had 8 spider legs extending from their backs. If it weren't for the difference in voice and eye color, one would hardly distinguish between them. My lord. The golden feather thunder eagle realized its own impropriety and bowed respectfully. Speak, what has happened? Asked the other young man, his voice surprisingly effeminate. My lord, the ambush army we prepared outside the Qinglong fortress has been destroyed. The golden feather thunder eagle hurriedly reported. What did you say? Both young men seated in the secondary position were taken aback, and a powerful pressure immediately bore down on the golden feather thunder eagle. The golden feather thunder eagle was so frightened by this pressure that it could not move, unable to utter a single word. After a long while, the lord-level pressure dissipated. Eagle, what exactly happened? I was conducting a routine inspection of the army deployments outside each fortress today and found that the beast army outside the Qinglong fortress had been completely slaughtered. Even the secret troops we dispatched underground have been entirely wiped out. Damn, how could this be? What about the ghost leopard and the lion? Are they just sitting idly by? I have already found the bodies of the ghost leopard and the lion, but their beast cores have been taken. Moreover, the old bull and the golden snake that went to assist have met the same fate. Furthermore, every single beast core from the deceased beast army has been taken away. It seems the human race has discovered our plan. This matter must be reported to my brother. One of the young men said. And there is also the golden feather thunder eagle hesitated to continue. What else? The two young men glared. Seeing this, the golden feather thunder eagle no longer concealed the truth. Its claws slightly opened, and a golden little snake crawled out. Is this the golden snake? The two young men looked incredulously at the golden little snake that resembled an earthworm. My lords, this is the body left by the golden snake. It should know what has happened. The golden feather thunder eagle trembled. Originally, there were 5 diamond-level beasts attacking the Qinglong fortress, but now only it remained, causing it to lament. One of the young men gestured with his finger, and the little snake flew into his hand. Let me see what has happened these past. The young man's green eyes erupted with a wave of spiritual energy, which instantly penetrated into the little. Then with a wave of his hand, an image appeared before him. The content of the image depicted Lin Hao in his sword lord state battling against 4 diamond-level beasts. What is this? Seeing the playback, the two were so shocked that they could not utter a word. The playback lasted for nearly half an hour. The two shifted from shock to silence. Until the playback ended, nearly 10 minutes passed without them saying a single word. Second brother, this matter is too serious. We must inform our brother. Haha, I never expected there would be such a monster among humans. A silver level has slain 4 diamond levels. Moreover, he wields a sword. Second brother, not only that, even Xianyu from 100 years ago was not this terrifying at the initial stage of silver. This kid's ability to fight beyond his level is too strong. Bail, this matter may not be something we can disturb our brother about. He is currently breaking through to the demigod realm. No matter what happens, it is not as important as him transcending his boundaries. We 3 brothers have finally reached this level of power. We must not let it all go to waste. Vita suppressed the aura of a high-level lord, having to think for the sake of the 3 brothers. Brother Ren is currently breaking through to the demigod realm. At this moment, as the second of the corrupted wolf spider brothers, he must step forward to take charge. This time the attack on the humans' 8 major fortresses is the weakest from their Qinglong fortress. The 3 leading them are all high-level lords, while the leaders of the other fortresses have at least 1 demigod level. This leaves the 3 brothers with almost no voice. If this mission fails because of them, that esteemed one above would likely execute the 3 of them immediately. Just as Vita hesitated, a powerful aura swept in from deeper within the cave. Feeling this aura, both were overjoyed. Brother is out of seclusion. Just as their voices fell, a gigantic, corrupted wolf spider slowly crawled out from the deeper part of the cave. Its 8 spider legs made a sound that sent shivers down the spines of others each time they struck the ground. And its demigod level aura was unmistakable. Not only the golden feather thunder eagle, but even Vita and Baal immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Suddenly, a flash of red light illuminated the cave, and the previously gigantic, corrupted wolf spider gradually shrank, eventually transforming into the form of a middle-aged man. Unlike the other 2, he did not have 8 spider legs growing from his back. At first glance, he appeared no different from the other humans. Watching the 3 prostrated on the ground, Ren slowly withdrew his pressure. Brother, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Vita and Baal quickly stood up as the pressure lifted. I have heard your conversation just now. Although we have lost the initiative, discovering such a human monster is still worth. If we let him grow unchecked, in less than 100 years, he will become another Xianyu. Ren's expression was somber, filled with gravity in his purple eyes. Brother, should we report this? At this moment, Baal inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Ren finally spoke. No need. Oh, as far as I know, the Qinglong fortress only has 1 demigod level powerhouse. The rest are all diamond level, and their human race is currently nearly void of lord level figures. I plan to attack the Qinglong fortress in 2 days. At that time, I will hold down that demigod level, and the rest of you can slaughter to your heart's content. But we currently do not have enough troops. Isn't it unwise to rely solely on the 3 of us? Vita at this moment did not believe that they could take the Qinglong fortress with just the 3 of them. Ren chuckled. I still have nearly 100,000 troops at my command, including 5 diamond level beasts. That esteemed one has stated that the time to attack is in 2 days, and by then my troops will also arrive. This was originally kept in reserve for the assault on the human fortresses. Now it's just right to put it to use. Baal and Vita's eyes brightened at this. With this, they would lack nothing. Haha, I never expected that 100 years later a human even more terrifying than Xianyu could appear. Just right to present him to that esteemed one during this attack, and then the 3 of us will surely be promoted. Ren's sinister voice echoed throughout the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was in the training grounds conducting special training with his teammates, completely unaware that he had already caught the attention of demigod-level beasts. In the war conference room of the Summer Kingdom's human race, a handsome man dressed in a cloak was seated at the head of the table, with 14 god-level powerhouses sitting below him. Among them, 4 appeared through holographic projections. The man slowly reached for the document placed on the table. Gentlemen, it seems our previous counterattack against the fierce beasts has yielded certain results. According to the report from Qinglong Fortress, a special group of fierce beasts is currently advancing toward our 8 major fortresses. Before this, we were completely unaware of this. If it weren't for the sacrifice of the hunting team at Qinglong Fortress who risked their lives to relay this intelligence, our entire Summer Kingdom would have faced annihilation. On the front lines, the fierce beasts are already showing signs of fatigue. This group of fierce beasts is clearly targeting our rear, aiming to disrupt our ability to support one another. Now that we understand the fierce beasts' intentions, we must not let them succeed. The man then turned to one of the holographic projections. Feng Wei, can you explain this situation to us? Lord Hanfeng, based on the intelligence provided by our superiors, we conducted multiple reconnaissance missions on the fierce beast forest located 300 kilometers from Qinglong Fortress. However, every time we sent out scout teams, they never returned. This further proves that there is more critical intelligence hidden deep within the fierce beast forest. In response, we dispatched the Thunder Punishment hunting team, led by Lin Hao, to investigate. The goal was simply to ascertain the fierce beast's attack movements. According to the information brought back by Lin Hao, we discovered that the fierce beasts plan to infiltrate Qinglong Fortress through underground means. As he spoke, a holographic projection of a fierce beast that no one had ever seen before appeared in the conference room. This type of fierce beast is not only adept at underground infiltration, but according to the description by Lin Hao, the leader of the Thunder Punishment hunting team, it contains a vast amount of energy. It is highly likely that this fierce beast uses self-detonation as its method of attack. If this fierce beast attacks our 8 fortresses through underground infiltration, the consequences would be. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Each person present was a god-level powerhouse with extensive experience in combating fierce beasts. However, they had never heard of any fierce beast that fought the human race with a mutually destructive approach. It seems our understanding of fierce beasts is still inadequate. If it weren't for the intelligence brought back from Qinglong Fortress, our losses would have been incalculable. Furthermore, I've sensed that fierce beasts are gathering outside the 8 fortresses. An attack is expected within the next 2 days. With that, Hanfeng slowly stood up. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly rose to their feet. I hereby order that the 8 fortresses immediately enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. We must prepare to respond to this new type of fierce beast. He then turned to the 10 god-level powerhouses present. Lin Jingwei, you are responsible for supporting the Qinglong and Baihu fortresses, led by Feng Wei. Yu Guohao, you are in charge of supporting the Zhuke and Xuanwu fortresses, led by Jiang Tianhai. Lu Zhiyong, you are responsible for supporting the Jingguo and Qima fortresses, led by Yuan Feihong. Han Mashuan, you will assist the Zhuxia and Jiangya fortresses, led by Xia Tian. Hanfeng paused momentarily. Remember, do not engage unless absolutely necessary. We must catch the fierce beast army off guard. Additionally, I will dispatch the Bright Radiance Brigade to support the 8 fortresses to prevent any counterattacks from the fierce beasts. Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. Everyone responded in unison. All right, meeting adjourned. Lao Feng, Lao Lin, please stay behind. After the others dispersed, Hanfeng first looked at Feng Wei and spoke. Based on my observations over the past few days, the fierce beasts outside Qinglong Fortress should have been eliminated. That kid's strength truly astonishes me. Feng Wei was momentarily taken aback by Hanfeng's words, but in an instant he was shocked and looked at Hanfeng. Lord Hanfeng, are you saying that the one who eliminated the fierce beast army outside Qinglong Fortress is that kid Lin Hao? Hanfeng nodded with a smile. That kid did not disappoint me. He single-handedly wiped out 4 diamond-level fierce beasts and nearly 100,000 fierce beasts. I can hardly imagine how he will grow in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Jing was sitting next to him, was already in a state of what? A silver-level fighter defeating 4 diamond-level fierce beasts. One person slaughtered nearly 100,000 fierce beasts. When did the Summer Kingdom produce such a genius? Seeing Lin Xingwo's shocked expression, Hanfeng couldn't help but smirk. Old Lin, why is it that every Lin seems to be so extraordinary? I remember your sacrificed son fought against 5 god-level foreign demon generals as a demigod. Though his fate remains unknown, that ability to fight beyond levels is something even I, a legendary figure, envy. Hearing this, Lin Zhenghua couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. With only one son, if it weren't for his old lady saying there was a grandson, he would have thought his line was at an end. Though he didn't quite understand why Hanfeng said this, Lin Zhengwo's expression turned serious. Lord Hanfeng, regardless of his surname, he is a pride of our Summer Kingdom. Hanfeng nodded. I am assigning you to a special task during this counteroffensive against the fierce beasts. Ensure Lin Hao's safety. However, that kid also needs to be tested. Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. The 2 men were surprised by this. It seemed Lord Hanfeng intended to train Lin Hao. The 2 then accepted their orders and left. After they departed, Hanfeng sighed and looked out the window. Lin Hao, you must grow quickly, though our time as humans is running out. At this moment, Lin Zhenghua had just returned to his residence and fell into contemplation as he had an inkling of a guess regarding Hanfeng's words. Looking at the ancient mobile phone before him, Lin Zhenghua hesitated for a long time before calling his long-lost partner. Meanwhile, at Lin Hao's home, Gong Qin was watering the flowers in the courtyard. Suddenly, the sound of a vibrating phone reached her ears. Gong Qin was startled, quickly putting down the watering can and running to a secluded corner. Looking at the number displayed on the old mobile phone, her emotions were mixed. With trembling hands, she pressed the answer button. A frail voice came through. Xiaoqin, how have you been all these years? Hearing that familiar yet strange voice on the phone, Gongqin's tears streamed down her face. But soon she began to scold him. Lin Jinghua, you bastard, you haven't cared about the family all these years. I thought you were dead. Although he was being scolded, Lin Jinghua found that voice extraordinarily pleasant. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lin Jinghua remembered that he had something important to tell his partner. Xiaoqin, I remember you mentioned that I have a grandson named Lin Hao, right? Gongqin was taken aback, suddenly thinking of something bad. Old Lin, has something happened to our grandson? No, there was a meeting at headquarters earlier, and Lord Hanfeng mentioned Lin Hao. I was wondering if it was our eldest grandson. Hearing Lin Zhengguo's words, Gongqin suddenly understood. Gongqin had also heard about the questioning of Lin Hao by Hanfeng after the 100 schools competition by chance. Old Lin, if Lin Hao was mentioned by Lord Hanfeng, it must be our grandson. What's wrong? Did something happen to our grandson? Listening to Gongqin's anxious voice, Lin Zhenghua hurriedly reassured her. No, it's just that Lord Hanfeng gave Xiaowei and me a task to ensure Lin Hao's safety. Ha, I didn't expect it to really be our eldest grandson. He truly is a descendant of Lin Zhenghua. You better watch your mouth, Lin Zhenghua. If anything happens to Xiaohou under your care, I will never forgive you. Don't worry, old man isn't dead yet. Lin Zhenghua felt quite good at this moment, proud that his grandson Lin Hao was the one who dared to challenge for diamond-level ferocious beasts. The two chatted for a while longer, and after Lin Zhenghua repeatedly assured her, they reluctantly hung up the phone. Qin Xiaowainer, your son has really grown up. Ooh, I wonder how you both are doing. Lin Zhengguo's wrinkled face showed a hint of melancholy at this moment. Qingtong Stronghold. I say, Instructor Dai, although I know I am quite extraordinary, you don't need to torture me like this. At this moment, Lin Hao was gasping for breath, lying on the ground, looking utterly defeated. Beside him stood 5 diamond-level powerhouses along with Feng Yao and a group of team members. I say, kid, don't act all innocent after getting an advantage. We were ordered from above to conduct unknown special training for you. With the battle imminent, no one dared to relax for even a moment. This bit of training is nothing compared to what the hell, Instructor Dai, are you blind? 5 high-level diamond powerhouses are beating me up, and you call this unknown training? Lin Hao stared incredulously at Dai Feng's face. Seemingly sensing Lin Hao's thoughts, Dai Feng coughed lightly. Ahem, get up quickly, you can't handle just 2 hours of training. Lin Hao immediately got angry, springing up from the ground. Old Dai, which eye of yours saw that I can't handle it? You can say I'm ugly, but you absolutely cannot say I'm weak. Come on, let's have another 300 rounds. Dai Feng, hearing Lin Hao's words, darkened his face and gave him a flick on the forehead. Brat, who are you calling old Dai? Show some respect. He turned to the others, saying, looks like we need to teach this kid a lesson today. He doesn't even respect us when he hasn't even grown up yet. What will happen in the future? Lin Hao, hearing this, grimaced and cursed Dai Feng's ancestors in his heart. This was definitely intentional. Then the training ground echoed with Lin Hao's tragic wails. Qingtong Stronghold Combat Command Center. Report. A soldier holding a document stood at the door. Come in. At this moment in the Combat Command Center, Dongfang Shuo was discussing battle matters with several officers. General, this is an urgent report from the scout team that requires your personal review. The soldier handed the document to Dongfang Shuo. Dongfang Shuo took a look at the document and furrowed his brows. The surrounding officers looked at Dongfang Shuo's expression with curiosity. General Dongfang, is something wrong? Dongfang Shuo slowly set down the document. According to the scouts, a large number of ferocious beasts have begun to gather 300 kilometers away from our Qingtong stronghold, with the number already exceeding 10,000. At this gathering rate, the number of ferocious beasts is expected to surge to nearly 100,000 within a day. Everyone frowned when they heard this. I heard the general say that the ferocious beasts gathering outside Qingtong stronghold were all wiped out by a mysterious powerhouse. How could it be that another batch comes so quickly? Unclear for now. The scout team has only transmitted this information. However, I estimate that this wave of beasts will be around 100,000, and there will likely be diamond-level and even lord-level ferocious beasts among them. This should be the largest wave of beasts in decades. I hope everyone is prepared for this. The others understood his implication immediately upon hearing Dongfang Shuo's words. They smiled confidently. We have long been prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the country. Don't worry, we won't let a single ferocious beast threaten the civilians in the rear. A day passed quietly. During this short day, the soldiers on the 100-meter city wall of Qingtong stronghold were constantly busy. A large amount of combat supplies was sent to the city wall. Everyone was in a tense state, and even the entire Qingtong stronghold was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Hao and his teammates were discussing the upcoming battle in the dormitory. Captain, I heard that there will be a beast wave attacking Qingtong stronghold in a couple of days. Is that true? Ouyang Kankan questioned. Not only her, but the other members of the hunting team also noticed that today's stronghold situation was different from usual. Not just Qingtong stronghold, all 8 major strongholds in Xia country are currently in a similar state. Lin Hao slowly spoke. According to the intelligence I previously provided, the ferocious beasts are planning to attack all 8 major strongholds in Xia country simultaneously. Our Qingtong stronghold is no exception. Tonight we must conserve our energy and be in the best condition to welcome the battle. After such a long time of training, our level of teamwork has significantly improved. Tomorrow morning, we will collectively go to the Merit Hall. We still have a free opportunity to obtain equipment that we haven't used. With the battle imminent, we must first arm ourselves to maximize the team's combat power. This will also ensure the overall strength and safety of our team. Lin Hao continued. So what kind of equipment? Fang Yao was also looking forward to new equipment at this moment. I mentioned before that we need to quickly find a defensive type ability user. It seems we don't have enough time now. Tomorrow, let's see if we can find a piece of equipment that boosts our defense attributes, which will timely compensate for our team's shortcomings and greatly enhance our survival capabilities. Hearing Lin Hao's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they once again arrived at the Merit Hall. As soon as they entered the hall, a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. Lin Hao focused his gaze. Wasn't this the head of the Merit Hall, Zhou Tong? Lin Hao, General Dongfang asked me to give you this piece of equipment. Before Lin Hao could greet him, Zhou Tong took out 6 rings from his storage space. Director Zhou, what is this? Lin Hao curiously examined the 6 rings floating in Zhou Tong's hands. The rings were sky blue overall, and besides having intricate patterns, they were also embedded with 6 small red gemstones. These 6 rings are called Starry Sky Guardians. They are Earth-tier equipment. When encountering lethal attacks, they will automatically trigger the Starry Sky Guardian skill, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from diamond-level ferocious beasts, but each ring can only be used once. After being used once, the skill will have a 24-hour cooldown period. Lin Hao thought to himself, what a stroke of luck. He was just thinking of finding a defensive-type equipment, and here it was delivered right away by Dongfang Shua. It seems Dongfang Shua is quite concerned about their hunting team. Thank you, Director Zhou, and please thank General. Lin Hao took the rings and distributed them to everyone. Zhou Tong nodded. Additionally, when you wear the rings, they will establish a connection with you. The gemstones on the rings will display your life status. If the light of the gemstones goes out, it means that someone among you has died. Lin Hao nodded after hearing this. This way they could easily keep track of their teammates' safety. After Zhou Tong finished explaining the use of the rings, he left. Captain, are we still going to exchange for other equipment? Yi Xiaomon, looking at her own equipment obtained for free, was very pleased. Let's go take a look. The more useful equipment for the team, the better. Lin Hao replied. So everyone began to select in the Merit Hall once again. Are you going to use that free opportunity to obtain equipment? Just as everyone was selecting, Dai Feng suddenly appeared in front of them. Yes, Instructor Dai, we want to select a piece of equipment for the team. Do you have any good suggestions? Fang Yao stepped forward to speak as she saw Dai Feng coming. It's great that you all value the importance of teamwork. With that, Dai Feng led everyone to a modest display stand nearby. On the stand was an ancient-looking necklace. This is the chain of fate, which we also refer to as the soul chain. Dai Feng handed the necklace to Lin Hao, continuing, this piece of equipment is Earth tier and can perform long-range healing for your team. As long as they are within the line of sight of the bearer, they can be healed. The healing level depends on the user's spiritual energy consumption. Moreover, it can store spiritual energy equivalent to that of diamond level, allowing for rapid replenishment of your lost spiritual energy. Hearing Dai Feng's explanation, everyone was brightened. Now they lacked neither defense nor stamina. Everyone thanked in unison. Dai Feng nodded and was about to continue speaking when suddenly the entire Qingtong stronghold was filled with the shrill sound of alarms. Damn, they arrived so quickly. Dai Feng muttered under his breath. He then turned to Lin Hao and the others. There's no time. Everyone follow my orders and immediately ascend the city wall. Assist the soldiers in guarding the city wall. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Xiaoman, take this equipment. On the way to the city wall, Lin Hao handed the newly acquired necklace to Yi Xiaoman. There's no time to explain. You are our only support and control. It's best if you wear this equipment. At this moment, Yi Xiaoman did not refuse, knowing this was not the time for hesitation. She took the necklace from Lin Hao and put it on. After the group ascended the city wall, they noticed the sky in the distance was already heavy with dark clouds. A sense of impending doom quickly enveloped each person's heart. In the operations command room, report, sir, the beast army will arrive at the city in 10 minutes. According to reports from the scouting team, the current beast tide consists of approximately 100 beasts, mostly at the bronze and silver levels. The highest rank among the beasts detected so far is platinum. The officer under Dongfang Shua was reporting one by one. Is the highest level only platinum? After listening to the officer's report, Dongfang Shua fell into deep thought. Based on the intelligence received, there should be at least diamond-level beasts invading this time. There may even be lord-level beasts coming. However, the scouting team has not detected any beasts above platinum. But not having found them does not mean they are not there, and after a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Shua made a decision. This beast tide is the most severe in decades, affecting not only our Qinglong fortress. According to the intelligence provided, all 8 major fortresses of our Xia nation are under attack by beasts. Then Dongfang Shua paused and continued. The Qinglong Legion will immediately ascend the city wall, and the 1st to 3rd battalions will engage in defensive combat on the walls. The 4th and 5th battalions will intercept aerial units. The 6th and 7th battalions will assist while monitoring underground activities within a 10-kilometer radius of Qinglong Fortress. Dongfang Shua did not forget the intelligence Lin Hao had brought back last time, even though the beasts outside Qinglong Fortress had been wiped out by a mysterious powerhouse a few days ago. But this time they couldn't rule out the possibility of beasts infiltrating from underground. This made him extremely cautious. Understood. The officers received their orders and left. Then Dongfang Shua turned to the dozen or so officers beside him. Chen Shua Donghao. You two are responsible for eliminating the high-end combat forces within the beast tide. Report any findings immediately, and I will send support right away. If the report from the scouting team is accurate and the highest combat strength in this beast tide is only platinum, then Chen Shua and Dong Hao, both diamond-level warriors, can completely control the battlefield. If not, Dongfang Shua had backup plans ready. Why is it always this kind of cursed weather before the beasts arrive? Lin Hao looked at the layers of dark clouds in the sky, feeling disgruntled. Captain, what level is this beast tide? Ouyangkin had a vague sense of unease. I don't know either. Lin Hao shook his head, his expression grave. Not long ago, he had just eliminated the beast army outside Qinglong Fortress. He never expected that in just a few days, so many beasts would gather again. Haha, don't worry, you little brats. I just heard from the scouting team that the highest level in this beast tide is only platinum. You guys are all exceptional, so make sure to kill more of those beasts later. Unbeknownst to them, the captain of the 1st battalion approached with a large sword in hand. Captain. Everyone greeted him in unison. They had a deep impression of this captain who had fought alongside them during the previous defensive battle. The captain of the 1st battalion smiled and turned to Lin Hao. He learned from the soldiers about Lin Hao's daring infiltration into the beast army to gather intelligence, which made him regard Lin Hao even more highly. You're quite impressive, kid. I've heard from the brothers about your previous mission, taking risks single-handedly and disregarding your life. In my life, I haven't admired many people, but you are one of them. The captain patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. Captain, you flatter me. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Lin Hao said with a smile, while scratching his head. Time passed second by second, and at this moment the dark clouds at the horizon, accompanied by rumbling sounds, pressed down on Qinglong Fortress. Everyone's heart was filled with tension, shrouded in an atmosphere of impending battle. Before long, the sounds of beast roars reached everyone's ears. Dong Hao and Chen Shua, the 2 diamond-level powerhouses, hovered at the front of the formation. Behind them were soldiers responsible for guarding the city wall. At this moment, both of them wore serious expressions, easily noticing the densely packed beast army in the distance. Prepare for battle. At this moment, Chen Shua gave the soldiers on the city wall the command to get ready. Just as the order was given, a deafening beast roar echoed from the sky. Simultaneously, the ground in front of the entire Qinglong Fortress began to tremble. The two exchanged glances, their momentum surging. In an instant, the beast roar, imbued with diamond-level pressure, was shattered by the two. Indeed, there are diamond-level beasts. At this moment, Lin Hao discerned the strength of the distant beasts from that roar. However, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. At that moment, Chen Shua nodded to Dong Hao and quickly soared into the high sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a giant eagle covered in golden feathers was circling in the air. All right, diamond-level golden feather Thunder Hawk. Let me see whether it's you who dies today, or me. Chen Shua waved his right hand, and a silver-long spear appeared in his grasp. He then swiftly moved in front of the golden feather Thunder Hawk. The battle below the city wall had not yet begun, but the conflict in the sky was already on the verge of breaking out. The sounds of explosions in the sky quickly reached everyone's ears. In front of Qinglong Fortress, various beasts were charging towards the city wall like a tidal wave. Looking at the beasts below the city wall, Lin Hao said solemnly, "We are still responsible for guarding the city wall. Pay attention to cooperate and ensure your safety." Everyone nodded in unison. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of the beast's charge had already reached. On the city wall, as Dong Hao issued the command, the beam particle cannons and magic troops began firing simultaneously, launching indiscriminate large-scale attacks on the beasts below the city wall. In an instant, lightning, fire, wind, and other techniques rained down upon the countless beasts. However, the beasts did not stop their assault due to the overwhelming bombardment. Instead, their attack speed increased. In a matter of moments, the city wall was swarming with countless beasts. These beasts are truly seeking death. Dong Hao's aura erupted at this moment, and as he wielded his long knife, a bright silver blade light slashed through the air. With just this simple strike, nearly 100 beasts were cleaved in two. Before he could make his second strike, a wind blade infused with diamond energy swept towards him from the side. Dong Hao instinctively raised his knife to block, managing to fend off the surprise attack, but he was forced to retreat several steps in the air to dissipate the impact. However, before he could see the assailant clearly, another wind blade slashed towards his neck. This time Dong Hao was prepared. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade the attack. Ha ha, no wonder you are a diamond-level human powerhouse. Your vigilance is indeed high. Before the figure arrived, the voice echoed first. As the sound faded, two grotesque, massive, corrupted wolf spiders appeared before Dong Hao, their 8 terrifying eyes fixated on him. Seeing this, Dong Hao crossed his long knife over his chest. Just 2 diamond-level beasts dare to invade my Qinglong fortress. You truly do not know the meaning of death. Who is it that doesn't know the meaning of death? At this moment, another corrupted wolf spider spoke up. Just as its voice fell, 3 more diamond-level corrupted wolf spiders appeared behind Dong Hao. Dong Hao's expression became serious. Another 3 height-year diamond beasts. He hadn't expected the beast tied to have invested such considerable resources. Ha, you beasts truly are, as the rumors say, none of you have a brain. Do you think my Qinglong fortress is without defense? Dong Hao laughed heartily, just as Dongfang Shua had speculated. The highest combat strength of the ferocious beasts could not be limited to only platinum level. Including the one battling Qin Shua above, there were now a total of 6 diamond-level fierce beasts invading Qinglong fortress. As Dong Hao's voice fell, several powerful auras suddenly emerged from behind Qinglong fortress. In an instant, several beams of light hovered around Dong Hao. As the beams dissipated, 4 diamond-level powerhouses appeared beside Dong Hao. No wonder this is the leading fortress among the 8 major fortresses. Its foundation is indeed robust. Let's see who can laugh last today. As he spoke, the 5 corrupted wolf spiders, each the size of a small mountain, unleashed a sudden surge of momentum and charged at Dong Hao and the others. The 5 diamond-level powerhouses on Dong Hao's side also possessed high-tier diamond strength and were not afraid of the same level of ferocious beasts. They all unleashed their diamond-level powers to engage in battle. In an instant, the fierce battle began. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and others were busy clearing the ferocious beasts that had climbed up the city walls. To Lin Hao, the ferocious beasts below platinum level seemed like mere small fish. With the combined efforts of the 2 teams of 10 and the city wall guards, the ferocious beasts on the walls were cleared quickly. Below the walls, countless ferocious beasts continued to surge towards Qinglong fortress like a tide. Even though the ferocious beasts came on fiercely under the bombardment of the magical army and beam particle cannons, they could not inflict fundamental harm on Qinglong fortress for the time being. Just as Lin Hao and the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The pressure came so swiftly that the city wall guards, including Lin Hao, were caught off guard. In an instant, this pressure froze everyone on the battlefield in place. Not good, it's a lord-level pressure. At that moment, Qin Shua, Dong Hao, and the others felt alarm bells ringing in their minds, and then they felt their bodies sink. Their speed and combat power instantly diminished. They hurriedly unleashed all their strength to resist this mysterious force. However, due to the constraints of the mysterious power, Dong Hao and the others' strength diminished sharply. Within just a few breaths, many were injured. All right, all of you retreat. A mysterious voice echoed from the sky. Following the sound, not only did the several diamond-level ferocious beasts stop their attacks, but the entire army of ferocious beasts also halted. They retreated to a position 2 kilometers away from Qinglong fortress and stood in formation. Meanwhile, the human army remained tightly bound by this pressure, with even Qin Shua and the other diamond-level powerhouses barely able to withstand it. Several people struggled to lift their heads towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and in an instant it widened with a roar. From the crack emerged 2 strangely attractive youths, their 8 spider legs behind them looking somewhat eerie. Lord-level corrupted wolf spiders. Qin Shua and the others were greatly alarmed. The battle at the front was already intense. Whether for the human race or the ferocious beasts, all high-end combat forces were now invested in the battlefield ahead. They hadn't expected that there would be lord-level ferocious beasts sneaking into the human rear, and it was 2 at once. Listen up, humans. Our original goal in this attack was to destroy your 8 major fortresses. However, today, if you can fulfill a small request of this king, I will personally lead the army to withdraw immediately and guarantee not to launch another attack on Qinglong fortress. To make us agree to your request, we need to see if you have that capability. At this moment, a loud voice came from behind Qinglong fortress. As the voice fell, a golden light suddenly erupted from the entire Qinglong fortress, and a massive protective shield appeared enveloping the entire fortress. As the golden light dispersed, a middle-aged man wielding a giant axe appeared above Qinglong fortress. With just a sharp gaze, the lord-level pressure from the battlefield was instantly pushed back. Following that, an even more formidable aura surged towards the ferocious beast army. The 2 corrupted wolf spider brothers also unleashed their full energy to withstand this incoming force. No wonder you are the commander of Qinglong fortress, General Dongfang Shua. The demigod-level strength truly impresses us. At this moment, Bell appeared calm and even bowed to Dong. You know me? Dongfang Shua asked as he withdrew the pressure. The commander of Qinglong fortress, the renowned demigod-level powerhouse, who doesn't know him? Since you know, how dare you 2 mere lord-level ferocious beasts invade my Qinglong fortress? Lord Dongfang, please do not be angry. Since we have come, we have certain confidence. You only need to agree to a small request of ours. Bell remained calm. Oh, I am quite curious what request could make you give up attacking a fortress that has protected the human race for 100 years. Dongfang Shuo was not foolish. The value of the request posed by the ferocious beasts must far exceed that of Qinglong Fortress. The main priority now was to ascertain the purpose of the ferocious beasts this time. At that moment, a green light flashed in Vita's eyes, followed by a wave of his hand, and a gigantic image appeared above Qinglong Fortress. The image depicted a white-haired youth clad in a black robe carrying a sword box on his back. What is this? Dongfang Shuo looked at the image in the sky with great confusion. This person is a powerhouse of your human race. Previously, he slaughtered nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts stationed outside Qinglong Fortress, including my 4 diamond-level subordinates. If General Dongfang hands this person over to us, we will unconditionally withdraw our troops and guarantee not to launch another attack on Qinglong Fortress. What the hell? When did the human race give rise to such a formidable figure? He single-handedly slaughtered nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts, including 4 diamond-level ones. This guy is at least a demigod-level powerhouse, just like our general. The crowd below buzzed with discussion, while at this moment Fang Yao, Duanyue, Lu Qingming, and others beside Lin Hao looked at him as if he were a monster. You idiot, did you really do this? Fang Yao covered her mouth in shock. Lin I Duanyue, I'm impressed. How did you manage to pull it off? Hearing their conversation, the fellow members of the hunting team, Yi Xiaomon, Ouyang Cancan, and Ying were equally astonished. Captain, is this really you? But it doesn't seem like it. It looks like I underestimated our captain's strength. I feel like just a bystander. Ignoring the astonishment of others, Lin Hao turned to Duanyue. Brother Duan, there's something I want to ask you for help with. Duanyu's expression sharpened. Brother Lin is joking. Your business is my business, so feel free to speak up. Lin Hao glanced over a few team members, including Fang Yao, and said, soon I might face the enemy's high-end combat strength, so I'll leave these team members in your care, Brother Duan. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bad premonition. Idiot, don't try to be brave. We are a team. You can't shoulder everything alone as the captain. We are at least comparable to golden or even platinum-level powerhouses, and we want to contribute to the team as well. Fang Yao expressed her concern. Fang Yao is right. At that moment, a pleasant voice chimed in. The group turned around to see Zhang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui walking toward them. Why are you two here? Lin Hao was quite surprised to see them. Hee Lin Hao, my dear brother, have you missed your sister after? Su Xiaorui teased. I just saw that person in the projection, and you can't imagine how worried Weiwei was. Lin Hao, I was your principal after all. Those brutes want us to hand you over. That is absolutely impossible. Zhang Weiwei's face was filled with don't worry, my strength is unknown to others, you all know it, right? Besides, General Dongfang is still here. There shouldn't be any problems. Lin Hao smiled. But Fang Yao wanted to say something, but words failed her. Alright, it's fine. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Fang Yao's hair and then gave Duanyu a knowing glance. Duanyu nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, above the Qinglong Fortress. So General Dongfang, have you made up your mind? As long as you hand over this person, we promise to retreat immediately. Bell's face was filled with mockery. Haha, I really must be getting old. How can I be threatened by 2 Lord-level beasts? If you want him, it proves that this person's value far exceeds that of our Qinglong Fortress. Don't think I don't know who he is. Even if I did, I would never hand him over. Dongfang Shuo wielded his battle axe, and the demigod-level aura erupted. The ferocious beasts outside the entire Qinglong Fortress immediately let out howls of despair. General Dongfang really has a commanding presence, truly worthy of being a demigod-level powerhouse. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and lightning flashed. In an instant, a crack appeared in the clouds, and a demigod-level aura began to counter Dongfang Shuo's. Demigod. Dongfang Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the crack. He looked remarkably similar to the other 2 Lord-level ferocious, only he was missing the 8 spider legs on his back. If you disregard that demonic face, he looked just like a human. I never expected there to be a demigod-level ferocious beast. Dongfang Shuo sneered. General Dongfang, there are many unexpected things today. We must find that young man. He disappeared after slaughtering nearly 100,000 of my subordinates, and he must be here in your Qinglong Fortress. I will not let this person live. Now I give you half an hour to hand over that person. Otherwise, blood will flow like a river in Qinglong Fortress today. Lian merely smiled contemptuously. If Dongfang Shuo does not agree based on his current demigod-level strength, killing Dongfang Shuo is not an issue. Holding him back is completely feasible. And his remaining 2 high-level lord brothers would begin a bloodbath and slaughter in Qinglong Fortress. Lian knew this, and as the commander of Qinglong Fortress, Dongfang Shuo would surely know it too. But he truly had never seen the young man in the projection. Watching the standoff among the powerhouses in the sky, Lin Hao felt heavy-hearted. If he did not step forward, Qinglong Fortress would surely be doomed today. But if he did step forward facing 2 high-level lords, even if he unleashed the Lord of Swords, he would not have much confidence. However, Lin Hao merely pondered for a moment before making a decision. There's still a glimmer of hope in fighting. If he doesn't fight, he would be at the mercy of others. Lin Hao is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Moreover, he also had hidden cards to play. If he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. So General Dongfang, have you made up your mind? What if I joined in as well? Hearing the sound, everyone turned to look only to see a young man with black thunder-like wings flashing behind him, hovering in midair, not far away. However, when Fang Yao and the others turned around, there was no trace of Lin Hao left at the spot. Brother Lin's movement technique is so fast, I didn't even notice it. Duan Yu smiled bitterly at this moment, feeling that the gap between him and Lin Hao was growing wider. You fool. At this moment, Fang Yao also realized and rushed forward to stop Lin Hao, but was grabbed by the quick-witted Jiang Weiwei. You have to trust Lin Hao, he won't do anything without confidence. Jiang Weiwei quickly comforted. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Ryan was about to make a move, he saw Lin Hao's head suddenly freeze for a moment. What trash is here, trying to show off? Get lost. As soon as the words fell, a blade of wind rushed towards Lin Hao. However, before it could reach him, it was blocked by Dongfang Shua. At this moment, Dongfang Shua was also feeling dizzy. How did Lin Hao come up here? Although he was a prodigy, wasn't he courting death by confronting a lord or demigod-level powerhouse? Lin Hao paid no attention to everyone's gazes. He felt his aura change, and the black thunder surrounding him instantly vanished. In its place was a fierce, killing sword energy. His previously gentle smile had also turned extremely indifferent. The thunder prison battle armor on him disappeared, replaced by a black robe. But that was not the end. A flash of black light appeared behind him as an ancient black sword box quietly fell behind him. His originally short black hair began to rapidly turn white, cascading down to his waist. When Lin Hao opened his crimson eyes, everyone in the Qinglong fortress was shocked. Weren't you looking for me? Lin Hao's indifferent voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Seeing the drastically changed Lin Hao, several people were utterly astonished. At this moment, the most shocked was Dongfang Shua. He looked at Lin Hao, then at the projected image in the sky, momentarily speechless. He recalled that he was the one who brought Lin Hao back from the beast forest, and then he sighed with a bitter smile. This little brat is hiding so deeply. Then Dongfang Shua's eyes narrowed as he thought of deeper implications. That was the true reason the corrupted wolf spider trio was willing to abandon their attack on the Qinglong fortress to get Lin Hao. It was because Lin Hao was simply too prodigious. He could inflict such great damage on ferocious beasts with just his initial silver-level strength. No, he must be protected at all costs. He was the future hope of the entire Xia country. At this moment, Dongfang Shua made up his mind. Good, you finally appeared. The corrupted wolf spider trio were all staring intently at Lin Hao. It was because of Lin Hao that their surprise attack on the Qinglong fortress failed. It was because of Lin Hao that nearly 100,000 of their subordinates perished. Yet Lin Hao did not look at the murderous gaze of the three directly floating to Dongfang Shua's side. General Dongfang, can you hold back that demigod-level ferocious beast? Hearing Lin Hao's question, Dongfang Shua instinctively nodded. No problem, that demigod-level corrupted wolf spider should have just recently ascended. Its aura is still unstable. Holding it back shouldn't be difficult, but defeating it will take some time. Lin Hao nodded after hearing this, then stood side by side with Dongfang Shua. Then in that case, leave those two lord-level beasts to me. Lin Hao's words were as calm as water, yet they stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. Is Lin Hao crazy? A silver-level initial facing two high-level lord beasts. At this moment, everyone was utterly shocked. Even Dongfang Shua was momentarily stunned upon hearing Lin Hao's words, as if he hadn't comprehended what Lin Hao had said. Can you do it? Dongfang Shua still asked uneasily. Lin Hao did not answer, merely nodding gently. Haha, you little brat who hasn't even grown all your hair, yet actually so brazenly boasts. You think you can confront us brothers alone? That's simply a fool's dream. At this moment, Bell laughed maniacally. He admitted that Lin Hao was a prodigy, but to say Lin Hao wanted to confront lord-level ferocious beasts. How many realms was he crossing to fight? He couldn't even count, let alone against both of them. Lin Hao remained indifferent, his face revealing no emotion. He gently closed his eyes, waved his right hand, and the sword box behind him slightly opened, allowing a completely purple sword to fall into his hand. With the Zixiao in hand, he slowly walked forward. With each step, his aura began to rise. After 3 steps, a triple sword intent erupted, affecting even the two colliding demigod auras. Hee, you think you can shake us brothers with this little power? Are you out of your mind? Bell continued to mock. But Lin Hao ignored him and slowly took a 4th step. At the moment he stepped out, his entire aura surged to more than 3 times its previous strength. 4-fold sword intent. At the same time, Lin Hao's overall momentum surged significantly. The entire Qinglong fortress began to tremble, and in an instant the ground started to crack. The aura Lin Hao emitted began to stir up clouds of debris and dust, and those small fragments that encountered Lin Hao's sword energy were instantly crushed into powder. But that was not the end. When Lin Hao took his 5th step, the entire sky changed in an instant. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. Centered around Lin Hao, a spatial realm suddenly formed within 100 meters. Even Dongfang Shua, and Ryan's demigod-level auras were thrown into chaos. At this moment, not only the humans, but even the ferocious beast army looked at Lin Hao with fearful eyes. Indeed, it was fear. Saying they were shocked could no longer describe their current state of mind. Fivefold sword, intense sword domain. At this moment, Lin Hao stood like a god of slaughter between the two armies. However, this aura only lasted for a few seconds. The next moment, Lin Hao returned to calmness. It was a complete stillness of heart. The comprehension of the fivefold sword intent came after Lin Hao confronted 4 diamond-level ferocious beasts, but he had never used it before. Now feeling the tangible benefits brought by the fivefold sword intent, Lin Hao himself was greatly surprised. This fivefold sword intent was already comparable to a demigod, not to mention, he also had the support of the sword domain. At this moment, he quietly felt the advantages of the fivefold sword intent, which gave him a bit more confidence in facing 2 high-level lords alone. This guy is a freak. At this moment, whether it was Duan Yu or Lin Hao's other teammates, they couldn't help but exclaim. How many days had passed since the 100 Schools League, and Lin Hao's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. After a moment, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, his crimson gaze devoid of any emotion. Facing the 2 high-level lords and the nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts behind them, Lin Hao slowly raised his right hand, pointed his sword tip, and lightly uttered 2 words, "Come fight." Faced with Lin Hao's indifferent expression and cold gaze, not only were Bell and Vida stunned, but even Rin was momentarily taken aback. Truly, he was someone capable of slaughtering my 100,000 subordinates. Such an aura was something even my 2 brothers had never possessed. In an instant, Rin understood why this person could annihilate his 100,000 troops. No matter what, he is just a novice at the initial stage of silver. How much of a storm can he stir up? At that moment, Bell spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Do not be careless. Although he still seems to be at the initial stage of silver, from the fluctuations of his spiritual power, this terrifying aura makes me believe he could be a demigod. Ren's expression became serious. Whether he is a mule or a horse will be revealed soon enough. With that, Vida swiftly moved to the front of the formation. His aura surged violently, clearly demonstrating his high-level lord strength. He then formed seals with his hands, and behind him 8 spider legs glimmered with green light, creating a sky full of poisonous thorns in midair. He pointed with his right hand, and those poisonous thorns shot towards Lin Hao like a torrential rain. Yet Lin Hao remained calm in the face of Vida's attack. He extended his left hand forward, and the torrential poisonous thorns slowed, as if sinking into mud, ultimately halting less than 5 meters from Lin Hao. "Haha, good lad, you indeed have some skill." At this moment, Dongfang Shua saw Lin Hao effortlessly counter Vida's attack and laughed heartily. "Brothers, let this bunch of beasts come and go as they please. Those who dare to invade the land of our Xia kingdom shall remain here forever." He then raised his battle axe and charged towards Ren. Meanwhile, the city wall guards were not idle, as beams of particle cannons mixed with various powers from different ability users fell like raindrops. The diamond-level powerhouse behind Dongfang Shua also engaged, quickly confronting the enemy's high-end combat power. For a moment, the entire Qinglong fortress resounded with the roars of battle. "I never expected you to have some skill. Let's see how long you can hold up against my 2 brothers." Bell's gaze was fierce as black light swirled around his hand. In an instant, a massive scythe appeared in his hand. Vida acted even faster, his body enveloped in swirling black energy, as his high-level lord aura erupted. A massive black scythe flashed into existence in his hand, after which he charged towards Lin Hao like lightning. Lin Hao held the Zixiao, sword, his gaze calm, and merely sidestepped to evade Vida's sweeping attack. At this moment, Bell suddenly appeared behind Lin Hao while he was dodging. With his scythe erupting in black light, a crescent-shaped blade was flung towards him. Lin Hao, unfazed by Bell's sneak attack, blocked with the Zixiao, shattering the crescent-shaped blade in an explosive clash. How is this possible? Bell looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. His strike was the genuine power of a lord, and he never imagined that it would be effortlessly neutralized by Lin Hao. At this moment, Vida was equally astonished, as his perception of Lin Hao reached a new height. Yet his attack did not cease. Having failed once, he spun the black scythe around, aiming a slash directly at Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao twisted his body, using the force from the Zixiao to leap into the air and avoid the attack. Thus the combatants exchanged dozens of blows. The 2 high-level lord beasts failed to gain any advantage over Lin Hao. With another strike, missing, Vida retreated from the battle. "Bell, something is off. Why are we consuming so much spiritual power so quickly?" Vida's expression was grave. "Second brother, it's not just about spiritual power consumption. Even our attack speed and power have decreased significantly." Clearly, Bell had also noticed the issue. Hearing their conversation, Lin Hao's previously calm face finally revealed a hint of a smile. He slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. "You were the ones attacking just now. Now it's my turn." As Lin Hao's voice fell, he held the Zixiao in front of his chest, forming seals with both hands as 5 layers of sword intent surged into the Zixiao. He then pointed towards the sky, and the Zixiao immediately flew into the rolling dark clouds. In no time, thunder roared within the clouds as massive purple lightning began to churn. What kind of technique is this? The brothers Vida and Bell stared blankly at the countless purple swords that emerged from the cloud layer. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Hao replied. He pointed downward with his right hand, fingers forming a sword shape, and calmly uttered a single word, go. The battle skill Thunder Shadow Sky Break activated, and the torrent of purple swords instantly charged towards the two. Not good. Watching the countless purple swords slowly magnifying in their sight, Vida and Bell reacted quickly. They spread their arms and two energy shields appeared around them. Seeing this, Lin Hao smirked. Just as the swords were about to strike them, he raised his sword hand upward, and the swords immediately changed their target, raining down upon the densely packed beast army. In an instant, the beasts below the city wall cried out in agony, and before long countless of them lay dead or injured. Those on the city wall busy with defense were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. With just one move, nearly 30,000 of the beasts below the city wall were slain. Because of this strike, the pressure on the entire city wall guard army was instantly reduced. Damn it, I've been tricked by this kid. Bell was furious, looking at the corpses of the beasts below the city wall, his heart bleeding. This was their hard-earned army of 100,000. You shall die. Not only Bell, but Vida was also enraged to the extreme at this moment. Suddenly, both of them were enveloped in swirling black energy, and two massive black scythes were thrown into the air. In the sky, the black light flashed, and the two scythes instantly merged into one. Lock on the aura. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed as he looked up at the giant black scythe in the air. At that moment, the scythe swung down with the weight of a mountain, sending a giant silver-white blade slicing towards Lin Hao. This is a combined strike from my brother and me, powerful enough to rival a demigod. Let's see how you withstand this attack. If you fail, the Qinglong fortress behind you will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Bell laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, high in the sky, golden light erupted as battle axes clashed with Dongfang Shuo and Ren locked in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, a demigod-level pressure bore down on the Qinglong fortress, causing the two to immediately halt and separate, looking towards the distance. They saw a massive silver-white blade slowly descending towards the Qinglong fortress. Rain smirked, saying, Dongfang Shuo, do not be shocked. That is the fusion technique of my two younger brothers, comparable to a full-force strike at the demigod level. Do you really think that little brat can withstand it? He then mockingly added, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you want to save that kid, then go ahead, but think carefully about the consequences. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo's expression was as grim as water. If he went to save Lin Hao, it would undoubtedly give Rain an opportunity. Whether he was injured or the Azure Dragon Fortress was destroyed, it would cause immeasurable losses in this war. Just when Dongfang Shuo was caught in a dilemma, Lin Hao suddenly restrained his aura, closing his eyes tightly, as if an ordinary person was meditating. Answer ultimately ants. Have you given up? Indeed, it would be better for you to be liberated sooner to avoid endless suffering. At this moment, Bell seemed mad as he laughed heartily. Just as his voice fell, Lin Hao moved. He opened his crimson eyes, his expression still as calm as a still pond. He held the Zixiao and lightly waved it towards the enormous crescent-shaped scythe, softly uttering break. A purple sword light surged forth to meet the gigantic scythe. Is this kid insane? Even the Bell brothers looked at Lin Hao as if he were a fool. The small purple sword light he emitted was as insignificant as a grain of sand compared to the massive scythe. However, at the moment the minuscule purple sword light collided with the massive scythe, the heavens and earth changed color, fierce winds rose, followed by a tremendous explosion. The massive explosion swept through the entire Azure Dragon Fortress with a terrifying wave of energy. Everyone on the city walls activated their defensive modes to withstand the force. When the dust settled, Lin Hao remained eerily still in midair. What the hell just happened? That attack was so powerful I couldn't move at all. Indeed, I just saw my great-grandmother. How did Lin Hao do that? That was comparable to a full-force strike at this moment. Not only were Dongfang Shuo and the Rain brothers dumbfounded, but even the people on the city walls were left in shock. At the moment the gigantic scythe descended, they all felt the arrival of death. Is this all you two are capable of? Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, teasing them for once. But at this moment both Bell and Vida were stunned, unable to respond. They believed that the previous strike would completely turn the tide of battle. Not only could they kill Lin Hao, but even the soldiers behind him and the entire city wall of Azure Dragon Fortress would be reduced to ashes. Yet their nearly full-force strike was unexpectedly shattered by Lin Hao's seemingly unremarkable sword. This was something they could not accept under any circumstances. How did you do that? At this moment Vida and Bell no longer exhibited their previous arrogance and wildness. They stared intently at Lin Hao as if trying to see through him. Hell with your trash techniques, I broke them with ease. If you don't believe me, you can try again, Lin Hao said calmly. Not only that, but the sword box behind him trembled slightly, and the Zixiao returned to the box. Then Lin Hao beckoned with his finger. This time I can do it without a sword. Arrogant. Vida could no longer tolerate Lin Hao's provocation, and black energy erupted from his body as he leapt into the air above Lin Hao. Surrounding him, the black energy began to condense, and in an instant, a massive black energy sphere appeared in his palm. Kid, you are impressive. You are the most arrogant human I have ever seen. If Vita's attack hit Lin Hao, he would also be affected. Yeah. Lin Hao smiled faintly, showing no sign of using any weapon. The air alongside Vita. If Vita's attack hit Lin Hao, he would also be affected. Yeah. Lin Hao smiled faintly, showing no sign of using. Instead, he formed his right hand into a sword shape, concentrating 5 layers of sword intent at his fingertips. Then he casually slashed, uttering a single word, break. Without the enhancement of the Zixiao, the sword energy Lin Hao unleashed was nearly transparent. The thin sword energy instantly collided with the black energy sphere, and in that moment the entire space seemed to be paused. Then came another tremendous explosion. Lin Hao remained standing still, unmoved. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When Vita saw Lin Hao standing there unscathed, not even a speck of dust on him, he completely broke down and shouted. He frantically hurled energy spheres at Lin Hao as if they were worthless. Yet Lin Hao simply waved his finger, and countless energy spheres shattered in midair. Good kid, even I can't figure out how you did that. At this moment, the most fortunate was still Dongfang Shuo. He had not expected that just when he was stuck in a dilemma, Lin Hao would resolve his problem so easily. What kind of monster is this? Rain's eyes were fixed on Lin Hao, whose response was well beyond reason, leaving him. Others might not realize, but he knew that the gigantic silver scythe belonged to the ultimate strike of his 2 younger. He did not expect that Lin Hao could simply break it with a casual wave of his finger. Hey, do you have any other tricks? This one is even worse than the previous one. Lin Hao's voice was calm, showing no sign of emotional fluctuation. Second brother, this kid is too abnormal. At this moment, Bell could no longer find words to express everything he had witnessed today. At this moment, Vita could not hear Bell's words at all. He was surrounded by a rising aura, and a massive energy sphere, 3 times larger than before, appeared in his hand. Hey, don't you have any new tricks? This is really boring. As he spoke, Lin Hao formed a sword with his fingers, condensing his aura, compressing 5 layers of sword intent to the extreme at his fingertips. Martial skill, instant kill sword. The 5 layers of sword intent he gathered formed an almost imperceptible tiny sword light, which Lin Hao gently pointed at. That sword light pierced through Vita's head with the speed of lightning. At this moment, Vita was still gathering the energy sphere he hadn't thrown out, completely unaware that a tiny sword light had arrived before him. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. He stood there stunned, unmoving, as the energy sphere in his hand rapidly dissipated. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Bell only then noticed something was off with Vita. But it was too late. How is this possible? Vita could only painfully utter a few words before he fell from the air like a leaf. Second brother. Seeing this, Bell flashed forward and caught Vita, but at this point Vita's eyes were vacant, only his mouth moving slightly. Bell hurriedly pressed his ear to Vita's mouth. He is. Vita managed to say these few words with great difficulty before turning into a cloud of dust, leaving only a crystal-clear beast core floating in Bell's palm. Brother 2. A thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Bell fixed his gaze unflinchingly upon Lin Hao. It's you. He'll kill you. Bell, now raving like a madman, sheathed Vita's beast core scythe and lunged toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao himself was far from unscathed. His technique, instant kill sword strike, could slay high-tier lords not by brute force alone, but by channeling 5 layers of sword intent and 70% of his spiritual energy. Breathing faintly, Lin Hao raised his right hand, as Zixiao instantly materialized in his grip. The two clashed midair in raw, brutal, close-quarters combat. They exchanged over a dozen furious blows. Vita's death had driven Bell into utter frenzy. He abandoned all defense, swinging his black scythe with such ferocity that the air itself howled. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, drained of vast reserves of spiritual energy, could only parry defensively. Yet the more he yielded, the more violently Bell surged forward, and Lin Hao's energy dwindled ever faster. In truth, Lin Hao's original plan had been mere delay. If he could hold off the 2 high-tier lords, the city's garrison would swiftly annihilate the 10th sand-strong horde of ferocious beasts. After all, humanity's diamond-tier warriors held a decisive advantage, 25-6. That was precisely why Lin Hao had first unleashed shadow-soaring skybreak upon the beast horde. Yet he had not anticipated the staggering cost of instant kill sword strike. It caught him utterly off guard, though upon reflection a technique capable of slaying high-tier lords could hardly be trivial in its demand. If this continues, reinforcements will never arrive in time. I must eliminate him now. As the thought flashed through Lin Hao's mind, his aura condensed with sudden razor-edged intensity. Bell, now fully consumed by madness, ignored the corrosive erosion of Lin Hao's 5-layer sword intent. Behind him, 8 spider-like legs erupted with obsidian light, elongating instantly to spear straight toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. He prepared to evade, only to find Bell's hands clamped around his body like iron vices. In that same breath, all 8 arachnid limbs pierced deep into his flesh. Realizing grave peril, Lin Hao unleashed his full aura. 5 layers of sword intent blazed forth, his sword domain coalesced to absolute perfection. and Bell was hurled backward with explosive force. Bell stabilized himself dozens of meters away, then threw back his head and laughed wildly. "Ha! You've been injected with the venom of our corrupted spider-wolf. You're doomed. Even immortals couldn't save you now." After repelling Bell, Lin Hao swayed slightly. He glanced at the 8 bleeding wounds across his body and frowned. His limbs were already beginning to betray his will. Instantly, he drew every trace of his aura inward. Within moments, streams of black blood welled from his wounds and were forcibly expelled. "Haha, useless. You've only bought yourself a few fleeting moments, Lin Hao. In the end, you will die by my hand." Bell scoffed, unmoved by Lin Hao's effort. The venom of a lower-tier corrupted spider-wolf was no toxin a mere silver-tier cultivator could withstand. Lin Hao's brow furrowed. As Bell had said, though he had purged, much venom traces remained, already interwoven into his bloodstream. His spiritual energy was already critically depleted. Now, it was a crisis layered upon catastrophe. "Lin Hao, I will see you dead." Just as Lin Hao stirred to act, a thunderous bellow split the heavens, and the crushing, terrifying pressure of a demigod descended upon him. Lin Hao's body sank under the weight, a metallic tang flooded his mouth, and he spat forth a gout of crimson blood. His aura began to wane rapidly. "Danger!" Dongfang Shuo shattered the oppressive force with a single axe strike and stepped before Lin Hao. "Old Dongfang dog, step aside." Like Bell moments before, Rain launched 2 bone spurs toward Lin Hao. Without hesitation, Dongfang Shuo's battle axe flared. Hundreds of radiant blades erupted in an instant, hurtling toward Rain. Once more the 2 titans clashed, this time amid the stratosphere 10,000 meters above the earth. "Haha, old Dongfang dog, no need to rush. I saw it myself. Lin Hao has already been poisoned by our corrupted venom. He'll perish without my intervention, and he's just suffered the full impact of my divine pressure." Dongfang Shuo's heart sank like stone. He knew Rain spoke truth the moment he'd intercepted that pressure. He'd glimpsed the bloody wounds dotting Lin Hao's form, deepening his dread with every passing second. Lin Hao, already grievously wounded by the demigod's pressure, now bore fresh injury upon injury. Yet he steeled his spirit and locked eyes once more with Bell. At that very instant, the sword casket behind him trembled faintly, then detached from his body and hovered beside him, suspended in still air. Before Lin Hao could comprehend what transpired, countless beast cores erupted from his spatial storage, swirling into orbit around the floating sword casket. Astonished, every combatant ceased their struggle, turning as one toward Lin Hao, spellbound by the surreal. Then the sword casket itself pulsed with abyssal black light, and the beast cores surrounding it began spontaneously radiating energy, surging inward like rivers converging upon a single sea. In less than a breath, nearly 1,000 beast cores were utterly drained. The sword casket shuddered once more, and a torrent of 9-hued energy surged back into Lin Hao, replenishing him with overwhelming power. Eyes closed, Lin Hao absorbed the torrent with desperate speed. "What is that sword casket?" Bell's heart lurched with shock. He was not alone. The onlookers stared awestruck at this dreamlike vision. "We cannot let him continue." A commanding shout echoed from the heavens. Bell snapped back to awareness, raised his scythe, and unleashed the full aura of a high-tier lord. In a flash, he closed the distance and swung his colossal black scythe, its blade arcing toward Lin Hao's throat. At that precise moment, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. He reversed his grip on Zixiao and murmured softly, "Beneath the sword sovereign, one strike suffices. One strike that draws blood, blood falling like rain upon petals, fleeting as ephemeral beauty." Technique, ephemeral beauty. Their weapons met, and in the next heartbeat, Lin Hao stood behind Bell, Zixiao still reversed across his chest. An eerie silence fell upon the battlefield. All watched, breathless, transfixed by the tableau before them. Moments passed. Then, Bell's massive black scythe shattered into dust. A slender crimson line appeared across his throat, followed by a graceful arc of blood scattering like fallen blossoms caught in the wind. You, who are you?" With those final words, Bell's strength dissolved. His aura collapsed, and like Vita before him, he dispersed into nothingness, vanishing like ash upon the breeze. Where Bell had vanished, only 2 translucent crystalline beast cores hung motionless in the air. Lin Hao made a gesture, and the beast cores of the 2 high-ranking lords were taken into his storage space. Silence, a deathly silence. At this moment on the battlefield of the Qinglong fortress, both humans and ferocious beasts seemed frozen in time. They gazed at the white-haired young man enveloped in 9-colored brilliance, unable to regain their senses for a long time. When did this idiot become so strong? Fang Yao's mouth was slightly agape as she stared blankly at the white-haired young man standing still in the sky. "Our captain is amazing. I told you Lin Hao is a genius. Why are you still worried? Wei. Su Zui's state of mind was unexpectedly calm. She felt that whatever happened, how long has it been since the last 100 schools league? How did Lin Hao manage to do this? Lu Qingming's mood was complicated, and she soon forced a bitter smile, realizing she could no longer see through Lin Hao. "I told you Lin Hao is a genius. Why are you still worried? Wei. Su Zui's state of mind was unexpectedly calm. She felt that whatever happened with Lin Hao was normal. Jiang Wei merely nodded in a daze at Su Zui's words. Moments later, Lin Hao turned to the remaining 6 diamond-level ferocious beasts on the battlefield, his lips slightly parted. "It's your turn now, beasts." Upon hearing this, all the ferocious beasts present fell silent. Lin Hao did not give them time to be afraid. The 9-colored radiance merged completely into the Zixiao sword, which began to tremble slightly after absorbing the 9-colored energy. Lin Hao then tossed the Zixiao sword into the air, and it transformed into a purple stream of light, vanishing into the clouds. As Lin Hao formed a seal with his hands, thunder rumbled through the clouds, and purple lightning rolled within the dark clouds, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Before long, 6 massive purple swords emerged from the dark clouds. Not good, it's a locking skill. The 6 diamond-level ferocious beasts sensed the danger and attempted to flee, but the sword energy from the Zixiao firmly locked onto their presence, leaving them unable to move an inch. Several diamond-level officers also retreated upon witnessing this, having seen Lin Hao's strength today. Faced with such terrifying battle techniques, they chose to keep their distance. "Lin Hao, how dare you?" At this moment, Ryan was enraged like a mad beast. He never expected Lin Hao could kill high-ranking lords in an instant. In his plan, as long as he held back Dongfang Shua, his 2 brothers would be invincible on the battlefield running rampant. However, he never anticipated that reality would take a complete turn, and rather than running rampant, he only saw Lin Hao instantly eliminate his 2 brothers. At this moment, all the rage within him erupted, but Dongfang Shua remained firmly entangled with him, preventing any escape. "This kid Lin Hao, even I can't kill high-ranking lords in an instant." While fighting with Ryan, Dongfang Shua felt both astonished and relieved. At this moment, all he could do was tightly control Ryan, not allowing him a single chance to threaten the battlefield below. Ignoring Ryan's impotent rage, Lin Hao pointed downward, and 6 enormous swords shot straight down from the clouds. The 6 diamond-level ferocious beasts felt the tips of the swords enlarging in their pupils before plunging into endless darkness. After doing all this, Lin Hao's gaze turned toward the 25 diamond-level powerhouses. Anxiety surged within them. What is Lin Hao looking at us for? He can't be going crazy and planning to kill us, right? But Lin Hao merely said calmly, "They'll leave the rest to you." With that, he dashed towards the altitude of 10,000 meters. Seeing Lin Hao fly away, the few diamond-level powerhouses inexplicably sighed in relief, and then began their slaughter of the ferocious beast army. In an instant, the entire Qinglong fortress battlefield was filled with anguished cries. At this moment, Lin Hao stood side by side with Dongfang Shua. "You little brat, I didn't go looking for you, yet you dared to come seeking death." Ryan's eyes were blood-red. Both of his brothers had died at the hands of this white-haired young man, and today, even if it cost him his life, he would avenge his brothers. Lin Hao paid no mind to Ryan. He had very little spiritual energy left. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Dongfang Shua. "General, I need 20 seconds. Dongfang Shua looked at the young man before him in shock. Did he actually intend to kill a demigod in an instant? What kind of monster is this kid? "All right, I'll buy you some time," Dongfang Shua said without hesitation, shaking off his shock. Now Lin Hao's abilities had reached a level where he could stand on equal footing with him. The fact that he could kill 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts in an instant no longer surprised Dongfang Shua. Lin Hao nodded, retracting the Zixiao. The sword box behind him trembled slightly, and a heavy stone sword appeared in his hand. Then his aura surged, and the 5th level of sword intent erupted. Currently, his spiritual energy could only support him in unleashing one final strike. This was still thanks to the sword box. Without its support, it would be very difficult for him to kill Bell. Seeing this, Dongfang Shua no longer held back, gathering demigod-level energy onto his battle axe. The battle axe in his hand radiated with golden light. Battle technique: mountain cleaving. The battle axe instantly enlarged and swept horizontally toward Ryan. Ryan, seeing this, also ceased to hold back. In his hands, 2 bone spikes flashed with green light and merged into one in an instant. As the green light dissipated, a weapon resembling a spine appeared in his grasp. Then a wave of black light surged around him, completely merging the demigod's aura into the weapon. In an instant, the axe and halberd clashed, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept through the entire sky. At this moment, Lin Hao closed his eyes, slightly channeling the 5th level of sword intent and all remaining 9-colored spiritual energy into the divine fire. He could only unleash this one strike, and in Lin Hao's calculations, this strike would at least severely injure a demigod-level powerhouse if it couldn't kill them outright. The divine fire sword trembled gently in Lin Hao's hand, and in an instant his entire body was enveloped in flames, painting the sky like a tidal wave of fire. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still calm and undisturbed. He focused his eyes, and Ryan, who was still fighting Dongfang Shua, suddenly felt himself locked onto by a skill. Before he could react, countless chains of flames surged toward him. However, Ryan, being a demigod-level powerhouse, reacted swiftly. He swung his halberd to fend off Dongfang Shua's attack while attempting to escape. But the speed of the chains wrapping around him was far faster than he had anticipated, and before long Ryan was ensnared by the chains. Seeing this, Lin Hao swung the divine fire sword heavily, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed through heaven and earth. Moments later, a gigantic fire dragon's head charged straight at Ryan. Ren felt as if a ferocious dragon's head was gradually enlarging within his pupils. Yet being a demigod-level powerhouse, he unleashed his entire aura to break free from the chains binding him. At that moment, Dongfang Shua gathered the spiritual power in his hand around the war axe, and a binding force immediately penetrated Ren's body, rendering him immobile in an instant. Just as the divine fire was about to strike Ren, the heavens and earth changed color, and a gigantic blood-red eyeball appeared above the entire battlefield. That eyeball merely glanced towards Lin Hao, and the dragon's head of the fire dragon shattered with a thunderous sound. At the same time, Ren broke free from the binding. Lin Hao frowned as he looked at the enormous eyeball. Meanwhile, Dongfang Shua's gaze had already turned vacant, murmuring, "This is an otherworldly demon general of divine level. Young one, you are impressive. At such a young age you have achieved this level. Even Xuanyu from 100 years ago would feel inferior before you. I never expected my painstakingly crafted plan to be ruined by a brat like you." A faint voice echoed in the sky, followed by a vast expanse of red light falling from above, enveloping the entire battlefield. But in the next instant, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as everyone stared blankly at the gigantic eyeball. Lin Hao glanced towards the battlefield and saw everyone staring at the giant eye as though in a daze, his brow furrowing deeper. Is this an illusion-type domain skill? Upon hearing Lin Hao's murmur, the massive eyeball seemed startled for a moment, then the voice spoke. "Indeed, remarkable. You discern my skill in just a moment." The voice paused for an instant before continuing, "Indeed, this is my domain, the illusion space. You need not look at them. Even the one beside you has already fallen into my illusion. What do you want?" Hearing Lin Hao's question, the voice couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Young one, you've killed so many of my subordinates and disrupted my plan. What do you think I want? I simply wish to speak a few more words with someone as monstrous as you, otherwise you would already be a pool of blood. Enough of idle chatter. Young one, our otherworldly demon clan cannot allow a prodigy like you to exist. You can die quietly." As the words fell, the pupil of the giant eye surged with red light, and a red beam shot forth. Lin Hao felt a jolt throughout his body, watching the red ray reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's call, filled with a sense of unwillingness. I am still too weak." However, at that critical moment, a booming voice resonated through the heavens and earth. "Who dares to harm my grandson?" With that, a giant hammer flew towards the red eyeball, blocking the fatal strike. Simultaneously, the entire illusion space began to shatter into pieces, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield returned to its original state. Lin Hao felt a chill down his spine at that moment. Had that red ray hit him, he would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. Now he had exhausted his spiritual power and could no longer maintain the Sword Lord state, plummeting like a fallen leaf. Before losing consciousness, he saw a frail old man shouldering a giant hammer standing before him. Dongfang Shua, who was beside him, had already regained his senses and quickly dragged Lin Hao away. I was wondering who it was." "Old Lin, why are you here?" The voice echoed in the sky. "Let me tell you, that giant eyeball Lin Hao is my grandson. If you dare to touch him, just try it." The old man raised the hammer, pointing at the eyeball in the sky. The eyeball glanced at Lin Zhenghua, and then at the chaotic battlefield, letting out a sigh. "With you here, it seems I can't kill him today. But old Lin, don't get too cocky. Your grandson's abilities have already been exposed, so he should be cautious in the future." As the words fell, a fissure appeared in the sky. A surge of spiritual power tossed Ren into the crack, and the blood-red giant eye vanished without a trace. "Old Lin." Dongfang Shua supported Lin Hao with one hand and saluted Lin Zhenghua. Lin Zhenghua merely nodded, and then looked towards the fleeing remnants of the beast army. "Lord Hanfeng sent me to assist. I didn't expect your side to be so troublesome. You all clean up the battlefield first. Hand this brat over to me." After passing Lin Hao to Lin Zhenghua, Dongfang Shua's figure flashed and disappeared. "You little brat are indeed impressive. If your parents saw all this, they would be proud." Lin Zhenghua looked at the Lin Hao he was holding side and also vanished back to the Qinglong fortress. On the city wall, everyone wore a dazed expression. "What just happened? I don't know, it felt like I just had a dream. I just dreamed of my wife." The guards on the city wall were still joking and sharing their dreams. Unbeknownst to them, they had just walked through the gates of hell. At that moment, Dongfang Shua appeared on the city wall. "Warriors, the beast army has retreated. Oh, we have won this battle." Upon hearing the victory announcement, everyone cheered in unison. "Where's Lin Hao?" At that moment, Fang Yao was the first to react, looking around, but not finding Lin Hao. Hearing Fang Yao's question, Jiang Weiwei and the others also looked around, but they did not see Lin Hao. At that moment, Dongfang Shua approached them, laughing heartily. "Don't worry, Lin Hao is fine. He just exhausted himself, and you all should rest as well. He should be in the infirmary now." The crowd heard this and hurriedly thanked Dongfang Shua before vanishing in a flash. Seeing this, Dongfang Shua was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "These rude little brats." In the infirmary, Lin Hao lay quietly on the bed. Lin Zhenghua stood beside, watching the doctors and nurses bustling about. He looked at Lin Hao's handsome face and couldn't help but smile. "Indeed, he is my offspring. He looks just as handsome as I do." Thinking of this, he turned to leave the infirmary. But as he pushed the door, he saw more than 10 pairs of eyes staring intently at him. "Grandpa Doctor, how is Lin Hao?" Fang Yao was extremely worried at that moment. She didn't care about Lin Zhengguo's attire, thinking that this old man was a military doctor. Lin Zhengguo was taken aback for a moment. "Grandpa Doctor, when did I become a doctor?" Then he realized these young ones had misunderstood, and he curiously scanned the crowd, taking a closer look at a few girls, and a sly smile appeared on his old face. "Oh, my grandson is quite the charmer, having so many little girlfriends." Cough cough. Lin Hao is fine, he just exhausted himself, and it's not suitable for too many people to enter the ward right now. After saying this, he glanced at Jiang Weiwei and Fang Yao, feeling that these two little girls looked very familiar. Then with a twinkle in his eye, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Zhengguo's old face. "So which of you is going in? Let me say this up front, only 2 people can go in to take care of him. Too many will disturb Lin Hao's rest." Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and then their gazes collectively fell on Fang Yao. It seems this girl is my grandson's girlfriend," Lin Zhengguo thought, a smile spreading across his face. "This girl looks quite nice, fair and clean, but why does my remarkable grandson only have one girlfriend?" With that thought, a mischievous grin appeared on the old man's face, which he could no longer hide. "Ahem, you two can go in," he said, glancing at Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui, deliberately avoiding looking at Fang Yao. When they heard the doctor call for them to come in, Su Xiaorui and Jiang Weiwei were taken aback, their expressions quickly. They were merely friends with Lin Hao, and with Fang Yao, his official girlfriend, not going in, it felt somewhat inappropriate for them to enter. "That Dr. Grandpa, this is Fang Yao, Lin Hao's girlfriend. Oh, let her go in to take care of him," Jiang Weiwei said, pushing Fang Yao forward. They thought the old doctor would agree, but to their surprise, the old man glared. "I said you two can go in, no arguments." Seeing the once amiable old man suddenly angry left them all stunned. Was this old man sick? His official girlfriend was perfectly fine, yet he insisted on sending others in. At that moment, Yi Xiaoman and the others looked at the old man with disdain. Just then a loud curse echoed from the end of the corridor. "You old man, if you can't speak properly, then don't say anything." Everyone turned in shock, seeing an elderly lady rushing over with 2 girls in tow. The newcomer was none other than Lin Hao's grandmother Gongqin, with his aunt Lin Ye holding Lin Zairis' hand. However, Lin Zairis' little face was streaked with tears, clearly having cried. Lin Zhengguo was momentarily stunned upon seeing his wife. Just as he wanted to embrace the wife he hadn't seen in many years, Gongqin walked past him and went straight to Fang Yao. Yao, don't listen to that old fool. He is Lin Hao's grandfather," Gongqin said, shocking everyone. Because when Lin Zhengguo appeared, it was at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Aside from Lin Hao and Dongfang Shuo, no one had seen him before. Xiao Qin, after all these years, I really missed you," he said. "Lin Zhengguo, you go away. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. If anything happens to my grandson, I will fight you to the death." The old lady pointed at Lin Zhengguo's nose and cursed mercilessly. Lin Zhengguo, hearing the old lady call out his name, shocked everyone. Who didn't know about one of the 10 pillars of the Xia Kingdom, the renowned god-level powerhouse? "Oh my, today I've truly broadened my horizons. The only person who can curse at the national pillar's nose must be Grandma Gong." Su Xiaorui's eyes sparkled with excitement. The team leader's grandfather is Lin Zhengguo. What kind of background does the team leader's family have? Ouyang Kankan was also extremely shocked. "My team leader is really powerful." Yi Xiaoman, who usually was lively and straightforward, hadn't thought much about it. She only knew that her idol had a big shot backing him. "Although I was also very surprised to find out that old Lin is Lin Hao's grandfather, why does it feel like something is off?" Looking at the old man being scolded by the old lady while the old man looked like a well-behaved child who dared not retort, Duan Yu felt a slight collapse in his faith. The most surprised was actually Lin Hao's aunt Lin Ye. She had been brought here in a daze by her mother. Now, having met her father, whom she had hardly seen, her mind was still in turmoil. While Gongqin was still scolding, Lin Zhengguo suddenly embraced his wife, saying, "Xiao Qin, you've suffered for all." The old lady, who had been scolding fiercely, suddenly found herself in a warm embrace, momentarily stunned. It had been so many years since she had seen him that she could hardly remember. She then began to sob quietly. He turned to look at his daughter, seeing Lin Ye's face, both familiar and strange, filled his heart with guilt. He reached out to hold Lin Ye's hand, but she took a step back. "Ye, I am your father," Lin Zhengguo said, his heart feeling as if it was being stabbed 1,000 times at her reaction. Like Lin Xiaoro, Lin Ye hadn't seen her father since she was very young. This sudden situation was too much for Lin Zhengguo. "This is all your fault." The old lady glared at Lin Zhengguo in anger, while he could only remain silent, filled with guilt. "We'll talk about this later. Where's my grandson?" At this moment, the old lady was most concerned about Lin Hao's situation. "He's fine, just exhausted his spiritual energy, and is currently still unconscious," Lin Zhengguo reassured his elderly wife. "Is my brother really okay?" Lin Zairis' soft voice rang out, her adorable face marked with tears. Seeing Lin Xiaoro looking so pitiful, Lin Zhengguo quickly picked her up. "Don't worry, with Grandpa here, I guarantee your brother will be fine." Hearing her grandfather's words, Lin Zairis' mood became somewhat calmer. "Well, you all come in with me, but please try not to make noise. Xiao Hao is currently in a coma and needs to rest quietly." Lin Zhengguo sighed helplessly after surveying everyone. After explaining the situation to the doctors in the ward, they all entered the recovery room together. At this moment, Lin Hao was still asleep. Externally, he seemed uninjured as the wounds from being pierced by the spider's legs had quickly healed under the restoration of the nine-colored energy. Looking at the handsome young man lying quietly on the bed, everyone sighed. Soon Feng Yao and Zhang Weiwei voluntarily stayed behind to take care of Lin Hao. I actually knew that girl with the surname Feng was my eldest grandson's girlfriend long ago, Lin Zhenghua said, his face no longer bearing the earlier despondence. After hearing her parents' explanation, Lin Yaya accepted this unreliable father with joy. After all, in a soldier's heart, national interests come above all. She also understood her father's good intentions. Oh, then why did Grandpa Lin still let me and Weiwei go take care of Lin Hao? Su Xiaorui asked curiously. My eldest grandson is so capable. How could he possibly have only one girlfriend? After saying this, he laughed heartily without shame. Upon hearing Lin Zhengguo's words, Su Xiaorui's face instantly turned red. You incorrigible old rascal. Still scheming even before the child's eyes. The elderly woman rapped Lin Zhenghua sharply on the head. Miss Su, don't believe a word he says. This old man has never had an ounce of decorum day in and day out. She then turned sharply toward Lin Zhenghua. Old fool. Doesn't this young lady look familiar to you? Hearing his wife's words, Lin Zhenghua curiously scrutinized Su Xiaorui. Enough gawking. That's Yu Fei and Xian Yao's daughter. The grandmother chuckled, beaming at Lin Lao too. What? This is the chubby little girl who used to pester you endlessly for meat. Upon hearing Lin Zhenghua refer to her that way, Su Xiaorui blushed faintly and nodded. What nonsense are you spouting? The child's grown now. No more chubby little girl nonsense. The grandmother rolled her eyes with exasperation. I see why she looked familiar. So it's that meat-craving little dumpling from years ago. Never imagined she'd grow up so much. Do you know who those two girls caring for your eldest grandson are? I'd forgotten entirely, though their faces did strike me as vaguely familiar. Hearing his wife's question, Lin Zhenghua leaned in with genuine curiosity. Haha. The grandmother laughed aloud. A rare occurrence. One is Xiao Wei's daughter, the other Xiao Hai's. Good heavens, surely you're joking. The old man nearly choked on his breath. Would I jest about something like that? She chuckled warmly, then recounted Lin Hao's encounters with Feng Yao and Zhang Weiwei. The world truly is small. Upon hearing his wife's tale, the old man's clouded eyes flickered with sudden piercing light, and a remark laden with quiet, inscrutable meaning. Thus Lin Zhenghua, rarely indulging in such warmth, settled comfortably into the embrace of family life, taking temporary residence within the Azure Dragon Fortress. Meanwhile, Feng Yao and Zhang Weiwei tended daily to Lin Hao, who remained deep in unconsciousness. Within Lin Hao's spiritual realm, where am I? He stirred groggily, awakening amid the hazy nebulae of his own consciousness. Gazing upon surroundings, both hauntingly familiar and strangely alien, he struggled upright. His eyes fell upon the ancient sword coffer suspended weightlessly in the void, and memory surged back. The last thing he recalled before oblivion was an aged man wielding a colossal hammer stepping into view. Am I still alive? I'd rather you perished swiftly. A cool, crystalline feminine voice pierced his mind without warning. Whoa, damn, you scared the wits out of me. Who's speaking? Lin Hao leapt 3 feet into the air. Ever since this spiritual realm had manifested, he'd been utterly alone. No living soul besides himself. The sudden voice jolted him anew. Hear that? Care to guess? The voice chimed again, cool yet edged with playful mischief. Lin Hao spun left and right, searching frantically, yet found no source. Sigh, how utterly dim-witted. How did I ever swear fealty to such a simpleton? Watching him flounder blindly, poking, peering, stumbling like a dazed novice, the voice sighed again, laced with weary resignation. As the words faded, the austere black sword coffer pulsed with a soft obsidian radiance. Lin Hao stared incredulous. No way, it's you. He dashed instantly to the coffer's side. Truly inept, the voice scoffed disdainfully, and the coffer gave a faint, deliberate tremor. How can his curiosity ignited further? He began patting and prodding the coffer, left, right, top, bottom. Cease that at once. Where exactly do you think your hands are wandering? The coffer's tone sharpened, tinged with flustered indignation. Lin Hao snatched his hands back instantly. Seeing him stand there slack-jawed and bewildered, the voice sighed once more, soft, resigned. What do you mean, how can you speak? Were it not for your incessant interruptions, dragging me from slumber time and again, why would I deign to address you at all? Lin Hao blinked, stunned into silence. How did you acquire your title, Sword Sovereign? The coffer offered no answer, instead posed its own question. Could he admit it came from the system? Lin Hao grimaced inwardly. The system was his most guarded secret. He'd never divulge it to the coffer. I simply awoke with it, Lin Hao replied, evasively brushing off the query with practiced nonchalance. A youth bearing dual SS talents claims he awoke with them. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Hao's heart sank, but he masked it instantly, feigning wide-eyed innocence. Truly, I awoke thus. On our homeworld launching, all undergo awakening upon turning 16. And were you not also born into existence alongside my awakening? Oh, you mean I appeared immediately after your awakening? The coffer's tone shifted, curiosity now kindling. Lin Hao recounted the awakening in detail, yet seamlessly omitted the system's forced alterations, burying that truth beneath layers of plausible narrative. Listening intently, the coffer fell into quiet contemplation. Bewildered yet unable to fathom how she long sealed away in some distant forgotten sanctum had suddenly materialized beside this youth. Enough. Since things stand as they do, I'll pursue no further. After prolonged deliberation yielded no answers, she relented. 9 peerless flying swords, her own treasured collection, had already sworn allegiance to this boy. What recourse remained? Her words reignited Lin Hao's curiosity. Then tell me, if you didn't manifest with my awakening, where did you come from? Such knowledge is beyond your reach, for now. A thoughtful pause, then, tell me, boy, when you invoke your sword's sovereign power, does nothing unusual occur? At her question, Lin Hao stilled. Then, as if struck by revelation, his expression sharpened. Nothing else, not really. But each time I wield this power, my strength surges violently, and my appearance transforms. Most notably, my temperament grows colder, more detached. Only that. The coffer sounded almost incredulous. Yes, truly only that. Still unconvinced, the coffer pressed. Then transform. Let me witness it. Can I even shift here? Lin Hao frowned. This was, after all, his inner spiritual realm, wholly distinct from the outer world. Nonsense. This is your domain. Its laws obey you alone. The coffer spoke brusquely, having just scanned his innate aptitude and cultivation level. His talent was extraordinary, his current strength negligible. But given time, he would surely ascend to godlike stature. His intellect, however, left much to be desired. I'll give it a try. He'd never attempted transformation here before. So now, seizing the moment, he resolved. In an instant, his serene spiritual realm convulsed. Storm clouds boiled across the heavens, lightning fractured the gloom, and the placid waters roiled into apocalyptic tempests. His own eyes burned crimson, his hair bleached snow-white, cascading down to his waist, while his garments dissolved, replaced by flowing robes of absolute black. At that very moment, the sword coffer shuddered violently. Then, against all will, drifted forward, settling instinctively behind Lin Hao's back. Stop! The sword box exclaimed anxiously upon seeing the scene in the mental space and Lin Hao's appearance. Hurry and change back. After hearing the sword box's words, Lin Hao relaxed his aura, and the entire mental space slowly began to revert to its original state. Seeing the surroundings return to normal, the sword box let out a long sigh, and then spoke with grave seriousness. From now on, unless it's a matter of life and death, you are not allowed to use the Lord of the Sword. Lin Hao was greatly puzzled by this. Why? Seeing Lin Hao completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, the sword box felt helpless. Although the Lord of the Sword is powerful, you cannot control it in your current state. The more you use it, the faster it will erode your consciousness. Lin Hao had used the Lord of the Sword several times and had not noticed any discomfort. Yes, your current manifestation of using the Lord of the Sword is merely having blood-red eyes and a drastic change in temperament. But this is precisely the sign that the Lord of the Sword is beginning to erode you. The more you use it, the more you will become dependent on its overwhelming power. Meanwhile, your temperament will grow increasingly violent and bloodthirsty, ultimately turning you into a mindless killing god. Lin Hao was shocked after hearing the sword box's words. However, upon further reflection, although he had used the Lord of the Sword several times, he did not feel as severe as the sword box had described. You don't need to be surprised. What I'm saying is the truth. The reason you didn't feel the violent sensations like killing before was because I was subconsciously suppressing this frenzied energy while I was in slumber. What? Does that mean my warrior profession is wasted? Lin Hao felt disheartened. Originally, the Lord of the Sword was his trump card, and now he found himself unable to use it. The Lord of the Sword is too powerful. It is a force of dimensionality reduction against the ferocious beasts on Blue Star. Think back carefully. When you used the Lord of the Sword, were you able to defeat opponents across several major realms? Hearing the sword box's words, Lin Hao began to recall his past battles. The first time, as a bronze-level warrior, he instantly defeated a platinum-level, three-headed earth demon, Hound, with a single sword strike. The second time was during the 100 Schools League, where he defeated Lu Qingming, who had 2 hidden professions in just. The third time, as a silver-level beginner, he simultaneously fought against 4 diamond-level ferocious beasts, not only winning, but also slaughtering nearly 100,000 of their forces. The last time was even more outrageous, where he instantly killed 2 high-level lords and almost took down a demigod. Thinking of this, Lin Hao nodded helplessly. As a silver-level beginner, instantly defeating high-level lords crossing for major realms was likely something only he could achieve on Blue Star. Seeing Lin Hao nod, the sword box felt quite helpless. To be honest, with the Lord of the Sword profession, if you were to exert your full strength right now, I could even help you take down a god-level powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes immediately lit up. But you must consider the consequences. The more you overuse its energy, the sooner you will become a lunatic. After hearing the second half of the sword box's words, Lin Hao finally regained his senses, but then said, "But me? I could suppress it before, but now I can't. I've given almost all my energy to you. After all, I acknowledge you as my master." "What do you mean?" Seeing that Lin Hao truly did not understand, the sword box felt exasperated. "You were heavily injured in those 2 battles, and my energy has been returned to you. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago." That rainbow-colored light. Lin Hao instantly recalled the 9-colored divine light that replenished him. Yes, that was energy I had accumulated myself. Due to the consumption from the 2 battles, there isn't much. I thought that was energy from the beast cores. Lin Hao couldn't help but think a lot. Every time the 9-colored light appeared, it absorbed a large amount of energy from the beast cores. Nonsense, what can those trash beast cores do? The energy in those cores is too mixed. Less than 1% has been converted into my own energy. The sword box looked quite disdainful. "What did you say?" Upon hearing the sword box say this, Lin Hao's mouth dropped open, and he muttered softly, "Then why did you absorb them? You wasted so many of my beast cores for nothing." Thinking of how hard he had worked to accumulate the beast cores only for them to be absorbed by the sword box, and still be looked down upon, Lin Hao felt heartache. "What can I do? The most refined energy you have is from those beast cores." The sword box's tone was filled with helplessness. Then Lin Hao seemed to remember something and asked, "You just said you didn't awaken with me, so where did you come from? How did you arrive?" Hearing Lin Hao's question, the sword box trembled suddenly. "It's not convenient for me to tell you where I come from right now, because even if I did, you wouldn't understand, and it may also bring you danger. As for how I came here, I also don't know." The sword box paused for a moment before asking, "How many of these 9 flying swords can you use?" Lin Hao was first taken aback, and then replied, "2. One is Zixiao, the other is Shenhua." Hearing that Lin Hao could only use 2 of them, the sword box seemed to let out a sigh of relief, then calmly said, "With your current strength, being able to use 2 is already quite good. The remaining flying swords are not that you cannot use them, but rather you cannot control them at all." Seeing that Lin Hao was about to ask something, the sword box spoke first. "You don't need to ask anything right now. The most important thing is to raise your strength. Other matters will be gradually revealed to you as you grow stronger. Also, you wasted so much of my energy, you have to replenish it later." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao sighed helplessly. He was only at the silver beginner level. To raise his strength, he needed to practice continuously. With so much happening recently, he had put off his training. "Alright, stop sighing. Instead of wasting time, you might as well get stronger sooner. Your body has almost recovered, and I will help you replenish the missing spiritual energy later. After that, you need to hurry up and practice." As the sword box said this, it trembled slightly. Meanwhile, in the outer world, Lin Hao was quietly lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. Fang Yao was sitting beside Lin Hao, lost in thought. At that moment, 2 crystal-clear beast cores suddenly flew out from Lin Hao's storage space. The beast cores quietly hovered above Lin Hao's body, and the next moment, the energy from the beast cores began to be released autonomously and absorbed by Lin Hao's body. As the energy within the beast core was continuously absorbed by Lin Hao, his body visibly improved at a remarkable speed. At this moment, Fang Yao, after her surprise, did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran to the lounge to call for Lin Zhenghua and others. Among all these beast cores on you, only these 2 can barely be regarded as decent." The sword box in the spiritual space continued to criticize. Lin Hao twitched his mouth upon hearing this, feeling a bit pained. These were the only 2 Lord-level beast cores he had. After a long while, the lazy voice of the sword box rang out, "Alright, your body is recovering quite well. Don't forget to cultivate and improve your strength soon. I'm also tired and need to rest." It seemed to remember something, and continued, "Oh, by the way, the remaining energy from these 2 beast cores belongs to me." Without waiting for Lin Hao to retort, a flash of black light from the sword box silenced it. Lin Hao had no choice but to exit the spiritual space. Once Lin Hao left, the voice of the sword box faintly rang out again, Not a bad seedling. I didn't expect this kid to have an even bigger secret." With the pure energy from the 2 Lord-level beast cores, Lin Hao's body had now recovered significantly. At this moment, he exited the spiritual space and slowly opened his eyes. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he saw an old face full of wrinkles smiling at him. "What the hell, what is this? It scared me to death." Lin Hao reflexively lunged forward for a big showdown. The old man's face quickly twisted in front of Lin Hao and then disappeared from his sight like the wind. Everyone present was stunned, unable to react at all. Wow, is the captain that fierce? He can even slap his own grandfather away when he gets serious. Damn, that guy is one of the 10 pillars of the Xia kingdom. Just like that, he was slapped away by the captain. My big grandson is really great avenging me. Brother, you're awake. The quickest to react was Lin Xiaoro, who rushed forward and threw herself into Lin Hao's embrace, her adorable little face full of tears. At this moment, Lin Hao's head was in a daze. He first scanned his surroundings, realizing that he was in a hospital room. Looking around at the crowd, he was shocked to see that nearly everyone he had ever known in his life had come. After the initial shock, Lin Hao gently patted Lin Xiaoro's head and said in a warm tone, "Don't cry, Xiaoro, I'm fine." He then turned to the audience present and said, Why are you all here? If we hadn't come, you would have lost your life, Lin Yaya retorted to Lin Hao with annoyance. Hearing his little aunt scold him, Lin Hao dared not reply, only chuckling awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. You idiot, how do you feel now? Fang Yao finally had time to chime in. Lin Hao felt his body, and then his pupils immediately constricted. Damn, after sleeping, I reached silver high level. Then he thought it through and felt relieved. After absorbing so much energy from the sword box, and then 2 high-level Lord Beast cores advancing 2 small stages was nothing surprising. He am fine, now just feeling a bit weak. At this moment, the old man Lin unexpectedly appeared from who knows. You little brat, it's finally good to see you. I've been getting beaten up a lot lately. Lin Hao saw the old man with a face full of wrinkles wanting to assert his presence, and turned to Fang Yao saying, who is he? Fang Yao was momentarily unsure how to answer Lin Hao's question. Hearing Lin Hao's casual and somewhat disdainful tone, the old man instantly erupted with anger. You little brat, if it weren't for me saving you, you would have seen your great-grandmother by now. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Hao carefully scrutinized the old man before him, recalling the slender, yet imposing figure he saw before losing consciousness. Comparing it with the old man in front of him, it seemed to be the same person. But before Lin Hao could respond, the old lady stood up saying, Big grandson, he is your grandfather. What? Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively blurted out, is he my real grandfather? The old lady was momentarily at a loss for words in response to her grandson's question. Saying he was related by blood, he indeed was. Saying he wasn't related, this old man had hardly ever seen his big grandson. Seeing that grandma wasn't speaking, Lin Hao turned his head to Lin Yaya. Seeing Lin Hao's inquiring gaze, Lin Yaya could only cover her forehead and nod slowly. Oh my, this old man really is my grandfather. Then don't I have another powerful figure to rely on? Imagining his grandfather confronting a god-level powerhouse, Lin Hao almost drooled. He now understood that his family's background was astonishingly immense. He had already latched onto 3 god-level. Almost all the elders present were various big shots, surely able to guarantee him a carefree life. But just as he was lost in his beautiful dreams, a delicate voice suddenly echoed in Lin Hao's mind. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and focus on improving your strength. Lin Hao was instantly startled. Damn, this sword box can even know what I'm thinking. He then turned his gaze back to the old man beside him. He stared intently, not saying a word, and the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Just as the old lady was about to comfort her big grandson, Lin Hao suddenly jumped off the bed and instantly hugged Lin Zhengguo's leg, saying, Grandpa, I miss you so much. That voice was heart-wrenching, but not a single tear fell from his eyes. This scene instantly stunned everyone. Lin Hao's acting is still as poor as ever, Su Shirue murmured nearby. Jiang Weiwei couldn't help but giggle while covering her mouth. Wow, is this still Lin Hao? Why does it feel like the atmosphere has shifted? The captain also needs family care. It's clear that the captain values kinship a lot. Even in this state, I still think my captain looks handsome. The last to speak was Yi Xiaoman. Several team members looked at their weeping captain and then glanced at Yi Xiaoman, instantly taking a few steps back. Xiaoman, we're in the hospital. Let me find a doctor for you. Ouyang Cancan hurriedly stepped forward with concern. Find an eye doctor. The usually quiet Ing suddenly chimed in with 3 words. At this moment, Lin Zhengguo was also bewildered. How much must his big grandson care for him to cry so hard? Both the old lady and Lin Yaya could only look away, and Lin Yaya quickly picked up Xiaoro and retreated to, Get up, my dear grandson, it's all my fault. Lin Zhengguo helped Lin Hao to his feet, and then turned to the old lady. All right, now that the grandson is awake, let's find a place where we can talk. There are some things I need to confirm. Upon hearing this from Lin Zhengguo, the old lady found a reception room for the grandfather and grandson. Inside the reception room, Lin Zhengguo and Lin Hao stared at each other with wide eyes. After a while, Lin Zhengguo sighed softly. Xiao Hao, you shouldn't blame your grandfather. I had no choice but to leave home for many years. Lin Hao, seeing the guilt in Lin Zhengguo's eyes, surprisingly refrained from being mischievous. Grandpa, don't worry, I understand. The rise and fall of a nation is everyone's responsibility. I understand everything. Lin Zhengguo's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Lin Hao, and a moment later, he burst into laughter. After a fit of laughter, Lin Zhengguo returned to a serious expression. Thinking of his grandson's terrifying strength, he softly said, Xiao Hao, I know you have many secrets. I won't ask too much, and you need not tell me, as everyone has their secrets. Lin Hao knew that his strength was indeed a bit absurd, so he simply smiled to mask his embarrassment. Xiao Hao, your performance this time cannot be described as anything less than outstanding. The higher-ups in the Xia Kingdom have already noticed you. After all, someone capable of defeating high-level Lord Beasts with only initial stage silver strength is truly unique in the entire Xia Kingdom. Lin Zhengguo paused before continuing. Grandpa has only one piece of advice for you. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind that blows it down. Do not harbor ill intentions towards others, but also do not let your guard down. Lin Hao was taken aback. Grandpa, is there someone trying to harm me? Lin Zhengguo did not answer affirmatively or negatively. He merely said lightly, remember, the key is to quickly raise your strength. Lin Hao understood the implications of his grandfather's words and nodded. It seems that no matter where one went, the scheming and intrigue would always be present. Seeing that Lin Hao understood his meaning, Lin Zhengwa smiled in satisfaction, then shifted the topic. Also, it's best if you don't use the martial profession you awakened carelessly. Huh. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Did the old man notice something? During the days you were unconscious, I performed a comprehensive examination on you. The examination revealed that a force within you is slowly eroding your consciousness. I believe this is brought about by your powerful martial profession. Before Lin Hao could express his surprise at his grandfather's discovery, the voice from the sword box echoed in his mind. I didn't expect your grandfather, this old man, to have some insight. Lin Hao felt speechless. My grandfather is also a god-level powerhouse. Why does he seem so insignificant in your eyes? Don't worry, Grandpa, I have also noticed this matter. The martial profession I awakened is called Sword Lord. The strength it brings is surely something you have witnessed. However, excessive use of this power will indeed erode my subjective consciousness. In the future, I will try to use it less. Lin Zhengwa nodded, and then added, it's not just about using it less, it's that your profession is too powerful and your current cultivation is still too weak. Being able to harness strength that exceeds your several major stages will inevitably have repercussions on your body. Lin Hao deeply agreed with Lin Zhengwa's advice. What his grandfather said was nearly identical to the sword box's opinion. All right, Grandpa won't say much more. To see my grandson achieve so much, Tian Xiao and Weiner must be very happy as well. He patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. Grandpa will be leaving soon. There's an urgent meeting I must attend. Upon hearing that his grandfather was leaving so soon, Lin Hao felt rather reluctant. After all, it had been less than an hour since he last met his grandfather. Seeing Lin Hao's anxious expression, Lin Zhengwa, the country will still rely on you young people in the future. With that, he vanished in a flash. Lin Hao was left stunned at his grandfather's sudden departure. Damn, this old man just leaves when he says so. His grandfather holds an important position in the Xia kingdom, and Lin Hao had hoped to extract some good things from him, but unexpectedly the old man left quite quickly. Feeling helpless, Lin Hao walked out of the reception room alone. Outside the reception room, apart from Lin Hao's family, only Feng Yao, Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaowei remained. Seeing Lin Hao come out by himself, they were all momentarily stunned. Lin Hao did not say much upon seeing them, just shrugged his hands. The old man left. Upon hearing Lin Hao's complaint, the old lady reacted most strongly. That old scoundrel, can't he stay a little? Lin Yaya saw her mother's exasperated expression and felt quite helpless. She had just experienced a roller coaster of emotions. It was difficult enough to accept that her father was still alive, only to find out that he was so unreliable. What did that old man say to you? The old lady no longer had the heart to bicker with her husband. There's nothing much, just told me to be careful and such. Lin Hao didn't share much with his family. All right, for the next month you should rest well. The commander of the Qinglong fortress came to see you a few days ago. He said you have a month off, so just stay at home for this month. This way we won't have to worry about you. Listening to his grandmother's endless chatter, Lin Hao smiled cheerfully. He then returned to his dormitory at Qinglong fortress. Captain, we've made a great contribution this time. How many military merit points do you think the Qinglong fortress will give us? Yi Xiaoman ran to Lin Hao's side with sparkling eyes as soon as he returned. Hey Captain, you don't know. Ever since you defeated those two high-level lords, our classmate Xiaoman has taken you as Ouyang leaned against the door frame, helplessly rolling her eyes. I don't know how many military merits there will be, that's up to the higher-ups, but I bet it won't be low. Lin Hao seemed to remember something, and asked, by the way, I heard that General Dongfang gave me a month off, did you all get? No. Before Ouyang could speak, Ing answered first. Lin Hao was greatly surprised. He thought the entire hunting team would have a month off like him. What do you mean, Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Yi Xiaoman's cheeks puffed up with anger, and she no longer looked like someone who regarded Lin Hao as an idol. The commander is biased. Since we're a team, we should share both joys and hardships. Come on, Lin Hao, where were you when Lin Hao was fighting two enemies alone? In fact, during this battle, we hardly did anything. We just simply cleared some ferocious beasts off the city walls. Ouyang pulled Yi Xiaoman closer. This mission doesn't feel as challenging as the last decapitation operation. Ing also nodded in agreement. Hearing his teammates, Lin Hao realized that on the battlefield, he had not only slain two high-level lords, but also eliminated several diamond-grade ferocious beasts in an instant. The disparity in combat power made his teammates feel that this task was relatively easy. But we didn't get a complete day off. Instructor Daifeng just came by and gave us a 3-day break to rest. It's almost like a consolation prize. Hearing what Ouyang said, Lin Hao didn't ask further. All right, since that's the case, let's go have a big meal tonight. He'll call everyone from Duan Yu's side. Long live the captain. When Yi Xiaoman heard there would be good food, she instantly forgot all about the unfair. Afterward, Lin Hao greeted his family. Hearing that her brother was going to eat something delicious, Lin Xiaoro wanted to follow, but was ruthlessly rejected by their grandmother. When big brother comes back, he'll take Xiaoro to eat good food every day. Lin Hao consoled Lin Xiaoro. That night, Lin Hao took the two members of the hunting team, which included Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei, to a nearby restaurant for a feast. During dinner, Lin Hao, why is the commander so biased giving you such a long holiday, all to yourself? Su Xiaowei was extremely dissatisfied. Hee, why don't you find two high-level lords to challenge? Duan Yu teased. Never mind, otherwise I might end up on permanent leave, Su Xiaorui said gloomily. This time I just want to spend time with my family, and any extra time will be for cultivation. Don't forget, I am still the one with the lowest cultivation level among you all. Lin Hao didn't mention that he had just broken through 2 small realms. Are you even speaking human language? Why do I feel like you're being pretentious? Captain, do you really need to be this Dinner concluded amidst the laughter of the crowd. Meanwhile, in the combat hall meeting room of the Xia Nation, an officer was reporting with a stack of documents in hand. Sitting in the principal seat, Han Feng listened intently to the casualty statistics reported from various strongholds. The ferocious beast's surprise attack on our 8 strongholds has concluded. While we successfully defended against their rear assault, we also dealt them heavy blows, Han Feng stated after listening to the report. However, this attack also inflicted significant casualties on our 8 strongholds, an imposing elder. On the front lines, the ferocious beasts mobilized part of their main force to launch a surprise attack on the rear, aiming to disrupt our coordination. But their calculations were off. By the way, old Feng, your battle this time could be deemed quite successful. I just heard in the report that the losses in your jurisdiction, the Qinglong stronghold, were the least. Before Feng Wei could speak, Lin Xingwo's loud voice interrupted. What's wrong? Are you jealous because our losses were small? In truth, he feared that the matter concerning his grandson would be exposed. But everyone present was sharp. Seeing Lin Xingwo's excited demeanor, they knew the situation was anything but simple. Han Feng did not stop the discussions, but merely smirked as he observed the unfolding drama. Once the crowd had argued enough, Han Feng raised his hand to cut in. All right, you're all still on the front lines. What kind of example will this set for others? With a wave of his hand, a massive projection appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the projection, Lin Xingwo nearly jumped up in anger. Han Feng noticed Lin Xingwo's thoughts and merely urged him to remain calm. The projection displayed Lin Hao swiftly eliminating high-level lords. Everyone was left astonished, mouths agape. After a long moment, an elder wept with joy. Lord Xuanyu, it's Lord Xuanyu, who has returned. Upon hearing Lord Xuanyu's name, everyone's expressions turned even more astonished. At that moment, Han Feng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back to him. 100 years ago, Lord Xuanyu single-handedly repelled 1,000,000 ferocious beasts, a fact known to everyone present. And now, 100 years later, I proudly announce that another shining star has risen in our Xia Nation. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Lord Han Feng, could it be that this person is not Lord Xuanyu? He is Lin Hao, only 16 years old this year. He has also awakened the sword-wielding warrior profession. In just a few short sentences, the information was explosive. Except for Feng Wei, Jiang Tianhai, and Lin Xingwo, everyone else present was left speechless by Han Feng's words. Only 16 years old, doesn't that mean he just awakened? To eliminate 2 high-level Lord ferocious beasts at 16 years old. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Han Feng was not surprised at all. He had just the strength of a silver beginner. He then glanced at everyone. The reason I am sharing this with you today is to let you know that this child's potential is enormous, and he will undoubtedly soon rival or even surpass Lord Xuanyu. Han Feng paused for a moment before continuing. Now, regarding this child's potential, I would like to hear your opinions. I believe everyone present knows that our time is limited. I want to cultivate this child as quickly as possible. Lord Han Feng, such an outstanding talent, should be given our best resources and training. For the future of Xia Nation, we must ensure his protection immediately. Han Feng nodded in agreement. I, however, have a different perspective. The birth of a genius must be forged through the trials of life and death. I believe he should remain in the frontline troops. Only then can he grow faster. The discussion regarding Lin Hao's training became heated again. After a moment, Han Feng raised his hand to interrupt the discussions. Whether we adopt a conservative or radical approach, I think everyone's goal remains the same. But I ask everyone to seriously consider what will happen to a flower blooming in a greenhouse when suddenly faced with the raging storms outside. At that moment, everyone fell silent for quite some time. Whether it is Lord Xuanyu or I or each of you present, who among us did not fight our way out from a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood? Even if I provide this child with the best conditions and training, what will happen when he steps onto the battlefield one day? The cold wind showed no signs of stopping, continuing to strike while the iron was hot. Our situation is undoubtedly precarious. Based on the information I've gathered, there are at least 2 legendary ferocious beasts on the other side in addition to the 9 nether glutton. The moment these words were spoken, they echoed like thunder in the ears of everyone present. Lord Hanfeng, is what you said true? An elderly man revealed a look of shock. Seeing the astonished gazes of those around him, Han Feng could only nod helplessly. Currently, he was the only legendary powerhouse in the entire Xia Nation. If the ferocious beasts were to send out another legendary beast, the whole Xia Nation would be in dire straits. Therefore, we have witnessed Lin Hao's talent. This kid, with only his initial silver tier strength, can defeat 2 high-level lord-class ferocious beasts. What if he advances to the golden or even platinum tier? Everyone present understood Han Feng's intent at this point. Another elder spoke solemnly. If we want to continue to advance, the difficulty is akin to climbing to the heavens. But if it's Lin Hao with his talent, reaching the diamond tier would not be a difficult task at all. At this moment, everyone fell silent. The individuals present were all god-level powerhouses, yet taking that step into legend felt as challenging as ascending to the heavens. After the meeting, Han Feng kept Lin Zhenghua behind in the conference room. Old Lin, if there's something on your mind, don't hold it in. Han Feng smiled softly upon seeing Lin Zhenghuo's worried expression. Lord Han Feng, is it really all right to expose Lin Hao's strength like this? Old Lin, I understand your concerns, Han Feng replied gently. Lin Hao's growth is not just about strength. The most crucial aspect is his mental development. Although he is only 16 now, due to the special circumstances, he has to be exposed to some darker aspects of reality earlier than others. Lin Zhenghua felt helpless. He had just advised Lin Hao to be cautious. He never expected Han Feng to subsequently disclose his strength. You must believe in your grandson, Han Feng said with a slight smile. I've interacted with that kid, and although he seems carefree, he is quite perceptive. Hearing Han Feng say this, Lin Zhenghua felt a bit more at ease. While the senior officials of Xian Nation discussed how to facilitate Lin Hao's rapid growth, our protagonist had already boarded the plane back to Shanxing. During the month-long vacation, aside from preparing to spend quality time with his family, Lin Hao's most pressing task was to quickly enhance his strength. Before leaving, he left a platinum-tier beast core for each of his friends to assist their cultivation. Moreover, Dongfang Shuo also took the time to deliver the beast cores of the 6 diamond-tier ferocious beasts that Lin Hao had slain on the battlefield to him. On the plane, Lin Hao sat in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. His mind, however, had already entered his storage space. Now there are a total of 8 diamond-tier beast cores. This should be enough for me to break through to the golden tier. Looking at the pile of beast cores stacked like a small mountain in his storage space, Lin Hao felt great joy. Don't get too complacent with your current stock. Breaking through to the golden tier is the best you can do. I've checked your body, and the energy required for your advancement has far exceeded that of an average person from Blue Star. The sword box timely transmitted its voice into Lin Hao's mind, dousing his excitement with cold water. Lin Hao twitched at the corner of his mouth. Can't you stop discouraging me all the time? This isn't discouragement, it's to instill a sense of urgency in you. All right. Lin Hao suddenly thought of something, and his consciousness slipped into the spiritual space. Can you check if these 2 pieces of equipment are similar to you? Lin Hao casually took out the Thunder Prison Rift Gun and Thunder Prison Battle Armor. Kid, what are you thinking? The sword box's voice carried a hint of disdain. Although these 2 pieces of equipment are of decent quality, they can only be considered as equipment. Comparing them to me feels like an insult. Lin Hao was astonished. He thought that the 2 pieces of equipment with lightning abilities were as rare as the sword box, but he never expected the sword box to look down on them. You don't need to feel surprised. There are very few things in this world that can match my level. But your lightning abilities are certainly not ordinary. The black lightning on you is also a rare treasure in the world. Oh, you seem to know a lot about my black lightning. It's not the right time for you to know yet. Once your strength is sufficient, you'll naturally find out. Lin Hao felt helpless. The sword box clearly had a much deeper understanding of his Asura, Annihilation, Divine Thunder. Forget it, let's focus on improving my strength for now, Lin Hao thought, and withdrew from the spiritual space. In the following days, Lin Hao rarely enjoyed a leisurely time at home, spending his days either helping his grandmother with cooking or accompanying his little aunt and sister on shopping trips. After a few days of relaxation, Lin Hao finally woke up early. Today he planned to return to Shanxing Martial University. Unlike other cultural universities that had regular winter and summer breaks, martial universities did not. Students at martial universities must maintain high-intensity training at all times to rapidly enhance themselves. Looking at the magnificent and imposing school gate, Lin Hao couldn't help but click his tongue. This truly embodies the style of a top-tier martial university. Since Shanxing Martial University won first place in the 100-school league, it had returned to the ranks of top universities. The economy and resources were also incomparable to the past. Are you Lin Deshun? Just as Lin Hao was marveling at how Shanxing Martial University had finally changed its school gate, a soft and sweet voice sounded beside him. Lin Hao turned around and saw a cute girl with a single ponytail staring intently at him, her eyes filled with questions and anticipation. Lin Hao thought for a moment, confirming that he did not know this girl, but he politely nodded his head. Upon seeing Lin Hao nod, the doubt in the girl's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by endless admiration. Lin Hao felt an inexplicable panic. He sensed that something undesirable was about to happen. But before he could react, a sharp scream reached his ears. "Oh, you really are Lin Deshun. You are my idol." As she spoke, the girl quickly pulled out a notebook and pen from Lin Deshun. "Can you give me your autograph?" Lin Hao looked at the girl's expectant eyes and found it hard to refuse her. He quickly signed his name and handed the pen and notebook back to the girl. But before Lin Hao could leave, a loud and noisy commotion reached his ears. Lin Hao looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a large group of students pouring towards him from a distance, their momentum comparable to a small-scale beast tide. Lin Hao stood dazed for a moment before sprinting away. In an instant he vanished from the little girl's sight, her eyes sparkling like stars, unable to regain her composure. Oh my goodness, when did the students of Mountain City Wu University become so enthusiastic? Seeing that he couldn't shake off the throng of fans behind him, Lin Hao used the technique of silent shadow to conceal himself. With no other options, Lin Hao pulled out new clothes, a hat, and sunglasses from his spatial storage to disguise himself before daring to appear in front of the crowd. Upon entering Mountain City Wu University, Lin Hao noticed that his photos and portraits were everywhere, even in the school cafeteria, which was plastered with his posters. Damn, all I did was win first place in the inter-school competition. Is it really necessary to be this famous? Lin Hao muttered to himself, being extra cautious as he walked. Hey, did you hear? A junior just said she saw Lin Deshan at the school gate. Come on, Lin Deshan is still in special training at the Qinglong Fortress. How could he have time to return to the school? Really, that junior even got Lin Deshan's autograph. No way is that true. Let's go check it out. As Lin Hao walked along the campus path, he overheard many people discussing him. Just as he was about to complain, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered around a club recruitment booth. Out of curiosity, Lin Hao stepped forward to take a look. It was best not to look at all, as he almost lost his temper after seeing what was presented. Next to the recruitment booth stood a sign that read, "Join the cosplay club and receive exquisite figurines resembling Lin Deshan." The booth had several desks piled high with flyers and recruitment forms, and prominently displayed were various styles of small figurines of Lin Hao. However, the poses were quite embarrassing. What infuriated Lin Hao the most was that the club leader was that shameless Mo Zishuan, who was sitting next to teammates Wang Meng, Xia Qiuling, and even the usually stoic Lei Yunfan was present. Most of the students surrounding them were girls. Damn, how shameless can they be? I've only been gone for a little while, and they're already using me to recruit girls. Lin Hao discreetly squeezed forward and lowered his voice to ask, "How can I join this club?" Mo Zishuan was enthusiastically explaining something to a junior, when suddenly he was startled by a figure wrapped up tighter than a zongzi appearing in front of him. He felt that this person really lacked perceptiveness. What the heck, who is this uncle? Why is he dressed like he's meeting underground contacts on such a hot day? Thinking this, Mo Zishuan replied brusquely, "Hey, we're only recruiting girls here, not uncles." Lin Hao's mouth twitched at once, feeling the veins on his forehead throb. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't reveal his identity right now, Lin Hao would have loved to give this idiot a thunderous. Mo Zishuan, not thinking too much of it, was about to continue chatting with the girl beside him, when he felt that the earlier uncle was still staring intently at him. Damn it, I'm giving you face here, I need to hurry and kick him out. Thinking this, Mo Zishuan glanced at Lin Hao with irritation and continued, "Uncle, didn't you hear what I just said? We're recruiting girls, not uncles." His voice grew softer and cold sweat began to pour down his back. At that moment, Lin Hao adjusted his sunglasses just enough to reveal his piercing gaze, causing Mo Zishuan to feel as if he had been locked onto by death itself. Lin. Mo Zishuan's mouth trembled uncontrollably, and Lin Hao quickly covered his mouth. He will settle the club issues later. They'll be waiting for you back at the dorm," Lin Hao whispered, glancing around periodically. After ensuring no one was paying attention to him, he let out a sigh of relief. Mo Zishuan, with his mouth covered, couldn't make a sound, merely nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Hao released his grip on Mo Zishuan's mouth and vanished in a flash. Damn, that scared me. When did the captain come back? Mo Zishuan felt a cold sweat break out all over him, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. After regaining his composure, he smiled at the crowd that had come to sign up, saying, "Sorry, we have some unexpected matters, so the club activities will have to continue in a few days." Without looking at the astonished expressions of the crowd, he waved his hand, and with a flash of his ring quickly stored all the items back into his spatial storage. Wang Meng and the others were still confused about what was happening when he pulled them away quickly from the crowd. Lin Hao, on the other hand, arrived at his old dormitory, and after noticing it hadn't changed much, he felt a slight sense of relief. Upon opening the door, the room's arrangement was still exactly the same as before. The place was also spotless, without a speck of dust. It seemed that someone was still cleaning the room. Satisfied with this thought, Lin Hao nodded. Meanwhile, Mo Zishuan and the others were being pulled quickly toward the first dormitory. "Old Mo, what's going on? What happened?" Wang Meng was filled with curiosity, and the others looked at him with similar questioning gazes. Sighed. Mo Zishuan sighed heavily, running as he explained, "The captain just came by and told us to gather at his dormitory." "What?" At that moment, not only Wang Meng, but even Xia Qiuling and the others shivered in fear. "Does the captain know that we used his figurines for recruitment?" Xia Qiuling asked carefully. "He definitely does. You should have seen his eyes just now, they nearly scared the soul out of me." Mo Zishuan felt as if a storm was about to descend upon him. "What should we do? The captain is going to kill us." Xiao Xiao was extremely anxious. "Let fate decide." Mo Zishuan sighed, deeply recalling how Lin Hao had looked at him just now, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Before long, they crept into Lin Hao's yard like thieves. Gently knocking on the door, they found it ajar. The group stood side by side like quails facing Lin Hao, who wore a mocking expression. Lin Hao simply smiled at them without saying a word. "Captain, long time no see." Their voices were barely above a whisper, each with their heads hung low, completely devoid of joy at their reunion. Lin Hao remained silent, still smiling as he looked at them. "Captain, we were wrong." Xia Quling's cute, lowly voice. "Do you care to explain what's going on?" The group with their heads down took turns recounting the events. Since the return of Shanxing Martial University as a top-tier institution, the number of students has begun to... The new students are drawn to Shanxing Martial University because of Lin Hao's reputation, prompting the university to decide to establish club activities similar to those at cultural universities. This is to better promote Shanxing Martial University in order to attract more students and to enrich their extracurricular lives, preventing them from engaging solely in monotonous training. However, these guys in front are relying on their status as participants in the previous 100 Schools League and as Lin Hao's teammates to boast about their recruitment efforts. The most crucial point is that they have noticed the increasing number of recruits, making them somewhat arrogant. They are now only recruiting female students. "Captain, we were wrong." The few of them began to sincerely apologize. But Lin Hao did not let them off easily. He glared, his forehead veins bulging, and slowly walked up to them. The air around them instantly grew cold, a chilling sense of death filling the entire room. The few small ones trembled in fear. The captain's pressure was simply overwhelming. "I'm not angry that you used my name to recruit students, because that is a fact. It's just. Lin Hao's words stopped, and the others cautiously looked up at their captain's face, twisted in anger. Lin Hao flipped his wrist, and a small figurine appeared in his hand. "But do you know how ugly this figurine you made? Is this really the image of a school that is a myth in your hearts?" Lin Hao's eyes widened, saliva flying as he criticized the figurine. The few of them were instantly dumbfounded, realizing that their captain was upset about the ugly figurine. "Boss, I won't give away this figurine. Oh, I'll have the factory redo it." Mo Zishuan reacted the fastest. The others also breathed a slight sigh of relief. "You guys shouldn't just focus on these irrelevant things. How is your training going?" Lin Hao calmed down a bit, activating his sure-ass eye to carefully observe their training progress, but when he saw Xia Qulin, his expression became serious. Captain, we haven't delayed our training recently." Seeing Lin Hao no longer angry, Xia Qulin and Wang Ming hurriedly approached him to give him a shoulder massage. Lin Hao did not refuse, reclining on the sofa, enjoying the moment. Before Lin Hao left, Mo Zishuan was at the initial stage of silver rank, but now he had broken through to the high stage of silver rank. Wang Ming, Xiao Xiao, Xia Qulin, and Lei Yunfan had also successfully broken through to the initial stage of silver rank. Lin Hao was satisfied after looking at their progress. "Boss, how are things going at the Qinglong Fortress?" Mo Zishuan asked with a smile. "The 8 fortresses have achieved a great victory this time, and the news is all over the place." Wang Ming chimed in. "I heard that the Qinglong Fortress suffered the least losses." It's nothing. I just helped take down 10 diamond-level beasts and 2 lord-level beasts." Thud. The apple that Xia Qulin had just picked up fell to the ground, and everyone looked at Lin Hao in shock, the atmosphere becoming extremely quiet. "Wow, the boss is really impressive. No wonder he is our captain." The others quietly gazed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not waste words. With a flash of light, 50 golden beast cores and 5 platinum beast cores floated in front of him. "Here, this is for you. Make sure to train hard, don't spend all your time on irrelevant things. If you don't work hard, I won't be able to help you in the future." At this moment, each person held 10 golden beast cores and 1 platinum beast core, standing there in a daze. But that wasn't all. Lin Hao's hand flashed again, and 10 diamond-level beast cores appeared before them. "These are the cores of diamond-level beasts, the ones I killed during this beast tide. However, you can't use these yet. I'll give them to you when your strength improves." Lin Hao's words seemed casual, but after calming down, the others fell into deep thought. Lin Hao's strength was very strong, an extraordinary existence. If they didn't work hard, they would fall further behind until finally they would no longer be in the same world as Lin Hao. After pondering, they exchanged glances and silently made a certain determination. However, Lin Hao was unaware of this. After chatting with everyone for a while, he suggested that they have a meal together. The others agreed happily. Afterwards, Mo Zishuan and the 3 boys went to buy ingredients, while Xiao Xiao and Xia Qulin stayed behind to cook together later. "Qulin, are you from the Xia family?" During casual conversation, Lin Hao suddenly asked Xia Qulin. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qulin's heart shook. "It's okay, you don't need to be sensitive. I heard this from Uncle Jiang and Uncle Fong. I guess that you are General Xia's daughter." Seeing that Lin Hao was calm, Xia Qulin felt a bit relieved. She didn't speak, merely nodding silently. "Just as I thought, the 36 axes of Tiangang is indeed the Xia family's unique skill. I didn't know before, but I heard Uncle Jiang mention it." Lin Hao remained calm, but there was one thing he found puzzling. Since Xia Qulin was General Xia's daughter, why didn't she accept better resources and instead stay at such a school where her talent could be buried? "Captain, I know what you want to ask. Although I inherited our Xia family's unique skill, my talent isn't very high. My father said I could only reach platinum level at most in this life, so for safety and other considerations he placed me here. Upon hearing Xia Qiling's words, Lin Hao understood. When he used the Shura's eye to observe her cultivation earlier, he could clearly feel an energy within her that did not belong to her, restricting her cultivation. A little cute loli trying to wield a battle axe larger than herself must have endured a lot of hardship. Lin Hao's eyes twinkled as he began to inquire obliquely, "Does General Xia only have one daughter?" Hearing Lin Hao's question, Xia Qiuling was clearly taken aback. She then shook her head. "I have an older sister, but she is a half-sister. Like me, she awakened her warrior talent and also inherited the Xia family's unique skill. Because my talent isn't high, the family hasn't prioritized my training and has given most of their energy and resources to my sister." "What is your sister like towards you?" Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart and asked casually. "My sister is very good to me. Although we are half-sisters, she has treated me like a real sister since childhood. But she is also a pitiful person. My father's wife sacrificed her life on the battlefield during a mission when she was young." Lin Hao had a rough understanding, but he guessed it was close to the truth. In order not to hinder Xia Qiling's cultivation, Lin Hao decided to cut through the chaos swiftly. "Xiao, you sit here by yourself for a while. Qiling, come with me to the training room." Xiao was engrossed in her snack when she heard Lin Hao's words, clearly taken aback, wondering why she was not included. She instinctively nodded. Xia Qiling was also momentarily stunned. What was the captain up to? Seeing Lin Hao stride into the underground training room, Xia Qiling hesitated no longer and quickly followed. Upon arriving at the training room, Lin Hao did not inform Xia Qiling of the current situation. Instead, he revealed a bronze-grade beast core. "Qiling, take this beast core and try cultivating with it first." Though Xia Qiling was puzzled, she did not hesitate. She took the bronze-grade beast core from Lin Hao and sat cross-legged on the ground to begin her cultivation. At the same time, Lin Hao activated his Asura eyes to observe the energy circulation within Xia Qiling. As she began to cultivate, Lin Hao saw pure spiritual energy flowing throughout her body. However, when the spiritual energy reached the top of Xia Qiling's head, a mysterious black vortex suddenly emerged from within her, quietly devouring a portion of the spiritual energy she had absorbed. Xia Qiling, completely focused on her cultivation, remained oblivious to the fact that part of her absorbed spiritual energy was being stealthily taken away. "Just as I thought." After observing for a while, Lin Hao instructed Xia Qiling to stop her cultivation. "Captain, what's wrong?" Seeing Lin Hao's serious expression, Xia Qiling was confused. "Qiling, I have a few questions to ask you, but they may pertain to some secrets of your family, so you need to answer me truthfully." Seeing her captain's solemn demeanor, Xia Qiling felt a twinge of nervousness. However, out of trust for her captain, she nodded earnestly. "First, how is the inheritance determined in your family?" Hearing this, Xia Qiling was clearly taken aback, but quickly responded, "The family inheritance is definitely passed on to the strongest among the direct descendants. The current family head is my father. If nothing unexpected happens, my sister has the highest talent among our peers, so the Xia family should be inherited by her in the future." "Is that so?" Lin Hao nodded, not surprised, and continued to ask, "If someone surpasses your sister within your peers, would the Xia family change their minds?" After thinking for a moment, Xia Qiling replied, "Of course. The Xia family has always respected the strong. The one with the highest talent among peers will be designated as the heir at 18, but there will be an opportunity for others to challenge them. If they win, they can take the position." Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Xia Qiling's words. He had noticed the problems with her body earlier. As both a teammate and a friend, Lin Hao felt compelled to help her. However, if he could achieve a better outcome, he would be With this in mind, Lin Hao continued, "Have you experienced any abnormalities during your cultivation, like blocked meridians or any discomfort?" "No, my cultivation has been like this since I turned 16. Xia Qiling frowned slightly at this moment. She wasn't foolish. Lin Hao's 3 questions made her think of something, and she quickly asked, "Could my cultivation be related to my family in some way?" Seeing that Xia Qiling had caught on, Lin Hao did not hide it. He explained her physical condition to her. "Are you saying these issues might be caused by my sister?" After hearing Lin Hao's narrative, Xia Qiling looked at him in disbelief. "I'm just speculating. I have no..." Lin Hao looked at Xia Qiling, saying, "I can attempt to heal your body, but I can't guarantee a complete cure. However, the issues you have do exist." Tears welled in Xia Qiling's eyes at this moment, unable to fathom that her sister, who had loved her since childhood, could. After a long pause, Xia Qiling nodded. She had to seize the opportunity for a rebirth. Moreover, this might involve a significant matter for her family. Seeing Xia Qiling's determination, Lin Hao said, "In a moment, I will transfer my thunder power into your body. The process may be painful, but you must hold on." Previously, Lin Hao used the Asura Desolation Thunder to expel the dark energy from Ming. He wasn't sure if the same method would work for Xia Qiling, so he could only try. "Okay, I will endure it." Xia Qiling said, her eyes revealing a sense of determination and a hint of killing intent. Lin Hao keenly caught that hint of killing intent and nodded in satisfaction. Then Xia Qiling sat cross-legged, and Lin Hao placed his hand on her shoulder. A strand of black thunder quietly entered Xia Qiling's body. Lin Hao activated his Asura eyes, guiding the black thunder through Xia Qiling's meridians. When it reached the top of her head, the black vortex re-emerged. Seeing this, Lin Hao did not hesitate. A surge of thunder power rushed toward the black vortex. As the black vortex absorbed the black thunder, it suddenly began to expand rapidly, then started to spin vigorously as if trying to expel the black thunder. Seeing it was effective, Lin Hao did not delay and poured more black thunder into Xia Qiling's body. Outside, Xia Qiling felt a sharp pain throughout her body, especially her head, which felt as if it were being pierced by needles. Sweat the size of beans dripped from her forehead. Yet this girl gritted her teeth and remained silent. When the second surge of black thunder was absorbed by the black vortex, it seemed unable to withstand the powerful energy any longer and exploded, vanishing from Xia Qiling's body. At that moment, Xia Qiling felt an unprecedented sense of relief and couldn't help but let out a moan of awe. This nearly caused Lin Hao to lose focus. Damn, this girl is trying to make me slip up. Luckily, the soundproofing in the training room is good, otherwise who knows how those guys would misunderstand. Lin Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and retracted the black thunder back into his body. At this moment, Xia Qiling had opened her eyes, her face flushed, not daring to look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, Qiling, why don't you try cultivating again? Xia Qiling shyly nodded, and then picked up the bronze-grade beast core Lin Hao had given her to begin absorbing. This absorption was no issue, but once she started, Lin Hao nearly dropped his eyes out. In just 2 minutes, the previously full beast core disappeared completely under Xia Qiling's absorption. Wow, her speed of absorbing the beast core is about the same as mine. Lin Hao took out a silver-grade beast core for her to absorb in order to verify the situation, but just half an hour later, the silver-grade beast core was gone. Afterward, Lin Hao took out a golden-grade beast core, and Xia Qiling sat cross-legged to cultivate, while Lin Hao fed her and guarded her. An hour later, a muffled sound echoed in Lin Hao's training room. Damn, Qiling has broken through. Lin Hao stared blankly at Xia Qiling before him, wondering how her cultivation speed could be so fast. He had thought that he could only achieve such a remarkable absorption speed through the system's assistance, yet Xia Qiling could do the same. At this moment, Xia Qiling was as calm as water, her eyes closed, sitting quietly, as if in a meditative state. Seeing that Xia Qiling showed no abnormalities, Lin Hao exited the training room. He hadn't anticipated that Xia Qiling would enter a meditative state, but this state would provide many benefits to a martial artist or supernatural being, which Lin Hao was pleased to see. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the dormitory, as soon as Lin Hao came up, he noticed that Mo Zishuan and several boys had already returned, and they were cooking dinner together with Xiao Xiao. Seeing Lin Hao come up, Xiao Xiao rushed over first. Captain, is Qiling all right? Looking at their eager expressions, Lin Hao smiled. Don't worry, she's fine. It's just that she has entered a meditative state now, and I don't know when she will wake up. I guess she will miss dinner. Hearing that Xia Qiling had entered a meditative state, the others felt both happy and envious. Boss, when will you guide us to? Let us enter a meditative state as well. Wang Ming's honest voice rang out. Lin Hao gave him a light knock on the forehead. Entering a meditative state isn't something I can decide. It must be that she gained some inspiration or insight to do so. Well, isn't that also your guidance? Wang Ming muttered quietly, covering his head. Lin Hao had no choice but to explain to everyone about his observation of Xia Qiling's physical issues. Damn it, if it really was his sister who did it, just watch me cut her in half. Wang Ming exclaimed, slapping the table, his eyes wide open like bells. All right, Mingzi, didn't you hear the boss? There is no evidence for this matter, so we cannot judge rashly. Lei Yunfan, always calm and meticulous, interjected. Yes, if she is truly General Xia's daughter, this matter is indeed complicated. The power struggles between big families are not something we can meddle in, but if our Qiling is bullied, we will definitely not stand by. Mo Zishuan was serious for once. All right, let's discuss this matter again after Qiling wakes up. Lin Hao interrupted everyone and then took out a spare key from his pocket to give to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I'm going home tomorrow. Keep this key. I will trouble you to check on Qiling every day. Xiao Xiao, didn't take the key, Captain. You keep the key. Ooh, I have one. Huh. Hearing Xiao Xiao say this, Lin Hao was taken aback. Noticing Lin Hao's confusion, Xiao Xiao smiled slightly and casually took out a key from her storage space. This was given to me by Wei Wei when she left. She instructed that I and Qiling should help you clean the dormitory regularly. Lin Hao suddenly understood. No wonder the dormitory was still so clean when he entered. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Xiao with gratitude. Thank you. Hey boss, don't just thank her. We take turns coming once a week. It's just our turn this week. Our former principal has said that no matter what happens with Shanxingwu University in the future, this dormitory will always be reserved for you. Mo Zishuan chuckled. Thinking of Jiang Weiwei, Lin Hao felt both grateful and helpless. How could he not know about Jiang Weiwei's feelings for him? He then let out a helpless long sigh. Hey boss, what happened between you and our principal in the end? Mo Zishuan started being silly again. Previously, they had all witnessed the scene of the two military gods competing for Lin Hao during the inter-school competition. Lin Hao gave Mo Zishuan a light knock on the head. What do you mean, what happened? She's not with me. Oh. The others exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Hey, let's talk about this while we eat later. Lin Hao didn't want to continue bantering with Mo Zishuan and directly collapsed onto the sofa. Before long, the aroma of the food wafted out from the kitchen. Just as everyone was about to raise their glasses to celebrate, Lin Hao suddenly narrowed his eyes, and with a flash he disappeared from the spot. Damn, where did my big captain go? Mo Zishuan widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at everyone. The others were also surprised that their captain had vanished, looking around in confusion. At this moment, Lin Hao had already arrived in the training room on the underground floor. He was incredulously observing Xia Qiuling, who was in a meditative state. Xia Qiuling appeared like Lin Hao did earlier, surrounded by several golden-grade beast cores that Lin Hao had given her, and she was rapidly absorbing the immense energy. What the heck is she going to break through again? And from silver to gold? This girl is something else. Just as Lin Hao was incredulously watching Xia Qiuling, the voice of the sword box entered his mind. Do you know what's going on here? Lin Hao hurriedly asked silently upon hearing the voice of the sword box. This little girl is a natural devouring body, the voice of the sword box replied leisurely. Devouring body? Yes. Seeing Lin Hao didn't understand, the sword box explained in a timely manner, a devouring body is also an extremely rare physique in our realm. Its most domineering feature is its ability to continuously absorb and transform surrounding energy. In other words, as long as she has enough resources, she will face no bottlenecks before advancing to the Lord level. Even attempting to break through the bottlenecks above the Lord level will be much easier than for ordinary people. After hearing the words of the sword box, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. This is even more of a bug-like existence. But the achievements of a devouring body also depend on talent. I just observed, although this little girl's talent is not as good as yours, it is at least an S-level talent. To put it more clearly, she will definitely become a legendary powerhouse. Oh my gosh. Lin Hao couldn't help but curse at this moment. You should be more mindful and hurry up with your training. Don't let her get too far ahead of you. After saying this, the sword box fell silent. At this time, Xia Qiuling's aura was slowly consolidating, and Lin Hao did not dare to disturb her, quietly standing by to guard her. After a short while, Xia Qiuling slowly opened her eyes, and the instant she opened them, a golden light flashed from her eyes. Seeing her awake, Lin Hao hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How do you feel?" Xia Qiuling turned to Lin Hao upon hearing his voice. "What happened to me?" Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this little girl was unaware that she had broken through to a significant realm. It was infuriating her. It had only been a short time, barely half a day, since she advanced from silver initial stage to yellow initial stage. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's eyes were filled with envy. However, in Xia Qiuling's eyes, it seemed her captain was looking at her, as if he wanted to devour her. She felt like a little lamb, trembling under the gaze of a hungry wolf. Why is the captain looking at me with such... How embarrassing. If the captain lunges at me, should I struggle or not? Should I call out or just stay silent? Should I agree or just go along with it? In just half a minute, Xia Qiuling had conjured up a dramatic plot in her mind. Noticing that Xia Qiuling was also staring at her with increasingly bright eyes, Lin Hao felt a bit bewildered. Qiuling. Is the captain about to confess? What should I do? What should I do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Should I agree or just go along with it? In fact, Lin Hao didn't know how to explain this to Xia Qiuling, that she was the devouring body, but how did he even know that? You should check your cultivation level first before we talk. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Xia Qiuling finally reacted, realizing that her group leader just wanted her to check her body. Although a bit disappointed that the dramatic plot didn't unfold, Xia Qiuling wasted no time and began to meditate and examine her body. As she checked, Xia Qiuling's eyes widened in shock, staring at Lin Hao with a look of disbelief. Lin Hao could tell from her expression that she had identified the issue, and he could only nod helplessly. Captain, what is going on? I was just about to ask you. You entered a meditative state quietly and unexpectedly broke through to a significant realm in just half a day. Congratulations, Xia Qiuling, you are now the first golden level warrior among us. When Lin Hao said this, he felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. How did I achieve this? At this moment, Xia Qiuling was still in a state of confusion. It might be due to your unique physique, but that's just my guess without concrete evidence. Lin Hao shrugged, sighing. But then his expression became serious. Let's keep your physique a secret for now. When we go out, I'll just explain it was due to your meditative state. The most important thing is that no one from your family should find out about this. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiuling immediately understood Lin Hao's intentions. Let's go eat, everyone is waiting for you. After saying this, Lin Hao headed towards the dining hall. Upon arriving at the first floor, everyone was astonished to see the adorable little girl following Lin Hao. Qiuling, you finished your meditation already. Xiao Xiao hurriedly approached and grabbed Xia Qiuling. Everyone quickly took their seats at the dining table. Captain, why was Xia Qiuling's meditation time so short? Mo Zishuan still looked confused. If only she had enough resources, she could meditate indefinitely. Do you believe it? However, Lin Hao was not in the mood to complain at that moment. Soon someone noticed something was off. Qiuling, why can't I sense your cultivation level? The seemingly indifferent and meticulous Lei Yunfan was the first to spot the issue. After he spoke, everyone turned to look at Xia Qiuling. Feeling so many eyes on her, Xia Qiuling felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly hid behind Lin Hao, revealing only her little head. When Lin Hao nodded at her, she stammered, I've broken through to golden level. Thud. The piece of meat that Mo Zishuan had just picked up fell onto the table. Everyone suddenly froze as if time had stopped. What did you say? In an instant, the entire room was in chaos. Xia Qiuling knew this would happen and quickly shrank her head back, her small figure perfectly hidden behind Lin Hao. Lin Hao also covered his ears. Captain, you're biased. You give special treatment to Qiuling. We are your teammates too. Mo Zishuan clung to Lin Hao's leg, weeping profusely. The others also looked at Lin Hao and Xia Qiuling with strange expressions. Lin Hao twitched his mouth, kicked Mo Zishuan away, and said, Get lost. What are you all thinking? Seeing everyone reseat themselves, Lin Hao then informed them about the issue he discovered with Xia Qiuling's body, but he deliberately omitted details about the Xia family's matters. After hearing this, everyone finally understood. I will be going home tomorrow. I still have nearly 20 days of vacation. You can come to my house if you need anything. After the meal, Lin Hao bid farewell to his teammates and casually told them the address of Yunwu Mountain. Then he turned to Xia Qiuling. You'd better not cultivate for now. Advancing too quickly can lead to an unstable foundation. Take some time to settle yourself. You can practice sparring with Mo Zishuan and the others. It will help them gain experience in battling golden level warriors. Okay, Captain. Xia Qiuling agreed readily with a smile. However, Mo Zishuan and the others twitched their mouths. After sending everyone off, Lin Hao went to the training room on the underground level. Hey, why does this girl have such good luck? Lin Hao sighed, waving his hand, causing nearly 1,000 bronze and silver beast cores to float before him. Everyone has a different fate. You don't need to envy her. In comparison, your physique surpasses hers. Instead of lamenting, you should focus on cultivating. The voice of the sword box chimed in at the right moment. Lin Hao then stopped talking nonsense. As he looked at the floating beast cores, he focused his mind, and the energy from 1,000 beast cores surged towards his body. In an instant, the entire training room was filled with immense spiritual energy, and Lin Hao absorbed the massive amounts of spiritual power like a large water pump. Early the next morning, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he felt the energy in his body becoming more solid. After taking a deep breath, Lin Hao dressed in his previous outfit and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast, he hurried back to Yunwu Mountain, having not informed his family of his absence the previous night. As soon as he arrived home, Lin Hao noticed an old man sitting in the living room along with a young man who appeared to be his grandmother. Was chatting with the old man, while the young man was playing with his phone. Lin Hao carefully scrutinized the old man and the young man, confirming that he did not recognize them. He then greeted his grandmother. Grandma, I'm back. Grandma was chatting with the old man when she saw Lin Hao enter and quickly said, Xiaohao, you're back. Come sit down. The old man also began to scrutinize Lin Hao, nodding repeatedly as he observed. The young man beside them glanced at Lin Hao before returning to his phone. Lin Hao was 16 years old, about to turn. He stood approximately 183 centimeters tall, with handsome features and a well-proportioned physique. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the old man's gaze, Lin Hao sat down next to his grandmother and asked Grandma, who are these two? Grandma smiled knowingly and replied, Xiaohao, this is your grandpa Lin. He is your grandfather Lin Zhengguo's elder brother, making him your great-uncle. And this person beside him is your great-uncle's grandson, named Lin Tao. He is 3 years older than you and is 19 this year. Lin Hao hurriedly stood up and said, hello, great-uncle. However, he inadvertently ignored Lin Tao, who was busy playing on his phone. Nice to meet you. I am Lin Guodong, your grandfather Lin Zhengguo's biological elder brother. The old man chuckled. Xiaohao, your great-uncle, is here to discuss something important with you. Lin Hao thought, when did my unreliable grandfather have an elder brother? But why did he choose to find me at this moment? With this thought, Lin Hao couldn't help but take a closer look at Lin Guodong. Is there something I can help with, great-uncle? Lin Hao was curious about what this unfamiliar great-uncle had in mind. Recently, we discovered an entrance to a secret realm deep within the beast forest of the Western Military District. As soon as we found out about this, our organization classified it as top secret and has been carefully protecting it. Lin Guodong began to explain the situation. Your organization. Although Lin Hao was astonished by the secret realm, he keenly grasped the important information in Lin Guodong's words. Oh, it's my fault for not mentioning it. I am one of the heads of the Eastern Division of the Warrior Alliance. Warrior Alliance? Lin Hao questioned while looking at his grandmother. He remembered that his grandmother had mentioned being part of the Warrior Alliance, and that she was the commander of this Eastern Division. Yes, the Warrior Alliance is an organization that gathers warriors and ability users separate from the military. The Warrior Alliance operates independently, but is under the jurisdiction of the headquarters in Xia Country, working in conjunction with the military. Lin Guodong continued to explain. Your grandmother used to be one of our old leaders. Lin Guodong's eyes turned toward the elderly lady as he spoke. Oh, then what brings you here today, great-uncle? Hearing about the relationship between the Warrior Alliance and the military surprised Lin Hao. Since they worked in conjunction, the entire influence of the Warrior Alliance must be significant. However, to be honest, Lin Hao did not have a good impression of the Warrior Alliance. Not to mention that this so-called great uncle approached him with impure intentions, but since the warrior alliance and the military worked together, he found it strange that he had never seen the warrior alliance during the previous massive battle. Could they share joys and sorrows, but not the hardships? Lin Hao scoffed. Seeing Lin Hao's directness, Lin Guodong did not mind. Regarding the secret realm I just mentioned, we discovered through our research that only individuals below platinum level can enter. I discussed this with your grandfather a few days ago, and he recommended you. After our investigation, we found that although your cultivation is only at the high bronze level, your ability to win the championship in the 100 Schools League indicates you have some strength. Upon hearing Lin Guodong's words, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Did my grandfather deliberately erase my information from the Qinglong fortress? Seeing Lin Hao's fleeting expression, Lin Guodong assumed he was displeased with their investigation. Conducting investigations is a necessary process for our organization. Xiao Hao, you need to be more understanding. You want me to explore the secret realm? Lin Hao came back to his senses and continued to ask. Not just you, we will also send other individuals to accompany you. These people are roughly the same age as you. He glanced at Lin Tao, who was still playing on his phone. This is Lin Tao. He is also one of the members going to the secret realm. Grandpa, what does third uncle think having a high bronze level waist like him come with us? Lin Tao stopped playing on his phone and stood up, looking disdainfully at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. Truth be told, he wasn't one to have a good temper. He had always been obedient to his relatives, but he had never gone soft on his enemies. Lin Tao, oblivious to the impending danger, continued, we have 10 people in total, all possessing high gold level strength. If we really find any opportunities, we might directly break through to platinum level. What qualifications does a bronze waist like him have to join us? He might even become a burden. Lin, old man, is this how you educate your grandson? Grandma was now glaring at Lin Guodong. Haha, it's just a matter between kids. Don't get angry, Grandma. Lin Guodong laughed, trying to smooth things over. Alright, since it's a matter between kids, let them resolve it amongst themselves. Lin Hao spoke calmly, but in the next moment, he suddenly vanished from his spot, and before anyone could react, a gleaming dagger was already less than a centimeter from Lin Tao's eye. What incredible speed! Lin Guodong's pupils contracted. At that moment, Lin Tao had lost all his previous arrogance. In an instant, he felt as if he had seen his great-grandmother waving at him. But in just a moment, Lin Tao composed himself. Damn it, you scared me. Lin Hao, how dare a waist like you act this? Relying on his high gold level strength, Lin Tao believed that Lin Hao must have caught him off guard. The fact that Lin Hao was only holding a dagger against him proved that Lin Hao didn't dare to act against him. With this thought, Lin Tao's high gold level aura suddenly erupted. He believed that with his high gold level strength, just the release of his aura could send Lin Hao flying 10 meters away. Xiao Tao, stop. Lin Guodong pretended to scold him, but his body remained completely still. However, the moment Lin Tao's aura erupted, Lin Hao's gaze merely sharpened, and all of Lin Tao's aura dissipated into thin air. Is that all? Lin Hao looked at Lin Tao with disdain. Just as Lin Tao was about to say something else, Lin Hao turned and kicked him. What kind of trash dares to bark in my house? If you say another word, I won't hesitate to stab a few holes in you. Then he turned his gaze back to Lin Guodong, but it was just one look, yet Lin Guodong felt as if he had walked by. Great uncle, the matter between the kids has been resolved. As for your goodwill, I appreciate it, but I, Lin Hao, know my limitations and fear I'll disappoint your intentions. My house is small and may not accommodate a great figure like you, great uncle, so please excuse me. Lin Guodong stood there staring blankly at Lin Hao, unable to come to his senses for a long time. After a moment, Lin Guodong bid farewell with the unconscious Lin Tao. TCH, what a piece of work. Lin Hao cursed inwardly. As he closed the door and walked into the living room, the old lady looked at him with a smile that seemed neither here nor there. Hee, Grandma, I haven't caused you any trouble, have I? Lin Hao hurriedly jogged over and began to massage the old lady's shoulders. Sigh, the old lady sighed deeply. The people of the Lin family are becoming increasingly uncouth. As for them, rest assured, with your grandfather around, no one from the Lin family will dare to cause trouble again. Just then Lin Yaya returned from shopping with Lin Xiao. Since moving into the Yunwu mountain villa, Lin Yaya's life as a painter had come to an end. Every day, she either tended to flowers at home or learned to cook. Now that Lin Xiao was on vacation, she took her little cousin out to play every day. The old lady had mentioned it to her a few times, but it had gone in one ear and out the other. Lin Xiao was very happy. Although her brother was not around, it seemed that her little aunt had been liberated. With someone to play with her every day, she was naturally very delighted. Brother. As soon as Lin Xiao entered, she saw Lin Hao crouching beside Grandma with a flattering expression. She quickly dashed over with her short legs and leapt into Lin Hao's arms. Brother, where did you go yesterday? You promised to tell Xiao a story about defeating monsters, and I waited for you all night and didn't see you return. At this point, Lin Xiao's big eyes were filled with grievance. Alright, it was my fault. I had something to do yesterday and couldn't come back. How about I tell you a story today? Seeing Xiao still pouting, Lin Hao had no choice but to suggest, how about tomorrow I take you to my school to play? You shouldn't be fooled by her pitiful look, she's definitely acting spoiled. Lin Yaya said as she put down a large pile of bags. Know who she learned it from. You shouldn't be fooled by her pitiful look, she's definitely acting spoiled. Lin Hao said as she put down a large pile of bags. Hee little aunt, you seem to be living quite splendidly lately. You little rascal, what's it to you? Your little aunt has raised you for many years, and you still won't let her rest. Lin Hao was unfazed by Lin Hao's tease. Haha, how could I say such a thing? Little aunt can do whatever she wants, after all you have your big nephew here, don't you? Lin Hao chuckled. That's more like it. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. After dinner, Lin Hao finally managed to lull Xiaoro to sleep before heading to the training room. As soon as he sat cross-legged, the voice of the sword box echoed in his mind. Aren't you planning to check out that secret? Hee, how can I not go? There might be a lot of treasures in that secret realm. Then why did you get into a conflict with that old man's family? Don't worry, I've already figured out a way to the secret realm. As for the conflict, that was purely them looking for death. If that old man Lin Guodong dares to stand against me today, I would still take him down in an instant. The sword box said no more, but suddenly felt that recognizing Lin Hao as its master might not be such a bad thing after all. Rest assured, before Lin Tao left, I quietly infused a trace of my aura into him. I know exactly where he is. Since you're determined to go, there are some things I can tell you. The secret realm, as you humans call it, might just be a gap connecting to another world in my view. Which world? Lin Hao was startled and immediately asked, is it the world you are in? Not certain yet, we'll only know when we get there. If it really is just a small secret realm, then who knows what treasures might be inside. Alright, we'll talk about it when we get there. As he finished speaking, Lin Hao waved his hand and thousands of bronze and silver beast cores floated in the air. Lin Hao wasted no time and began his cultivation. A night passed without incident, and the next morning after breakfast, Lin Hao took Xiaoro to Shanqing Martial University. Oh my goodness, isn't this little Xiaoro? Come here and let your brother give you a hug. Mo Zishuan entered Lin Hao's dormitory and immediately spotted Lin Xiaoro with him. He then took out a large lollipop from his storage space, looking like a creepy uncle trying to lure a child. Lin Hao's face darkened. Get away from me. He then took out a lollipop from his own storage space and handed it to Xiaoro. I have something to discuss with you all today. Lin Hao turned to Wang Meng and the others. Upon hearing that Lin Hao had something to say, everyone became serious. As they took their seats, Lin Hao recounted the matters regarding the secret realm to them. Since anyone below platinum level could enter, he didn't mind bringing more people along. Since Fang Yao and the others were undergoing special training at the Qinglong Fortress and couldn't break free, Lin Hao decided to take his current teammates in to see what opportunities might arise to help them advance. Even if there weren't any, it would just serve as experience sharpening. In the end, everyone decided to wait for Lin Hao's message and depart together. Grandpa, that bastard actually dared to hit me. At this moment, Lin Tao lay on the bed, his upper body wrapped in bandages. Yesterday, Lin Hao's kick had directly broken several of his ribs. Lin Guodong's face was also grim, and he said nothing. Yesterday, Lin Hao's display of strength was indeed some. Not only had he severely injured Lin Tao with a single kick, but the look he had in his eyes at that time was still vividly imprinted in Lin Guodong's mind. As a Lord-level powerhouse, Lin Guodong was indeed somewhat embarrassed to be intimidated by the gaze of a mere bronze-level brat. You need to rein it in a bit. Just look at how you've turned out. You can't behave properly all day long. Lin Guodong knew well what kind of person his grandson was, and having been too indulgent recently, he couldn't help but reprimand him. Grandpa, does that mean I took a beating for nothing? Lin Tao protested indignantly. Lin Guodong chuckled and whispered a few words into Lin Tao's ear. Soon a smile began to appear on Lin Tao's face. After Lin Guodong left, Lin Tao could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Lin Hao, just wait and see how I deal with you this time. On an unknown isolated island in the blue star, dark clouds covered the sky, and the rumble of thunder mixed with lightning created an apocalyptic scene on the small island. A hoarse voice emerged from the darkness. Stoichus has a genius like Xuanyu truly appeared among the human. At this moment, the outer domain magic eye, a god-level fierce beast, floated respectfully in an open area, its blood-red giant eye only daring to gaze at the ground. Father, that's indeed the case, but from my estimation, this kid named Lin Hao has a talent even more terrifying than that sword saint from 100 years ago. Then Stoichus recounted the events that had previously occurred to Stoiac. After listening to his son's account, Stoiac slowly spoke. I really didn't expect such a little brat to emerge among the human race. There was no fluctuation in his voice. Then Stoichus seemed to recall something and casually asked, how is your other plan going? Rest assured, father. I have made some adjustments to the plan due to the unpredictable factor of Lin Hao. I assure you there will be no issues. Stoichus' tone was extremely respectful. Because of the previous plan's failure, we are currently quite passive on the front lines. This time you must ensure you act only when you are fully confident. Otherwise I will have no way to explain to the Demon Emperor. Yes, father. Shanqing University. After Lin Hao and a few others finalized the details of the secret realm, he began the research on the fourth shot of the Thunder Prison 9 shots. Meanwhile, our little sister Xiaoro was taken around the school by that strange uncle Mo Zishuan. During lunch, they took the little girl to the cafeteria for some delicious food. Of course, Xia Qiuling and Xiao Xiao were also following closely. As for Wang Meng and Lei Yunfan, they were called away by the school teachers. Lin Hao was not at ease, leaving Lin Xiaoro alone with Mo Zishuan. By the time the sun set, they returned to Lin Hao's dormitory, and he had just finished practicing his marksmanship. Seeing her brother, Lin Xiaoro quickly ran over only to cover her adorable little nose as soon as she got close due to the unpleasant smell of sweat from Lin Hao. "Brother, you smell so bad, go take a shower quickly." Lin Hao had no choice but to go back, take a shower, and change into clean clothes. When he walked into the living room, he saw Mo Zishuan and the others cooking and did not disturb them. Lin Xiaoro was sitting alone on the sofa watching television. Lin Hao sat next to her and pulled her onto his lap. "Now brother smells nice, right? Where did you go to play with the older brothers and sisters today?" Lin Xiaoro giggled. "Brother, let me tell you, brother Zishuan is really nice. He not only took me to see the fish in the lake, but also bought me a lot of delicious food." "Oh, come on." Lin Hao's face darkened after hearing this. That guy Mo Zishuan really had no shame. Lin Hao then tentatively asked, "What about your sisters Qiuling and Xiao Xiao? Were they not nice?" Lin Xiaoro turned her big eyes and replied, "Both sisters are great, but brother Zishuan paid for the food." "Great, this silly sister of mine is still too naive, easily swayed by a meal." Just as Lin Hao was about to say something, Xiaoro continued, "But sister Xiao Xiao and sister Qiuling said they would make me delicious food tonight." "All you think about is food," Lin Hao said, giving Lin Xiao's nose a playful poke. After dinner, Lin Hao bid farewell to the others because he decided to return to Yunwu Mountain to stay with Lin Xiaoro. By the time they got home, it was already past 9 o'clock. After washing up, Lin Xiaoro fell asleep. Lin Hao, on the other hand, returned to the training room. "I didn't expect you to be such a doting brother." The voice of the sword box sounded faintly. "You saw it too. I don't have many relatives left, and the few people I can rely on in the future are just them. My parents sacrificed themselves during a mission when my sister was still weaning. I don't want her childhood to be spent under such shadows, so I pay a bit more attention to her." "A bit more attention?" The sword box's disdainful voice rang out. "What's wrong with treating family well?" Lin Hao asked, puzzled. "It's fine to treat family well, but you also need the ability to protect them." "All right, I understand. You were just telling me to hurry up and cultivate." Lin Hao was speechless. It turns out this was a roundabout way of urging him to improve his strength. With that, Lin Hao summoned countless beast cores. Thus, Lin Hao practiced the Thunder Prison marksmanship every morning, cooked with his family in the afternoon, and played with Lin Xiaoro for a while. After dinner, he would retreat to the training room for meditation. This life continued for 5 days. On the night of the 5th day, Lin Hao sat cross-legged in the training room with several diamond-grade beast cores floating in front of him. "I really don't know how your body is growing. After 5 continuous days of cultivation, you've consumed about 50 or 60,000 beast cores, and only now have you found a glimmer of breakthrough opportunity." "I don't know either. Since the day of my awakening, my spiritual power reserves have been different from others, which is why my advancement has been particularly slow." Lin Hao felt speechless. He had already gotten used to it. "Since there's an opportunity for a breakthrough, hurry up and seize it." The sword box's voice was calm. Lin Hao nodded, and then several diamond-grade beast cores began to tremble slightly. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual power surged into Lin Hao's body, but at that moment Lin Hao's heart was as calm as still water. Time passed second by second. About half an hour later, the several diamond-grade beast cores suddenly stopped delivering spiritual power, and Lin Hao's aura began to strengthen continuously. Is he finally going to break through? The sword box also sensed the changes in Lin Hao's body. Why is there such a commotion when this kid is breaking through to the golden level? With that, a black light flashed from the sword box surrounding Lin Hao with an invisible barrier. "You'll have to thank me later." At this moment, Lin Hao's aura continued to strengthen, and in an instant the invisible barrier began to shatter bit by bit. "Whoa, I really underestimated you." The sword box sensed Lin Hao's aura. Just this aura. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one would believe it." With that, the sword box's black light began to flicker continuously. The barrier that had been on the verge of shattering was instantly restored to its original state. Lin Hao, however, was completely unaware of this. After nearly another hour, Lin Hao's aura finally stopped strengthening. "Finally done, this brat almost wore me out," the sword box muttered. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's aura began to retract, eventually returning to his body. Why hasn't he woken up? Did something go wrong? Seeing Lin Hao's aura stabilizing, the sword box expected him to wake up quickly, but Lin Hao remained seated with his eyes tightly shut. No, something must have severed the connection between Lin Hao and me. The sword box realized at this moment. In fact, Lin Hao had already awakened. He just didn't dare to move because the long-lost system voice had sounded. "Ding, host detected to have reached the initial stage of golden level. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host has acquired the heavenly stage skill Thunder Prison Celestial Break. Congratulations, host has acquired the heavenly stage skill Thunder Prison Judgment. Congratulations, host has acquired the heavenly stage skill Thunder Prison Protection. Congratulations, host has acquired the heavenly stage skill Thunder Prison Asura Array. Congratulations, host has acquired the heavenly stage combat skill One Sword to Pierce the Dust. Congratulations, host has acquired the heavenly stage combat skill Reincarnation Slash. Congratulations, host has acquired the heavenly stage combat skill Suppressing the Mountains and Rivers. Congratulations, host has acquired the heavenly stage combat skill Annihilation. Before Lin Hao could feel happy, all the skills gifted by the system merged into his mind. Lin Hao felt a sharp pain in his head, and then darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Hao slowly awakened. You brat, you're awake. As Lin Hao began to grasp the situation, the voice from the sword box echoed in his mind. How long have I been unconscious? Lin Hao stood up and stretched. It's already been nearly 4 hours. Oh, has it been that long? Lin Hao scratched his head. Brat, I have something to ask you. The tone of the sword box became extremely serious. What is it? Lin Hao asked in confusion. Why did I lose contact with you when you broke through to the golden level? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant he realized that this matter must have been caused by the system. Huh? What do you mean? You definitely have something to hide from me. You have no idea how much commotion you caused during your promotion. If I hadn't provided protection, your entire house would have collapsed. The voice of the sword box grew louder, shaking Lin Hao's ears. Also, how did your combat power increase so much after your promotion to golden level? Do you realize that the aura you just emitted is already comparable to a strike from a diamond level powerhouse? If you were to face those 2 Lord level ferocious beasts now, you could defeat them without my help. The voice of the sword box continued to escalate. In truth, she was not angry at Lin Hao for his physique. Rather, she was upset that he was still hiding things from her. I don't know either. Previously, I didn't cause such a commotion when I promoted, and my friends know that too. Seeing that Lin Hao was not lying, the mood of the sword box improved slightly. Forget it, it's probably still related to your talent. What are your plans next? Lin Hao thought for a moment. Do you remember the aura I left on Lin Tao? Upon hearing this, the sword box paused noticeably. Is this brat planning to take action? Yes, in the past few days I sensed that Lin Tao has been active in the beast forest outside the Western Military District. I plan to check it out tomorrow. Actually, I am quite curious about this secret realm and want to know what the place you mentioned is really like. Lin Hao's tone was calm, but exceptionally firm. Alright, then we will set off early tomorrow morning. Having successfully broken through to the golden level, Lin Hao was no longer in a hurry to cultivate. That day he did nothing but inform Mo Zishuan and the others to gather at the Mountain City Martial University early the next morning to prepare for their departure to the secret realm, asking them to make early preparations. He also casually informed his family, saying he would be staying at school to cultivate recently and wouldn't be back for a while. Mo Zishuan and the others were extremely excited upon receiving the notice. They found a reason to ask for leave from their teacher and packed their things early in preparation for the next morning's departure. The next morning, Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the Mountain City Martial University, where Mo Zishuan and the others were already waiting. Captain, what exactly is that secret realm you mentioned? As soon as he saw Lin Hao, Mo Zishuan eagerly asked. Seeing the intense thirst for knowledge in their eyes, Lin Hao shrugged helplessly. I don't know either. It would be great if we encounter some opportunities. If there are no opportunities, well, just consider it as training. The others did not feel disappointed and nodded in agreement. By 10 o'clock in the morning, they had already reached the vicinity of the city walls of Zhuke Fortress. Captain, without the school's approval, we can't go out either, Wang Ming said, looking at the towering 100-meter walls with difficulty. Don't worry, since I called you here, I have my methods. Lin Hao smiled cunningly. Seeing the strange smile on Lin Hao's face, everyone knew their captain was up to no good. At 12 o'clock, it's the shift change at the fortress. We'll sneak out then. Lin Hao spoke so naturally, as if the fortress gate was his own home. Captain, did you build the Zhuke gate? Xia Qiuling poked her little head out to look at the fortress gate. Lin Hao's mouth twitched, then he said sternly, obey the captain's orders. Fine. Xia Qiuling felt wronged after being scolded by her captain and nodded reluctantly. The others also held back their laughter to avoid making a sound. They waited in the shadowy corner until finally reaching noon. Lin Hao looked far away and saw several soldiers walking towards the Zhuke gate, then smiled knowingly. He turned to his teammates. We're setting off soon to stay close to me. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, everyone nodded in unison. Lin Hao didn't waste any words, activating the celestial step shadow disappearance technique, and the group instantly vanished from their spot. Wow, Captain, your move is amazing. How did you do that? Mo Zishuan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked around. They walked out of the heavily guarded Zhuke fortress as if they were just out for a stroll. The captain's strength is beyond our comprehension. Xia Qiuling timely complimented. All right, enough chatter. We are still within the observation range of Zhuke fortress. We need to move quickly. Hearing Lin Hao's words, everyone promptly fell silent and quickened their pace toward the depths of the beast forest. After running for nearly half a day, Lin Hao finally stopped to let them catch their breath. He sensed the location of the aura left in Lin Tao and estimated that they would catch up in about half a day. Lin Hao planned to rest in place tonight and continue traveling early the next morning. We will set up camp here for the night, but we can't light a fire to avoid being discovered, Lin Hao ordered. Captain, you should rest quickly. I'll well handle the night watch, Lei Yunfan volunteered. Although they were weaker than Lin Hao, they still wanted to contribute what they could, especially since this was an opportunity given to them by Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction. He was very pleased with these former teammates. He didn't reply to Lei Yunfan, but instead formed hand seals, and in an instant an identical Lin Hao appeared before everyone's eyes. "Whoa, Captain, are you a twin? How come I didn't know?" Mo Zishuan exclaimed, his mouth agape at the sudden appearance of another Lin Hao. "This should be a clone," Xiao Xiao said, giving Mo Zishuan an annoyed glance, her disdain evident. Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, the others curiously examined Lin Hao's clone. "All right, stop staring. If you're curious, when we return, I'll let the clone spar with you," Lin Hao said as he took out some food and a sleeping bag from his storage space. Under Lin Hao's concealment technique, the group advanced at astonishing speed, reaching a point less than 2 kilometers from Lin Tao before noon. Lin Hao halted. The others fell in behind him. "I'll scout ahead first. Remain here, do not move." They nodded in unison. Lin Hao vanished into stealth, gliding silently toward Lin Tao's position. When he drew within 1 kilometer, he paused. His aura coalesced, the Asura activated. Ahead, nestled deep within a dense forest, lay a modest cave. Spiritual energy gushed forth from its mouth like a living spring. 10 young cultivators stood guard at the cave's entrance. "Brother Tao, is this truly the gateway to the secret realm?" asked a burly youth. "Yes. The realm will open in roughly 1 hour. We must wait and stay vigilant. No one must slip past us unnoticed." Lin Tao spoke with calm detachment. "Haha. Only Brother Tao would think of his brothers in moments like these." A lean youth chimed in with well-timed flattery. Through the Asura, Lin Hao read their lips with perfect clarity. "So this is it." Without hesitation, he crept closer, toward the sentinels themselves. They were merely 10 golden-rank martial artists, no threat to him. Even in open combat, Lin Hao could subdue all 10 within 60 seconds. Against an ambush, it was scarcely worth the effort. Shrouded by shadow annihilation, he unleashed Thunder Prison Instant Void Flash. A single breath, a single motion. 10 backs flinched in unison, 10 heads dropped as consciousness fled. Humph, not even a challenge. Having rendered Lin Tao and his companions unconscious, Lin Hao unceremoniously dumped them into the thicket near the cave mouth. He then returned to fetch Mo Zishuan and the others. Meanwhile, in a quiet lounge at the Xia State Central Command, a handsome man draped in a hooded cloak held a freshly delivered dossier. Rising, he faced the window and shook his head with a wry smile. That boy truly knows no peace. Then his gaze sharpened. Cold, lethal intent bleeding through. Perhaps this is the perfect moment to excise certain hidden toxins within our ranks. At that moment, a knock sounded at the lounge door. "Enter," said Han Feng, voice tranquil as he settled back beside the tea table and poured himself a cup. The door swung open, revealing none other than Lin Hao's grandfather, Lin Zhenghua. "Lord Han Feng, you summoned me." "Yes, please sit." Han Feng gestured for Lin Zhenghua to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. Lin Zhenghua accepted without ceremony and sipped. "Old Lin, I called you here today because there's something I wish to ask." Lin Zhenghua furrowed his brow. "Lord Han Feng, your commands are my orders. Speak freely." "Ha. Nothing urgent. I simply wish to know how do things stand between you and the Lin clan now." "Off." Lin Zhenghua blinked, startled, then quickly recovered. "We severed ties decades ago. You're well aware of that." Han Feng took a slow sip of tea, then chuckled. "Old Lin, I hear old Lin Guodong sought you out just days ago." Lin Zhenghua knew better than to feign ignorance. If Han Feng asked, he already knew. "Yes." Lin Zhenghua recounted the full exchange with Lin Guodong. "Haha. Old Lin, you truly favor that grandson of yours." Han Feng burst into laughter. "I had no choice. Though estranged from the Lin clan, Lin Guodong approached me in his official capacity as head of the martial alliance. Refusal would have been unwise. Xiao Hao may lack cultivation depth, but Lord Han Feng, you understand, only he can go, and only then will I rest easy." So you did keep a contingency plan." Han Feng smiled faintly. "Of course. After all, it's my own grandson entering that realm. My sole heir, the last sprout of the Lin lineage." Lin Zhenghua sighed, a tinge of weary resignation in his voice. "That secret realm, I've dispatched scouts to investigate." Han Feng gave Lin Zhenghua a knowing glance. Before Lin Zhenghua could respond, he continued, "Truth be told, it is perilous beyond measure. Yet immense fortune lies within, if Lin Hao possesses the destiny to claim it." Seeing Lin Zhenghua's troubled expression, Han Feng offered reassurance. "Rest easy, old Lin. Lin Hao has already broken through to the golden rank." Lin Zhenghua exhaled softly, relief washing over him. Not only had Lin Hao ascended, but the words themselves revealed something deeper. Xia State's supreme powerhouse had watched the boys' every step. Just as their conversation neared its end, another knock echoed at the lounge door. "Enter," Han Feng said, voice calm and measured. The door opened. A young officer entered, snapped a crisp salute, and announced, "Lord Han Feng, urgent battlefield dispatch." He handed over a sealed dossier. Han Feng unfolded the report, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Lin Zhenghua remained still, silent, waiting. After a long pause, Han Feng stowed the dossier and turned to Lin Zhenghua. "Old Lin, fortunate you're here. Summon all officers ranked half-deity and above. Conference room, immediately." Lin Zhenghua understood the gravity instantly and vanished in a flash. For For that brat Lin Hao you've truly gone Alan. Han Feng murmured, and likewise dissolved into thin air. 5 minutes later, a vast conference chamber seated nearly 100 figures, the very bedrock of Xia State's power. Some appeared only as lifelike holograms. Han Feng sat at the head of the table silent and still. The chamber was hushed. Absolute silence reigned. Once all were assembled, Han Feng wasted no time. Lifting the dossier, he spoke with quiet authority. According to frontline intelligence, a legion of divine rank beasts will soon launch a coordinated assault on the Vermilion Bird Fortress, with 10 divine-level commanders leading the vanguard. This intelligence is confirmed, 100 reliable. A wave of stunned murmurs swept the room. Jiang Tianhai, commander of the Western Military Region, and Jiang Henin, fortress commander of Vermilion Bird, shot upright in alarm. 10 divine rank beasts. Jiang Tianhai, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, would be butchered in moments. And Jiang Henin, only half deity rank, couldn't withstand a single such beast, let alone 10. Even Lin Zhenghua lost his composure. His eldest grandson was still deep in the beast forest outside Vermilion Bird Fortress, and his entire family resided in Shanxing. Han Feng observed his subordinates' reactions without surprise. Setting the dossier aside, he issued his command, 10 pillars of Xia, step forward. 10 elders seated at the front rose, instantly standing at rigid attention. You 10 shall depart immediately for Vermilion Bird Fortress, to reinforce its defense. No delay, no deviation. Yes, sir, they thundered in unison. Additionally, effective immediately, all 4 military regions and 8 major fortresses shall activate level 1 combat readiness, 24 hours a day. A chorus of solemn voices rose, understood, dismissed. Lin Zhenghua, Jiang Tianhai, Jiang Henin, you 3 remain. In the blink of an eye, only 4 figures remained in the chamber. Lord Hanfeng, why is the beast army launching a strong attack on the Zhuke fortress at this moment? Jiang Tianhai couldn't help but ask. Hearing Hanfeng's explanation, everyone was taken aback, but Lin Zhenghua reacted the fastest, immediately thinking of Lin Hao. Could their target be Lin Hao? Hearing Lin Zhenghua's words, Jiang Tianhai and Jiang Hanheng both turned their gazes towards Lin Zhenghua. Some things I want hide from you. Old Jiang Lin Hao is old Lin's grandson. What? Jiang Tianhai was instantly stunned. If Lin Hao is Lin Zhenghua's grandson, then isn't Lin Hao the son of Lin Tianxiao? At this moment, Jiang Tianhai's mind was somewhat malfunctioning. What's wrong? Why can't Lin Hao be my grandson? Lin Zhenghua shot a glance at Jiang Tianhai. At this time, Jiang Hanheng finally realized who Lin Hao was. She had encountered Lin Hao once when she went to the beast forest to rescue the newborns, although he was unconscious at that time. Interesting. It seems the one who defeated the platinum-level beast last time was this little guy. Jiang Tianhai's expression was exceptionally wonderful at this moment. He never expected that the genius he had tried to win over by sacrificing his daughter was actually the son of his friend Lin Tianxiao. He had even taught him the family's secret technique, the concentration technique. Suddenly, Jiang Tianhai seemed to recall something and quietly asked, does old Feng know about this? Lin Zhenghua's eyes widened when he heard Jiang Tianhai mention Feng Wei. That kid doesn't know yet, but I will find him sooner or later. Jiang Tianhai sighed helplessly at Lin Zhenghua's tone. All right. Han Feng smiled as he interrupted their conversation. I didn't keep you here for the two of you to recognize each other. Lord Hanfeng, since you know the beast's intentions, why let Lin Hao venture into the secret realm? Lin Zhenghua was, first of all, as I mentioned before, that secret realm, while dangerous, poses no threat to Lin Hao's strength. Moreover, there are indeed opportunities within the secret realm, making it a great chance for Lin Hao's growth. Secondly, since we are aware of the beast's intentions, why not turn the tables on them? Hearing this, the other 3 were stunned. Are we using Lin Hao as bait? Jiang Hanheng understood. Yes, this strategy is risky, but if successful, it will deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Once Han Feng said this, the other 2 understood as well. All right, go prepare. This time we must create a good disturbance at Zhuke Fortress. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, after knocking out Lin Tao and the others, returned to a concealed spot with Mo Zixuan and the others. Captain, how is it? Lei Yunfan whispered. It's done. There were only 10 high-ranking golden warriors on the opposite side, so it was not difficult. Stick close to me. After that, they quickly rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths at the sight of the people lying haphazardly on the ground. How long had it been? Was their captain now able to take out high-ranking yellow warriors so easily? They first hid the 10 unconscious individuals, and then quietly awaited the opening of the secret realm entrance. Captain, what if those guys wake up halfway and cause trouble? Mo Zixuan still felt a bit uneasy. No worries. I estimate they will remain unconscious for about a day, so there shouldn't be any problems. During their conversation, a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the entrance of the secret realm, followed by a brilliant light at the opening. The secret realm is open. Let's go in. Lin Hao immediately ordered. The group quickly rushed towards the dazzling light at the cave entrance. However, the deeper they went into the cave, the more blinding the light became. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness, and when they opened their eyes again they found themselves lying on a vast expanse of grass. Did we make it in? Xiao Xiao looked around at the unfamiliar environment puzzled. At this moment the others also began to survey their surroundings. They saw a dense forest ahead, and behind them a vast grassland except for an exit from the secret realm. Kid, the spiritual energy in this secret realm is very rich. The voice of the sword case echoed in Lin Hao's ears. Is this the place you mentioned? Lin Hao thought to himself. Not exactly. This place just feels like a very ordinary secret realm to me. Although the concentration of spiritual energy is high, it still falls short compared to my world. The sword case sighed helplessly, but don't be disappointed. This secret realm is still quite good for you few. How? Lin Hao was curious. The concentration of spiritual energy here is more than double that of Blue Star, and this level of richness can already give birth to spiritual herbs and fruits, so you might as well go look for some. Hearing the sword case's words, Lin Hao's aura condensed, and Asura's eye opened instantly. He looked towards the depths of the dense forest, and indeed saw that the concentration of spiritual energy was much higher there. He then turned to Mo Zishuan and the others, pointing towards the dense forest. Let's head that way. There should be what we need in the forest. Moreover, since this is a secret realm, we must remain vigilant against any unforeseen events. Hearing Lin Hao's words, everyone nodded and ran towards the depths of the dense forest. At the same time, several men in black appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Have all the people gone in? An old voice. Yes, my lord. They have all entered the secret realm, a black-clad man replied respectfully. What about the young master? The old voice continued. He has just been brought back to the residence, the black-clad man answered. Very good. You may withdraw. The old voice sounded relieved, as if a heavy weight had lifted from his heart. Yes, the black-clad man answered and vanished in an instant. After they left, the old man chuckled. Hee hee, Lin Hao, you are still too young to compete with me. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in the old man's hand, and the entire entrance of the secret realm vanished. The old man confirmed this before feeling relieved, and then disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and the others were making their way deeper into the dense forest, completely unaware that the exit of the secret realm had already vanished. Captain, the spiritual energy here is so rich. Ziokia's face was filled with excitement. Yes, boss, the effect of cultivating here is even better than using beast cores, Mo Zishuan chimed in. At this moment, Lin Hao did not respond to their words. His Shuras eye remained open. Although he did not detect anything unusual, he had a faint premonition of something bad. Kid, don't run away. The voice of the sword case entered Lin Hao's ears. Lin Hao stopped asking what's wrong. Haven't you realized that you are already lost? The sword case was speechless. What? Hearing the sword case's words, Lin Hao was greatly shocked. After all, his Shuras eye had been open all along.